Chapter 1. Transcending to become Vegeta. What is this place? As Ling opened his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar world. Dragon Ball. I am Vegeta. Chapter 1. Ling was an ardent fan of Dragon Ball. He recalled that he had been watching the anime when he gradually drifted into slumber. To his astonishment, upon awakening, he discovered himself in such a peculiar locale. Gazing around, Ling observed a dimly lit expanse, inhaling deeply to catch a whiff of the damp, musty scent that pervaded the air. Upon attuning to his own body, he was astonished to find no discomfort whatsoever. Instead, he was imbued with explosive power. Could it be that I've transcended? A wave of excitement surged through Ling as he hastily rose to his feet. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness swept over him, and it felt as though his mind was tossed about like tumultuous seas. Soon, he began to assimilate a plethora of information. Indeed, Ling had transcended. He had somehow found himself in the world of Dragon Ball, and more remarkably, within the body of Vegeta. This was none other than the prince of the Saiyan warrior race, Vegeta. Ling could hardly contain his exhilaration. Such a formidable and illustrious body now belonged to him. It seemed that he would command the winds and reign henceforth. However, as Ling grasped the current predicament of this Vegeta, his excitement waned, nearly replaced by an overwhelming sense of despair. At this moment, Vegeta was merely 5 years old, which explained Ling's perception of his own diminutive form. Wait a moment, 5 years old? With his knowledge of Dragon Ball history, Ling felt as though the ground had shifted beneath him, akin to a heavy blow to the chest, plunging him into a prolonged silence. It was during this very year that planet Vegeta was obliterated by Frieza. Thus began the saga of Vegeta, homeless and adrift in the vast cosmos. Quickly regaining his composure, Ling realized he must carve out a new path for himself. According to the history he knew, Vegeta's power surged significantly after his visit to Earth and his battle with Goku. However, at this moment, Goku was likely still in his mother's womb, wasn't he? Upon further reflection, the confrontation with Goku was precipitated by his own grievous injuries, which had been healed, leading to an increase in his battle power due to the unique properties of Saiyan blood. In light of this, a smirk crept across Vegeta's lips. Your Highness, Your Highness. While Ling contemplated his self-preservation, he heard someone calling to him from outside. Come in. Ling inhaled deeply. Having arrived here, he resolved to thoroughly explore Vegeta's innate potential. From this day forth, he would embody Vegeta. Entering was a youth of approximately 15 or 16 years, with a rugged appearance. Drawing for his memories, Vegeta quickly recognized him as his subordinate, Nappa. Your Highness, Mr. Sabo has arrived. Nappa grinned, revealing his teeth, a grimace on his face, likely due to recent altercations. Sabo, what brings him here? Vegeta regarded Nappa with a sidelong glance, musing aloud, then furrowing his brow. The history within Dragon Ball was not particularly detailed, especially concerning Vegeta's childhood, which was often glossed over. However, he was familiar with Sabo despite his handsome visage. He was known for his ruthlessness and was one of Frieza's close aides. Vegeta was certain that Sabo's arrival was not a harbinger of good news. Ignoring Nappa, Vegeta strode out of the cave. Planet Vegeta bore a striking resemblance to Earth, yet due to the ravages of war, it now seemed somewhat dilapidated. Contemplating the impending destruction of the planet that bore his name, Vegeta was suddenly struck by a bizarre thought. What if this planet were to explode? Wouldn't that be quite amusing? This notion startled Vegeta. What was happening? Had becoming a Saiyan awakened some innate, destructive essence within him? As Vegeta pondered these thoughts, a derisive voice interrupted him from nearby. Ah, I presume this is the illustrious prince named after planet Vegeta? Your subordinate has decent combat power, having exceeded 3,000, yet alas, his skills are lacking. Easily dispatched. I merely showed restraint just now. The speaker was an alien with purple skin, a frog-like mouth, and a peculiar device over his left eye, his appearance grotesque. Vegeta recognized him vaguely, and in his peripheral vision, he noted Nappa glaring furiously at this individual. It was clear that Nappa's injuries were likely inflicted by this alien. Your Highness, allow me to introduce myself. I am Qiu Yi, the alien said with a smirk, eyeing Vegeta with feigned cordiality. Qiu Yi? Vegeta suddenly recalled. Wasn't this the fool he would eventually annihilate years later? However, judging by the current circumstances, it seemed this individual possessed considerable strength, likely having ascertained his battle power from the device, which explained his arrogance. Vegeta chose to disregard him and turned to walk away after all. This fool would inevitably meet his demise at Vegeta's hands, so he might as well indulge in his bravado for now. Ignored. Qiu Yi's expression darkened. Humph, so the son of King Vegeta is a coward. I had thought you were someone of significance. Qiu Yi sneered, baring his teeth in contempt. Such insulting remarks were not something Vegeta could simply overlook. He chuckled coldly, casting a sidelong glance at the alien named Qiu Yi. What? Do you wish to spar with me? Do you even know your own battle power? Qiu Yi regarded Vegeta with disdain, his contempt palpable. How vexatious. Vegeta snorted coldly, summoning Nappa over and quietly inquiring, what is this fool's battle power? Nappa had previously tested Qiu Yi's power with the device, and, upon hearing Vegeta's query, promptly replied, approximately 10,000, on par with your highness battle power. Approximately 10,000? Vegeta grinned, for it was fortuitous that he wished to test the prowess of this body, and now an opportunity had presented itself. He gazed at Qiu Yi with renewed fervor. Chapter 2. I spare you a dog's life. What? Your Highness intends to engage me in combat. I must inform you that you are no match for me, Dragon Ball. And Vegeta. Chapter 2. Qiu Yi laughed coldly, his eyes brimming with derision. Energy wave. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta unleashed an energy sphere that hurtled toward Qiu Yi. He had not anticipated that such an instinctive maneuver would come so naturally to him. Originally, as a mere earthling, Yi presumed he would require an extensive adjustment period to acclimate to this body, yet he was astonished to find the integration so seamless, as if he had been a Saiyan warrior from birth. Damn it! Qiu Yi was utterly blindsided. He had not expected Vegeta to strike so suddenly, without any forewarning. In a flash, Qiu Yi transformed into a streak of light, narrowly evading the energy wave's attack. Even so, due to the element of surprise, the energy wave grazed past Qiu Yi's frog-like mouth, leaving a deep blue streak of blood in its wake. You bastard! Qiu Yi seethed, his demeanor shifting to one of fury, his aura surging dramatically. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, sensing the formidable energy emanating from Qiu Yi, as well as his terrifying battle power. In the next instant, Qiu Yi swung his hand forward, summoning a powerful energy sphere that surged toward Vegeta. Vegeta's expression shifted slightly, and he swiftly soared into the air. Wow, I can fly! The exhilaration on Vegeta's face was palpable. This body was simply magnificent, the compatibility having reached 100%. While reveling in the beauty of the sky and land, he suddenly sensed an immense energy barreling toward him from behind, its speed breathtaking. He realized it was Qiu Yi retaliating. This fool possesses considerable power. At this very moment, evading the opponent's full-force strike appeared to be an insurmountable challenge. However, just as the situation reached a critical juncture, Vegeta suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through his body, ascending like a rocket. Beep beep. Qiu Yi, who had already launched himself into the air and was poised to strike Vegeta, suddenly found himself frozen in disbelief. For he had detected through his scouter that Vegeta's battle power was steadily escalating. 10,001, 10,002, 10,003. Ultimately, the scouter displayed that Vegeta's battle power had risen to an astonishing 15,000. This is impossible. This cannot be. Cold sweat trickled down Qiu Yi's purplish face, his body jerking in shock, his expression a vivid portrayal of incredulity. Indeed, the scouter must have malfunctioned. It simply had to. Vegeta's battle power was undeniably lower than his own, by approximately 1,000. How could this scouter fail at such a crucial moment? Qiu Yi, disregarding the readings on the scouter, suddenly unleashed a powerful punch, akin to a dragon emerging from its lair, imbued with formidable energy. Vegeta, you could die now. Qiu Yi roared. Yet, Vegeta, unfazed, casually waved his hand, and with a crisp sound, delivered a resounding slap to Qiu Yi's face. Qiu Yi was momentarily stupefied. Such incredible speed. He had clearly launched his attack from behind, only to find himself struck with a forceful slap. Could it be that the scouter's readings were accurate? Impossible, impossible. He was merely a Saiyan. How could he possess such overwhelming battle power? Qiu Yi was dumbfounded, every part of him trembling, as if he refused to accept this reality. Crack! With a flick of his wrist, Vegeta delivered another slap. Qiu Yi's face contorted with rage, his features twisted in fury. This humiliating act had severely wounded Qiu Yi's pride. Blue blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his gaze toward Vegeta turned malevolent. Crack! Vegeta smiled lightly, once again flicking his wrist, striking Qiu Yi's face. Fool! Fool! You have thoroughly enraged me. I will kill you. Qiu Yi was seething with rage, having been slapped 3 times in succession by a mere 5-year-old. He felt as though he were a volcano ready to erupt, his aura intensifying exponentially, his teeth grinding in fury, as if he would swallow the very sky whole. In the next moment, Qiu Yi gathered an energy sphere in his hands, arcs of electricity dancing upon its surface. The immense energy seemed poised to engulf the entire cosmos, leaving many Saiyans present in a state of shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Especially Ba, whose complexion had turned ashen, as though that energy were aimed directly at him. You can die now, Qiu Yi snarled, his face twisted in a grimace, as he continued to channel the energy sphere. Idiot! Vegeta chuckled lightly, soaring forward, delivering a powerful kick. Boom! The energy sphere disintegrated into nothingness, and in the next instant, Qiu Yi spewed forth a mouthful of blood, which glimmered brilliantly against the azure sky. Vegeta ascended, his petite fists swinging downward. Bang! Qiu Yi plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, accompanied by a resounding crash. The sheer force of their battle had unleashed such overwhelming energy that more and more Saiyans flocked to the scene, their faces etched with astonishment upon witnessing Vegeta's formidable display. Many felt a swell of admiration, pride swelling within them for their prince. The prince is merely 5 years old and already possesses a battle power of 14,000. How astonishing. It serves him right. In essence, Qiu Yi is nothing more than Frieza's lapdog. How dare he act so brazenly on our Vegeta planet? In an instant, the Saiyans buzzed with chatter, their eyes toward Vegeta glowing with fervor, as if invigorated by a powerful elixir. Vegeta gently descended to the ground, a smile gracing his features as he regarded the prostrate Qiu Yi. Vegeta, you wait for me. Qiu Yi felt as if his bones were shattering, utterly devoid of energy. He could scarcely believe that this 5-year-old boy possessed such formidable battle power, far surpassing his own. He'll spare your wretched life for now. Get as far away as you can. Vegeta chuckled coldly, sending Qiu Yi flying into the distant skies. As for whether this fool had perished, it was of no concern to Vegeta. He was merely a lackey of Frieza, easily dispatched at any time. All the Saiyans stood in stunned silence, having heard tales of this young prince's immense power, yet they never imagined that even Qiu Yi would be no match for him. A profound silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the gentle breeze stirring up clouds of dust upon this celestial sphere. Chapter 3. Journey to Earth. Vegeta let out a cold snort, soaring into the sky and vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. Your Highness, Your Highness! Nappa, momentarily taken aback, hurriedly pursued him. Don't follow me. Go play elsewhere. Vegeta shot a sidelong glance at Nappa, his voice icy. Where are you going, Your Highness? King Vegeta is looking for you, Nappa exclaimed, startled, hesitating slightly before responding. Go back and tell him I'm busy. Vegeta replied indifferently, suddenly accelerating his flight, leaving the still dumbfounded Nappa far behind. Vegeta made his way directly to the Saiyans Cosmic Command Center. He intended to make a quick trip to Earth before Frieza noticed his absence. Once I gather the Dragon Balls on Earth, I can grant any wish to that point. I will have Shinron transform my body into one capable of regeneration like Buu's, and coupled with the Saiyan's unique trait of increased power upon revival from the brink of death. Even if I am not a Super Saiyan, I will drive Frieza insane. Furthermore, through his recent battle with Qiu Yi, Vegeta discovered that he seemed to harbor a vast reservoir of energy within him. However, he could not yet control this energy at will. It appeared to only manifest in moments of peril. This prompted Vegeta to suddenly recall Goku's son Gohan, that mixed-blood little brat whose latent power was immensely great. Could it be? A spark of realization flickered in Vegeta's mind. Was it due to his previous life as a human that, after being reincarnated as Vegeta, he too could be considered a mixed blood? If so, did he also possess the kind of vast potential energy that Gohan had? Although uncertain, this thought brought Vegeta a sense of secret delight. Your Highness, upon seeing Vegeta, several command personnel rose, their demeanor exceedingly respectful. Find me a more spacious spaceship, Vegeta commanded. Your Highness, where are you off to? The captain approached politely to inquire, and Vegeta's expression instantly turned frigid as he cast a sidelong glance at the captain. Cough! What are you dawdling for? Hurry and prepare a spaceship for the prince. The captain, startled, quickly ordered his subordinates. In the blink of an eye, the spaceship was ready. Vegeta examined the fairly adequate vessel and nodded in satisfaction. Your Highness, this is currently the most advanced spaceship we Saiyans possess, with a flight speed that is among the fastest in the universe, the captain explained, eager to appease Vegeta, fearing the prince's wrath might leave him battered. How long will it take to reach planet Natel in the Milky Way? Vegeta inquired. Planet Natel? The captain hesitated momentarily before instructing his subordinates. Is the prince referring to that red planet? Indeed, Vegeta affirmed with a nod. That planet is far too distant from planet Vegeta. Even with this most advanced spaceship, it will take nearly half a year to reach, the captain diligently reported after reviewing the data. Vegeta furrowed his brows, not expecting the distance to the Milky Way to be quite so vast. Well, if it's far, then so be it. This spaceship seems spacious enough. I might as well take the opportunity to train during this half-year journey. With a resolute stride, Vegeta entered the spaceship as the hatch opened. Launch! With a piercing sound, the spaceship hurtled into the vast cosmos, carving a long trajectory through space. Earth, here I come, Vegeta called out in his heart. Let those who think they are heading to planet Natel scratch their heads in confusion. Meanwhile, in the palace, Sabro, who was conversing with King Vegeta, suddenly wore a grim expression. King Vegeta, what do you mean by this? Sabro glared coldly at the king across from him. What? King Vegeta replied. Puzzled, I just received a message from outer space. Someone departed from planet Vegeta 3 minutes ago, and it seems to be the prince's spaceship. Sabro stated coldly. King Vegeta, you are going back on your word. King Vegeta sprang to his feet, instructing the guards, immediately contact the prince and find out where he has gone. King Vegeta, your timing is impeccable. You deliberately engage me in idle chatter while secretly sending your little prince away. Sabro's expression grew increasingly frosty, his voice ominous. You had better provide me with a satisfactory explanation. Lord Frieza has tasked me with personally bringing the little prince back. Sabro, I, King Vegeta, am a man of my word. I believe you may have misunderstood. King Vegeta's tone turned cold, his eyes narrowing slightly. Fine. Very well. King Vegeta, you shall be held accountable for your words. Sabro's presence surged, his voice rising an octave. Sensing the situation was turning dire, a throng of Saiyan guards swiftly surrounded Sabro. King Vegeta, do you wish to rebel? Sabro shouted, a flicker of fierce resolve crossed King Vegeta's eyes. A hint of fear barely perceptible, as he commanded loudly, everyone, stand down. At that moment, a peculiar-looking alien hurried in and bowed to Sabro. Say, Mr. Sabro, Qiu has been gravely injured by Vegeta and nearly lost his life. When did this happen? Sabro furrowed his brow. Half an hour ago, the subordinate replied. Why was I not informed sooner? Sabro's face darkened ominously. My subordinate was too busy attending to Mr. Qiu Yi, the subordinate stammered. Just as he was about to continue, the scene erupted into chaos, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Everyone present heightened their vigilance at such a sight. King Vegeta also raised his combat power, fearing an unforeseen mishap. Useless fool! Sabro executed the subordinate in an instant, his expression grim as he soared out of the palace, muttering coldly to himself. Oh, so, it's Planet Natal, is it? You think fleeing will be so easy? After Sabro's departure, King Vegeta personally helped Nappa to his feet, praising him. Nappa, you did well. You're quite clever. Nappa stared wide-eyed at King Vegeta, utterly bewildered. Chapter 4. Master Karin calling the prince. Having just entered the universe, Vegeta was abruptly awakened by the ringing of the control room's phone. It was none other than Nappa. What is it? Vegeta answered the call, his tone frosty. Your Highness, Dodoria is heading in your direction. Nappa replied hurriedly. Why is it Dodoria and not Sabro? Vegeta asked, momentarily taken aback. Oh, perhaps Sabro had something else to attend to and sent Dodoria in his stead. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics. Nappa pondered, unable to provide a clear answer. Is that all? Vegeta scoffed. Also, King Vegeta specifically instructed me to ensure your well-being. As I understand, Sabro came to take you to see Frieza, but I didn't expect you to leave first. Nappa continued. Understood. Vegeta coldly replied, dismissing the group of Saiyans who held little significance for him, and abruptly hung up the phone. He had not anticipated that after his rebirth, he would become so cold and indifferent. Perhaps the true essence of himself had been stripped away, leaving no trace of emotion from King Vegeta. However, the fact that Dodoria would pursue him was unexpected. Vegeta was aware that this individual, Dodoria, was one of Frieza's subordinates, possessing formidable combat strength. While he may not rival Zarbin, he was certainly not to be underestimated. It appeared that upon reaching Earth, a fierce battle awaited him, but a smirk curled at the corners of Vegeta's mouth as he commenced his training journey aboard the spacecraft. Time passed incrementally, and Vegeta gradually acclimated to life in space. The familiar galaxy was now within reach, and even from the confines of the spaceship, he could see the well-known planet, Earth. It was almost time. After this period of training, Vegeta noticed a significant enhancement in his combat power. Having tidied up a bit, he retrieved his scouter to assess his battle strength. A reading of 15,000 flashed before him. Upon seeing this figure, Vegeta felt a wave of frustration. He had initially thought his power had increased considerably, only to realize he had merely distilled the strength he had displayed during his previous encounter with Qiu Yi. A combat power of 15,000 was certainly insufficient to contend with Dodoria. Vegeta estimated that Dodoria's strength was likely around 20,000. The pace of his enhancement was excruciatingly slow. Shaking his head, Vegeta hoped that this journey to Earth would bolster his power further. With a thunderous roar, the spaceship landed in a desolate area of Earth, creating a deep crater. The hatch of the spacecraft opened with a snap, and Vegeta emerged, adorned with his scouter, his tail coiling tightly around his waist. Through the device, he quickly detected a presence approximately 10,000 kilometers away, boasting a combat power of around 200. 200? This individual must be a deity. In the current era of Earth, this Namekian elder could be considered a top-tier existence. Vegeta mused, wondering if a single blast from him could obliterate the planet. With a gentle smile, he recognized that locating the deity would lead him to the fabled 7 Dragon Balls. With a swift motion, Vegeta soared into the sky, heading straight for the temple. Sure enough, as the Dragon Balls had indicated, Earth's gravity was merely 1/10 that of planet Vegeta, and Vegeta felt a remarkable lightness in his body, almost as if he was weightless. Shortly thereafter, he beheld the distant sight of Karin Tower and the seemingly unreachable temple. As he approached the tower, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to fly inside. Meow! The Karin sage exclaimed, his fur bristling in alarm at the sight of Vegeta. After all, Vegeta's energy was overwhelmingly powerful, and of an evil nature. For the wise Karin, merely refraining from leaping from the tower was an act of considerable courage. Are you the Karin sage? Vegeta chuckled lightly, glancing at the scouter. The plump elder cat had a combat power of around 160, which was quite impressive. Meow. Who are you? What brings you to Earth? The Karin sage asked warily. You need not concern yourself with my identity. I have heard that you possess the ultra-divine water, which can unlock one's potential, correct? Vegeta inquired with a grin. Meow. Indeed, I have the ultra-divine water. Follow me, the Karin sage resolved, thinking it best to have this little monster drink it quickly, hoping it would be lethal. Earth could not permit such a formidable evil presence to endure. Determined, the Karin sage led Vegeta to a small chamber and presented him with a bottle containing the ultra-divine water. Vegeta uncorked it and sniffed, noting there was no particularly strange odor. Old cat, is this truly the ultra-divine water? He asked, eyeing the Karin sage. It is genuine, meow. The sage replied, silently praying, hurry and drink it. Stop your prattling, Vegeta smiled, intrigued. It seems you wish for me to drink it quickly. Huh. Is there poison within? Young man, how could this possibly be poison, meow? This is the most miraculous ultra-divine water in the world. Once you drink it, your potential will be unleashed, meow. The Karin sage spoke insincerely, though he was genuinely perplexed. This little monster was already so powerful. What more potential could he possibly unearth? If that potential were truly realized, the planet would be doomed. The Karin sage could only hope that the ultra-divine water would indeed prove fatal for this little creature. Without further hesitation, Vegeta observed the bottle's shape, noting its similarity to the one used by Goku, and gulped down the ultra-divine water in one go. He understood that while the ultra-divine water was toxic, overcoming its toxicity was necessary to unlock his potential fully. After drinking the ultra-divine water, Vegeta swiftly departed from Karin Tower. Vanishing from the sage's sight, he sensed the old cat's hostility. Should the sage decide to attack while he was vulnerable to the water's poison, it would spell disaster. As the Karin sage watched Vegeta's retreating figure, he let out a long sigh of relief and collapsed on the ground. How terrifying! How terrifying! What manner of monster is this? Just looking at him sends chills down my spine. He feared that even the being atop his tower might not stand a chance against this little monster. At this point, all he could do was pray that the ultra-divine water would indeed eliminate this formidable presence. Upon finding a secluded grove, Vegeta suddenly felt as if his very organs were misaligned. He collapsed to the ground, racked with excruciating pain that contorted his face, beads of sweat rolling down as he struggled to breathe. Nearly losing consciousness. Chapter 5. The Sensabine. Vegeta never anticipated that the ultra-divine water would possess such potent toxicity. Despite his combat power having reached 15,000, resisting this poison proved to be a daunting task. Time ticked by slowly as he battled the lethal effects of the ultra-divine water. When he finally opened his eyes, he realized twilight had descended. This ultra-divine water is no joke. I nearly lost my life, Vegeta reflected, shaken by the close call. Had the ultra-divine water claimed him, it would have been a tragic fate. Thankfully, he had escaped death. Now he wondered how much his combat power had increased. Attempting to harness the energy within him, a powerful aura erupted like a crashing wave, spreading outward, conjuring fierce winds akin to the tempest before storm, as dark clouds gathered and chaos ensued. Trees uprooted in the maelstrom. Vegeta was momentarily astonished by the unexpected might of the ultra-divine water. However, mere strength was not enough. The critical factor lay in the battle power reading. Vegeta quickly activated his scouter to gauge his combat strength. 21,000, 20,000, 25,000. Finally, the reading stabilized at 30,000. What? How is it that I've only gained such a meager increase? Vegeta exclaimed in disappointment, having clawed back from the brink of death after consuming the ultra-divine water, only to find his power had merely doubled. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that in such a short span, his combat power had surged dramatically. If he hadn't ventured to Earth, he might have been left wondering when he would reach such heights. Taking a deep breath, Vegeta adjusted his energy and, in the next moment, shot skyward like a fierce storm, racing back toward Karin Tower. Meow. The dozing Karin sage awoke in a cold sweat, staring at the little monster before him. Speechless. Old cat, you seem rather disappointed, Vegeta remarked, a broad smile on his face. Meow. Not at all. How could I be disappointed? Congratulations on unearthing your potential, meow. Master Karin broke into a cold sweat, trembling as he retreated. Enough chatter. I have heard that you possess a remarkable item known as the Sensabine. Bring it forth. Vegeta extended his hand, making a bold demand. Who told you that, meow? I have no Sensabines. Master Karin replied in astonishment. The Senza beans are a miraculous elixir I have just cultivated. How could this little monster have discovered it? Master Karin was so frustrated he almost choked on his own blood. He certainly would not bestow the Senza beans to such a malevolent creature. This little monster was already quite formidable. If he were to acquire the Senza beans, it would be akin to granting him immortality. Really, none at all? Vegeta, of course, did not believe him and seized a handful of Master Karin's fur. Lifting him up? None, meow. Master Karin exclaimed in panic. Since you have none, you may descend. With a flick of his wrist, Vegeta tossed Master Karin out of the Karin Tower. Meow. Master Karin, drenched in cold sweat, flailed his limbs in desperation, urgently shouting, Nimbus Cloud, Nimbus Cloud. The golden cloud swiftly appeared, catching the falling Master Karin just in time. Phew! Master Karin exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. However, in the next moment, his pupils dilated in horror as he realized that the little monster was hovering in mid-air, scrutinizing him intently. What do you intend to do? Master Karin asked, eyes wide with caution. I told you. Hand over the Senza beans, and I shall spare your life. Vegeta replied coldly. I truly have none, meow. Master Karin gritted his teeth, resolutely refusing to divulge the whereabouts of the Senza beans. You are asking for it. Vegeta waved his hand, sending a forceful blow. Bang! The Nimbus Cloud carrying Master Karin instantly dissipated into thin air, scattering in every direction. Master Karin looked down, his scalp prickling in terror as he plummeted. Help! Help! Meow! He cried out, his voice filled with despair. Yet, just as Master Karin was about to hit the ground, he was caught by someone. Gasping for breath, Master Karin nearly fainted. All right, I shall give you one last chance. Where are the Senza beans? Vegeta asked coldly. After saying this, Vegeta pulled Master Karin into the sky, soaring upwards. Indeed, it was Vegeta who had just saved Master Karin. Though he was indifferent, he had no intention of killing the old cat. Merely seeking some amusement. I'll tell you, meow. Master Karin, trembling with fear, regretted living at such a height. The sensation of falling was truly unpleasant. Had I known it would come to this. Why resist stubbornly? Vegeta tossed the old cat back in the Karin Tower. I'm not withholding the Senza beans. It's simply that they have yet to mature, meow. After this statement, Master Karin opened a small door and led Vegeta into a room. Vegeta's heart sank. Not yet matured? This was certainly not good news. Look, meow, this is the Senza bean, but it is still immature, meow. Master Karin pointed at a green plant, explaining it to Vegeta. Vegeta focused his gaze and noticed that on a plant resembling a lucky bamboo, small beans were forming. Indeed, they appeared to be the miraculous Senza beans. Moreover, just as Master Karin had stated, these beans were not fully matured yet, rendering them of little use at the moment. When will they mature? Vegeta inquired that IT will take at least another 10 years to reach maturity, and that is a preliminary estimate, meow, Master Karin explained. Why so long? Vegeta grew anxious, as he was eager to use the Senza beans to enhance his combat power. The growth of Senza beans requires volcanic ice water. My capabilities are limited, and I can only retrieve a small amount at a time. That if you truly wish for the Senza beans to mature more quickly, you must venture into the southern Tongtian volcano and bring back more ice water. Perhaps it will not take long for them to mature, meow. Master Karin said seriously, though inwardly he scoffed. This little monster thinks he can outsmart me. Meow, you intend to lure me into that Tongtian volcano, hoping for me to be consumed by it. Do you? Vegeta asked with a cold smile. That I wouldn't dare, meow. Master Karin quickly denied it. Very well. While I have the time, I shall fetch some ice water myself. Vegeta was currently less concerned about the Senza beans. He had another important matter to attend to first. You carry on. Master Karin nodded vigorously, eager for this little monster to leave. That I shall go meet your neighbor above. Until we meet again. After saying this, Vegeta took to the skies, departing from the Karin Tower. Upon hearing this, Master Karin's eyes widened in shock, leaving him momentarily speechless. Chapter 6. The Divine Temple. Vegeta continued to ascend, soon reaching the Divine Temple, which was now within his grasp. You have arrived. That a green-skinned figure stood in a spacious area, silently observing Vegeta. Upon his arrival, He merely uttered a calm greeting, as if addressing an old friend after a long separation. Familiar with the history of Dragon Ball, Vegeta recognized him with just a glance. This green-skinned individual, leaning on a cane, was undoubtedly the god. Behind him stood his aide, the comical-looking Mr. Bobo, with dark skin. "You are already aware," Vegeta smiled, knowing that the god could see events occurring across the entire planet from the temple. "To easily defeat Master Karin, I know you are extraordinary," the god stated expressionlessly. "Perhaps there is no one on this planet who can rival you. Not even I, who may not be your match." Vegeta smiled lightly. Was this not obvious? His combat power had already reached 30,000. If he were not to dominate Earth, that would indeed be absurd, and I care not for your intentions. I beseech you to leave Earth at once. For it does not belong to you. The god spoke with a stern face, devoid of humor. "Reveal the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, and should you fulfill my wish, I shall depart immediately," Vegeta said with a slight smile. Revealing his intentions, upon hearing the words Dragon Balls, the god's expression momentarily faltered, his body trembling with excitement, and a flicker of astonishment danced in his eyes. Dragon Balls? How did this little monster learn of their existence? Moreover, from his demeanor, it seemed he understood that the Dragon Balls were of his own, making not regard me with such an expression. "I know your origins. You are from Namek, and they possess a remarkable ability." "Correct?" Vegeta explained with a smile, having previously turned off his scouter to avoid any potential eavesdropping by Frieza's men, lest Namek suffer the consequences. "Namek?" The god's eyes widened. Then suddenly he laughed. "No wonder I appeared different from others. I am an alien, and now I understand why." "Thank you, young man." Mr. Bobo also cast a deep glance at the god. "Enough of this idle chatter. Hand over the Dragon Balls," Vegeta stated, his expression growing cold, as he was no longer inclined to engage in further conversation with the old man. Once he located the 7 Dragon Balls and fulfilled his wish, Vegeta was eager to confront Frieza. "Since you are so well informed about me, do you not know that I can only create Dragon Balls? However, their locations are not within my jurisdiction. If you wish to seek them, feel free," the god replied with a calm smile. Unperturbed. Upon hearing this, Vegeta suddenly froze. He had indeed overlooked this detail. It was true that the Namekians could create Dragon Balls, but once created, they would scatter across the planet's various corners. Even the creator of the Dragon Balls could not sense each one's whereabouts. Alas, ideals are often frail, while reality is so robust. Vegeta sighed in frustration. At this point, he could only procure a dragon radar. However, he was uncertain whether his future wife, Bulma, had yet been born, if she was still in the womb. Who could make the dragon radar? Vegeta remained silent for an extended period, uncertain of how to proceed. The deity scrutinized him from head to toe, and after a moment of contemplation, could no longer suppress the questions that arose within. "Young man, I can sense a formidable energy residing within you. This energy possesses both righteous and malevolent qualities that I am aware you are not a villain. Pray tell, what wish do you seek to fulfill?" Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at the deity, choosing to remain mute. "Speak, and perhaps I may assist you." The deity smiled, adding further encouragement. "Spare me your words. I have no intention of lingering here." Vegeta retorted dismissively, planning to take his leave. Assist himself? Had the deity lost his mind? With the deity's combat prowess, he was no match for even the likes of Frieza, let alone the formidable Dodoria, who would simply devour him as a mere snack. Realizing that the deity was unable to pinpoint the precise location of the Dragon Balls, Vegeta deliberated for a considerable time before deciding to pay a visit to the Capsule Corporation. Even if Bulma had yet to be born, her father was a distinguished scientist. Enlisting his aid to create a dragon radar should pose no significant challenge. Furthermore, Vegeta intended to request that Bulma's father construct a gravity chamber for him, allowing for rigorous training. "Young man, your internal energy is excessively immense. While you're already quite powerful, if you could learn to harness and contain this energy, I believe you would experience significant growth." The deity suddenly declared. "Oh." Vegeta's gaze toward the deity grew eager. "Stay a while, and I will share with you the method of energy containment," the deity invited with a smile. Vegeta frowned. Did he have the luxury of time to focus on suppressing his energy? Should Frieza arrive in person, it would not bode well for him. The most pressing matter was to locate the 7 Dragon Balls. Everything else was of little consequence. You may impart the method to me, and I shall ponder it at my leisure. As for remaining here, I must decline. I am quite busy, Vegeta replied curtly. Energy containment is not something that can be achieved with mere words, since you have matters to attend to. We shall discuss it another time. The deity chuckled, showing no intention of detaining him. Vegeta regarded the deity with suspicion, sensing that this old fellow harbored ulterior motives. In no matter, he would not dwell on the deity's intentions. His priority was to seek the Dragon Balls. With this thought, Vegeta ceased his prattling, soared into the air, and descended below. The deity extended his hand, seemingly wishing to say something, but by the time he opened his mouth, Vegeta had already vanished from sight. Deity, this Mr. Bobo appears rather anxious. He observed, I am no match for him. In his presence, I feel an overwhelming pressure. The deity mused with a self-deprecating smile, pondering whether his presence on Earth would bring blessing or calamity. Alas, if only he would remain in the temple to train, I could help dispel his dark aura. Deity, he is off to wreak havoc on Master Karin once more, Mr. Bobo remarked, glancing at the scene below with a mix of amusement and exasperation. The deity closed his eyes and remained silent for a lengthy interval, seemingly having made a resolution, and gravely instructed Mr. Bobo, once this little monster gathers the 7 Dragon Balls and summons the Eternal Dragon, you must kill me immediately. As long as I perish, the dragon will vanish, and his wish shall be thwarted. Chapter 7. The appearance of the Black Silk Army. Vegeta returned once more to the Karin Tower, where Master Karin resided. Meow. What do you want now? Master Karin stammered, his heart racing in trepidation. This little monster was far too troublesome, and his approach promised no good tidings. I wish to inquire about the location of the Capsule Corporation. Vegeta demanded with a stern expression. What do you need the Capsule Corporation for, Meow? Master Karin asked, his demeanor growing wary. It was well known that the Capsule Corporation was one of the most prestigious enterprises in the world. Should this little monster cause chaos there, it would be disastrous. Quit the chatter. Simply tell me the exact location, or else, Vegeta said, leaning over the railing to peer below. Master Karin's fur bristled in fear, trembling several times before pointing toward the southeast and stuttering. It's in that direction, Meow. Please, don't do anything reckless. Disregarding Master Karin, Vegeta launched himself into the air, racing toward the Capsule Corporation. Simultaneously, a spaceship successfully landed on a crimson planet. Dodoria, with skin resembling a rash, emerged from the spacecraft, surveying his surroundings with a perplexed expression as he glanced at his scouter. Strange, Zarbin mentioned that Vegeta would come to this planet, yet there are no powerful beings present here. He muttered to himself, where could that brat be? Dodoria circled the planet, quickly realizing that it was devoid of any intelligent life. Only primitive creatures roamed its surface. He then dialed Zarbin's number. Dodoria, how goes your mission? Have you captured that little brat Vegeta yet? Zarbin inquired cheerfully. Zarbin, is your intel accurate? I have found no powerful individuals on this planet. Dodoria retorted coldly. Oh, perhaps he is hiding in some corner, Zarbin hypothesized. Impossible! I have circled the entire planet and found no signs of any higher life forms, Dodoria replied, his frustration evident. Hold on. I will investigate further, Zarbin said, suddenly feeling as though he had been deceived. After ending the call, his face turned a shade of green with fury. Following a thorough investigation, Zarbin's anger boiled over. You will pay for this, King Vegeta. He seethed, quickly dialing Dodoria again. Dodoria, there's no need to search further. Vegeta has gone to Earth, a small blue planet in the solar system. Earth? Huh. Zarbin, I never imagined you would fall for such a simple trick, Dodoria scoffed. Zarbin snorted in disdain. After hanging up, he contacted King Vegeta. King, where has your little prince gone? Please do not tell me you are also in the dark. Didn't the little prince go to the planet Nado? What? Did you not find him? King Vegeta feigned ignorance. Enough, King Vegeta, we are both intelligent beings. There is no need for this charade. Zarbin's voice dripped with menace. Do you think I am unaware? Your little prince is on his way to Earth. What? Earth? That is impossible. What could the little prince want on Earth? I am aware of that planet. It is said to be devoid of any formidable individuals. King Vegeta replied with a disingenuous smile. Humph, you had better be truthful with me. Zarbon warned before abruptly terminating the call. After hanging up, King Vegeta's countenance darkened. After a brief moment of silence, he summoned Nappa and commanded, Nappa, contact the little prince immediately. Zarbon has discovered that he has gone to Earth. Your Highness, ever since the prince went to Earth, he has turned off his communicator. I am unable to reach him, Nappa replied, trembling that could there have been an unforeseen incident? Worry etched itself across King Vegeta's face. Fear not, King. The prince is the pride of our Saiyan race. That insignificant planet, Earth, would pose no challenge for him. No one could obstruct his path, Nappa reasoned. Very well, you must go to Earth at once and report back to me upon locating the little prince. King Vegeta instructed, still uneasy about losing contact with his son. Understood, Nappa nodded. And take Raditz with you. Though his combat power is lacking, he possesses a sharp mind. Exercise caution and avoid conflict with Frieza's forces. Report back to me immediately should anything arise. Beiwang commanded that Vegeta's speed was astonishing, and at this moment he had already appeared in the courtyard of the Capsule Corporation, upon witnessing such a spacious and luxurious estate. Vegeta nodded in satisfaction, for he knew that this place would soon become his home, where he and Bulma would raise a son and a daughter. Just as Vegeta was lost in contemplation, a tender voice interrupted him from nearby. Big brother, who are you? Why are you in our house? Vegeta turned to see a little girl, around 4 years old, with blue hair styled into a small braid. Looking quite adorable. Are you Bulma? Vegeta remarked, noticing the girl's resemblance to the grown-up Bulma. You know me? Bulma replied curiously, circling around Vegeta. Her eyes suddenly brightened with excitement as she exclaimed, Wow, big brother, your tail is so fun and furry. With that, Bulma reached out to grab Vegeta's tail, her expression one of delight. Caught off guard by a little girl tugging at his tail, Vegeta felt speechless. Had she not been destined to be his future wife? He might have been tempted to kick her away. Fortunately, he had long since overcome this weakness aboard a spaceship. Otherwise, he would have been thoroughly embarrassed. Big brother, where did you buy that tail? I want one too. Bulma said joyfully. As they spoke, Bulma suddenly gasped, for in the next moment, she noticed the tail swaying back and forth as if it were alive. That's not a tail. It's my tail, Vegeta chuckled. Making his tail sway playfully, Bulma squeaked, her face turning pale as she stared in shock at this little creature. Don't be afraid. I won't harm you, Vegeta reassured her. Bulma remained stunned for quite some time. But after realizing there was no danger, she finally nodded gently to Dr. Brief. I hope you know what you're doing. You won't have a good ending if you oppose us, the Black Silk Army. At that moment, an unfriendly voice echoed from the adjoining room. You speak of things that are not easily achieved. It's not that I refuse to help you, replied Dr. Brief. This Dr. Brief was none other than Bulma's father. Hearing these words, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. He anticipated that the Black Silk Army had found Bulma's home and seemed to be threatening them with some ulterior motive. Bulma, how did the Black Silk Army end up at your house? What do they want your father to do? Vegeta inquired. Big brother, they're bad people. They want my father to help them create something. I think it's related to some kind of orb. Bulma said, feeling an inexplicable sense of security around this little boy, prompting her to share what she knew without hesitation. Dragon Balls? Vegeta asked. Yes. Big brother knows about Dragon Balls too? Bulma inquired, surprised. Indeed, I came here for that very reason. Vegeta replied with a soft smile. Could it be that Big Brother is in cahoots with him? Bulma asked warily. I look like it? Vegeta chuckled. Bulma glanced around, finally concluding, Big Brother is definitely not with them. He is a good person. All right, I'll go take a look inside. You follow me, Vegeta said, his demeanor cool, but unable to remain indifferent towards his future wife. After all, this little Bulma was destined to be his wife. And he certainly would not allow her to come to harm. Not by anyone. It seemed that his future father-in-law was in quite a predicament, having attracted the attention of the Black Silk Army. Vegeta had heard that the Black Silk Army was a formidable organization, one that even nations struggled to contend with. Dr. Brief, since you've managed to develop such advanced technology as the Capsule Corporation, I believe a simple Dragon Ball radar should be well within your capabilities, correct? Just as Vegeta brought Bulma to the doorway, He heard the voice from inside resume, but I've already stated that the Capsule Corporation is my life's work. It took me over 2 decades to achieve this success, Dr. Brief explained. General Blue, what you're asking for, this Dragon Ball radar, I've never worked on before, and even if I were to attempt it, I cannot guarantee how long it would take. You have 1 week to provide me with a satisfactory response. Even a preliminary design will suffice. Otherwise, General Blue sneered, then added with a sinister grin. I've heard you have a precious daughter, 4 years old, named Bulma, correct? What a charming little girl. What do you want? Dr. Brief's face turned ashen. Nothing much. I just want to take your precious daughter to our military camp for a little while. Once you've created the Dragon Ball radar, your daughter will be safe, General Blue said, gesturing to his 2 armed subordinates to go. Bring Miss Bulma to me. I promise you, I'll do whatever you ask. Just don't harm my daughter, Dr. Brief exclaimed urgently. Rest assured, I'll 1T lay a finger on her, as long as you cooperate with the Black Silk Army, General Blue said, his smile bright, just as Vegeta was about to step through the door. It swung open, revealing 2 guards. The 2 parties exchanged glances. Upon seeing Bulma beside Vegeta, the guards completely disregarded him, grinning widely. Boss, this little girl has come to us willingly. We don't even have to search for her. Dr. Brief, your daughter is quite obedient, General Blue remarked, still smiling as he glanced at Bulma. Although only 4 years old, Bulma was already quite perceptive. Having just overheard the plans to take her away, she felt a surge of fear. Especially when General Blue's icy gaze fell upon her, her face turned pale, prompting her to hide behind Vegeta. Whose child is this? She is truly unappealing. Get lost. One guard sneered at Vegeta, seemingly irritated that he was blocking Bulma. Without hesitation, he reached for Vegeta's hair, which was styled in a rather distinctive manner, feeling compelled to take hold of it. With a swift motion, Vegeta slapped the guard away, sending him flying through the doorway. Where he landed, barely conscious, the sight stunned the other guard, who hurriedly drew his weapon, aiming it at Vegeta. In a fluid motion, Vegeta seized the second guard by the collar and tossed him backward, where he landed squarely on top of his comrade, rendering him unconscious as well. General Blue watched in shock, his eyes wide as he gaped at Vegeta's decisive actions, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. With a cold snort, he stood up, his expression darkening further. Dr. Brief, you have some nerve. It appears you intend to oppose the Black Silk Army. I have no such intentions, Dr. Brief stammered. Alarmed, he was bewildered. Where had this child come from? Daring to confront the likes of the Black Silk Army? Kid, you seem quite capable. However, you should understand the consequences of opposing us, General Blue warned, stepping closer to Vegeta. Not if you don't want to die. I suggest you leave quickly. I have no interest in you, Vegeta retorted coldly. Indeed, killing a few lackeys of the Black Silk Army did not pique his interest in the slightest. Such bravado. Who do you think you are? No one has ever dared to speak to me like that. General Blue laughed maniacally, the sound echoing throughout the room. I'll give you one last chance, if you don't want the Black Silk Army to be wiped out. Disappear from my sight, Vegeta said, growing impatient. Boy, do you even realize who you are speaking to? How could you, of all people, hope to annihilate our Black Silk Army? Are you even aware of our origins? General Lon erupted into laughter, nearly choking on his mirth. Chapter 9. Where have they disappeared to? Indeed, it is hard to believe such brazen words could come from a child who appears to be merely 5 years of age, Dragon Ball. I am Vegeta. Chapter 9. Moreover, the Black Silk Army ranks among the most formidable forces in this world, a power so great that even nations find themselves helpless against it, let alone a mere child. How audacious! Vegeta shook his head and approached step by step. Kid, I know you possess skills. Allow me to test you properly. General Lon clenched his fists and launched a powerful punch towards Vegeta. In the next instant, a horrific cry escaped General Lon's lips as he vanished without a trace. Bulma and Dr. Brief exchanged wide-eyed glances, searching for any sign of General L. It happened so quickly. How could a person just disappear like that? They seemed to be in a dream, unable to comprehend where Vegeta had sent the illustrious General Lon. Where did Big Brother go? Bulma asked softly. Though he has probably ascended to the heavens and likely 1T return. Vegeta chuckled, too indifferent to offer a detailed explanation. Just moments ago, he had merely seized General Lan's attacking arm and effortlessly flung him into the air, where he now floated, suspended, as for whether General Lan was alive or dead. It was of no concern to Vegeta. "What do they call you, young friend?" Dr. Brief asked, still shaken, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "I am Vegeta, here to request your assistance with two matters. First, I need you to create a Dragon Ball radar for me, and second, I require a gravity training chamber that I trust you can manage this," Vegeta said nonchalantly. "You also want a Dragon Ball radar?" Dr. Brief exclaimed in astonishment. Vegeta nodded. Dr. Brief stared at Vegeta, his silence stretching on for what felt like an eternity before he finally replied. "Very well, I can agree to this, but you must explain what you mean by gravity training chamber." "It's quite simple. I wish to double the gravity of Earth. Start with a gravity level 300 times out of Earth, and we can increase it further later," Vegeta elaborated. "What did you say? 300 times gravity? What on earth do you intend to do?" Dr. Brief's face contorted in disbelief as he gazed at Vegeta, muttering softly, "Do you have any idea what 300 times gravity signifies? You currently weigh 30 kilograms, which means under that gravity, you'd weigh 9 tons. My goodness," Vegeta smiled. "If I do not train diligently, how can I possibly contend with Frieza? Until that potential threat is eliminated, I shall find no peace. I suppose I shall give it a try." Dr. Brief wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling as though he were caught in a dream, staring at Vegeta as if he were a monster. "The Dragon Ball radar must be completed swiftly. I have urgent need of it," Vegeta urged, adding, "Furthermore, before the two items are ready, I shall reside in your home. You won't object, will you, Doctor?" No, of course not." Dr. Brief waved his hands emphatically, though concern creased his brow. "However, young Vegeta, having struck down a member of the Black Silk Army, they're unlikely to let this go unpunished. Moreover, they're also seeking my assistance in crafting a Dragon Ball radar. Incidentally, they left a Dragon Ball in my possession. As he spoke, Dr. Brief retrieved a Dragon Ball, which Vegeta scrutinized from a distance, identifying it as a 3-star Dragon Ball. One solitary Dragon Ball is of no consequence. And naturally, Vegeta had no interest in it. "Should the Black Silk Army return, I shall ensure their total annihilation," Vegeta chuckled. "They are merely a small nuisance, and extinguishing them would be a trivial task." Dr. Brief's lips quivered. Where had this child emerged from, speaking with such audacity? Yet he felt an inexplicable warmth towards Vegeta, a sense of safety that compelled him to agree without hesitation to both of Vegeta's requests. With the arrangements made, Vegeta, under Bulma's guidance, settled into his own room. Meanwhile, Dr. Brief said about the task of developing the Dragon Ball radar. Days turned into weeks, and the creation of the gravity training chamber proved to be quite complicated. According to Dr. Brief, it would take at least a month to produce a preliminary model. As for the Dragon Ball radar, Bulma, driven by curiosity, obtained Vegeta's consent to experiment with it. After a couple of days of training, Vegeta was pleasantly surprised to discover that he had mastered the ability to conceal his energy. It seemed that this was not particularly difficult, perhaps only achievable in the unique environment of Earth. One day, as Vegeta practiced in his room, he suddenly noticed several helicopters appearing in the sky. Moments later, nearly 100 armed soldiers descended, their attire unmistakably identifying them as members of the Black Silk Army. Vegeta smirked coldly. These pesky flies were indeed bothersome, that if they sought annihilation, he would gladly oblige. Casually stepping into the expansive courtyard, Vegeta surveyed the unwelcome guests with keen interest. Hearing the commotion above, Bulma and her family rushed outside, their faces draining of color upon seeing the Black Silk Army's arrival. "Big brother, run! They want to harm you," Bulma shouted upon spotting Vegeta. He merely smiled at her, remaining silent. Soon, the members of the Black Silk Army landed, led by a rather handsome figure. Based on his knowledge of Dragon Ball history, Vegeta surmised that this was likely General B. In the past, Goku had expended considerable effort to confront this General Bai. However, now that this general faced Vegeta, he would find himself unfortunate indeed. At him? General Bai inquired of a nearby soldier. "General Bai? It is indeed him. He has made General Lan vanish. He must be performing some trick." The soldier responded hastily. "Very well, I understand." General Bai waved dismissively, gazing at Vegeta with a smile. "You've landed yourself in quite the predicament. Little one, are you aware of the power you have offended? Kneel and beg for mercy, and perhaps I shall grant you a swift demise. Otherwise, I will ensure you regret your existence. Is that all you have to say? Vegeta replied coldly. You are indeed remarkable. Little one, I know you possess skills, but you are no match for us, General Bai declared, then commanded his men, seize him. I want him to suffer endlessly. As his words fell, hundreds of soldiers surged forward, brandishing the most advanced weaponry. Bulma and her family trembled in fear, their faces shifting in hue. Vegeta smirked contemptuously, his aura suddenly surging, a tremendous energy resembling a powerful storm swept through the ranks of the soldiers. Ah! The soldiers screamed in terror, only to vanish without a trace. General Bai looked around, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets in shock, his lips trembling as he faced Vegeta and asked, Where did you send them? Chapter 10. Dodoria arrives on Earth. Vegeta chuckled coldly. He had merely released a fraction of his energy, yet had sent those nuisances soaring into the clouds. Dragon Ball. I am Vegeta. Chapter 10. Just an ordinary person, Vegeta thought, entirely beneath his notice. Tell me the location of your headquarters, and I may spare your life, Vegeta stated flatly. I will tell you. Just don't make me disappear. And I will divulge everything, General Bai replied, bowing and scraping in the next moment. Seizing an opportunity, he produced a sophisticated handgun from behind and fired several shots at Vegeta's chest. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 shots, General Bai erupted into laughter, his expression exuberant. Brother Vegeta! Brother Vegeta! Bulma cried out in concern, nearly breaking free from Dr. Brief's grip in her eagerness to rush to his aid. Fool! You were far too careless. General Bai cackled. General Bai chuckled, but suddenly noticed that Vegeta remained standing in place. In shock, he nearly wrenched his back. Soon after, General Bai was astounded to discover that Vegeta was utterly unscathed, not a scratch on him. Could this be some sort of monster? Ah, right, this fellow possesses the ability to perform tricks. Perhaps he made the bullets vanish. You seem quite disappointed, Vegeta remarked with a slight smile, as he had been rather bored lately. And the emergence of the Black Silk Army was just the diversion he needed. General Bai stared blankly at Vegeta, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind as he rapidly devised strategies for confrontation. Dear sir, I merely intended to frighten you. My gun is devoid of bullets, so please do not take it to heart, General Bai said, having already plotted his escape route. Furthermore, were you not seeking to visit our Black Silk Army headquarters? I can escort you there, if you wish. Lead the way, Vegeta commanded coldly. He had resolved that since the Black Silk Army continued to disrupt matters, it would be best to annihilate them, preventing future complications. After all, what if one day he were away and the Black Silk Army came to harm Bulma and her family? That would be quite disastrous. With his decision made, Vegeta was not one to be verbose. He seized General Bai and soared in the sky. General Bai gasped, his hair standing on end. What on earth? This fellow can fly. Where did this little monster come from? General Bai was utterly stunned. And even Bulma and the others below looked on in astonishment. They had never imagined that someone could fly through the air, especially while holding a living person. Bulma's family rubbed their eyes vigorously, feeling as though they were caught in a dream. Speak, where are we headed? Vegeta huffed. In that direction. General Bai stammered, trembling all over, especially as he realized he was unable to stand on solid ground, leaving him shaken and disoriented. He dared not exhibit any hint of negligence in response to Vegeta's inquiry. Vegeta smiled faintly and propelled General Bai toward the direction he indicated. However, after flying approximately 100 kilometers, Vegeta suddenly sensed a powerful aura manifesting on Earth that he halted mid-air, gazing intently in the direction of the formidable energy. Humph, they have finally arrived. Dodoria, is it? Vegeta sneered, no longer interested in General Bai, and casually released his grip. General Bai cried out in despair as he plummeted from the sky, sinking into the vast ocean. Vegeta had no time to concern himself with General Bai's fate. He restrained his power to around 10,000 and transformed into a flash of white light. Swiftly darting toward Dodoria's location, this is Earth? The environment is rather pleasant, Dodoria remarked after appearing, surveying his surroundings with a beaming smile. The place where Dodoria's spaceship landed happened to be a small village. Perhaps due to its conspicuousness, he unleashed a tremendous surge of energy with a wave of his hand. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, and the entire village was reduced to a barren expanse. Immediately thereafter, Dodoria pressed a button on his detector, searching for individuals possessing formidable combat power on this planet. Found you, Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans. Did you think you could evade your fate by hiding on Earth? Humph, Dodoria mused with a broad grin. A power level just over 10,000. That idiot Qiu, he couldn't even handle a mere Vegeta. But it seems the prince is already aware of my arrival on Earth, and is rushing over to meet his demise. Ha! Dodoria chuckled disdainfully, calculating that it had only been a few minutes since Vegeta's departure, and he landed leisurely on the ground. Within just under 2 minutes, Dodoria spotted the rapidly approaching Vegeta, causing his smile to broaden even more. Prince, you have finally arrived, Dodoria said, looking at Vegeta. Humph, you must be Dodoria. What brings you here? Vegeta inquired, feigning ignorance as he regarded Dodoria, who resembled a leper. Lord Frieza is quite angered by your unauthorized actions and has sent me to bring you back. Prince, you have made the illustrious Dodoria search for you for so long. Shouldn't you show some gratitude? Dodoria replied with a cold smirk. Pray tell, how should I show my gratitude? Vegeta asked with a smile. Quite simply, allow me to properly repair you, and then I shall escort you to meet Lord Frieza, Dodoria stated with a grin. Repair me? You must possess the capability to do so, Vegeta retorted with a chilling smile. How brazen, Dodoria scoffed, then pressed his detector. Prince, have you even glanced at your combat power? Do you truly believe that with just over 10,000, you can defeat me? There's a saying, a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers, and it seems to apply to you. Doesn't it? Vegeta merely smirked, remaining silent. By the way, why are you not wearing a detector? Did you break it? Dodoria finally noticed that Vegeta was not equipped with a detector. That contraption is of no use to me. I no longer require such devices, Vegeta replied with a smile. Indeed, after several days of training, Vegeta had developed the ability to sense the strength of others' auras and their locations. This method of sensing was far more convenient than wearing a detector. Of no use, such arrogance, Dodoria chuckled mockingly. Well then, I shall no longer waste words with you. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Do not claim that I'm unfairly overpowering you. Enough already. Hurry up. I have matters to attend to. Vegeta said impatiently. Feeling Vegeta's calm demeanor, Dodoria suddenly harbored an ominous premonition, scrutinizing him closely. You do not intend to secretly transform into a great ape, do you? Let me make it clear. Even if you were to transform, I possess the means to obliterate the moon at once. Do I need to transform to deal with you? Use your detector and take a good look at this prince's combat power. Vegeta replied with a light chuckle. Suddenly escalating his aura, a massive wave of energy surged forth, akin to a sandstorm, enveloping Dodoria and nearly blinding him with its intensity. Chapter 11. Do not push me. Upon witnessing the combat power reading on the detector, Dodoria's expression became one of utter disbelief as he stared at Vegeta, shaking his head vigorously. This is impossible. What is impossible? Vegeta inquired with a light smile. You are merely a lowly Saiyan. How could your power level possibly be on par with mine? Dodoria's voice trembled, clearly shaken by the revelation. You misunderstand, Vegeta replied with a smile. What do you mean? Dodoria retorted. My power level exceeds yours. Now take another look at your detector, Vegeta declared, raising his energy once more. Beep beep. Dodoria's expression shifted dramatically, cold sweat streaming down his face as he stared in disbelief at the reading. 25,000. This must be a malfunction of the detector. It has to be. Dodoria gritted his teeth and ripped the detector from his eyes, crushing in his hand. Humph. Even if you destroy the detector, my combat power will not change. Vegeta laughed lightly, transforming into a streak of light that reached Dodoria in the blink of an eye. Dodoria's eyes widened in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. Bang! Vegeta struck Dodoria with a powerful punch to his abdomen, his petite fist sinking deeply into the flesh. Dodoria was sent hurtling away without a moment's warning, unable to even scream in pain. Damn it! Dodoria steadied himself, looking around in confusion. Behind you, you fool! Vegeta materialized behind Dodoria, a smile playing on his lips. Dodoria quickly turned around, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Vegeta. The corners of Vegeta's mouth curled in a satisfied arc. He had to admit that his training during this time had not been in vain, especially after consuming the super divine water, which had significantly enhanced his battle power. Of course, Dodoria was merely a minor opponent, and Vegeta could not take pride in defeating him. His current objective was to devise a way to ascend to Super Saiyan as swiftly as possible in order to annihilate Frieza. Vegeta had already analyzed the transformation into Super Saiyan since becoming a Saiyan. It was not merely a matter of anger. Anger served only as a catalyst point one must cultivate to a certain level, meaning one's battle power had to reach a specific threshold, and then through anger, transform into a Super Saiyan, thereby multiplying one's power several times. Thus, Vegeta had a long journey ahead of him. How can you possess such speed? This is impossible. You are merely a Saiyan, Dodoria exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. He pondered in confusion how this Saiyan could have progressed so rapidly. With an increase in battle power, speed naturally follows, Vegeta replied with a chuckle. Lord Frieza, how did you arrive here? Dodoria suddenly asked, his expression one of shock as he glanced over Vegeta's shoulder. Vegeta let out a cold laugh, not bothering to look back. Lord Frieza, I was merely sparring with the little prince. Haha, I will return him shortly. Dodoria forced a smile and quickly replied, Of course. Continue your charade. Vegeta sighed, fully aware of the absence of anyone behind him. With his current sensing ability, he could perceive everything without the need to turn around. It wouldn't matter if a figure as powerful as Frieza appeared. Even if an ordinary person stood behind him, Vegeta would sense it. Seeing that Vegeta was not fooled, Dodoria's expression darkened further. In an instant, Vegeta surged forward like a phantom, raising his palm to deliver a resounding slap to Dodoria's rugged face. Whap! Vegeta struck again. Dodoria's face contorted with rage, his eyes filled with hatred, resembling a vengeful specter. Eager to tear the insolent child before him to shreds, I ask you, Dodoria, are you merely Sab's lapdog? Why does he send you this worthless wretch instead of coming himself? Vegeta inquired with a smirk. Sab just happened to be preoccupied. So Lord Frieza dispatched me, Dodoria replied, striving to maintain his composure and feigning cheerfulness. Very well, you can prepare to meet your demise. With that, Vegeta's aura suddenly intensified, a powerful energy coalescing in his palm. Energy wave. Upon witnessing Vegeta unleash his energy wave, Dodoria's expression shifted dramatically. He frantically waved his hands, pleading, Vegeta, wait, I have something to say. Oh, speak then. Vegeta, finding himself momentarily bored, was willing to entertain Dodoria's presence for a bit longer, thus refraining from attacking immediately. If I tell you, will you let me go? Dodoria asked in a hushed tone. Vegeta smiled but offered no response. All right, I shall speak first. Dodoria took a moment to collect his thoughts before explaining. Vegeta, you may not be aware, but Lord Frieza intends to eradicate all Saiyans. That it is precisely because Saiyans like you are advancing at an alarming rate, posing a threat to his authority. Soon, Lord Frieza will personally visit Planet Vegeta to annihilate all of your kind. Vegeta chuckled lightly. He had already been aware of this matter and found it unnecessary for Dodoria to elaborate further. Prince Vegeta, you must be quite concerned for your parents. Perhaps you should ponder how to save your people while you still can. I must take my leave. Until we meet again. With that, Dodoria turned to flee, eager to escape this perilous situation. If he were to be obliterated by Vegeta here, his fate would be sealed in the blink of an eye. Dodoria transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the location of the spaceship. What a fool Vegeta is! He will surely be overwhelmed with worry, Dodoria crowed with delight. Bang! Just as Dodoria reveled in his escape, he suddenly halted mid-flight, for he discovered that Vegeta had somehow appeared before him. Very well, you can prepare to meet your demise. Vegeta smiled gently, the energy wave he had gathered now flaring back to life. You, Vegeta, you had best not push me. Dodoria gritted his teeth in defiance. You speak too much, Vegeta. Having lost patience, swung his hand, sending the energy wave hurtling towards Dodoria. Boom! Accompanied by a fierce tempest, Vegeta was taken aback. He sensed that Dodoria's energy was surging, the power within him swelling several times over. Chapter 12. The powerful Dodoria swish. The energy wave that Vegeta had previously launched rebounded towards him. Vegeta furrowed his brow, slapping the energy wave away, dissipating its force. What is happening? Could it be that Dodoria can transform as well? Vegeta pondered, perplexed. He recalled that in the annals of Dragon Ball history, Dodoria was not capable of transformation. Moreover, Dodoria's battle power barely exceeded 20,000. Given Vegeta's current strength, defeating him should be a simple task. As Vegeta remained bewildered, he witnessed Dodoria's form growing increasingly corpulent. Upon sensing his energy, Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment. At this moment, Dodoria's power had reached a new realm, and Vegeta was certain that his battle power now surpassed his own. Preliminary estimates indicated that Dodoria's current battle power had soared to at least 35,000. Vegeta, I told you this is your doing, Dodoria snarled, his face contorted, his bloated form appearing all the more grotesque. However, Vegeta could find no humor in this situation. This was utterly terrifying. He had not anticipated that Dodoria's battle power would rise above 35,000. It was worth noting that Vegeta's own power was just slightly above 30,000. Humph. Dodoria snorted derisively, and in the next instant he launched himself like a cannonball directly at Vegeta. Vegeta's expression changed immediately. Boom! Dodoria's speed was astonishing, so swift that Vegeta could barely register his movements. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta felt a tight grip around his body, and upon closer inspection, he realized that this monstrous creature had him ensnared in its grasp. Vegeta, perish! Dodoria declared, bending down and propelling Vegeta's body towards the ground. With a resounding crash, Vegeta's form created a deep crater upon impact. Puffed, Vegeta coughed violently, blood spewing from his mouth. That a battle power of 35,000 had far exceeded his expectations. Vegeta clenched his teeth, berating himself internally. It was all his fault for underestimating the opponent. Had he gone all out from the beginning, this predicament could have been avoided. Ha! Vegeta, you are doomed today. Dodoria gasped for breath. Though Lord Frieza had instructed him to bring Vegeta back, he had also mentioned that if Vegeta proved uncooperative, he could be dealt with first. Haha, once you were eliminated, I shall slaughter everyone on this planet, allowing you to enjoy a concert in hell. Wouldn't that be delightful? Vegeta cast a glance at Dodoria and suddenly realized that, following the earlier attack, Dodoria's battle power had diminished significantly. He was certain that Dodoria's strength now hovered around 32,000 at most. Furthermore, he appeared to be quite fatigued, prepared to die, with a sudden surge of energy coursing through his entire being. Dodoria unleashed a formidable shockwave directed towards Vegeta's location. Startled, Vegeta realized that this adversary was indeed formidable. At this critical juncture, it was too late for him to evade, especially since Dodoria's previous ferocious strike had inflicted considerable damage upon his body. As the colossal shockwave surged relentlessly towards him, Vegeta's pupils dilated in shock. The roar of Dodoria's shockwave was overwhelming, accompanied by a torrent of immense energy that laid waste to the ground beneath Vegeta. A cloud of dust enveloped the area, rendering it unrecognizable. Breathing heavily, Dodoria collapsed onto the ground moments later, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Vegeta, you deserve this. Though his breathing was labored, a grin spread across Dodoria's face. Furthermore, the bulkiness of his physique had completely vanished, leaving him looking as if he had just recovered from severe illness, his form noticeably leaner. Dodoria, I fear you may be disappointed, Vegeta mused, just as Dodoria began to catch his breath. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from ahead. As if jolted by an electric shock, Dodoria sprang to his feet, trembling, his expression one of disbelief. As the dust gradually settled, Vegeta's figure emerged slowly. This is impossible, Dodoria exclaimed. Regarding Vegeta with the wide-eyed astonishment one might reserve for a monster, cold sweat trickling down his back. What is impossible? Vegeta retorted with a cold smirk. In truth, Vegeta was not faring much better himself. Moments ago, as Dodoria's powerful shockwave bore down on him, Vegeta had serendipitously discovered a hidden reservoir of energy within himself that surged forth unexpectedly. In the next instant, he sensed his battle power rapidly escalating. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta crossed his arms to shield his head, bracing himself against the oncoming shockwave. However, while he managed to withstand it, the sheer ferocity of Dodoria's attack left him grievously injured. Yet, upon glancing at Dodoria, a smile unexpectedly crept across Vegeta's face. Realizing that this foe was expending energy at a rate even faster than he was, Vegeta surmised that Dodoria had very little energy remaining. That move of yours was impressive. Dodoria, that I nearly found myself in the underworld, Vegeta chuckled, secretly channeling energy to obliterate Dodoria. Dodoria's expression morphed into one of horror, his eyes darting, lips trembling, and legs quaking. In the next moment, he let out a pained scream. Sprinting frantically towards the spaceship's location, Vegeta was alarmed. If Dodoria managed to escape, all would be for naught. Moreover, having suffered such grievous wounds from Dodoria, he was determined to exact revenge. Amplifying his aura, Vegeta summoned flickering flames in his hands. A golden beam hurtling towards Dodoria's position. As Dodoria sprinted, he suddenly halted, his eyes wide with shock as the golden light pierced his chest, crimson blood gushing forth. With a thud, he collapsed onto the ground. Utterly incapacitated, Vegeta approached with a chilling smile, though each step felt like an arduous task. This battle had nearly drained his energy reserves, leaving him grievously wounded. As he neared Dodoria, his expression shifted abruptly. For Dodoria suddenly opened his eyes wide. Damn, he's not dead, Vegeta thought, feeling a surge of trepidation. If Dodoria could still fight, he would be imperiled. I truly did not anticipate that I would unleash a special skill to enhance my battle power and still fall short against you. Dodoria spat blood, declaring, Nevertheless, Lord Frieza will avenge me. You Saiyans will inevitably face extinction at his hands. Vegeta steadied himself, remaining silent. This creature was clinging to life by a thread. Indeed, after uttering his final words, Dodoria's head lolled to the side, his life extinguished. Vegeta, fearing that Dodoria might still be alive, delivered a couple of forceful kicks, confirming the absence of any further response before staggering back in exhaustion. In the vast cosmos aboard Frieza's spaceship, a grave expression adorned Zarbon's face as he approached Frieza. Lord Frieza, we have lost contact with Dodoria. Oh. So Dodoria was defeated by this little prince? Frieza mused from his throne, a smile gracing his lips. That cannot be. Zarbon's heart sank as he began to analyze the situation. Dodoria's battle power exceeds 20,000, while Vegeta's is at most 15,000. How could he possibly be Dodoria's match? There is nothing impossible about it, Frieza retorted with a cold smirk. Saiyans are combative and cunning. It is likely that Dodoria underestimated his opponent, making his demise a rather ordinary occurrence. What shall we do now? Lord Frieza? Zarbon inquired, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he paused for a moment. You should personally go and bring more men along, Frieza commanded, gazing out into the endless expanse of space. Zarbon, you can transform. As long as you remain vigilant, a mere Saiyan should be easily dealt with. Yes, Lord Frieza, I shall depart immediately, Zarbon affirmed with a resolute nod. Humph, Saiyans, is it time to prioritize their extermination? Frieza murmured to himself. Reflecting upon the battle, Vegeta recognized that he had indeed underestimated his opponent and vowed to give his all from the outset in future confrontations. After resting for a moment, he suddenly felt parched and as if his entire body were being pricked by needles, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. Fortunately, his exceptional willpower allowed him to endure. However, upon surveying his surroundings, Vegeta felt like weeping without tears. This forsaken place was desolate, and the one village that had existed had been obliterated by Dodoria. With his grievous injuries, he found himself in a dire predicament. Given his current state, not only was flying out of the question, even moving felt like a monumental challenge. After all, Dodoria's recent full-force strike and the resultant shockwave had inflicted significant harm upon him. That moment, Vegeta sensed two powerful auras approaching nearby. Turning to look, he saw a green-skinned alien approaching with a staff, a deity. Vegeta thought wryly, realizing that this encounter would likely lead to no good. Following closely behind the deity was Kami, watching him with a vigilant gaze. "Kami, he's in a bad way," Kami remarked quietly. Kami nodded, his expression icy as he regarded Vegeta, and a sense of dread washed over Vegeta. It seemed these two were intent on taking advantage of his weakened state to eliminate him. Kami and Karin indeed possessed a level of cunning. "Little monster, you are finished," Karin declared, his excitement nearly bubbling over as he observed Vegeta's weakened condition. Vegeta offered a faint smile, but said nothing. "Kami, if you hesitate, you will only complicate matters. Eliminate him. With him alive, Earth will inevitably face peril," Karin urged. Kami's eyes glinted with uncertainty as he pondered. Summoning a sliver of energy, Vegeta struggled to rise, proclaiming, "Come on. My energy is depleted. Now is your best opportunity to eliminate me." "Vegeta, you think I truly lack the courage to kill you?" Kami retorted coldly. "You all witnessed how formidable that individual was upon arriving on Earth." Vegeta replied with a chilling smile. "Let me warn you now. Soon, even stronger beings will come." Upon the utterance of these words, both the Divine Being and Master Karin were rendered speechless, their astonishment leaving them at a loss for words. "I am not indulging in alarmism. Aside from me, there exists no one on this planet who can rival them," Vegeta remarked with a disdainful chuckle. "If you kill me, they won't come, meow. They are here for you, meow." Master Karin spoke in a grave tone. "You foolish old cat. Think carefully. If they cannot find me, this planet would hold no interest for them whatsoever. Killing everyone and selling them off should fetch a handsome price." Vegeta shot a sidelong glance at his interlocutor, turning away as he nonchalantly stated, "Very well. I am quite busy. Farewell." With that, Vegeta disregarded the two old men and strode away. "Divine Being, do observe that Master Karin is also wavering." "Vegeta, you just mentioned that there would be formidable foes arriving on Earth. When are they due?" the Divine Being suddenly inquired. "Perhaps in 2 or 3 months, Vegeta replied with a smile. 2 or 3 months. Even more powerful adversaries are to descend upon Earth. The Divine Being and Master Karin exchanged wide-eyed glances, a sense of helplessness washing over them. "Master Karin, heal him." After a brief silence, the Divine Being commanded Master Karin. "Divine Being, my sins of beans are not yet ripe, meow. I am unable to provide treatment." Master Karin replied with a wry smile. "Regardless, let us take him to the sacred temple." The Divine Being seemed resolute in his decision. "All right, you two, cease your bickering," Vegeta said impatiently. "Old cat, you have no sins of beans, so why should I go to the sacred temple? Hurry and transport me to the Capsule Corporation, and then you may be on your way." The Divine Being and Master Karin exchanged glances, muttering quietly for a moment, before finally nodding in agreement that a quarter of an hour later, Master Karin was lamenting. "Meow, to think that I, the illustrious Master Karin, am carrying this detestable little creature. Old cat, if you continue to complain, I might just snap your neck," Vegeta threatened. The Divine Being could only smile wryly, shaking his head in silence. Approximately half an hour later, the Divine Being and Master Karin unceremoniously deposited Vegeta into the courtyard of the Capsule Corporation and departed without a backward glance. News of Vegeta's injuries quickly reached Bulma and her family, who promptly gathered a few workers to assist him to their hospital. After some bandaging, Vegeta was wrapped up like a large white rice dumpling. He could only chuckle wryly, acknowledging that in these days without sins of beans, this was the best treatment available. "Brother Vegeta, those Black Silk Army scoundrels are utterly detestable. When I grow up, I shall craft the most advanced weapons for you." Bulma wept as she spoke. Chapter 14. The flies returned. Vegeta smiled, amused that the girl still believed she was injured by the Black Silk Army. Dragon Ball. I am Vegeta. Chapter 14. Vegeta, the Black Silk Army is not to be trifled with. I think it would be best if we avoid them. I will expedite the Dragon Radar's completion here, and when they return, I shall hand it to them. Let us hope we can avert disaster. Dr. Brief sighed heavily. Rest assured, the Black Silk Army is no match for me. Vegeta estimated that, given his current state, he would be able to elevate his battle power by tomorrow. At the very least, dealing with the minor Black Silk Army should pose no challenge. Naturally, considering his present physical condition, a complete recovery would likely require more than a month. You child, despite your injuries, you still boast so. Bulma's mother chuckled, yet she added, Vegeta, you are quite brave. I do admire courageous boys. Let him recuperate properly. And we shall hasten the completion of the Dragon Radar, Dr. Brief stated. After spending a night in treatment on the hospital bed, Vegeta felt his energy gradually returning. Simultaneously, he began to ponder whether he should wish upon the dragon to grant him the ability to heal automatically, as lying in bed was exceedingly uncomfortable. After several days of recuperation, Vegeta was finally able to rise and move freely. One day, while basking in the sun in the yard, he suddenly noticed numerous aircraft filling the sky, shortly followed by the descent of the Black Silk Army. The flies have returned, Vegeta's brow furrowed. However, perhaps due to his bandaged head obscuring his hair, the members of the Black Silk Army failed to recognize him. A soldier fired a volley of bullets into the sky, and soon after a large figure emerged at Dr. Brief. You may come out now, the imposing figure barked. Wait, the person you seek is me, Vegeta said with a smile as he approached. Who is this little brat? Get lost. The large figure scoffed, his eyes betraying his disdain. It was no wonder, for Vegeta's arm was in a cast, and his head was wrapped in bandages, resembling a soldier just returning from battle. Naturally, the large figure would not take him seriously. Vegeta prepared to kick the brute, but upon lifting his leg, he found himself unable to muster the energy, forcing him to abandon the notion. As the large figure finished speaking, Dr. Brief stepped out of the research room, standing in the doorway and silently observing the exchange. Dr. Brief, how goes the research on the Dragon Radar? The large figure inquired with a grin, entirely disregarding Vegeta's presence. General, the radar has been successfully developed. You should take it and leave immediately, Dr. Brief replied earnestly, producing a small round device in his hand. Vegeta focused intently on the small device in Dr. Brief's hand, noting its resemblance to the Dragon Radar he was familiar with. Bring it here, the large figure commanded. One of his subordinates rushed over, rudely snatching the Dragon Radar and respectfully presenting it to the large figure. The large figure's eyes widened in amazement, and after learning how to operate it and seeing the 7 Dragon Balls marked on the radar, he exclaimed, What an exquisite device, truly befitting the renowned Dr. Brief. Dr. Brief regarded the large figure with an impassive expression. Where are the Dragon Balls? The large figure inquired. Dr. Brief returned the Dragon Balls to him and coldly stated, Very well, you may leave now. I do not wish for you to disturb the tranquility of our lives. Ha! Splendid, splendid. The large figure beamed, but after a moment of silence, his demeanor darkened. I have heard that one of my subordinates was eliminated by a little brat from your place. Hand over that child. And I shall leave immediately. Dr. Brief looked incredulously at the large figure and then at Vegeta nearby, unsure of how to respond. However, it quickly dawned on Dr. Brief that these fools had not recognized Vegeta. He has already departed from our home and has gone in that direction, Dr. Brief said with a slight smile, gesturing casually. Dr. Brief, lying is punishable. The large figure clearly did not believe him, chuckling as he questioned. You claim he went that way. Then I ask you, what was his purpose in going there? If you cannot answer, you know what the consequences will be. I have heard that the World Martial Arts Tournament is about to commence. He mentioned wanting to participate in the tournament, and that is all, Dr. Brief replied, maintaining his composure. Though, the World Martial Arts Tournament? Quite overreaching. The large figure chuckled lightly, fixing his gaze on Dr. Brief. In that case, I must insist that you accompany us back to the Black Silk Army headquarters. What did you say? Did you not state you would leave immediately? Dr. Brief's expression darkened. That a talent like you, Dr. Brief, will be wasted remaining in this mundane world. It would be far better to join us in the military, where you could unlock your true potential. The large figure replied with a grin. Rest assured, once you serve us well, the Black Silk Army will not mistreat you. Dr. Brief trembled with rage, rendered speechless. Enough, take him away. The large figure commanded sternly, I will not work for your Black Silk Army. Dr. Brief resolutely refused. I had anticipated that the doctor would respond in such a manner. The towering figure, brimming with confidence, let out an unabashed laugh. Prior to this moment, I had already prepared a formidable bomb in my possession, capable of obliterating your capsule corporation. If you refuse to accompany me, well, we shall see how this unfolds. At that moment, Burif's face turned ashen. This fellow was utterly detestable. Finally, Vegeta had managed to stabilize his energy in a crucial instant. He dashed toward the towering figure and seized him with a swift motion. This spectacle astonished the numerous guards present, who immediately aimed their weapons at Vegeta's position. "Everyone, behave yourselves, or I shall end his life," Vegeta declared coldly. Chapter 15. The world's deadliest assassin. Ha! Are you an imbecile? The towering figure laughed, gripping Vegeta's arm with a forceful hand. His voice icy. "I care not whence you emerged, you frail wretch. Dare you seize me? Do you believe I won't snap your arm like a twig?" "Feel free to try," Vegeta replied with a smirk. The towering figure, gathering his strength, gritted his teeth. With a sharp crack, the sound of bones echoed, yet Vegeta remained in his previous posture. The towering figure, however, screamed as if being slaughtered, his voice resonating with a tragic intensity. Upon closer inspection, one could see that his arm had contorted grotesquely, seemingly severed. "General, it's the Black General." The guards' faces blanched, their weapons raised higher, eager to eliminate this audacious child. "I spared you last time. Do you dare approach again?" Vegeta's expression was frigid, yearning to storm the Black Silk Army's stronghold and eradicate these pests, if not for his current injuries. "Black General. Black General. I recognize him. It's him." A guard rushed forward, stopping at a safe distance before urgently addressing the Black General. The towering figure's expression began to regain some color upon hearing his subordinate's voice. His cold gaze fixating on Vegeta. "Boy, do you understand the consequences of opposing the Black Silk Army?" Before the threat could fully form, he vanished. More precisely, Vegeta had seized his arm and hurled him into the sky. "Could you be a bit more original, beyond uttering threats of dire fates? What else do you have?" Vegeta said, clapping his hands dismissively. "Fire! Shoot him! Kill him!" A commanding officer shouted furiously at his subordinates. The gunfire erupted, bullets raining down on Vegeta with relentless fervor. Dr. Brief extended a hand, his face etched with concern, yet as a mere scientist, he felt powerless in such a dominating situation. Amidst the smoke, Vegeta stood unscathed, a cold smile adorning his face. All present were left in stunned silence, gaping at the diminutive monster before them. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resounded as a long power pole plummeted from the sky, creating a deep crater upon impact. Vegeta's gaze sharpened as he noticed a uniquely dressed, middle-aged man, standing with arms crossed atop the pole, his eyes glinting with a chilling aura, particularly accentuated by his hooked nose, which marked him as sinister. This individual, Vegeta vaguely recalled, was renowned as the world's most infamous assassin, Tao Pai Pai. Upon witnessing Tao Pai Pai's arrival, the guards erupted in cheers, their revelry palpable. "Is this the one?" "A mere injured child?" Tao Pai Pai inquired. "Indeed, it is him, but do not be deceived by his size. He is formidable," a respectful officer responded promptly. "Very well, prepare to witness a spectacle," Tao Pai Pai declared, leaping before Vegeta. "3 moves. I need only 3 moves to eliminate you," Vegeta scoffed, ignoring the boast. With dreams in his heart, Tao Pai Pai lunged forward. Wham! Vegeta delivered a swift kick, sending Tao Pai Pai sprawling far away, carving a deep trench in the ground. The guard stood agape, incredulous at the audacity of his boast, which had been swiftly dismantled by a mere child. Tao Pai Pai sprang back to his feet. Wiping the blood from his lip, his face contorted in fury, veins bulging on his forehead. "Kamehameha!" he shouted, unleashing a beam of energy from his fingertip towards Vegeta. Unfazed, Vegeta swatted it away effortlessly, reducing it to nothingness. The sight left Tao Pai Pai's eyes nearly popping from their sockets, his face elongating in disbelief. "Today, none of you shall leave alive," Vegeta declared, perturbed by such insignificant pests that he limped toward Tao Pai Pai, his movements appearing comical yet devoid of humor. With bandages wrapped around his head and his arm in a cast, it was astonishing how powerful he remained, leaving others in disbelief. "Spare me! Spare me!" Tao Pai Pai trembled, kneeling before Vegeta while stealthily reaching behind him, revealing a concealed bomb. "Humph," Vegeta observed keenly. He had no intention of showing mercy that he approached and delivered a kick to Tao Pai Pai's chest. The so-called world's deadliest assassin met his end in such a manner. Tragically, The bomb had yet to be detonated. The remaining guards, terrified, scattered in all directions. "All of you shall perish," Vegeta bellowed, an immense energy surging from him. Lifting the black silk soldiers into the air, boom! A brilliant light erupted for Vegeta, instantly transforming the guards into mere wisps of smoke. Taking a deep breath, Vegeta collapsed onto the ground, acknowledging the significant energy expenditure from the recent battle. Though small, these pests proved exhausting to deal with, especially while injured. "Little Bay, are you all right?" Dr. Brief hurried to Vegeta's side, assisting him to his feet. "I'm fine," Vegeta replied with a smile, casually inquiring if the doctor knew the location of the Black Silk Army's headquarters. "Little Bay, what are you planning?" Dr. Brief asked, astonished. "Naturally, to annihilate them. Keeping these pests around is far too troublesome," Vegeta responded with a grin. "Little Bay, you were outmatched last time. Perhaps it's best not to go." "Dr. Brief cautioned. "That was merely an accident. Tell me, where's their headquarters?" Vegeta insisted, waving his hand for another inquiry. "Very well. Once you are healed, I shall reveal their location." Dr. Brief let out a wry smile and spoke. Vegeta pondered for a moment. After all, the Black Cloth Army was unlikely to pose a significant threat, and given his current condition, even flying was somewhat challenging. Waiting until his injuries healed before eliminating them seemed a prudent choice. With his mind made up, Vegeta refrained from further chatter and turned to rest. A month later, Vegeta's injuries had completely healed. Upon channeling his internal energy, he was pleasantly surprised to discover a notable increase in his battle power. He tentatively estimated that his current combat strength had surged to an impressive 60,000. Perhaps this was the reason why Saiyans experienced a substantial boost in battle power after narrowly escaping death. Furthermore, the Dragon Ball radar had been successfully created by Dr. Brief, and Vegeta planned to seek out the 7 Dragon Balls scattered across Earth. However, before embarking on his quest for the Dragon Balls, Vegeta felt a nagging concern regarding the bothersome Black Cloth Army. If he did not eliminate these pests, they might disrupt Bulma's family while he was preoccupied with locating the Dragon Balls, which would undoubtedly be inconvenient. Glancing at the Dragon Ball radar, Vegeta quickly detected 4 Dragon Balls clustered approximately 1,000 kilometers away. After some contemplation, he surmised that these 4 Dragon Balls were likely situated at the headquarters of the Black Cloth Army. Vegeta chuckled to himself. This indeed presented a twofold opportunity. Chapter 16. To Bodyguard Vegeta. "Where are you headed?" Bulma asked innocently, gazing up at him. Vegeta gently ruffled Bulma's hair and smiled. "I am off to search for the Dragon Balls, but I shall return shortly." "But what exactly are the Dragon Balls? What can we do once we find them?" Bulma inquired. "That I'll show you once we find them," Vegeta replied, smiling. "Now, be a good girl and stay at home. I must take my leave." With that, Vegeta soared into the sky, racing towards the direction of the 4 Dragon Balls. "Wait for me, big brother Vegeta. I want to go too," Bulma exclaimed, waving her arms frantically. But Vegeta had already vanished from sight. Having flown a short distance, Vegeta suddenly sensed 2 powerful energies descending upon Earth. Were those 2 presences? Vegeta furrowed his brow. Fortunately, these energies were not overly strong. One was approximately 3,005 to 6 in battle power, while the other was even weaker, around 600. Nonetheless, even such low levels were quite formidable on Earth, where the god of Earth possessed a mere 200 in battle power. Who could they be? Vegeta felt uneasy and decided to investigate personally. Let the Black Cloth Army flit about for now. Resolute, Vegeta adjusted his battle power to around 10,000 and swiftly headed towards the source of the 2 energies. Meanwhile, in a desolate desert, 2 spaceships had already landed on Earth. Nappa and Raditz emerged from their vessel, hastily employing their scanners to survey the planet. Nappa, it must be the prince. His battle power is 15,000. It has to be him. Raditz quickly pinpointed Vegeta's location, excitement evident in his expression. Yes, it seems the prince has noticed us. We should go to him, Nappa remarked, leading Raditz towards Vegeta's position. Approximately 10 minutes later, the 2 parties encountered each other in midair. "What brings you here?" Vegeta asked, somewhat surprised to see Nappa and Raditz. "Prince, King Vegeta sent us to find you. He was somewhat anxious," Nappa explained promptly. Upon hearing this, Vegeta understood. Regardless of the circumstances, King Vegeta was indeed his father, and it was natural for him to worry about his son. However, King Vegeta should be more concerned about himself, as Frieza would soon launch a massive assault against the Saiyans. Of course, Vegeta, having traveled from another world, regarded his parents as strangers, devoid of any emotional ties. Their fates were of little consequence to him. "What do you intend to accomplish by coming here?" Vegeta inquired flatly. Indeed, the battle power of these two was so low that their presence was nearly inconsequential. "The king instructed us to assist you, Prince," Nappa replied respectfully. Vegeta was about to dismiss them when he reconsidered. He lacked capable allies at the moment. Despite their low battle power, these two were among the strongest on this planet. With that thought, Vegeta changed his mind, smiled, and commanded, "Follow me." He then sped towards Bulma's home. Nappa and Raditz exchanged glances, uncertain of Vegeta's intentions, but as loyal subjects, they had no choice but to follow. During their journey, Nappa curiously asked, "By the way, Prince, I've heard that Dodoria is heading towards Earth. We should leave quickly while he hasn't arrived yet." "He has already been here," Vegeta replied with a smile. "Been here? Where is he?" Nappa asked, astonished. "He has already left," Vegeta stated. "What? Dodoria is gone. He didn't pose any threat to you, did he?" Nappa questioned in disbelief. "When I said left, I meant he's gone to hell." Vegeta chuckled lightly. "Dodoria is dead?" Nappa was utterly shocked. Such a formidable figure, and he was a subordinate of Frieza, had actually perished. "Enough with the pointless questions," Vegeta said impatiently. Nappa and Raditz exchanged glances, opting not to pursue the matter further. As they arrive at a large courtyard, Nappa speculated, "Prince, have you brought us here to destroy this place? Leave it to me. I will reduce it to ashes." As he spoke, Nappa's energy flared, preparing to unleash a massive attack on the Capsule Corporation. "Have you lost your mind?" Vegeta snapped angrily, swatting Nappa away, sending him tumbling 100 meters. Nappa stood bewildered, looking at Vegeta in confusion. "Think before you act, you fool!" Vegeta glared at Nappa fiercely. "Now come down with me. If you dare act recklessly again, I'll obliterate you." Hearing Vegeta's words, Nappa trembled in fear and quickly begged for mercy. Vegeta, uninterested in further conflict, descended and made his way to the laboratory to find Dr. Brief. "Little Vegeta, how goes the search for the Dragon Balls?" Dr. Brief inquired with a smile. "Oh, who are these two?" Both Nappa and Raditz wore the distinctive elastic armor of the Saiyans, which explained Dr. Brief's curiosity. Vegeta, having torn his armor during the battle with Dodoria, had opted for Earth attire. "Yes, Dr. Brief, they're from my homeland, seeking refuge with me. Would you mind accommodating them?" Vegeta inquired with a smile. "Not at all. Our home is spacious enough for everyone," Dr. Brief agreed readily. Nappa and Raditz widened their eyes in astonishment, puzzled by why the young prince would show such deference to someone with a mere battle power of 5. Once Dr. Brief consented, Vegeta led Nappa and Raditz outside, his expression serious as he asked, "Are you two planning to stick with me from now on?" Both nodded in affirmation. "Very well. If you choose to follow me, you must obey my commands." "Understood," Vegeta stated in a deep voice. "We will obey your commands, Prince," they replied in unison. "From this day forth, this is your home. Do not harm anyone in this household, and ensure their safety," Vegeta declared. Chapter 17. The downfall of the Black Cloth Army. Having made his arrangements, Vegeta instructed Raditz to guard the entrance while he and Nappa sped towards the direction of the 4 Dragon Balls. The reason for bringing Nappa along was not due to his battle power, but rather his impulsive nature. Should this individual impulsively take action against Bulma's family, it would indeed be catastrophic. Of course, even with Raditz, Vegeta has repeatedly instructed him to remain dutifully at home. After all, Saiyans are inherently combative and possess an innate malevolence. Vegeta does not expect them to transform into virtuous beings, as long as they do not pose a threat to his future wife. That is sufficient. Before long, Vegeta and Nappa found themselves soaring above the location of the 4 Dragon Balls. As he surveyed the area, a smile crept across Vegeta's face, just as he had surmised. This place was indeed the headquarters of the Black Silk Army. Particularly eye-catching was the tallest building, adorned with the flag of the Black Silk Army, fluttering conspicuously in the breeze. My lord, shall we not protect this place?" Nappa inquired. "Negative. Annihilate them. Leave no survivors, Vegeta commanded with a stern expression. Bemused by Nappa's lack of intelligence, that's simple enough. My lord, you can just watch as I deliver a decisive blow to clear this place. Nappa declared, already channeling a formidable energy wave intended to obliterate the site. Vegeta swiftly intervened. Are you out of your mind? If the energy is too overwhelming, what if the Dragon Balls are damaged? There is something I desire within this vicinity. You need to be more prudent. Nappa sheepishly retracted his energy wave. If only you had mentioned it sooner, my lord. But this is still straightforward. I have been bored during our cosmic voyage, and I'm itching for action. Leave this to me. With that, Nappa dove down, swaggering to the entrance, and with a single punch, he reduced the doorman to a pulp. Vegeta, uninterested in Nappa's brutish antics, focused on pinpointing the location of the 4 Dragon Balls and made a beeline for the towering structure. Approximately 100 stories high. Within the building, a one-eyed, dark-skinned brute reclined in an opulent chair, with 4 Dragon Balls displayed prominently on the table before him. This one-eyed giant was none other than the Supreme Commander of the Black Silk Army. Commander, we have just received word from General Red that the 6th Dragon Ball has been located, one of his subordinates reported. Indeed, thus, with Dr. Brief's Dragon Ball, we shall have but one more to gather. The Black Commander nodded thoughtfully. However, Commander, that little monster Dr. Briefs is no match for even Tao Pai Pai. Our men are at a loss, another subordinate lamented. I have researched this. The Dragon Balls possess remarkable resilience. Not even explosives can harm them. The commander chuckled heartily, envisioning the culmination of their plans. Once we gather the last Dragon Ball, we shall merely need to drop a heavy bomb on the Capsule Corporation. Wouldn't that be thrilling? Your wisdom is unparalleled, Commander. Upon hearing this, Vegeta was utterly astonished. Should this come to pass, Bulma's family would be doomed. It seemed prudent to have arrived earlier to confront the Black Silk Army. With a soft chuckle, Vegeta tapped on the window from outside. The Black Commander furrowed his brow, coldly inquiring, who goes there? Yet his subordinates were wide-eyed, their hair nearly standing on end, for they beheld Vegeta outside the window. It must be noted, they were on the 120th floor. How could this individual appear outside? This is not good. One subordinate stuttered, trembling in fear. Noting his subordinate's reaction, the Black Commander turned with surprise. As he caught sight of Vegeta, a flicker of recognition crossed his mind. Who was this child? Had he seen him somewhere before? Whose little brat has climbed to our rooftop? The commander barked irritably. My lord, he is that little monster, his subordinate exclaimed. Now losing his composure, surely the commander must be mistaken. What? The Black Commander jumped from his seat, glancing at the photographs on the table for confirmation. And indeed, it was the very same creature. Open the window, Vegeta smiled, waving at the individuals inside. How dare you? The Black Commander exploded with rage, commanding, shoot him! Open fire! In an instant, dozens of armed soldiers from the Black Silk Army stormed in, aiming at Vegeta's position, unleashing a flurry of gunfire. Glass, tables, and walls quickly became riddled with bullet holes. Yet Vegeta approached with a grin, unfazed amidst the chaos, casually collecting the Dragon Balls from the table and inspecting each one. Everyone stood in shock. What manner of monster was this? After placing the Dragon Balls into a pre-prepared bag, a wicked smirk graced Vegeta's lips. Cease fire! Cease fire! The Black Commander hastily ordered. The gunfire finally halted, and the onlookers stared at the unscathed Vegeta, their minds reeling in disbelief. My friend, I apologize for the earlier rudeness. The Black Commander rushed over, grinning broadly at Vegeta. Yes, there's something you wish to discuss? Vegeta replied, casting a casual glance at him. My friend, I have a proposition that I wonder if you might find intriguing, the Black Commander said jovially, momentarily forgetting about the Dragon Balls. Not interested, Vegeta dismissed without a moment's thought. The Black Commander was taken aback. This is not how the script goes. At least inquire what the proposition is before declining. What I mean is, given your prowess and our vast army, if we join forces, the world will be ours. I shall be the leader, and you the second in command. What do you think? Just as the commander was about to elaborate, a pained cry escaped his lips. Their horror. They witnessed their supreme commander being flung from the building by this little monster. It must be noted, they were on the 120th floor. Moments later, The Black Commander lay bloodied and broken, his dreams extinguished. With the Dragon Balls in hand, Vegeta wasted no time, soaring away from the skyscraper. Glancing down, he saw Nappa still engaged in his brawling antics. "Nappa, take your time," Vegeta instructed as he left the eager Nappa behind and sped towards the location of the sixth Dragon Ball. Now, with the 4 Dragon Balls from the Black Silk Army, Vegeta possessed a total of 5. Just 2 more to gather. The thought of his impending wish filled him with exhilaration. Chapter 18. The long-awaited encounter yet. Vegeta could not shake the feeling that his wish might not come to fruition so easily. It seemed that someone harbored ill intentions towards him. Never mind, he resolved, I shall focus on collecting the Dragon Balls first. With that thought, Vegeta accelerated his flight. The 6th Dragon Ball was located within a camp nestled in a deep canyon, which served as a division of the Black Silk Army, without a hint of resistance. Vegeta seized the Dragon Ball and effortlessly reduced the camp to rubble. Only the final Dragon Ball remained. Vegeta felt a surge of excitement. Meanwhile, in the distant temple, the deity observed everything intently, flanked by Qiu and Karin. "Deity, look, that little monster is about to gather the Dragon Balls. The last one appears to be with Master Roshi," Karin remarked with a sigh, pointing to a specific direction. The deity remained silent. Deity, should he wish for immortality, the entire universe would be in peril, Karin warned gravely. Indeed, Vegeta is growing increasingly powerful, the deity mused with a smile. Yet, I believe his presence may serve as a safeguard for our planet. Do not be so naive. Karin shook his head. He mentioned that a formidable opponent would arrive on Earth in 2 to 3 months, yet what came were merely his 2 companions. We have been deceived, at the very least. Vegeta and his companions have not engaged in indiscriminate slaughter, correct? The deity replied with a smile. That is because his wish remains unfulfilled. Should he achieve it, Earth would indeed be in danger, but a look of concern manifested on the face of the immortal Karin. The deity fell silent, seemingly grappling with a difficult decision. After 10 minutes, the celestial being finally resolved to speak, instructing Karin. "Karin, the moment he summons the divine dragon, you must kill me at once. Thus, his wish will be thwarted." "Immortal," Karin exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously. "I could never lay a hand on you, Meow. Besides, if you were to perish, who would save the Earth?" "What do you mean?" the deity asked, somewhat perplexed. "You and the Demon King Piccolo were originally one being. That if you were to merge, would you not possess tremendous power, perhaps even surpass this little monster?" Karin mused thoughtfully. The deity smiled gently, shaking his head. "Piccolo has already been sealed away by the magic sealing wave of Wu Taidu. Even if he were released, given his nature, he would never agree to fusion. Furthermore, after merging, I might no longer be myself. I could become a villain as wicked as the Demon King Piccolo. Such a scenario is untenable." Karin fell silent, and the temple was enveloped in a heavy stillness. "Immortal, Karin, do you see that?" Just then, Mr. pointed towards the distant horizon, his voice tinged with surprise. Now, only the last Dragon Ball remained. Vegeta, having pinpointed its location, accelerated to his utmost speed. However, on his way to the Dragon Ball, he suddenly sensed numerous powerful auras descending from sky, merely dozens of kilometers from his current position. "What is this aura?" "Yes, it must be Sabo," Vegeta grinned. Initially, he intended to deal with Sabo after fulfilling his wish, but calculating the distance, he realized he was far too removed from the last Dragon Ball. Even at his speed, it would take him 2 hours to reach it. After weighing his options, Vegeta landed, burying the Dragon Ball in a secure spot. He then set off towards Sabo's location. Meanwhile, Nappa, engaged in a fierce battle against the Black Silk Army, suddenly halted, for his scouter had picked up Sabo's presence. "Sabo is coming," Nappa exclaimed, his voice tinged with panic, and quickly sent a message to Raditz to inform him that, "I see it too." Raditz replied, "I also noticed that the prince is heading towards Sabo." "What? The prince is going towards Sabo? Isn't that akin to striking a rock with an egg?" Nappa's scalp tingled with fear as he fell silent for a long time before murmuring, "The prince's combat power is only around 15,000, while that Sabo is at least 30,000. Indeed, I recall Sabo's power being around 20,000. How did it escalate to 30,000? Raditz felt as though the sky were about to collapse. "It's over," The fate of this planet is sealed. Naba had lost all fighting spirit. We must promptly report this to King Vegeta, Raditz suggested after a moment's contemplation. All right, I will contact King Vegeta immediately. Naba shut off the communication system and hurried to reach King Vegeta. A minute passed, and Naba, burning with anxiety, found himself unable to connect with anyone from planet Vegeta, but a sense of foreboding crept over him, and beads of sweat poured down his face as he relayed the situation to Raditz. Let us set aside these matters for now. Although our combat power is significantly lower than the prince's, we cannot remain idle, can we? Raditz pondered aloud. Perhaps we should go and see if we can assist the prince if we ignore this, and King Vegeta finds out. You are right. Let's depart at once. Naba found Raditz's suggestion quite astute and readily agreed. Like that moment, Sabo and his entourage had already appeared in a small city. The sudden arrival of such a bizarre spacecraft attracted many curious glances, prompting onlookers to stop and stare. Upon seeing the strange appearance of Sabo and his companions, the crowd began to murmur with interest. However, when they noticed the weapons in their hands, the bystanders grew uneasy. What a foolish race with combat power so pitiful, Sabo remarked, a smile plastered across his face as he monitored his scouter. Mr. Sabo, the team is assembled. Kill them all. Leave not a single one alive, Sabo commanded. In an instant, the small city became the stage for a gruesome massacre, as innocent lives were extinguished by the weapons of Sabo's men. The air was soon thick with a metallic scent of blood. By the time Vegeta arrived, half of the city's residents had perished, and the remaining survivors had fled in terror. Little Prince, we finally meet, Sabo said, grinning at Vegeta. Chapter 19. Sabo's transformation regarding the fates of these ordinary people. Vegeta felt no compassion. After all, they had no bearing on him. So long as Bulma's family was safe, Vegeta admitted he was no savior, nor was he the Goku of the original Dragon Ball world. He existed in a moral gray area. Sabo, your purpose here is to bring me to Frieza, is it not? Vegeta inquired with a smile. No, you are mistaken, Sabo replied, a slight smile dancing on his lips. I am here to kill you. Lord Frieza has lost all interest in you. Is that so? Then do you know how Dodoria met his end? Vegeta asked, maintaining his smile. Dodoria must have been careless. You should be aware of your own combat power. Around 15,000, even with an increase, you're still no match for me. Sabo gazed coldly at Vegeta. Is that so? But he is dead, Vegeta remarked, touching his nose. Dodoria lacked intellect. It is normal for him to fall at your hands, Sabo chuckled. However, I must thank you, little prince. Had it not been for you, Lord Frieza would not have personally enhanced my combat power. Vegeta paused momentarily, realizing why Sabo's aura felt significantly stronger than Dodoria's. It had been bolstered by Frieza. Unexpectedly, Frieza possessed such capabilities. Nevertheless, even with this enhancement, Vegeta considered Sabo no threat. His own combat power had soared to 60,000, making him more than capable of dealing with Sabo. Listen well. Annihilate every last one of the inhabitants of this planet, Sabo instructed his subordinates. The group dispersed at once. Vegeta furrowed his brow tightly. He did not care for the lives of the Earthlings, yet he certainly did not wish for his planet to become a graveyard. Should Bulma's family meet with misfortune, it would not bode well for his future plans of playing games with the beautiful Bulma. Moreover, Vegeta sensed that Naba and Raditz were rapidly approaching his location, leaving Bulma's family without protection. With a swift motion, Vegeta sprang into action, moving like a phantom, swiftly eliminating several of the fastest guards. Damn it! Sabo seethed with anger, his aura surging as he charged towards Vegeta. Yet Vegeta chose not to engage Sabo, swiftly dispatching the remaining subordinates before hovering in the air, gazing down at Sabo with a smile. You have incited my wrath, Vegeta. Prepare to witness my power. Sabo growled through clenched teeth, not out of concern for his subordinates, but rather from a sense of humiliation. After all, Vegeta had killed his men right before his eyes. A blatant provocation, Sabo's expression twisted into one of rage, his once handsome visage now contorted with fury, eager to tear Vegeta apart. Die! Sabo roared, unleashing a blinding beam directed at Vegeta's position. Suddenly, Vegeta's form grew indistinct. Vanishing without a trace, Sabo's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed this spectacle. Beep! Beep! At that moment, Sabo suddenly realized that the detector had revealed Vegeta's location, causing him to turn around in shock, nearly twisting his neck in the process. This can't be possible. How could you possess such incredible speed? Sabo's expression was one of disbelief, utterly astonished. Vegeta offered a sly smile, the corners of his mouth curving into a wicked arc. Sabo gritted his teeth and threw a punch. With a resounding smack, Vegeta countered with a slap that sent Sabo's arm flying, following it up with a kick that propelled Sabo several feet into the air. With a thunderous crash, Vegeta soared upwards, delivering a powerful blow to Sabo's back, causing him to crash through a massive building and create a deep crater in the ground. What on earth is happening? Sabo struggled to rise, staring at the values displayed on the detector, unable to comprehend the reality before him. Are you feeling bewildered? Vegeta inquired with a chuckle. You must have noticed that my battle power is only around 15,000. Yet you still stand no chance against me. Sabo's face darkened, his expression turning ominous as he warily regarded the small monster before him. Vegeta laughed, revealing that his mastery over energy control had reached an extraordinary level. He could manipulate his power at will. During the earlier confrontation, he had briefly heightened his battle power, leaving the detector incapable of accurately measuring it. Transform, Sabo. I know you can, Vegeta remarked with a grin. Although his previous battle with Dodoria had taught him the importance of giving his all from the outset, Vegeta had recently come to realize that Saiyans seemed to accelerate their training speed only during combat. In the past month, despite his diligent training, his energy had barely increased, prompting him to change his strategy and see if fighting Sabo could expedite his progress. You know I could transform? Sabo paused momentarily. Then realization dawned upon him. It was Dodoria. Who told you? Wasn't it? Vegeta chuckled, knowing he could never reveal that he had traveled through time and understood the history of Dragon Ball thoroughly. Humph, humph, Sabo scoffed. While transforming may enhance your battle power, it will ruin your image. You value your handsome appearance. Vegeta interrupted Sabo, preemptively finishing his sentence. No need to waste time with your words. Sabo was utterly astounded. This Vegeta was a monster. How could he possibly know what Sabo intended to say? However, at this point, Sabo had no choice but to confront the overwhelming pressure he felt, realizing that transforming was perhaps his only option against this small fiend. Bang! Sabo's body suddenly expanded, his mouth bulging, eyes wide, and skin becoming uneven, resembling that of a toad as he presented his new form to Vegeta. Vegeta sensed Sabo's energy and noted a significant increase. Estimating his battle power to be around 50,000. Yet, this still left Sabo at a disadvantage of 10,000 battle power. Defeating him would remain quite manageable. Meanwhile, Nappa and Raditz finally arrived at the battlefield. Upon seeing the detector display Sabo's formidable battle power, both trembled in fear, cold sweat pouring down their brows, their lips quivering uncontrollably. Sabo possesses such immense power. Raditz, whose own battle power was considerably lower, nearly lost his composure. Chapter 20. Detector Malfunction. Chapter 20. Detector Malfunction. Ultimately, Raditz, with a mere 600 battle power, was fortunate to escape Sabo's immediate wrath. Nappa was equally dumbfounded, his face a mask of terror. Nearly plummeting from the sky, "It's over. It's over. We're doomed," Nappa stammered. "What should we do? We must retreat quickly. The prince stands no chance against Sabo." Raditz began to waver. Nappa remained silent, hesitating for a moment before finally resolving to head towards their spaceship. "Humph, a couple of worthless saunts." Sabo had spotted Nappa and Raditz, but showed no interest in the two low-level warriors. Instead, he fixated his gaze on Vegeta, who remained calmly suspended in the air. Showing no inclination to engage, "Vegeta, as you wish, I will show you my true power." Sabo sneered, transforming into a streak of light as he charged at Vegeta. Whoosh! Vegeta's figure suddenly blurred, swiftly vanishing from sight. "You can't escape," Sabo exclaimed, turning around with a cold smile, swinging his powerful fist towards the spot where Vegeta had just been. Whoosh! However, just as Sabo was about to land his blow, his bulging eyes widened in shock. Vegeta had simply disappeared before his eyes. Where? Where could he be? Sabo frantically searched for Vegeta's presence. Fool, I'm right behind you, Vegeta said, rubbing his nose and grinning brightly. This is impossible. Sabo's hair stood on end, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. What's impossible? You seem disappointed, Sabo, Vegeta replied, his expression brimming with mischief. Just as Naba and Raditz were preparing to flee, they halted in astonishment, staring at Vegeta as if they were caught in a dream. How could the prince possess such incredible speed? Even with Sabo's newfound strength, the prince appeared overwhelmingly confident. Naba and Raditz exchanged glances, each reflecting the same profound shock. Impossible, impossible. Your battle power is only 15,000. How can you move so quickly? Sabo was utterly baffled. If Vegeta's battle power surpassed his own, he would have no retort. Yet what frustrated Sabo was that Vegeta's power was indeed only 15,000. Only 15,000. Sabo felt as though his bulging eyes might pop out of their sockets. Wait, could it be that the detector is malfunctioning? Sabo pondered this possibility, glancing at the dazed Naba and Raditz, and smirked coldly before rushing towards them. Naba and Raditz, witnessing Sabo's approach, were instantly filled with dread, their hair standing on end as they readied themselves for battle. You two worthless beings are no match for me. If you wish to survive, hand over the detector, Sabo declared, displaying no interest in engaging them in combat. Upon hearing Sabo's demand, the two exhaled in relief. Why didn't you say so earlier? It's just a detector. I nearly soiled myself. Raditz quickly tossed his detector to Sabo. Humph. Vegeta, I shall see your true strength. Sabo carelessly discarded his own detector and took Raditz, initiating a scan for Vegeta's battle power. Watching Sabo's actions, Vegeta merely smiled, showing no intent to intervene. Beep, beep, the battle power reading soon appeared, shocking Sabo. What? It's still 15,000. How is this possible? Sabo repeated this phrase, utterly at a loss for words to describe the bizarre situation. Are you ready to meet your demise, Sabo? Vegeta said with a gentle smile. In your dreams. You may be faster than me, but your battle power cannot surpass mine. You still cannot defeat me. Sabo gritted his teeth, his expression uncertain. Though he spoke bravely, Sabo felt uneasy. After all, he had just sustained considerable injuries from Vegeta's previous strike. Enough of this game. You better be careful, Vegeta warned before extending his right arm forward. Sabo's pupils dilated in shock. Final flash. In an instant, a searing glow emanated from Vegeta's hand, swiftly coalescing into a sphere. Subsequently, this radiant flame surged forth like a colossal dragon. The vast energy stirred the debris of the nearly abandoned city, and the sky appeared to be torn asunder, shrouded in ominous clouds and crackling with lightning. Sabo's pupils dilated in shock, while the readings on the detector perched upon his brow fluctuated wildly. 15,000. 20,000, 30,000, 50,000, 60,000. With a resounding explosion, the device succumbed to the overwhelming energy, shattering into countless pieces. That Vegeta's formidable battle prowess left Sabo utterly speechless, his expression contorted in disbelief, transforming his already grotesque visage into something even more unappealing. Meanwhile, Nappa and Raditz were left utterly dumbfounded, their jaws slack, as if they could swallow an ostrich egg whole. Sabo, we shall meet again in another life, Vegeta remarked with a subtle smile, casually directing that intense flame towards Sabo's position. Wait. Sabo frantically gestured, his face ashen till a wicked grin curled at the corners of Vegeta's mouth. Hold on. He's not so easily dealt with. Boom. In the next moment, accompanied by a deafening roar, Sabo was obliterated by the powerful energy blast. Vanquishing Sabo was no cause for celebration for Vegeta. He regarded the mere Sabo with utter disdain. However, his overwhelming strength had thoroughly blinded Nappa and Raditz with astonishment. The two hastily soared over, their gazes now filled with fervent admiration for Vegeta. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Raditz and reprimanded. Weren't you supposed to protect Bulma and the others at the Capsule Corporation? Why have you come here? Raditz nearly fell to his knees, trembling as he stammered, Your Highness, I merely wished to see if I could lend a hand. Enough. Return at once, Vegeta commanded sternly. Raditz, thoroughly frightened, hurriedly fled back to the Capsule Corporation. Vegeta then turned his attention to Nappa. Why, Lord, I just realized I haven't finished cleaning up over there. Nappa quickly added before scurrying away, tail tucked firmly between his legs, the sacred land. When Master Roshi observed Vegeta's overwhelming display of might, he was left speechless for an extended period. This little monster was indeed growing more formidable. The Master chuckled lightly, but as he had stated before, had it not been for him, Earth would have met its demise. Yet, the Master pondered, keeping him around could ultimately spell disaster. However, he mused, I sense a righteous energy within him, albeit not yet fully unleashed. With a heavy sigh, the Master concluded, if that is the case, then let him be, as long as he does not wreak havoc upon Earth. He gazed into the distance, when suddenly his body trembled and cold sweat trickled down his face. The Master sensed a foreboding presence, causing his hair to stand on end. You were right, Master Roshi, he said with a self-deprecating smile, that it seems this world no longer needs deities, but rather, it requires the strong. I can foresee what is about to transpire. The new incoming foes are far beyond what this little monster can handle. What do you intend to do? Master Roshi inquired in astonishment. I have made my decision. I shall merge with King Piccolo. The Master replied with a smile before turning to Mr. Popo, saying, Mr. Popo, the temple shall be entrusted to you. Farewell. With that, he leaped from the temple and soared towards the distant East Sea. Just after the Master had departed, as Vegeta prepared to seek the last Dragon Ball, he suddenly sensed several powerful energies streaking across the sky. Who could it be? Vegeta's expression darkened considerably. It was evident that among these potent energies, one surpassed his own by considerable margin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in total. Vegeta's heart sank as he realized that Ginyu Force. Yes, it must be them. Vegeta was unconcerned about the other 4 members, but Captain Ginyu was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Judging by the current energy readings, Ginyu's battle power had reached a staggering 120,000, double that of Vegeta. Vegeta could hardly believe that Frieza had dispatched the Ginyu Force so swiftly. Sabo had just been eliminated, and his remains had yet to dissipate when they arrived. What should he do? What should he do? With a battle power of 120,000, Vegeta acknowledged that he was no match for them. To make matters worse, there were no Senzu beans available on Earth at present. The Great Ape. As long as he transformed into a Great Ape, his power would increase tenfold. He would have no reason to fear a mere Ginyu. With this thought, Vegeta's confidence surged. The Ginyu Force. Guldo, Rikum, Jis, Berta, Ginyu. Reporting for duty. The 5 aliens, each with distinct physiques, struck an awkward pose in a mid-sized city. In the next moment, they surveyed the Earthlings who had gathered to gawk at them. Left speechless, Jis, clear the area. Damn it, are these people treating us like monkeys? Captain Ginyu commanded. Haha, that's easy enough, Jis grinned. Boom. With a mere wave of his hand, the mid-sized city, home to 20,000 inhabitants, was instantly reduced to ruins. A massive mushroom cloud erupted, spreading devastation in all directions. Much quieter now, Jis beamed. Well done, Captain Ginyu nodded. Lord Frieza didn't send us here for vacation. We must quickly investigate the whereabouts of that brat Vegeta and eliminate him. I'll treat you all to barbecue. The 4 subordinates nodded in agreement, activating their detectors to locate Vegeta. Strange, why are there no individuals with battle powers exceeding 10,000 on this planet? The highest readings are only around 3,000. Jis mused, puzzled. There's nothing strange about it. Captain Ginyu replied with a smile. Before coming here, Lord Frieza informed me that Vegeta, despite his youth, possesses a cunning mind. He is certainly hiding on Earth. Besides, didn't we just lose contact with Sabo? I suspect that Vegeta has devised some method to conceal his battle power, making it difficult for us to detect his presence. That a method to hide battle power. Such a thing exists? Jis and the others were astonished. Methods are devised by humans. Nothing is impossible, Captain Ginyu laughed. Moreover, to be on the safe side, you must always be vigilant for movements in the sky. If that little brat Vegeta creates an artificial full moon, we must swiftly shoot it down. Understood. The 4 team members nodded in unison. Just as Captain Ginyu finished speaking, a brilliant light suddenly flickered and shot into the sky. An artificial full moon. I told you so. I told you so. Captain Ginyu beamed with delight. Fire! Strike with all your might. We cannot allow this brat to transform into a great ape. If he does, given his current strength, we will be in for a beating. As soon as the words left his lips, all 5 members, including Captain Ginyu, unleashed beams of energy, their immense power hurtling towards the artificial moon. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the artificial moon was obliterated before it could fulfill its purpose. Hundreds of kilometers away, Vegeta witnessed this scene in horror. Cold sweat pouring down his brow, he quickly concealed his energy and leapt away from the sight. "He's over there. Don't let him escape," Ginyu ordered. Swish, swish, swish. 3 figures darted swiftly toward Vegeta's last known position, leaving only Ginyu and Guldo behind. "Guldo, your battle power is the weakest. Stay close to me," Ginyu instructed. Captain Ginyu smiled as he patted Guldo's round head. Vegeta was utterly vexed. For heaven's sake, couldn't they have waited until the artificial moon was ready? It seemed that transforming into a great ape, a method to enhance combat power, was rather impractical. He would need to contemplate how to safeguard that artificial moon in the future. If it continued to be this troublesome, he would rather forego such an ability altogether. Notably, upon releasing the artificial moon, Vegeta had also expended a considerable amount of energy, reducing his combat power to approximately 50,000. After retreating a distance, Vegeta suddenly felt a surge of joy. Chapter 22. Instant kill of Curta. Tracking his Special Forces team, which consisted of 3 members, Vegeta was certain that Captain Ginyu was not among them. In light of this, a graceful smile curled at the corners of Vegeta's mouth. He thought, "Let us lure these 3 fools to a secluded spot and eliminate them." With that in mind, Vegeta abruptly increased his combat power to around 20,000 and swiftly soared towards the horizon. At that moment, Guys and his companions, who were searching for Vegeta, suddenly detected his location on their scouter. Their faces lit up with excitement as they hastily pursued him. Ha. What did I tell you? As long as I remain hidden, Vegeta will reveal himself. Guys, keep a close watch on that little brat. I'll be there shortly, Ginyu commanded eagerly through the scouter. Rest assured, Captain, that Vegeta's combat power is merely 20,000. Any one of us could take him out in an instant, Guys replied with a grin. Fools, Ginyu scolded loudly. Even with Lord Frieza's enhancement, Zarbon is still no match for Vegeta. Do not underestimate him. Keep your eyes on him. If you jeopardize Lord Frieza's plans, I will present your heads to him. Guys and his companions' expressions darkened, and they dared not delay any further. Just as Vegeta was about to find an opportunity to eliminate the trio, he suddenly sensed Captain Ginyu flying towards him. Startling him, he quickly increased his speed, disappearing from the trio's line of sight after a few flickers. He's gone. Such speed, Guys exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. When it comes to speed, Curta is the fastest. If he shows himself again, I won't let him escape. Curta retorted, clearly irked as if triggered by some nerve. Just then, Curta's scouter suddenly flashed with Vegeta's presence. Found you! Curta, won't play with you anymore. I'll take the lead and ensure that little brat has nowhere to hide. After declaring this, Curta accelerated several times, transforming into a streak of light, quickly vanishing from sight. Wait, Curta! The captain said Vegeta is cunning and crafty. You mustn't act alone, Guys urged through the scouter. Relax, my speed is unparalleled. Even if he is formidable, he won't be able to catch me. Curta scoffed dismissively. Guys and Raikum exchanged glances, ignoring Curta's words as they quickened their pace. Akati must be said that Curta was indeed fast. In just a few breaths, he was already able to see Vegeta's figure. Vegeta, I see you, Saiyan brat. You better stop obediently, or I won't hesitate to show no mercy. Curta shouted from behind Vegeta. Disregarding him, Vegeta increased his speed once more, but Curta relentlessly pursued him. In an instant. 2 white streaks raced across the azure sky, creating a long white line in the heavens. Vegeta, I have caught up to you. Ha. When it comes to speed, Curta, am second to none. So, what say you? Are you impressed? Curta exclaimed, now flying parallel to Vegeta, his face brimming with excitement as he eagerly observed Vegeta, almost as if fearing Vegeta hadn't noticed him. How can you be so fast? Vegeta's expression was one of disbelief. You see, Saiyans are ultimately inferior beings, daring to call themselves a warrior race. You were running so fast just now. What is the matter? Not so cocky now. Berta chuckled, relishing the moment. Is that so? Vegeta replied with a smirk. But what do you see here? What? Berta paused, momentarily taken aback. Final flash. A powerful radiance emanated from Vegeta's hand as immense energy surged forth. Directly aimed at Berta's position, Berta's eyes widened in shock, his jaw nearly dropping. However, it was too late for him to evade this formidable strike. Boom! With a deafening roar, Berta's body was completely engulfed by the overwhelming energy. Once the immense energy dissipated, Berta was left in a pitiful state, likely on the verge of death. Vegeta, you cheat, Berta grimaced, glaring fiercely at Vegeta. This is war, you fool. Vegeta shook his head, ignoring Berta as he flew rapidly into the distance. You. Berta was indignant, but it was too late. He soon succumbed. What? Berta is dead. That idiot. Didn't I tell him to be cautious? Ginyu fumed, his fury palpable. You three, stay put. I'll be there immediately. After commanding, Ginyu shot a menacing glance at Guldo. Barking, Guldo! You worthless fool! If it weren't for you dragging us down, I would have caught up with guys and the others long ago. Guldo was on the verge of vomiting blood in frustration. For heaven's sake, did he really need Ginyu's care? Of course, he only dared to grumble silently in his heart. Guldo, I won't babysit you anymore. Speed up, Ginyu commanded before suddenly increasing his velocity. Swiftly disappearing from Guldo's sight, Guldo smirked coldly, muttering under his breath, Humph, what is so impressive? I don't even want to play with you anymore. Ginyu quickly caught up with guys and Raikum. Upon meeting, they instinctively struck a pose as a team. Damn it, with Berta and Guldo absent, our formation looks terrible. IT seems we'll have to brainstorm a new design. Ginyu gritted his teeth, seething with resentment. Captain, what shall we do now? Guys asked, drenched in sweat. He was relieved he pursued Vegeta. That brat was terrifying and could easily eliminate him. Berta was the perfect example. Since we can't find him, why not exterminate everyone on this planet, forcing that little brat Vegeta to hide on a deserted planet? Raikum, who had been silent, suggested. Not feasible. Saiyans are even more ruthless than we are. Ginyu shook his head. Even if we were to wipe out everyone, Vegeta wouldn't care. He could simply escape to another planet. Captain, what then? Guys inquired again. What if we don't kill anyone, but simply obliterate this planet instead? A sinister smile spread across Ginyu's face. Huh. Captain, didn't Lord Frieza instruct us to bring Vegeta back? If he perishes in the planet's explosion, how shall we explain it to Lord Frieza? Guys exclaimed, glancing nervously at the vast terrain. Chapter 23. The Decree of the Divine, keep your voice down. You fool, Ginyu chuckled, lowering his voice, that I'm merely trying to scare him. I believe he will certainly show himself. Ah, I see now. Captain is brilliant, guys and Raikum nodded in agreement. However, before we proceed with this plan, you must first destroy the spaceships of Vegeta, Dodoria, and Zarbon, lest that little brat escape using them. Ginyu was meticulous. Considering every detail, the two nodded in unison. Fortunately, the scouter could pinpoint the exact locations of the spaceships, which, though time-consuming, was still quite manageable. To be on the safe side. I'll accompany you two this time, Ginyu said solemnly. Thank you, Captain. After traversing a considerable distance, Vegeta suddenly sensed that the Ginyu Force had diverted their course, leaving him perplexed. Where could they possibly be heading? Furrowing his brow, Vegeta rapidly pondered the significance of that location. Yet, after much contemplation, he could not deduce anything substantial. Weighing his options, he concluded that the most pressing matter at hand was to locate the final Dragon Ball swiftly, lest the night stretch long with restless dreams. Once he summoned the Eternal Dragon to fulfill his wish, what need would he have to worry about the Ginyu Force? At that point, it would be entirely plausible to take some delight in tormenting Frieza as well. Dismissing thoughts of Ginyu and his comrades, Vegeta hastened his pace, charging towards the direction of the last Dragon Ball. Deep within the East Sea, the waves roared tumultuously, occasionally interrupted by flashes of storms. The deity inhaled deeply and plunged into the vast ocean. Approximately 10 minutes later, he emerged with a rice cooker in hand. Upon bringing the rice cooker to shore, the deity stared at the object in silence. In the next moment, he seemed to have made a resolute decision, and a beam of light shot forth from his hand, shattering the rice cooker into smithereens. Boom! With a thunderous roar, a green-skinned figure, identical to the deity, manifested. However, this doppelganger's gaze exuded a malevolence, and a sinister smirk danced upon his lips. Yet upon noticing the deity before him, the figure involuntarily trembled and barked, "Old deity, what the hell are you doing down here? You'd best not interfere in the affairs of King Piccolo." "Piccolo, hold your horses," the deity replied with a bitter smile. "I have released you out of necessity. Speak your mind quickly and spare me the rambling." King Piccolo snorted disdainfully. "First, take a moment to sense the powerful aura of this planet." Shaking his head, the deity solemnly urged, "You should first attune yourself to the immense energy present on this planet." Furrowing his brow, King Piccolo huffed, and then proceeded to sense everything around him. In mere seconds, his expression shifted to one of utter dismay, shock written all over his face. "What manner of beings are these?" King Piccolo exclaimed, cold sweat trickling down his brow, his body trembling involuntarily. "This is terrifying. Their power eclipses ours by hundreds of times that I, who once ruled this world, now feel as if the end is nigh. Now that you have sensed it, I shall speak plainly," the deity said with a gentle smile. "Recently, several formidable extraterrestrials have arrived on Earth. It is clear that this world no longer requires deities or demons. What we need are true warriors." "What exactly do you mean?" King Piccolo replied, his voice low. "Long ago, we were one and the same, but circumstances forced our separation. Now, I have decided to merge with you. I believe that through our union, we might stand a chance against these extraterrestrials." The deity explained with a hopeful smile that I hope you will not refuse, for this is our only means of survival. Merging, King Piccolo scrutinized the deity before him, who bore his likeness. After a moment of silence, he replied, "Do you truly believe that our combined strength can defeat them? That is absurd. Their power surpasses ours by 100-fold. What good would merging do?" "Piccolo, hear me out," the deity urged patiently. "While our current powers may seem feeble, this is due to the energy we lost during our separation. Upon merging, we will regain that energy. I have calculated that if we unite, we will be more than capable of facing those extraterrestrials." "Oh." King Piccolo's eyes darted back and forth before he suddenly smirked. "I might agree, but I have two conditions." "Speak," the deity nodded. "First, in our fusion, my body must be the dominant one. Second, before we merge, I must quickly gather the 7 Dragon Balls to restore my youth," King Piccolo said with a sly grin. "You must have noticed that our lifespans are dwindling. I assume you wouldn't want a powerful being to wither away, would you?" "I concur," the deity replied gently, "that I know the locations of the Dragon Balls. Follow me." With that, the deity soared into the air, heading towards the location where Vegeta had stored the Dragon Balls. Boom! Boom! With each resounding explosion, several spaceships on Earth were obliterated by Ginyu and his crew. As Vegeta sped towards the last Dragon Ball, he sensed the commotion caused by Ginyu and his comrades, feeling an inkling of confusion. What on earth are they doing destroying the spaceships? Suddenly, a foreboding thought struck him. An ominous premonition surfaced in his mind. Clenching his teeth, Vegeta quickened his pace. "That I'm close. I'm nearing the location of the last Dragon Ball that I hope I can make it in time." "Captain, we've cleared out all the spaceships except for the 5 we're on." Guys chuckled, though a hint of confusion lingered in his tone. "But how do we notify Vegeta? That brat seems to have left his scouter behind." "That's simple." Captain Ginyu smirked. In the next moment, Jinyu's chest suddenly swelled, and he exerted all his strength, bellowing towards Vegeta's direction. "Vegeta, all the spaceships on this planet have been destroyed except for the ones we occupy. If you don't show up soon, I will board a spaceship and obliterate this planet. I'm not threatening you. I'll give you half an hour if you don't appear by then. Prepare to vanish along with Earth." Far away, Vegeta gritted his teeth and chose to ignore the proclamation. Of course, they intend to destroy Earth, but going to Ginyu means certain death. It's better not to go. Vegeta pushed his speed to its utmost limit. Chapter 24. Racing against time, Captain Ginyu's voice boomed loudly. echoing across a significant portion of the Earth, leaving many inhabitants bewildered by the unfolding events. Vegeta could hear Ginyu's voice, and the deity was no exception to "oh no." The deity's expression changed. Alarmed, if Earth were to be destroyed, he would be unable to survive in the cosmos. "Hurry, Piccolo," the deity urged as he increased his speed. At this moment, the deity was somewhat more formidable than King Piccolo, allowing him to outpace him significantly. "You go ahead and tell me where the last Dragon Ball is. I'll find it, and then we'll regroup," King Piccolo said sternly. The deity realized that his impatience had led him astray. How had he overlooked such a simple truth? The last Dragon Ball was far from their current location. "You search for the 6 Dragon Balls. I'll locate the last one that once found. We'll meet up as quickly as possible," the deity decisively stated. "Stop dilly-dallying. Just go." King Piccolo gritted his teeth. The deity and the demon split up, racing towards the Dragon Balls. Vegeta's speed was ultimately far superior to that of the deity, and he soon arrived at the location of the final Dragon Ball. Upon spotting the familiar small island, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. It turned out that the last Dragon Ball was in the possession of the Turtle Hermit. At that moment, the Turtle Hermit was lounging on a deck chair, basking in the sun, with the Dragon Ball hanging around his neck. In this critical moment, Vegeta had little patience for pleasantries. He dashed forward and snatched the Dragon Ball from the Turtle Hermit's neck before swiftly turning to head towards the location of the 6 other Dragon Balls. The Turtle Hermit blinked in confusion. Glancing around, he had felt a strong wind sweep by just moments ago. However, when he looked down, he was left aghast. "Where did my precious Dragon Ball go?" he wondered, scratching his head in bewilderment. "Vegeta, you have 5 minutes remaining that if you do not appear, you will vanish along with Earth." Captain Ginyu once again expanded his physique, bellowing loudly. Vegeta clenched his teeth. He had intended to converse with Captain Ginyu, yet he had left his scouter behind and lacked the latter's skill for such vociferous shouting. Thus he had no choice but to let the matter be for the time being. After flying for approximately 2 minutes, Vegeta suddenly spotted a familiar figure swiftly approaching. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the old god. "What brings him here?" Vegeta pondered briefly before intercepting the old god. "Old god, where are you rushing off to in such haste?" Vegeta squinted, inquiring. "Vegeta, you must have obtained the last Dragon Ball, haven't you?" The old god glanced at Vegeta, his heart sinking, and then asked, "What do you think?" Vegeta chuckled. "Are you also after the Dragon Balls?" The old god gritted his teeth and nodded, responding, "At this point, I won't hide it from you any longer. Let us speak as we walk along the way." The old god disclosed his intention to fuse with King Piccolo, explaining that he needed the dragon to restore his youth. "Vegeta, you must have sensed it too. There is an immensely powerful aura present. It is likely that even you would not stand a chance against him," the old god urged, anxious that Vegeta would refuse. "Only by fusing with King Piccolo can we hope to vanquish this formidable opponent. I trust you will cooperate. That I can see that your fusion with Piccolo would enable you to defeat the Captain Ginyu," Vegeta acknowledged, aware that the old god and Piccolo's combined might had previously surpassed Frieza. However, considering the current state of affairs, the fusion of these two individuals would only yield a power level marginally superior to Ginyu's, and surpassing Frieza would remain a daunting challenge. It is worth noting that in the original Dragon Ball world, Piccolo had undergone extensive training, and after his demise, he had diligently trained in the other world. Subsequently, upon his arrival on Namek, he fortuitously fused with Nail and, after 3 years of rigorous training, achieved a level of power that surpassed Frieza. Now, however, the combat power of the old god and King Piccolo was merely around 200. Their fusion might only slightly exceed Ginyu's strength, or worse, match Vegeta's own capabilities. Given this, we must promptly hand over the Dragon Balls to us. "Once we fuse, we will assuredly not be your adversaries," the old god assured. Yet, Vegeta, with a slight smile, remarked, "You may not be aware, but Captain Ginyu is merely a subordinate of a far more formidable individual, one whose strength dwarfs that of Ginyu by 1,000-fold. "What did you say?" The old god's expression shifted dramatically, his composure faltering that if this so-called Captain Ginyu represented the final battle, the old god felt he had a 60% chance of defeating him post-fusion. However, the prospect of an opponent 1,000 times stronger was daunting. That I have stated before, aside from myself. No one is his match, Vegeta replied with a smile, his voice steady. If you cannot even contend with Ginyu, how could you possibly overcome someone 1,000 times stronger? The old god regarded Vegeta with skepticism. I have my ways, contingent upon the fulfillment of my desires, Vegeta replied with a gentle smile, then turned serious. But for now, let us set aside these futile discussions that you possess a means to communicate with Ginyu and the others. Should they annihilate the Earth, none of us will survive. What do you wish to convey? I can have Piccolo relay the message. He is capable of doing so, the old god nodded. Inform them that I am distant, but I shall arrive before them within an hour. Vegeta contemplated. Just as he finished speaking, Captain Ginyu's voice boomed once more. Vegeta, you have 30 seconds left. If you do not appear, the Earth will be no more, that I assure you. I am not attempting to frighten you. Though I wish to bring you to Lord Frieza, he has made it clear that if you continue to flee, your annihilation is also an option. Captain, it seems Vegeta is ignoring us, Gys remarked. Noticing Vegeta's lack of response, growing anxious, that wretched brat. Were it not for Lord Frieza's orders to capture him, I would relish the opportunity to eliminate him myself. Ginyu seethed, grinding his teeth in frustration, yearning to devour Vegeta whole. Captain, what shall we do if he fails to appear? Gys inquired, uncertain of their course of action. Humph, if he does not show, we will commence by destroying a portion of this planet, making it clear that we are prepared to act. A splendid plan, wouldn't you agree? Ginyu chuckled with delight. Now, let us proceed. As long as we ensure the planet is not completely obliterated, that will suffice. Chapter 25. Another full moon. Gys and Raikum nodded vigorously, their energy already surging. Just as the three were poised to act, a voice echoed from afar. Hold your fire. Vegeta is swiftly approaching you. Though he is still some distance away, he will arrive within an hour at most. Upon hearing this, Ginyu and the others were momentarily taken aback. An hour's travel. Something feels amiss, Ginyu pondered, stroking his chin. Captain, what seems off? Gys queried, puzzled. Fool, we just witnessed a silhouette, which confirms he's not far from us. Now, to claim he is an hour away raises suspicion. Why would he venture so far? Ginyu mused, furrowing his brow. Captain, fret not. The spaceship has been destroyed. What tricks could that little brat pull? I have investigated, and Earth's current technological level is incapable of producing a spaceship like ours. Even if they managed to build one, its speed would be woefully inadequate. We could easily catch up with our own speed. Gys laughed dismissively. Very well. We shall wait for this little brat for 1 hour, if he fails to appear. Do not blame me for destroying the planet, Ginyu declared, nodding in agreement and shouting loudly. Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt a wave of relief wash over him. With an hour to spare, he could summon the dragon and fulfill his wish. Captain, do we really have to wait an hour for this, Vegeta? We've already waited half an hour, and it's dreadfully dull. Gys sighed out. Of course, we cannot wait idly. That was merely a ruse, Ginyu chuckled, pressing a button on his scouter, his face alight with excitement. Found him! I've located him! Located whom? Gys and Raikum exchanged bewildered glances. Naturally, the one who just spoke to us, Ginyu replied with glee. Oh, let me see. His combat power is only around 180. What a weakling. Captain, what use is he? Merely a waste, Gys remarked, perplexed. Do not dismiss him so readily. Sometimes, a waste can prove useful, Ginyu continued, eyeing the approaching Guldo with a grin. Have you noticed? Vegeta seems to be conspiring with the Earthlings that if we capture that waste, we could potentially locate Vegeta. Captain, I have discovered Vegeta's trail, Guldo chimed in. Shall we not pursue Vegeta directly instead of capturing that individual? Idiot! Even if you found him, by the time you pursue, he will have concealed his energy. What good is that? Wise words, Captain, Gys and Raikum exclaimed, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Let us move without delay. Ginyu scoffed at Guldo, leading the trio as they sped toward King Piccolo's location. Meanwhile, as Vegeta walked alongside the old god, he suddenly sensed Ginyu's movements, his brow furrowing in concern. What is it? The old god inquired. King Piccolo's situation is precarious. Could he be concealing his energy? Vegeta asked urgently. Unlikely, the old god shook his head. Concealing energy is a recent technique he has just begun to master, having just been released. It would be unusual for him to employ it. This is bad. Vegeta's heart sank. It was not that he was particularly concerned about Den's safety. Rather, if Den were to perish, the deity who shared his essence would likewise fall victim to the calamity. Should the divine being meet his demise, the Dragon Balls would vanish into oblivion, thus rendering his own wishes unattainable. Vegeta swiftly contemplated strategies for confrontation. First, inform Den that he is in peril and see what he proposes. Vegeta suggested that I have already conveyed that to him. He stated that we should hide. The deity murmured thoughtfully. Hiding is utterly futile. They possess detectors, and as long as you cannot obscure your energy, pinpointing your location is a mere trifle. Vegeta retorted, his voice laced with irritation. What do you propose we do? The deity inquired, equally vexed. Ask Den if the Dragon Balls have been unearthed yet. Vegeta pressed further. The deity fell silent, evidently engaging in a mental exchange with Den. Shortly thereafter, he shook his head, indicating that the Dragon Balls remained undisturbed. Very well. Inform Den to refrain from moving the Dragon Balls, and to find a secure place to conceal himself. He must not reveal his presence. Vegeta declared, his aura suddenly intensifying, exuding such formidable energy that it nearly swept the deity off his feet. Beep beep. The Ginyu Force, advancing toward Den, abruptly halted, their detectors having registered Vegeta's overwhelming power. Vegeta, battle power 60,000. Ginyu and Rikuum were left in a state of shock, their scalps tingling. Captain, could the detector be malfunctioning? How could Vegeta's power possibly reach 60,000? Ginyu struggled to accept this revelation. The captain, momentarily astonished, soon chuckled. It is no malfunction. His ability to effortlessly obliterate Curta confirms the reading is accurate. This Saiyan is indeed remarkable. Otherwise, Lord Frieza would not have specifically requested him. Captain, what does he intend to do by elevating his power to such heights? Ginyu queried, perplexed. Uncertain, Ginyu replied, shaking his head. After a brief moment of reflection, he suddenly seemed to have an epiphany and commanded his subordinates. Immediately monitor the skies. Be wary that this little rascal may create a full moon. Upon hearing this, Ginyu's crew braced themselves for battle, attentively observing every movement in the heavens. Indeed, within approximately 3 minutes, a brilliant light soared into the sky, radiating a scorching brightness, resembling a full moon illuminating the night. Attack with all your might, Ginyu bellowed. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a series of thunderous explosions, the luminous orb was shattered, quickly dissipating into a haze. Vegeta, what is the meaning of this? The deity inquired, puzzled. Tell me, how long until the full moon appears? Vegeta countered, ignoring the deity's question. A full moon. That is still a ways off, the deity replied. You are the guardian of Earth. Surely you possess the ability to hasten its arrival. Vegeta pressed once more. The deity sighed in resignation, shaking his head. Such a feat was beyond his capabilities. Enough, we must hasten our search for the Dragon Balls. Den must draw them away from us, Vegeta ordered, grabbing the deity's arm and transforming into a streak of white light as they sped toward the Dragon Ball's location. Vegeta regretted burying the Dragon Balls underground. He had done so out of concern for their safety during potential battles, never anticipating that the Ginyu Force would arrive so swiftly. However, lamenting past decisions proved futile. He needed to act quickly to summon the Eternal Dragon. After flying for about 10 minutes, Vegeta conjured an energy sphere and hurled it into the sky. Boom! The energy sphere was once again obliterated by Ginyu and his team. Wait, something feels off, Ginyu suddenly exclaimed. What is it, Captain? G-Eyes and the others asked, confused. This is not an artificial full moon. This little brat is deceiving us, Ginyu scoffed. Just then, another brilliant light erupted in the sky, revealing a spherical energy orb. See that? Attack it, Ginyu commanded. That is merely an ordinary energy sphere. Pay it no mind, I want to see what Vegeta is plotting. Ginyu smirked, refraining from launching an assault, seeing that his energy sphere had not been destroyed. Vegeta chuckled and shook his head. It seemed Ginyu and his crew had realized it was merely a facade. Fortunately, they had paused, granting Vegeta a sliver of time. I could see that moment. Vegeta sensed Nappa approaching rapidly. Perfect timing. Hand over the detector, Vegeta ordered decisively. Nappa, not daring to delay, tossed the detector to Vegeta. Quickly donning the device and adjusting the communication channels, Vegeta located Ginyu's frequency and grinned. Ginyu, your grandfather Vegeta, is en route. You finally spoke, little brat, Ginyu replied cheerfully. You seem to know quite a bit. You must have heard my name from your father. Ginyu, I have no time for idle chatter, Vegeta retorted coolly. I admit I am not your match. But grant me half an hour, and I will ensure you are left disoriented. Half an hour. Your power can surge to over 120,000. What a jest. What could you possibly achieve in that time? Ginyu chuckled, clearly skeptical of Vegeta's claims. Are you afraid? Vegeta scoffed. Very well. As you wish, I shall grant you half an hour. Should you fail to appear afterward, Earth shall vanish alongside you. Ginyu threatened, adding, and next time. Refrain from employing such underhanded tactics. Did you think your artificial full moon could fool me? Rest assured, I am aware that your forces can shatter an artificial full moon. My earlier ploy was merely to toy with you. Vegeta replied with a smile. Ginyu ceased the banter and temporarily closed the communication line, instructing his subordinates, Vegeta is stalling for time. Also, have you noticed that his trajectory aligns perfectly with that weakling sporting a power level of around 180? We must reach him first and uncover what makes this weakling special. G.I.'s and the others nodded, hastily soaring toward Den's location. Vegeta felt somewhat exasperated. Ginyu was remarkably persistent, still intent on pursuing Den. Although Vegeta, with the deity in tow, was slightly faster than Ginyu's team, the distance to Den was far too great. This is dire, Vegeta thought, realizing he was out of options if Den were to be slain. All his plans would be rendered null. The deity sighed deeply, his expression one of despair. I can foresee that soon my life will reach its conclusion. Vegeta, it seems the dragon will not be able to assist you. Vegeta shot a glance at the deity, gritting his teeth as he accelerated. After a brief contest of speed, Ginyu and his team ultimately reached Den first, despite Den's attempts to evade the Ginyu Force. His power was simply too feeble to pose any real resistance. This friend here was just speaking, wasn't it? Ginyu inquired, eyeing Den intently. What do you want? Den stammered, cold sweat pouring down his brow as he assumed a fighting stance. Captain, he appears to be a Namekian. G.I.'s interjected that, oh. How did a Namekian end up on Earth? That is quite peculiar, Ginyu remarked, intrigued. Captain, I have heard that the Namekian homeworld suffered a calamity, leading many to be sent to other planets. It is entirely plausible for him to be here, G.I.'s explained. G.I.'s possesses a modicum of knowledge regarding Namek. Ginyu nodded, evidently disinterested in the plight of Namek, and with a cheerful demeanor, he inquired of Den, the great demon king. Pray tell, what does Vegeta intend to accomplish during his anticipated arrival? Here, we have a peculiar chamber where one day outside equates to an entire year within. Thus, Vegeta plans to engage in training there. Den earnestly replied, striving to maintain his composure. Upon hearing this, Ginyu and his companions were momentarily taken aback. After a prolonged silence, Ginyu fixed Den with a sly grin and retorted, You are deceiving me. A day outside, a year inside. Such fabrications are fit only for fools. Den shook his head in defiance. I shall inquire once more. What exactly does Vegeta aim to achieve? Ginyu's expression darkened as he posed his question. Den, on the verge of exasperation, felt a surge of anger and suddenly erupted, unleashing a fierce tempest from his hands that surged toward Ginyu and his cohorts, exclaiming, This planet belongs to me. You shall not usurp my Earth. Ginyu and his companions erupted in laughter, dismissing Den's assault with utter nonchalance. Following the tempest, Ginyu and his comrades emerged unscathed before Den. Sweat poured from Den as he trembled, barely able to maintain his stance. This planet is yours? Such a declaration is quite melodious, Ginyu remarked, rubbing his nose with a smirk. Then his countenance turned somber as he coldly stated, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Speak. What does Vegeta intend to do with this time? As I previously mentioned, Den chuckled softly. He is training in the hyperbolic time chamber, seeking a way to defeat you to this revelation. Ginyu's expression darkened ominously, and he advanced to seize Den by the throat. Sneering, you squander your opportunity. You shall perish. With that, Ginyu hurled Din away. A powerful beam of energy pierced through Din's chest, revealing a gaping wound that was truly harrowing to behold. Chapter 27. A false alarm captain. Why did you slay him? He was but a worthless fool, Gi's remarked, perplexed. Humph, he deceived me, and I've already afforded him a chance. Ginyu replied coldly with a smile that I detest being lied to. Though he may be a fool, I shall not spare him. Gi's questioned, how did he deceive you, Captain? Firstly, Vegeta is not training. Think about it. Can one train while in motion? Ginyu analyzed. Secondly, the notion of a day outside equating to a year inside is but a childish tale. Moreover, I have a lingering suspicion that his continued existence poses a threat to us. Thus, it is better to eliminate him and avert any future troubles. The captain is wise. Gi's and Raikum gazed at him with admiration. Ginyu basked in the glow of their praise. Meanwhile, as Vegeta soared alongside Din, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Turning back in shock, he found Din's form growing increasingly indistinct, shrouded in shadows, on the brink of vanishing. A heavy dread filled Vegeta as hard as he hastily sought to sense Din's energy. Upon doing so, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Damn it, I am too late. The great Demon King Din had perished. Vegeta felt as though the sky was collapsing. With Din gone, Din would soon meet his demise, and the Dragon Balls would inevitably turn to stone. Everything had unraveled. It seemed that Frieza's supreme authority remained unchallenged. After traversing time, Vegeta had hoped to alter his fate, yet here he was, facing a fate akin to Frieza's merciless slaughter. Was he to await Goku's arrival on Earth? Only to start anew. Despair enveloped Vegeta. His training was too slow, rendering him unable to transform into a Super Saiyan, and all seemed futile. Ha! Vegeta, can you hear my words? Ginyu's abrasive voice crackled through the communicator. Speak, Vegeta replied, utterly despondent. I bring you good tidings. Your precious communicator has been obliterated by me. You must be quite beside yourself. Ginyu spoke with a gleeful malice, his smile radiant. Faced with such provocation, Vegeta found himself at a loss for words. Defeated, utterly defeated. Little Prince, although I am unaware of this individual's significance to you, it is evident that he holds great importance in your eyes. Ha ha ha. Does he not? Ginyu declared with exuberance. Oh hell with you, Vegeta retorted, severing the communication line. Ha ha. Though Ginyu had been insulted, he showed no sign of anger, instead reveling in a euphoric dance, nearly bursting into a street performance. Captain Vegeta is likely on the verge of apoplexy. Ha ha. Gi's chimed in, thoroughly amused. Humph, he has brought this misfortune upon himself, Ginyu remarked with a slight smile. After a moment's reflection, he continued, it appears that Vegeta has truly integrated himself among the Earthlings. Let us seek out and eliminate every formidable warrior on this planet, for I intend to make Vegeta suffer immeasurably. Captain, I have spotted a fighter with a power level of around 3,000. Eliminating him will surely deepen Vegeta's anguish. Gi's exclaimed as if he had discovered a new continent, pointing toward the distant east. Fool! That individual is Nappa, Ginyu scolded. Nonetheless, let us first dispose of Nappa, in due time. Lord Frieza will annihilate the entire Saiyan race, that we shall first cleanse this planet of its Saiyans. Gi's and Raikum nodded in agreement. In the next moment, the trio streaked through the sky like a white light, racing toward Nappa's location. Vegeta, haha, I never anticipated this moment would arrive so swiftly that Din's form was becoming increasingly indistinct, nearing the brink of disappearance. Old man, do you have any last wishes to express? I shall grant them, provided it is within my power, Vegeta sighed, sensing his grim fate approaching. You possess some semblance of conscience, Din smiled faintly, and then abruptly shifted the topic. However, that Din fellow truly deserves commendation. Vegeta raised an eyebrow, realizing that Din's expression was somewhat off. Could it be? In the next moment, Vegeta was surprised to see Din's form regain clarity. Vegeta was taken aback. What was happening? Upon closer inspection, he saw that Din had reverted to his original state, his body regaining its previous vibrancy. What is happening? Vegeta pondered in astonishment, carefully sensing Din's energy. Curiously, Din's energy had indeed vanished. Why then, was the old man still lively? Let us proceed. I shall reveal the truth along the way. Din smiled, gliding forward. Although Vegeta was bewildered, the fact that Din had not perished was a tremendous relief. As Din neared his end, he had concentrated all his essence into his son, who was now hidden in a secure location, entirely shielded in his egg. Din explained with a smile. Vegeta was astounded. Oh, that is it. A false alarm. That great demon king Din truly has a heart. We are nearing our destination. Let us swiftly conceal our energy to avoid detection, Vegeta instructed Din as he glanced ahead. Din nodded solemnly. By the way, old man, why do you still accompany me? With the great demon king's son now an egg. How can you possibly merge with him? It would be wise for you to return to your sanctuary, lest you become a hindrance to me, Vegeta remarked, eyeing Din as he felt the old man was somewhat burdensome. Vegeta required Din's Dragon Balls, not his presence. You carry on. I shall observe. The celestial being chuckled softly, showing no intention of departing. Vegeta furrowed his brow, sensing that this old fellow harbored some ulterior motive. Nevertheless, he could not be bothered to engage with the celestial being at that moment, as he was keenly aware that he was drawing ever closer to the location of the Dragon Balls. Conveniently, the spot where Vegeta had placed the Dragon Balls was a chaotic rocky hill, making it relatively easy to conceal and difficult for Ginyu and his crew to discover. After flying for a while, Jinyu's group noticed they were nearing Nappa. Suddenly, Ginyu halted mid-air and gazed eastward. Captain, what is the matter? Jaisis inquired, puzzled. Have you noticed? In that direction, there's a fighter with a power level of around 100. Haha, this person must be a friend of Vegeta. If we eliminate him, wouldn't Vegeta become even angrier? Captain Ginyu grinned, brimming with confidence. Captain, you're brilliant. Let us set off at once. Jaisis and Rikwam nodded vigorously, showing no interest in killing Nappa. Let us go. Captain Ginyu transformed into a beam of white light, racing towards the temple. Meanwhile, Nappa, who was preparing to flee, finally relaxed when he noticed Ginyu and his team flying in another direction. At the same time, Master Karin and Mr. Popo, who were watching Jinyu's every move from the temple, turned pale. They've discovered us, Master Karin exclaimed, his hair standing on end. What should we do, Master Karin? Should we escape? Mr. Popo was equally anxious. Escape? How can we escape? It's futile. Master Karin shook his head, quickly regaining his composure. I will face the fate of the temple. That's my line, Mr. Popo declared resolutely. The two exchanged a knowing smile. As Ginyu soared through the air, he suddenly let out a chilling laugh. Humph. Vegeta has concealed his power level again. It seems we were right to come this way. He then turned to Jaisis, asking, how much time is left before Vegeta is due? Oh, there's still 10 minutes, Jaisis replied, glancing at the time, worry etched on his face. Captain, what if Vegeta doesn't show up? He will come. He must come. Ginyu sneered, then spoke into his scouter, addressing Vegeta directly. Little Prince, time is running out. Are you planning to continue hiding? There's still 10 minutes left. Why are you so eager to meet your end? Vegeta scoffed in response. Fine, keep being stubborn. Ginyu chuckled. By the way, let me share some good news. I've discovered another one of your companions on Earth with a power level of 150. I am heading over to eliminate him now. Oh, you must be referring to that white cat, right? I've never liked him either. It would be great if you took care of him for me. Vegeta quickly discerned who Ginyu was talking about. He had never had much fondness for that old cat, so eliminating him was no loss, as long as the celestial being remained unharmed though. Is that truly the case? Ginyu was taken aback by Vegeta's reaction, clearly disbelieving. Keep being obstinate. We'll soon pinpoint the location of that earthling you mentioned. Then I thank you and your entire family, Vegeta retorted before turning off the communicator. At this moment, Vegeta finally located the Dragon Balls hidden underground. Reaching forward, he grasped at the air, and the 6 Dragon Balls burst forth from the soil, soaring into the sky. Finally, my wish is about to be realized. Vegeta's face shone with excitement. After all this time, his wish was on the verge of coming true. How could not be elated? Vegeta, let me make this clear beforehand. If you fulfill your wish, you must leave Earth immediately. This planet does not welcome you, the celestial being stated sternly, eager for this little monster to depart. What do you mean? Vegeta was displeased. If it weren't for you, Earth wouldn't be facing such calamities that I hope you leave this planet. The celestial being continued. If you refuse, I will not allow you to realize your wish. Fine, I can agree to that. Vegeta pondered. Leaving Earth was a minor inconvenience. Once he achieved his wish, he would eliminate Frieza first, then find a suitable planet to reside on. When he grew up, he could return to bring Bulma home. A splendid choice indeed. Earth held no significant attachment for him. Old celestial being, you will surely regret letting me leave Earth. Vegeta chuckled, pondering the future. Would Earth's troubles diminish? Not to mention the lurking threat of Majin Buu in the uninhabited regions and the androids. They would certainly keep the celestial beings occupied. He also wondered if Nappa had destroyed the lab of the Black Silk Army, though Vegeta speculated that it was unlikely, as that laboratory was hidden away in a very discreet location. Even with his current abilities, he might not be able to locate them at that moment. Ginyu and his team finally arrived at the temple that I never expected there would be such a peculiar place on this planet. This is quite enlightening. Ginyu marveled at the magnificent architecture of the temple, unable to contain his awe. Captain, Vegeta was right. It truly is an old cat. Jaisis had already spotted Master Karin. Captain, Ginyu nodded, grinning as he gazed at Master Karin. You must know the reason I'm here, right? Tell me, where's Vegeta? Far away, yet close at hand. Meow, Master Karin replied, his expression shifting. Humph. Captain Ginyu reached out, and in the next instant, Master Karin was lifted off the ground, suspended in mid-air. You wretched cat, I can crush you like an ant. You'd better stop playing games with me. Where's Vegeta? Meow, Master Karin mewed defiantly, refusing to divulge any information. It seemed the Earthlings were quite stubborn. Very well, you can't die then. Ginyu's lips curled into a cold smile as he conjured a beam of energy in his hand. With a mere flick of his thoughts, Master Karin would be reduced to cosmic dust. However, Master Karin showed no fear, his face radiating a smile that spoke of defiance. Come forth, dragon! Vegeta bellowed at the 7 shimmering Dragon Balls on the ground. Boom! The 7 Dragon Balls emitted brilliant golden light, their surfaces shimmering before merging into one with a resounding roar. A towering golden pillar shot into the sky, casting an ominous darkness across the heavens. Thunder roared and winds howled as a colossal dragon, thousands of meters long, coiled through the vast sky, its roars echoing in a chilling cadence. Ginyu, who was about to attack Master Karin, suddenly noticed the sky had darkened considerably and was taken aback, glancing around in astonishment. Jaisis? What is going on? Ginyu inquired. Captain, I'm puzzled as well. There should still be 5 hours until sunset. It's strange for the sky to darken so suddenly, Jaisis replied, shaking his head in confusion. Captain, look over there, Requiem shouted, pointing towards the distant, radiant dragon, his face showing signs of shock. Ginyu's gaze darted towards the dragon, his brows knitting tightly as he scrutinized it. Vegeta, do you see that? That's Vegeta, Ginyu exclaimed, pointing at a tiny figure barely visible in the distance. It is indeed Vegeta. Jaisis and Requiem nodded in agreement. What is that creature? Ginyu felt a sense of foreboding. Chapter 29, Wishes Ginyu commanded. Guldo's expression shifted slightly, and he grimaced as he replied, Captain, the energy within me is dwindling. This time stop consumes a considerable amount of energy. Use whatever you have, Ginyu barked urgently. Understood, I will do my best. Guldo nodded, raising his hands to a certain height, murmuring incantations. Those who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls may now voice your wishes. The Eternal Dragon addressed the figures of Vegeta and the old Kai below. Let all aliens, except for myself, perish. Just as he was about to articulate his wish, Vegeta overheard the old Kai speaking rapidly beside him. A sense of foreboding gripped Vegeta. In a swift motion, he seized the old Kai by the throat, forcing him to stifle his words. Old man, do you believe I want to kill you? Vegeta, incensed, had long sensed the old Kai's ill intentions and had been on guard against him, realizing that the old Kai harbored ulterior motives. From the old Kai's words, it became evident that this fellow intended for both himself and Ginyu's team to vanish from Earth, meaning he sought to have the dragon relocate them to another planet, ensuring the safety of Earth. What a cunning old rascal! The old Kai's eyes widened as he managed a bitter smile. Dragon, are you aware of Majin Buu? Vegeta inquired. The dragon knows all, it replied, expounding. Majin Buu is formidable, created by a sorcerer named Bibidi, wreaking havoc everywhere. Enough of your rambling, Vegeta interjected, fearing prolonged discourse might lead to unforeseen complications. My wish is simple. Grant me the miraculous physique of Majin Buu. Do you understand? Understood. You wish to possess the regenerative abilities akin to those of Majin Buu, correct? The dragon nodded amiably. Indeed, Vegeta affirmed, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. This could be realized, yes? The dragon was far more agreeable than the old Kai. Upon hearing Vegeta's desire, the dragon fell into a contemplative silence, uttering not a word. Vegeta felt a twinge of unease. Could it be that the dragon was unable to fulfill this wish? It can be realized. The dragon finally spoke. Vegeta's heart surged with elation, his mouth nearly stretching to his ears in anticipation of his wish coming to fruition. Frieza, just you wait. Yet the dragon added, however, this wish entails considerable difficulty. What do you mean? Vegeta was taken aback. Due to the unique nature of Majin Buu's physique, and given that you are a Saiyan, the cellular modifications are quite intricate. The dragon elaborated that I have calculated that transforming your cells to emulate Majin Buu's will require at least a quarter of an hour. A quarter of an hour? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. This is utterly absurd. Without Ginyu and his team, a quarter of an hour would be trivial. Even an hour, or 10 days and nights, would pose no challenge. But the crux of the matter is that Ginyu is approaching rapidly. Vegeta had already noticed Ginyu speeding towards their location. He believed it would take no more than 10 minutes for him to arrive. At that point, either he or the dragon would surely be annihilated by Ginyu, rendering his wish utterly void. Indeed, a quarter of an hour, the dragon reiterated. You can see the current situation. Ginyu is on his way here. I advise you to consider a simpler wish. Very well. Extract all the hidden energy within me and allow me to transform into a Super Saiyan ahead of time. Surely, that wish can be granted? Vegeta steadied himself and proposed an alternative desire. As long as I can become a Super Saiyan in advance, overcoming Frieza will no longer be a concern. That is not feasible. Your combat power has far surpassed mine. And transformation relies on your own capabilities, which I cannot affect. The dragon shook its head. Then let me become the legendary Super Saiyan. That transformation should be achievable, right? We are both Saiyans, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Correct? Vegeta suppressed his rising anger and inquired again. It is possible, but it will still require at least a quarter of an hour, the dragon explained. The legendary Super Saiyan cells have already undergone transformation, and modifying them necessitates a process akin to adapting to the properties of Majin Buu. This won't do either. That won't do. Vegeta was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Hurry and state your wish. Ginyu is nearly upon us, the dragon urged. Damn it, this dragon is just as infuriating as the old Kai. What to do? What to do? Vegeta was engulfed by despair. The dragon was unreliable. It seemed the only option was to follow the old Kai's suggestion and first relocate Ginyu and his team. During that time, he could enter the hyperbolic time chamber to train diligently. Perhaps he could achieve a breakthrough. Just as he prepared to voice his wish, the dragon spoke once more. Vegeta, if you wish to transform into Majin Buu's physique, I have a quick method at hand. If you consent, your wish can be fulfilled. What? Vegeta was puzzled. I can partially transform you before Ginyu arrives. Later, if you gather the Dragon Balls again, you can complete the transformation. The dragon explained, gazing at Vegeta. Partially transform? What effect will that yield? Vegeta countered that if it's merely a partial transformation with no substantial effect, it would be better not to alter it at all. Even if modified, I would still be no match for Ginyu. What use is that? Majin Buu's physique is exceptionally unique. After a simple modification, your injured body will automatically heal. However, due to it being a partial transformation, the healing process will take some time, the dragon clarified. How long? Vegeta inquired. As short as a year, and as long as over a decade, the dragon replied. The duration depends on the severity of your injuries. Vegeta pondered, indecisive. Damn, this is utterly ridiculous. A year at the least, a decade at the most. By the time my body recovers, it will all be for naught. Chapter 30, Battle Power Enhanced Chapter 30. Battle Power Enhanced. What if Ginyu kills Bulma and her family? By the time my body recovers, I won't be able to bring them back. You must understand that those who die for over a year cannot be resurrected. For once, Vegeta was uncharacteristically anxious, because those who have died for over a year are likely to be reincarnated. Vegeta, make your decision swiftly. Ginyu is nearing. The dragon urged up. By the way, I have detected an exceedingly powerful energy within your body. Although you consumed the super divine water, you have only released a fraction of it. Through this bodily transformation, it may be possible to extract some of that energy. Vegeta felt a flicker of hope within him and quickly asked, how much can be extracted? Will it suffice to deal with Ginyu? Whether you can counter Ginyu depends on your own prowess. I cannot say for certain, the dragon replied. Very well, then let this be my wish. I entrust it to you, dragon. Vegeta had made up his mind. This battle was inevitable. Instead of continuing to evade, it was better to take the initiative. Perhaps after the dragon modified his body, the energy contained within could be substantially extracted. With a flash, the dragon's eyes gleamed with golden light, and soon a beam of golden radiance descended from the heavens, enveloping Vegeta. Your wish has been granted. Farewell, the dragon announced before transforming into 7 golden flames, swiftly dispersing as the 7 Dragon Balls soared into the sky, scattering in all directions. The pitch-black night sky suddenly transformed into a brilliant azure, with the sun hanging high in the horizon, radiating its warm glow. Vegeta lifted his gaze towards the heavens, feeling the surging energy within him, a mix of astonishment and elation flooding his heart. Regardless of the circumstances, a portion of his wish had ultimately been fulfilled. Moreover, Vegeta discovered that the immense hidden energy within his body was gradually seeping into his meridians, and he soon sensed that his combat power had ascended to a new pinnacle. A preliminary estimate suggested that his combat power had at least tripled, meaning he now boasted an impressive strength of 180,000. Ever since he had traversed into the form of Vegeta, he had sensed a formidable energy lurking within him, and now that energy was finally manifesting its intended purpose, a portion having been refined and extracted, which filled him with exhilaration. Additionally, according to the dragon's words, this energy was vast, seemingly containing much more yet to be tapped into, providing Vegeta with an additional trump card. With his combat power elevated, Vegeta found himself surprisingly calm. Casually tossing the deity aside, he coldly stated, "You may depart now. Quick, check if your combat power has increased." The deity inquired eagerly, showing no intention of leaving in light of the dragon's favor. "I shall overlook this once," Vegeta replied, casting a sidelong glance at the old man, harboring no fondness for him that I can already sense it. "Your combat power is rising." The deity smiled, his expression turning serious. "Vegeta, your wish has been granted. Should you not fulfill your promise? Do you truly wish for me to leave Earth?" Vegeta narrowed his eyes. "You must understand, had it not been for you, no one would have set foot on this planet." The deity nodded. "Humph, are you unaware of my purpose for coming to Earth?" Vegeta retorted with a cold smirk. "I understand," the deity acknowledged, a self-deprecating smile crossing his face. "Since the inception of the Dragon Balls, I have hoped for someone to achieve their noble desires through them. Yet what has resulted is slaughter and selfishness." "You are correct. From this day forth, I shall cease the creation of Dragon Balls, allowing them to vanish forever." Vegeta disregarded the old deity's words, deeming him obstinate and unreasonable. It seemed that to fully transform his body into that of Majin Buu, a journey to Namek was necessary, that he believed that the Namekian dragon could potentially facilitate the transformation of his body in the shortest time possible. "I advise you to flee quickly. Ginyu is rapidly approaching," Vegeta remarked, glancing at the sky before suddenly soaring into the air. The deity hesitated for a moment below before finding a place to hide. "Meow, I'm terrified," exclaimed the Karin, drenched in cold sweat as he watched Ginyu and his team depart. Just moments ago, he had narrowly escaped being obliterated by Ginyu. Thankfully, the dragon had appeared at a critical moment, diverting Jinyu's attention. "Meow, that little creature's wish seems to have come true. I wonder if he can handle Ginyu and his team?" Karin pondered aloud that Mr. Popo remained silent. Even though Guldo had repeatedly invoked time-stopping techniques to buy Ginyu time to approach Vegeta, the distance to the temple was still considerable, and by the time Ginyu arrived, Vegeta had already fulfilled his wish. Useless fool. Ginyu cursed Guldo before turning his attention to Vegeta with a grin. Vegeta smiled faintly and addressed Guldo. It seems your captain doesn't care for you. Why not follow me instead? Pa! What are you? Guldo spat defiantly. Fool. Vegeta shook his head, extending his hand towards Guldo's position. Boom! In the next moment, Guldo's body erupted into fragments, dissipating into the air. It wasn't that Vegeta was heartless. Rather, keeping this little creature around posed a risk. Despite his low combat power, his unique abilities were formidable. If a confrontation arose with Ginyu and Guldo interfered, it could spell disaster. Thus, eliminating him while his energy was nearly depleted was the wisest choice. Vegeta, you're becoming quite the formidable warrior. Ginyu sneered, killing such a waste. Does that make you feel powerful? Enough chatter. Prepare to meet your end. Ginyu, Vegeta retorted with a chilling laugh, eager to use Ginyu as a sharpening stone for his skills. Not so fast. Let me ask you first, what was that all about? Where did that creature go? Ginyu, still bewildered by the dragon's appearance, was intent on not letting Vegeta escape this time. It's merely a peculiar reaction from the planet. Nothing to concern yourself with. Vegeta would not divulge the truth. Forget it. I'm just curious why you aren't running. That aren't you the so-called Prince of Fleeing? Ginyu mocked. Is it because you can't escape that you've come here to die? However, after over an hour of training, I wonder how much your combat power has increased. Saying this, Ginyu activated his scouter, marveling, it seems there hasn't been much improvement. Still just over 60,000. No, wait, it has increased by 300. Ha ha ha. Chapter 31. Deceived Vegeta paid no mind to Ginyu, his combat power surging dramatically. Beep beep. New data appeared on Ginyu's scouter. What? Your combat power has risen to 80,000. How is that possible? Ginyu stared in disbelief at Vegeta, struggling to accept the reality. Vegeta smiled faintly as his combat power continued to escalate. 90,000. It's still climbing? Ginyu's composure began to waver, his eyes bulging in shock. Vegeta grinned widely, his smile radiant. 100,000. You, Ginyu stammered, nearly speechless. Ginyu, prepare to witness my true combat power. Vegeta laughed heartily, his aura elevating to unprecedented heights. The tremendous energy surged, generating powerful gusts of wind that swept through the air, scattering clouds in their wake, even startling a passing bird that nearly met its demise. Ginyu and his teammate, Jis, who were en route, found themselves frozen in disbelief upon witnessing Vegeta's overwhelming combat power. 120,000. His combat power has reached an astonishing level. Vegeta's strength now rivaled that of Captain Ginyu. Jis and Ginyu exchanged fearful glances, sensing the depth of terror in each other's eyes. He's just a Saiyan. How could he possess such formidable power? This is bad. Jis' forehead dripped with sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably. Ginyu, too, stood in shock, rendered speechless. After a prolonged silence, Ginyu finally spoke, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Indeed, impressive. 120,000 combat power. You're now my equal. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Ginyu. Having already formulated his strategy, he intentionally limited his power to around 120,000, refraining from unleashing his full potential. Ginyu, we both stand at 120,000 combat power. Let us settle this here, Vegeta declared, narrowing his eyes. Very well. As you wish. I shall show you the might of Ginyu. Ginyu scoffed, and in the next instant, he transformed into a streak of light, rocketing towards Vegeta like a missile. Boom! Ginyu's head collided forcefully with Vegeta's abdomen, followed by a punch that seized Vegeta's slender arm, hurling him mercilessly towards the vast expanse of earth below. With a thunderous crash, Vegeta's descent left a massive crater in the ground. Humph, you're still too inexperienced, Ginyu taunted. Ginyu gently touched his nose, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at Vegeta, who lay vanquished on the ground. Just then, Jis and Rikuum, who had hurried over, could not help but applaud in astonishment at the remarkable scene before them. It turned out that the scouter had malfunctioned. Vegeta was by no means a match for the captain. I thought he could truly stand toe-to-toe with the captain. Jis chuckled. Indeed, the captain has fought countless battles. How could he possibly be compared to a mere Saiyan brat? Rikuum chimed, and no sooner had they spoken than Vegeta sprang to his feet, soaring back into the sky. Geez, and Rikuum's eyes bulged in shock, nearly causing them to plummet from midair. Ginyu, is this all you can do? Vegeta remarked, pulling out a tissue gifted by Bulma to wipe the dust from his face. His smile unwavering as he regarded Captain Ginyu. Quit your acting. That blow must have left you severely injured. Ginyu retorted with a cold snort. Indeed, I am wounded, Vegeta grinned, but now it's my turn to attack. So you better brace yourself. With that, he suddenly extended his right hand towards Ginyu, and in a flash of blinding light, a powerful surge of energy erupted, hurtling straight towards Jinyu's position. Jinyu's face turned ashen in an instant. Quick! Too fast! Ginyu gritted his teeth, attempting to dodge to the side. Yet the tremendous shockwave grazed his arm and soared into the heavens. Ah! Ginyu cried out in agony, only to be left in shock when the powerful wave dissipated, revealing that his left arm had vanished. This scene left Jeez and Rikuum trembling in fear, wishing to flee the area immediately. Though both possess combat powers of 120,000, it seemed that I hold the upper hand over you. Vegeta mused as he rubbed his nose. Jinyu's complexion turned ashen. He could not fathom why a simple shockwave from Vegeta had cost him his arm. Little did Ginyu know that Vegeta's combat prowess had long surpassed his own, cleverly concealed until now. This is impossible. This cannot be. Ginyu roared in fury, unwilling to accept the reality. Enough. The outcome is settled. You may report to the King of Hell, Vegeta declared, extending his right hand once more towards Jinyu's location. Jinyu's expression soured further, his eyes wide with rage, teeth clenched. However, just at that critical moment, Vegeta suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The crimson liquid hung in the air, strikingly vivid, resembling a red rainbow, exceedingly beautiful. All onlookers, including the deities secretly observing the battle, were left aghast. What on earth is happening? Why is he spitting blood? Ginyu was utterly bewildered, thinking, is this some kind of joke? Just as he thought he was about to be killed by Vegeta. The Saiyan coughed up blood that Jinyu's heart raced with excitement. Perhaps this could be an opportunity to strike back. Seizing the moment, Ginyu resolved not to hesitate any longer and prepared to deliver a lethal blow while Vegeta was incapacitated. However, just as he was about to act, he noticed Vegeta spitting blood once more, only to be astonished by Vegeta's pale complexion. Not good! Vegeta exclaimed, his body swaying precariously in the blink of an eye. He began to descend toward the ground, struggling to regain his footing upon landing. What do you intend to do, Vegeta? Ginyu inquired, initially planning to deliver a crushing blow, only to discover that Vegeta was already severely injured. This is impossible. This cannot be. Vegeta shouted vehemently. You have deceived me. I shall make you pay. What is happening? Ginyu, now on the ground, was filled with confusion. Chapter 32. I shall return. These earthlings are truly cunning. They claimed they could enhance my combat power. Vegeta seethed, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth, clearly infuriated. Ginyu, I leave your discretion to decide my fate, but you must help me eliminate them. Eradicate every last earthling. What in the world is going on? Ginyu asked, perplexed. These scoundrels said they would boost my combat prowess, but in truth, they were merely exhausting my energy. That last attack depleted every ounce of my strength. I am now utterly powerless. Vegeta's eyes burned crimson, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Ha! Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Ginyu erupted into laughter, nearly losing his breath. Jeez and Rikuum were doubled over in mirth, almost injuring themselves in the process. Little Prince, you truly are something else. How could you find yourself in such a predicament? Ginyu laughed heartily, having already relegated Vegeta to the ranks of fools in his mind. How about it? Vegeta wiped the blood from his mouth and inquired. I hope Captain Ginyu will agree to my earlier proposal. Little Prince, has your mind gone awry? Ginyu replied with a grin. Despite having lost an arm, he felt quite content. You, a Saiyan with such paltry combat power. Why should I acquiesce to your demands? Moreover, I find the Earthling's actions rather commendable. Ah! You are but a fool. Vegeta clenched his teeth, Rendered speechless, "Geez, Requiem, seize this little prince," Ginyu commanded. Geez and Requiem cautiously approached Vegeta, using their scouters to assess his combat power. Upon discovering it had indeed plummeted to under 100, they swiftly restrained his arms. "Ginyu, what do you intend to do?" Vegeta demanded, teeth gritted. As he spoke, a surge of energy erupted from within him once more. A powerful gust nearly sent Geese and Requiem tumbling to the ground, causing them to frantically shield their heads in fear of a fatal blow for Vegeta. How does he still possess such energy? Geese trembled in shock. Ginyu furrowed his brow, warily observing Vegeta. "Ginyu, if you have the capability, then kill me," Vegeta shouted defiantly. "Vegeta, your energy is dwindling. I advise you to conserve your strength," Ginyu sneered. "Humph, although the Earthlings deceived me, I still have a fair amount of energy left." As Vegeta spoke, his aura surged once more, and he began to gather a massive energy sphere in his hands. Ginyu and his companions turned pale. This lad was undoubtedly an anomaly. How could he still wield such formidable energy? Just as Ginyu and his companions prepared to retaliate, they witnessed the energy sphere Vegeta had painstakingly conjured dissipate into thin air, leaving behind only a faint scent of heat in the atmosphere. "This is impossible. This cannot be," Vegeta cried out. Yet before he could finish, his expression shifted dramatically. With a sudden gasp, Vegeta spewed forth another torrent of blood, his body swaying dangerously close to collapse. "Beep! Beep! Ha! His combat power is reduced to 5. I could extinguish him with a mere finger." Geese exclaimed in delight. "Go ahead. Kill me." Vegeta offered a bitter smile, addressing Captain Ginyu with indifference. "Kill you? Oh no, I shall not grant you that mercy," Ginyu replied with a light chuckle. "Lord Frieza wishes to see you. Consider yourself fortunate, for I shall spare your life. For now. Once you meet Lord Frieza, he will undoubtedly decide your fate." With that, Ginyu waved his hand at Geese and Requiem, signaling them to escort Vegeta aboard the spaceship. Captain Ginyu's elite team had brought 5 small spacecraft, though they were ill-suited for all 4 of them to travel together. Fortunately, when they had destroyed their previous spaceship, they had left Cyberman's vessel intact at Ginyu's behest. Under the watchful eyes of Geese and Requiem, Vegeta was taken aboard the spacecraft. "All right, we are ready to depart." Ginyu let out a light chuckle, not intending to trouble the people of Earth, as he perceived them to be rather straightforward. Soon, the spaceship roared to life, and with a thunderous sound, they were propelled into the vastness of space. "Captain, there's no point in keeping Earth around. It would be better to annihilate it," Jisoo suggested from the side. "Absolutely not. The ecological environment of Earth is quite decent, and besides, it has managed to outwit that fool Vegeta." "I now find the Earthlings rather endearing," Ginyu replied with a smile. "Moreover, the distance from Earth to our location is too great. Let us hold on to it for now. In due time, Lord Frieza will make the necessary arrangements." Upon hearing this, Jisoo nodded in agreement and refrained from further comment. However, what Ginyu and his companions failed to notice was the mocking smile adorning Vegeta's face. His earlier actions had been merely a fade. He was wagering that Ginyu and his team would not destroy Earth, nor would they eliminate him. He deduced that Ginyu would not kill him due to the excessive time they had afforded him. According to the operational style of Ginyu Force, they would never squander time waiting for someone. They could easily obliterate Earth and vanish along with it. Therefore, Vegeta was almost certain that Frieza had other plans for him. As for what those plans entailed, Vegeta was left in the dark. Through Ginyu and his team, Vegeta seized the opportunity to lead all the extraterrestrials away from Earth, which seemed the best course of action. Regardless, this decision temporarily ensured Earth's safety. After all, remaining on Earth posed a risk. Should he eliminate Ginyu and his team, the next step would be Frieza's personal arrival. The Vegeta's current power level was insufficient to engage Frieza in a deadly duel. He could only temporarily evade confrontation. After all, the cells within Vegeta's body had the capability to regenerate, albeit slowly, which was still preferable to complete annihilation. That, of course, Vegeta's actions were also based on a contingency. Should Ginyu and his team truly intend to act against Earth, he would eliminate them in an instant. As for the celestial being's aggressive demeanor, Vegeta dismissed it entirely. not wishing to witness Earth's destruction because of him, which would endanger the lovely girl, Bulma. After Vegeta departed from Earth, the celestial being finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. After a brief rest, he glanced at the egg left by the Demon King Piccolo before returning to the temple without a backward glance. The little monster has finally left. Now Earth can enjoy peace once more, Karin said joyfully, as if he had achieved a significant victory. Indeed, Earth could not withstand further turmoil. The celestial being nodded in agreement. Yet he had not anticipated that, despite Vegeta's somewhat malevolent nature, he would keep his word. Meanwhile, as Vegeta traversed the cosmos, he smiled softly to himself, thinking, "Old Celestial, just wait. There will come a day when you will beg me to return to Earth." Chapter 33. An itchy tail in the vast expanse of space aboard Ginyu spaceship, Captain Ginyu dialed Frieza's number with a serious expression. "Lord Frieza, this is Captain Ginyu. The task you assigned has been successfully completed." "Good. First, ensure the young prince is delivered to planet Vegeta. Do not let him escape," Frieza commanded. "Rest assured, Lord Frieza, he will not get away." Ginyu replied cheerfully. He then inquired, "What shall we do next, Lord Frieza? You should also take up residence on planet Vegeta for the time being." "I will notify you when new orders arise," Frieza instructed. "Understood," Ginyu replied respectfully. After hanging up, Ginyu stretched lazily and said to Jisoo and Raikum, "Keep an eye on him for me. I need to tend to my injuries." "That brat managed to take off one of my arms. Humph. I will settle the score with him in due time." Vegeta cast a glance at him, but remained silent. "That be by the way, you can also torment him a bit. But do not disturb me unless absolutely necessary," Ginyu added before entering the treatment room to heal his arm. Frieza's crew possessed advanced technology that allowed them to regrow limbs using a special healing serum. Once Ginyu entered the treatment room, Jisoo and Raikum fixated their gazes on Vegeta, as if fearful he might try to flee. The atmosphere inside the spaceship grew eerily quiet after a prolonged silence. Raikum exchanged a knowing glance with Jisoo, who understood. "Young prince, how is your condition?" Jisoo asked with a smile, feigning concern. "My energy is nearly depleted." "This is quite troublesome," Vegeta sighed. "Truly depleted? Those Earthlings possess such formidable power." "It's impressive," Jisoo remarked with a smile, genuinely astonished. "Humph, I will definitely settle the score with those Earthlings one day," Vegeta retorted coldly. "Young prince, your situation is rather dire. Look at you, your combat power is reduced to 5. At your current level, how can you seek retribution against the Earthlings?" Jisoo chuckled lightly, glancing at the scouter on his eye. "I have ways to restore my energy," Vegeta shot back, casting a sidelong glance at him. "Is that so?" Jisoo laughed slyly. "However, young prince, should we not settle our accounts? The Ginyu Force consists of 5 members, 2 of whom you have dispatched. Humph, should we simply let this matter rest?" "What do you want?" Vegeta asked coldly. "What do we want?" "Humph, you've incapacitated 2 of our comrades, yet you act as if nothing has happened. What do you think we should do?" Jisoo sneered, his gaze towards Vegeta growing colder. In response to this, Vegeta merely smiled lightly, entirely unconcerned about the two. After all, given Vegeta's current strength, he could easily annihilate Ginyu and his companions. Originally, Vegeta had indeed planned to eliminate Ginyu and the others after departing Earth, then find a planet to temporarily reside on, diverting Frieza's wrath elsewhere. However, after overhearing the conversation between Ginyu and Frieza, he changed his mind. From Frieza's words, it was evident that planet Vegeta had not yet been destroyed. Instead, he intended to return Vegeta to his home planet. Puzzled, Vegeta contemplated the situation. Considering the timeline, he was now 6 years old. According to the original historical timeline, when he turned 5, Kakarot would be sent to Earth. And it was during that year that planet Vegeta was annihilated by Frieza. Vegeta speculated that perhaps his unauthorized actions had prompted Frieza to alter his original intentions, thereby causing some changes in the history of Dragon Ball. Since Frieza intended to return him to planet Vegeta, Vegeta resolved to take a look at his home planet. After all, with his regenerative capabilities, although the process took some time, it was certainly preferable to outright death. Moreover, Vegeta felt fortunate to have acquired a gravity training chamber with 300 times the gravity from Bulma's father. Furthermore, Bulma's father had constructed it in a capsule form, making it convenient for Vegeta to carry with him. At that moment, Raikum, who had remained silent until now, looked at Vegeta with a mocking expression and said, "Humph, what are you thinking, little brat? Let me tell you, don't even entertain the thought of escaping. This is the vast universe, and you Saiyans likely cannot survive in such cosmic expanses that so you can survive in the vacuum of space," Vegeta inquired with a smile. "Naturally, my physique is unique, unlike you Saiyans. A bunch of barely evolved wild monkeys thinking you can turn the tide," Raikum sneered. Vegeta fell silent, walking over to the spaceship's hatch and gazing into the boundless cosmic void. "Little brat, it's pointless to look. Do you think merely observing the outside will enable you to survive in space?" Raikum scoffed, casting a derisive glance at Vegeta while running his hand through his bright red hair. "You'd better behave yourself. If it weren't for Lord Frieza forbidding us from killing you, humph, do you think you would have lived this long? What was your name again?" Vegeta cast a glance at Raikum and inquired. The members of the Ginyu Force, particularly Raikum and Curta, were somewhat indistinct to Vegeta, causing him to easily confuse them. That it was not that their appearances were similar. Rather, both of them were inconsequential presences. And Vegeta had not paid them much heed at the time. "I am Raikum," Raikum declared, announcing his name. "Come here for a moment," Vegeta beckoned him. "What do you want?" Raikum eyed Vegeta warily. After all, the formidable display Vegeta had shown earlier still instilled fear in him. "Are you afraid?" Vegeta chuckled lightly. "You can check with your scouter. My battle power is merely 5, isn't it?" "Raikum, go over there. I still don't believe he can pull any tricks," Jis urged from the side. Raikum considered this. A little brat with a battle power of only 5 couldn't possibly stir up any trouble. Thus, he strode towards Vegeta's location, arrogantly proclaiming, "You little brat, I happen to be feeling a bit restless. It's still months before we reach your planet, so I might as well take my frustration out on you." With that, Raikum began to stretch, preparing to give Vegeta a good thrashing. Vegeta, with a beaming smile, suddenly yanked open the spaceship's hatch, executing a swift maneuver that struck Raikum squarely. Raikum let out a pained cry as he was sent hurtling out of the spacecraft. "My apologies, my tail was feeling a bit itchy," Vegeta remarked, stroking his tail while grinning at Jis. Chapter 34. "Do not disturb me." Jis' eyes widened in shock, rendered speechless. However, just as Raikum was ejected from the spaceship, Vegeta seized his bright red hair, forcibly halting his descent. "Help me." Raikum looked at Vegeta with desperation, fearing that he might loosen his grip and let him fall up. By the way, what was your name again?" Vegeta asked with a cheerful demeanor. "I am Raikum." Raikum nearly wept. "Oh, Raikum, didn't you just say you could survive in space? Why don't we test that theory?" Vegeta smiled gently, loosening his grip slightly. No, that was a lie. I can't survive in space." Raikum's eyes brimmed with tears. In truth, Raikum could survive in space. But he was acutely aware that there were no habitable planets nearby, and if left in the vast emptiness of space, he would inevitably perish from starvation. "Is that so? Then you were deceiving me. I dislike liars," Vegeta snorted, tightening his grip once more. Wait. Raikum looked at Vegeta with a despairing expression, terrified that he might be released. "Vegeta, I advise you not to go too far." Jis interjected sharply from the side. Despite his words, Jis hesitated to approach, evidently fearful of Vegeta's wrath. Moreover, Jis was puzzled. Vegeta had just spat blood moments ago, yet here he was, exhibiting such formidable strength that Raikum could not resist. Upon closer inspection of the scouter, Jis was nearly driven to madness. "What the hell? Vegeta's battle power is still only 5. Is this some kind of joke? My battle power is indeed only 5. Right? You could assist this." Whoever, Vegeta turned back with a grin, then looked at Raikum and asked, "By the way, what was your name again?" "Raikum." Raikum shouted desperately, "Oh, Raikum, I shall remember you. Next year, I will pay my respects at your grave." Vegeta's lips curled into a wicked smirk, and in the next moment, he relaxed his grip. Raikum screamed, and when he looked again, he had vanished from sight. Whether this unfortunate fellow had met his demise was of no concern to Vegeta. After all, even if he were alive, he posed no threat. With a resounding clap, Vegeta shut the hatch, casting a cold smile at Jis. Jis' complexion had paled. Witnessing Vegeta's expression, he could not help but take a step back. Raikum, at least, could survive in space. But what about him? He seemingly lacked that ability. Geese was thoroughly frightened, his calves trembling. "What was your name again?" Vegeta inquired, observing Geese with amusement. Geese said, "Oh, can you survive in space?" Vegeta pressed. No, Vegeta, please don't." Geese frantically waved his hands. Just then, Geese's eyes widened in disbelief, for he realized that Vegeta had spat blood once more. Indeed, another spurt of blood. That little brat, this is poetic justice. Geese nearly laughed. Though he dared not do so, these earthlings were truly infuriating. He decided to let them off the hook for today. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta chose to ignore Geese and sat down to meditate. Seeing Vegeta in such a state, Geese felt a twinge of temptation. The little brat had just spat blood. Perhaps this was the perfect moment to teach him a lesson. Such an opportunity was rare. And if missed, it would not be easy to come by again. Geese's expression shifted, torn between the decision to confront Vegeta or not. However, after much deliberation, he ultimately lacked the courage to act. Geese rationalized that even if he were to reprimand Vegeta, he did not wish to take his life. After all, patience was key to grander schemes. With that thought in mind, Geese settled down into silence and found a place to rest. Just as Vegeta had begun to relax, he suddenly sensed a faint energy approaching rapidly from afar. Furrowing his brow, Vegeta hurried to the window to gaze outside. In the next moment, he spotted a circular spaceship soaring past, and upon closer inspection, his heart sank. Inside the spacecraft was a newborn infant, sporting a Saiyan-tailed T. That moment, the child was sound asleep in the vessel. "Son Goku," Vegeta could not help but utter softly. Indeed, the recently passed spacecraft was none other than that of Son Goku. Judging by the trajectory of the ship, it seemed to be heading towards Earth. That if Goku was en route to Earth, did that mean the Saiyan homeworld had been destroyed? At least, in the history of Dragon Ball that Vegeta knew, it was shortly after Goku departed planet Vegeta that it was annihilated by Frieza. Taking a deep breath, Vegeta resolved not to dwell on such troubling matters, once again settling down to meditate. This time, though Geese was curious about Vegeta's actions, he dared not utter a word. Time passed, and at last, Captain Ginyu emerged from the medical bay. After treatment, his severed arm had regrown, and he appeared much more spirited than before. "Geese, where's Raikum?" Ginyu noticed Raikum's absence, but thought little of it. Assuming he was in another room, he was thrown out by Vegeta. Geese replied, glancing at Vegeta before explaining. Ginyu's expression darkened instantly, and his gaze toward Vegeta became venomous. "Damn it, the Ginyu Force originally consisted of 5 members, and now only 2 of us remain, all thanks to that Saiyan prince." It was no wonder Ginyu was furious. However, as Frieza had commanded him not to kill Vegeta, Ginyu refrained from acting impulsively. How did he manage that? Wasn't he out of energy? Ginyu suppressed his rage and inquired that, "I don't know. All I know is that Raikum stood no chance against him." Geese said dejectedly. "Damn it, Vegeta, stop sleeping." Ginyu fumed, his anger boiling over. Yet when he looked at Vegeta, he found him fast asleep, utterly dismissive of Ginyu's presence. Vegeta squinted slightly and said coolly, "Oh, your injuries are healed. Do not disturb me. I wish to rest." "Damn it. Who do you think you are? Do you still think you're the Saiyan Prince? I must inform you that you are now my captive, and it would be wise to comply, lest I unleash my wrath upon you." Ginyu glared at Vegeta with an intensity bordering on madness, wishing fervently to strike him down with a single blow. How infuriating it was. Ginyu had never encountered such audacity before. "By the way, Captain Ginyu, might I inquire if you are capable of surviving in the vastness of space?" Vegeta asked with a smirk. Chapter 35. The Rhythm of Starvation. Upon hearing this, Ginyu's expression turned bewildered. However, G's face paled, his body trembling involuntarily, and his lips quivered. "I did not ask you." Vegeta shot a sidelong glance at G's, seemingly annoyed by his overreaction. "Vegeta, regardless of your schemes, today I shall ensure you receive a proper lesson." Ginyu, unable to contain his anger any longer, seethed at the audacity of this insolent brat. "Wait," Vegeta said nonchalantly, raising a hand to halt him. "Speak." Ginyu clenched his fists, momentarily suppressing the urge to charge forward. "Raikum claimed he could survive in space, so I cast him out to AS for you. I wonder if you can endure?" Vegeta narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Captain Ginyu before him. Ginyu's complexion darkened. a heavy sense of dread enveloping him. The thought of being ejected from the spaceship was far from amusing. That I must warn you, we Saiyans cannot survive in the vacuum of space. Should a confrontation arise, and this vessel be inadvertently damaged, how will you explain it to Frieza? Vegeta remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Ginyu with a leisurely demeanor. Jinyu's expression faltered, rendering him speechless, though he felt a slight sense of relief. What a terrifying individual. Why had he found him so fearsome moments ago? Patience was his only option. Ginyu felt as though he were becoming a master of restraint. Enough of your noise. I intend to sleep, Vegeta declared, closing his eyes once more, utterly disinterested in Ginyu and Ji's antics. Ginyu and Ji's exchanged glances, their teeth clenched in mutual frustration, wishing they could hurl Vegeta into the abyss. After a brief silence, Ginyu beckoned Ji's to another room. Ji's, this brat is insufferable. What should we do? Ginyu asked, gritting his teeth. Captain, I believe we should endure, Ji's lamented, his face a mask of despair. Despite having a combat power of only 5, he could easily handle Rikuum, leading him to suspect that Rikuum had concealed his true strength. If a fight were to break out and the spaceship were to be destroyed, they would find themselves in dire straits. Surely the captain cannot survive in the vastness of space either? Captain Ginyu nodded in agreement, yet a lingering resentment simmered within him. Captain, it is not worth sacrificing our lives for a Saiyan wildling, Ji stated solemnly. You speak the truth, Ginyu finally acknowledged, nodding in agreement and choosing to remain silent thereafter. I wonder what Lord Frieza intends to do with that little brat. Vegeta, Ji's mused, shaking his head in confusion. Who can fathom Lord Frieza's thoughts? Ginyu sighed. Their journey continued. Ginyu and Ji's chose to isolate themselves in their quarters, seeking solace from the chaos. You think you're so bold? Humph, I shall not lay my eyes upon you. Revel in your own arrogance, they resolved. Gradually, Ginyu and Ji's found their composure, allowing Vegeta to entertain himself outside. The spaceship traced a path through the cosmos, speeding toward Vegeta's home planet. Time passed, and Ginyu emerged from his chamber, only to be met with Ji's woeful expression, which sparked a sense of foreboding within him. Ji's, what troubles you? Ginyu inquired hastily. Captain, Vegeta has consumed all the food. Ji's nearly wept. What did you say? Jinyu's body trembled. Nearly collapsing, the ship's stores had been completely depleted, even the nutritional fluids. Ji's face flushed with indignation. This little brat, Ginyu felt as if a volcano were about to erupt within him. How despicable. He intends to starve me to death. Seething with rage, Ginyu stormed into the main hall where Vegeta resided, demanding, Vegeta, I see you have a death wish. Captain Ginyu, what is it now? Vegeta asked, casting a sidelong glance at him. What happened to the food aboard our ship? Ginyu roared, barely able to contain his fury. I had forgotten. The food on your ship was utterly inedible. I struggled to consume it. So please remember to bring something more palatable on our next journey. Vegeta replied, casually producing a toothpick to clean his teeth. You insolent. Ginyu felt as if he were about to explode. You dare consume it all if it was so distasteful. I mean, Ginyu, it is merely a bit of food. Why such a furious outburst? Vegeta chuckled lightly, letting out a satisfied belch. You must know that Saiyans have hearty appetites. I am still not satiated. Why you? Ginyu was enraged, his fury reaching a boiling point, with a month's journey remaining until reaching Vegeta's planet. While starvation would not lead to death, it would certainly leave them weak and disoriented. How infuriating! How infuriating! Ginyu longed to toss Vegeta out into the void, but ultimately he restrained himself. After enduring hunger for an entire month, the spaceship finally touched down on Vegeta's planet. At last, Ginyu and Ji stumbled out, nearly losing their footing in the process. That we are starving. It has been a month since we last ate, they lamented, devoid of any strength. Gazing at the somewhat familiar landscape of Vegeta's planet, Vegeta sighed deeply, relieved. This planet had not been annihilated by Frieza. Perhaps the time had simply not yet come. After all that chaos on Earth, he had returned to his home planet. Quickly disembark. Stop dawdling. Vegeta, standing behind Ginyu and Ji's, delivered a swift kick to hasten their exit. With a thud, Ginyu and Ji's tumbled out, nearly landing unceremoniously at that very moment. The personnel at the space launch base recognized their prince's return, rushing forward in astonishment to pay their respects. Ensure these two are confined, and do not allow them any food, Vegeta commanded, glancing back at Ginyu and G's. His subordinates hastily complied, restraining them without hesitation. Step aside, you lowly creatures. Do you even know who I am? Ginyu bellowed in rage. His combat power was a staggering 120,000, yet he was subdued by two guards with powers under 1,000. His indignation was palpable. Such audacity. Who is this person, Your Highness? A guard inquired, bewildered. Oh, just some captives I acquired along the journey, Vegeta replied with a smile. Chapter 36. A reunion with Zabon upon hearing Vegeta's words. Both Ginyu and G's seethed with anger, poised to contact Frieza, only to witness two beams of light shoot forth, striking their detector. Boom! The device was obliterated. Confine them, Vegeta commanded. Vegeta, you shall pay for this, you despicable coward. Ginyu and G's nearly leaped in fury. However, their hunger rendered them powerless. Bang! A guard delivered a sharp slap to Ginyu's head, sternly admonishing, Behave yourself. That is our prince. Look at you. You resemble a fool. Speak out of turn again. And I shall end you. Ginyu ground his teeth. Visibly enraged, he was a member of the illustrious Ginyu Force. Yet here he was, being bullied by a Saiyan's guard. You have no right to speak to us in such a manner. We are the Ginyu Force, the greatest team in the universe. Cross us again, and you shall pay with your life. G.I. spoke fiercely, but after uttering those words, he suddenly felt dizzy and weak. The pangs of hunger were truly unbearable, making it difficult to even speak without gasping for air. Upon hearing this, everyone present was momentarily stunned. The Ginyu Force. What an impressive team! However, in the next instant, laughter erupted throughout the room. The Ginyu Force? With two idiots like you? The leading guard laughed heartily and commanded, Take them away. Let these two fools starve. G.I.'s and Ginyu were escorted away and confined in a dark cell, surrounded by energy barriers, ensuring that escaping in their famished state would be impossible. Vegeta smiled softly, intending to return to the palace, when suddenly he noticed a guard rushing towards him, respectfully presenting a communicator. What is it? Vegeta inquired, as he no longer had need for such a device. Your Highness, it's a call from Lord Frieza, the guard replied promptly. Vegeta frowned. Frieza's information network was impressively efficient. He had scarcely returned to planet Vegeta when this individual had already sent word to contact him. Placing the communicator to his ear, Frieza's voice soon came through. Vegeta, I knew I was right about you. I never imagined that even the legendary Ginyu Force could be toyed with by you. Well done, Lord Frieza. What are your instructions? Vegeta asked cautiously, uncertain of Frieza's intentions. Release Ginyu and G.I.'s immediately, and stay put on your planet. Frieza commanded sharply, cutting off the call abruptly. Vegeta's brow furrowed, and his expression darkened. However, he understood that with his current strength, he was no match for Frieza. Although Vegeta had nearly attained immortality, if Frieza were to obliterate him, as per Shenron's indication, it would take at least a decade for him to regain his form. 10 years, such a lengthy span of time. By the time he recovered, anything could happen in the vast universe. Since Frieza instructed him to remain obediently on planet Vegeta, it inadvertently bought Vegeta some time. It seemed that Frieza had no intention of attacking planet Vegeta just yet, which eased Vegeta's mind considerably. As for whether to release Ginyu and G.I.'s, Vegeta had never intended to kill them. Otherwise, he would have disposed of them as soon as they boarded the spaceship. Let's keep them locked up for 3 days first. With that decision made, Vegeta soared into the air, racing towards the palace. However, just as he approached, he sensed an overwhelming energy emanating from within the palace. Such formidable combat power. Vegeta paused momentarily, estimating that this person's strength was at least 50,000. He found it puzzling. When had such powerful warriors appeared among the Saiyans? No. This energy felt distinctly non-Saiyan, almost extraterrestrial. Concealing his own combat power to around 20,000, he stealthily entered the palace. King Vegeta, Lord Frieza, is furious about your Saiyan's unauthorized actions. The consequences could be dire. A chilling voice echoed in Vegeta's ears. Vegeta scanned the area from which the voice originated. Standing beside King Vegeta was a somewhat familiar figure. It was evidently the one who had just spoken. As the individual turned their head towards Vegeta, their eyes met. Vegeta nearly leapt in shock. How could this be? Wasn't he this person the one he had annihilated? Did he possess immortality as well? Vegeta's expression reflected his astonishment. The individual confronting King Vegeta had long green hair, light green skin, and a handsome face. None other than the one he had defeated on Earth, Zabo. Zabo had been resurrected? Vegeta's mind raced with uncertainty that, oh, is that the little prince? What, did you scurry back from Earth? Clearly, Zabo had also recognized Vegeta, and after a moment of surprise, greeted him with a grin. Zabo, Vegeta tentatively called out. Little Vegeta, this is Zabo's twin brother, Salong, King Vegeta interjected. Upon hearing this, Vegeta sighed in relief. It was Zabo's twin brother. No wonder they looked so alike. As long as Zabo hadn't been reborn. He could rest easy. TNT anticipated that Zabo had a twin brother. This detail had not been mentioned in the familiar Dragon Ball universe. Little Prince, despite my brother's seemingly affable appearance. He can be quite ruthless. I hope he doesn't harm you. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain it to your father, Salong said with a smile. Though the sarcasm was unmistakable, King Vegeta clenched his fists at this remark, but dared not express his anger. Salong, Zabo's brother, possessed a combat power of 50,000, far beyond what he could contend with. By the way, it seems you and your father haven't seen each other in quite a while. I want intrude, Salong chuckled before turning serious. King Vegeta, Prince Galder's full moon feast awaits your attendance. I hope you want let me down. Understood, King Vegeta replied solemnly. Haha, I shall return in 3 days. Salong erupted into a piercing laugh, then left the palace without looking back. Chapter 37. 100 times gravity. Vegeta paid no mind. A mere lackey with a combat power of 50,000 was insignificant. His target was Frieza, not such trivial figures. After Salong's departure, King Vegeta regarded his son with a grave expression. Father, what is going on? Vegeta inquired. First, tell me how you returned from Earth. King Vegeta countered without addressing his son's question. If you don't wish to share, I want to press for details. Vegeta turned to leave. Although he was King Vegeta's son, he felt no familial bond with this king, as he bore the cold blood of the Saiyans. Stop right there, King Vegeta commanded sharply. What is it? Vegeta retorted. If there is nothing else, I need to train, and please do not disturb me while I'm training. Ha ha, that is my son, Vegeta. King Vegeta laughed heartily at Vegeta's disrespectful tone. Rather than getting angry, Vegeta was taken aback. This old man was truly peculiar. He seemed to revel in Vegeta's defiance. However, since King Vegeta was in good spirits, Vegeta decided to take the opportunity to ask a few questions. What exactly did that Salong want with you? Vegeta inquired again. Galder's full moon is approaching, and Frieza has commanded all Saiyans to attend, King Vegeta said, his face taut with anger, his fists clenched tightly. Frieza also stated that if we Saiyans can defeat Galder, we will be spared. Otherwise, our entire race will face annihilation. Vegeta was not particularly surprised by this news. Frieza's intent to eradicate all Saiyans had been an established fact for some time. However, his delay in taking action puzzled Vegeta. Galder? Wait, who is this Galder? Galder is Frieza's newly born child, King Vegeta explained. However, he possesses immense combat power. Despite being less than a month old, his strength has already surpassed 200,000. Even if we transform into great apes, we would find it difficult to contend with him. What? Frieza has a son. Chaos has ensued. The realm of Dragon Ball has transcended the boundaries of my familiarity. This Galder, Vegeta believes, should not be underestimated. After all, he is the son of Frieza, and even if he has just been born, he is certainly not to be taken lightly. His battle power has already surpassed 200,000. Exceeding my own capabilities, that it is no wonder that Frieza has not hastened to confront the Saiyans. It appears that he has unexpectedly acquired a child. Perhaps Frieza's intention in keeping me around is to have his son use me as a sharpening stone? Vegeta gritted his teeth, hoping for a breakthrough before Galder's first month. Regardless, he decided to first enter the 300 times gravity training chamber to test himself. Without further hesitation, Vegeta turned and strode towards his palace, casually discarding the transformation capsule he had brought from Bulma's father. With a soft thud, the capsule instantly transformed into an oval-shaped dwelling, which appeared rather peculiar within the palace. Taking a deep breath, Vegeta instructed the guards not to disturb him before stepping into the gravity training chamber. The operational procedures for the training chamber had already been conveyed to him by Bulma's father. Dr. Brief, by simply inputting the corresponding numbers, he could adjust the gravity. Of course, this training chamber currently supported a maximum of 300 times gravity. He decided to commence with 20 times gravity. Vegeta was not so foolish as to directly activate 100 times gravity. He understood that training is a gradual process. Upon activating 20 times gravity, Vegeta pushed his battle power to its utmost limit. Notably, Dr. Brief had also incorporated a special material into the training chamber that could conceal battle power, meaning that outsiders would be unable to sense his presence while he trained. 20 times gravity felt rather unremarkable. After experiencing it, Vegeta shook his head in disappointment, finding it nearly imperceptible. He felt quite at ease regardless of the exercises he performed. He decided to increase the intensity. 30 times gravity. Vegeta still felt no discomfort. He only sensed a slight heaviness in his body. 40 times. The same. 50 times, 60 times, when he finally adjusted the gravity to 100 times. He was nearly overwhelmed by the tremendous pressure. However, after about 10 minutes of recalibrating his breath, he swiftly overcame the 100 times gravity. Something felt amiss. Vegeta sensed that the gravity training chamber might have an issue. Overcoming 100 times gravity was far too easy. Just as he was about to call Dr. Brief to inquire about the matter, a knock sounded at the chamber door. Vegeta approached and opened it, revealing none other than his father, King Vegeta. Little Vegeta, what is this? King Vegeta gazed in bewilderment at the strange structure within his palace, having just been engaged in conversation with his son, only to find an odd building had materialized in the blink of an eye. Before Vegeta could explain, King Vegeta strode in with determination. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed heavily to the ground. Struggling to move, Vegeta was alarmed and rushed to deactivate the gravity switch. King Vegeta, regaining his composure from the ground, found himself utterly pale, as if he had lost all his vitality. "What is this place?" he gasped, astonished by the peculiar chamber. "How terrifying! Upon entering, I was nearly crushed by an overwhelming force. This is where I train. The gravity has just been set to 100 times. Vegeta asserted with newfound certainty that there was nothing wrong with the chamber. Rather, he had simply grown significantly stronger. Chapter 38. The throne reflecting on his battle power of 180,000. Vegeta acknowledged that overcoming 100 times gravity was indeed manageable. Yet, for King Vegeta, with just over 10,000 in battle power, merely surviving the intense gravity without succumbing was commendable. But a training ground? Double gravity? 100 times? King Vegeta was astounded, incredulously eyeing his son. Moments prior, he had been overwhelmed by the gravity, while his son appeared completely unscathed. Could it be that Vegeta's battle power had reached such extraordinary heights? Was he truly capable of moving freely under 100 times gravity? Did you acquire this from Earth? King Vegeta inquired, a mix of astonishment and delight in his voice. Vegeta nodded, feeling no need to conceal the truth from his father. Very well. Father, I must continue my training. You may leave now. Vegeta was keen to maximize his training time and was disinclined to engage in further conversation. King Vegeta regarded his son with a deep gaze, adjusted his internal energy, and departed. Once King Vegeta left, Vegeta reactivated the gravity increase button, gritting his teeth as he input 200 times gravity. The immense weight bore down on him like a mountain, pinning him to the ground and rendering him immobile. Clenching his jaw, Vegeta summoned his inner energy, forcing himself to stand, though sweat poured from his brow, and every bone in his body felt as though it might shatter, causing him indescribable distress. Oh, the agony! Vegeta clenched his fists, resisting the oppressive gravity. Time passed, and eventually he managed to move again. 200 times gravity was nearly within his grasp. Meanwhile, after exiting the training chamber, King Vegeta felt utterly drained. his body in an indescribable state of discomfort. Once again, he coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground, unable to support his injured body. The palace guards, witnessing this scene, hurriedly rushed him to the medical room. 3 days later, as King Vegeta emerged from the medical facility, he appeared revitalized, as if reborn. Yet, the haunting memory of the gravity training chamber lingered in his mind, leaving him unable to shake off his trepidation. What had become of little Vegeta? How had he managed to thrive under 100 times gravity without a scratch? King Vegeta's curiosity compelled him to return to the gravity training chamber's entrance. Just then, he noticed the chamber door swing open, revealing his son, brimming with vitality. Little Vegeta, congratulations on your significant increase in battle power. It has reached 25,000, King Vegeta exclaimed, astonished by the reading on the detector. Vegeta smiled lightly. 25,000? What a jest. After 3 days of training, I have conquered 300 times gravity that I am increasingly convinced that I am on the brink of attaining the Super Saiyan transformation. Once I achieve that, Frieza shall no longer instill fear in me. This training session had transformed Vegeta, rendering him more mature, despite his tender age of 6. Frieza, just wait. You will soon regret your actions, Vegeta declared with a beaming smile. He then glanced at King Vegeta and added, Father, your battle power has significantly improved as well. It must now be around 15,000. You could discern my battle power without a detector? King Vegeta was taken aback. Vegeta chuckled, offering no explanation. Just as he was about to visit his old friends, Ginyu and Ji's, a guard interrupted with news. Your Majesty, Prince, Mr. Salong has arrived. Very well, I understand. Have him wait for me in the palace. King Bei furrowed his brow, cast a glance at his son, and then departed. Vegeta pondered for a moment before instructing the guards accordingly, subsequently following behind King Bei. Upon arriving at the palace, Vegeta observed from a distance that Salong was lounging in the throne, crossing his legs, while King Bei's expression had turned a deep shade of anger. It was no wonder. After all, that throne belonged to King Bei, and seeing an outsider seated upon it would infuriate anyone. My apologies. I simply found King Bei's throne quite comfortable, and I couldn't resist taking a seat. I meant no offense. Ha! Salong quickly rose, offering an insincere explanation laced with mockery. The guard behind King Bei were livid, their faces pale with suppressed rage, poised to act at King Bei's command. However, despite his anger, King Bei dared not voice his fury, in a situation where the enemy was strong and he was weak. The only consequence of acting out would be death. King Bei had no desire to meet such an end. Since Mr. Salong desires this seat, I shall find an opportunity to craft one for you. King Bei coldly remarked, There's no need for that. I merely wish to bask in the king's aura for a moment. A newly crafted throne could never match the comfort of King Bei's. Salong replied, smiling broadly as he shifted the topic to Vegeta. Isn't that right, young prince? This seat is likely reserved for you in the future. Yes, Vegeta could no longer endure the conversation and impatiently retorted. Enough? Oh, the young prince seems quite enraged. Huh. Such feelings are, of course, understandable, Salong replied with a smirk. I wonder if my brother was ever disrespectful to you back on Earth. It's no surprise, after all. You are the prince of the Saiyans. Not our prince, as we serve Lord Frieza. Your brother indeed showed me no respect. However, he is deceased, Vegeta replied with a chilling laugh. What did you say? Salong's expression suddenly shifted, his gaze at Vegeta turning icy. I said your brother is dead. Are your ears stuffed with donkey hair that I must repeat myself? Vegeta replied nonchalantly. You lie. That's impossible, Salong exclaimed, his face paling in disbelief. He could hardly accept that his brother had perished. In Frieza's ranks, both he and his brother were among the elite. How could his brother be dead? Even King Bei was taken aback by Vegeta's revelation. Zabo is dead. That seems unlikely, he mused, recalling that the figure who returned with his son was not Zabo, but someone else entirely. These two claimed to be part of the Ginyu Force. Upon hearing the name, King Bei was struck with shock. He had intended to inquire about the situation with his son, but had accidentally stumbled into the gravity training room, sustaining severe injuries. Only now had he been healed. Think what you will, but you should leave while you can. And stop being so pretentious here, Vegeta said impatiently. King Bei, increasingly anxious about his son's assertiveness, realized that while this action might relieve some frustration, provoking Mr. Salong could lead to dire consequences. Very well. I shall show you my might today, Salong growled, glaring fiercely at Vegeta. Mr. Salong, let us speak civilly. My son is young and foolish. King Bei interjected. Silence. Who I choose to punish is none of your concern, Salong shouted angrily, dismissing King Bei completely. Chapter 39. The great ape monster, a sharp slap, echoed through the grand hall, resonating with a clarity that caught everyone off guard. All were stunned, for Prince Vegeta had audaciously leapt up and delivered a resounding slap to Salong in front of so many onlookers. The act carried profound implications. The instigator of this incident, the young Saiyan prince, casually raised his hand, exhibiting a nonchalant demeanor as he declared, I said enough. Why all this prattle? Leave. Salong, momentarily dazed, could hardly believe he had been struck by a Saiyan. He touched his cheek, feeling the burning pain, only to find his hand sticky. Upon inspecting it, he erupted with fury. You drew blood. How dare you? Salong's eyes blazed with rage, his handsome features contorting into a ghastly expression. You wouldn't learn unless blood was shed. Vegeta scoffed at, I will not spare you. Salong threatened, his anger surging. The insult of having his noble blood drawn by a Saiyan was unbearable, igniting a fury within him. Witnessing Salong's reaction, King Bei was alarmed and instinctively shielded his son behind him, demanding, Salong, what do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Salong nearly screamed. Today, you and your son will pay a heavy price. With a thunderous roar, Salong unleashed a wave of blinding energy, his immense power sweeping through the palace, causing it to tremble. Faced with such overwhelming pressure, King Bei was left in a state of shock, stripped of any thoughts of resistance. Humph. Vegeta, however, merely scoffed, and in the next instant transformed into a streak of light, dashing out of the palace, trying to flee, not so easily. Salong's eyes glowed crimson, humiliated by the slap. He was determined to dismantle Vegeta piece by piece. Salong pursued Vegeta at high speed. Fool, I'm merely concerned about my palace being destroyed, Vegeta remarked disdainfully, upon reaching a platform on the palace's exterior. He paused to await Salong's arrival. The platform was adorned with a towering statue of none other than King Vegeta, the supreme leader of the Saiyans. Glancing at the statue, Vegeta shrugged, pondering the absurdity of erecting such a monument while the king still lived. Vegeta, you know you cannot escape, right? Today, if I don't make you cry out for mercy, I am not Salong. He glared at Vegeta, his aura intensifying. MY battle power is 52,000, far surpassing your brother's, Vegeta mocked. You little brat, I will kill you, Salong snarled, lunging at Vegeta with a powerful punch, convinced that this blow would either kill Vegeta or render him incapacitated. Wait, Vegeta calmly raised a hand, halting Salong's advance. Let us speak in the afterlife. Salong disregarded Vegeta's words, continuing his reckless assault. Do you dare defy Frieza's orders? Vegeta's voice grew stern. Salong abruptly froze. Fear etched across his face as he dared not move his fist any closer. Do you not realize Frieza has important matters to discuss with me? Fool, Vegeta chuckled. What did you say? Salong stammered, his resolve wavering. I said Frieza summoned me from Earth for a reason. If you kill me. How will you explain it to Frieza? Huh. Vegeta's smile radiated with an unsettling brightness. Salong's fist trembled, unable to articulate his thoughts. Indeed, Vegeta could not perish just yet. It was Frieza's command, and for the fiercely loyal Salong. How could he defy Frieza? In that moment, Salong's teeth ground together as he glared venomously at Vegeta. Wishing he could pierce him with his gaze, I ask this all you amount to, Vegeta mused lightly. You wait, I will settle this score. Salong hissed, his eyes aflame with fury. After declaring this, Salong intended to leave this mortifying scene swiftly. He could not fight this individual without feeling utterly frustrated. However, just as Salong turned away, he heard Vegeta's voice once more. Wait, who said you could leave? You little brat. What more do you want? Saron's teeth ground in frustration, yet he found himself utterly powerless against Vegeta. He feared that if he unleashed his strength, He might inadvertently kill Vegeta, and if Frieza were to find out, the consequences would be dire. You dare not strike at me, do you? Yet, I can bully you without a care, Vegeta proclaimed, suddenly launching a powerful punch that struck Saron squarely in his handsome face. Blood streamed from Saron's nostrils as he glared fiercely at Vegeta. What do you mean, what? I'm targeting you, you fool, Vegeta retorted, delivering a swift kick that sent Saron crashing to the ground. Saron soared into the air, his rage escalating to a boiling point, his aura intensifying. Previously, Vegeta had only used minimal energy in their skirmish. Given Vegeta's current prowess, he could have effortlessly annihilated Saron with a mere flick of his finger. However, Vegeta was not yet finished with the amusement of the encounter. A swift kill would be too easy, and he preferred to toy with Saron a bit longer, simply wishing to humiliate him and curb his arrogance on Vegeta's home planet. You may hesitate to kill me, but I can obliterate you without a second thought, Vegeta chuckled. You won't escape my wrath, Saron seethed, barely able to contain his fury, his hair nearly standing on end. In the next instant, Saron transformed into a streak of light. Charging towards Vegeta, having resolved to teach this bully a lesson, he could not allow himself to be struck without retaliation. That was not his style. Boom! However, just as Saron was about to strike Vegeta, it was as if he had been struck by an unseen force, sending him crashing into the earth like a cannonball. Vegeta squinted. What the great ape transformation? Dare to bully my son. I'll annihilate you. The voice belonged to none other than King Vegeta, now transformed into a great ape. This moment, the Saiyan King appeared majestic, his massive form towering like a mountain. Dominating half the sky, his grand silhouette stretching long in the slanting sunlight. In an instant, upon witnessing the transformed King Vegeta and his fervent declarations, Vegeta felt a flicker of inspiration igniting within him, a touch of emotion stirring his heart. Chapter 40. Gathering of the Mighty. This moment, King Vegeta loomed like a monumental mountain. Gazing down at the diminutive Saron, Vegeta observed that after transforming into a great ape, his father's battle power had surged to an astonishing 100,000, easily surpassing Saron. Seizing the opportunity to conceal his own strength, Vegeta settled down with a smile, intending to relish the spectacle of his father's impending triumph over Saron. Finally, Saron pulled himself up from the ground, gritting his teeth as he soared into the air, confronting King Vegeta with crimson eyes. King Vegeta, do you dare to rebel? Saron, you are mistaken. I am merely an ordinary father standing up for my son. I do not represent the Saiyans, do you understand? King Vegeta declared, then turned to the soldiers below, commanding loudly, all Saiyans, heed my words. This is a private matter between my son and Mr. Saron. No one is to interfere. Yes, the multitude of Saiyans erupted in fervent approval, thrilled that their king could effortlessly dominate Saron after his transformation. In a moment, the crowd was electrified, rallying in support of King Vegeta. Let me clarify. Today is a private feud between King Vegeta and myself. Should either of us perish, do not blame others. That would simply be a testament to one's inadequacy. Saron sneered, reveling in his own delight. He dared not kill Vegeta, but Frieza had never indicated that King Vegeta was off limits. Saron saw this as a prime opportunity to redirect the animosity he could not unleash on Vegeta towards the king instead. Saron, you should recognize that you are far from my match. I advise you to retreat while you still can, King Vegeta warned, wishing to avoid inciting Frieza's favored minion too much. Not your match? Saron chuckled coldly, and in the next moment, his body swelled dramatically, revealing his grotesque, toad-like visage to the crowd. The sight of Saron's transformation left the Saiyans present in a state of profound shock. 100,000 battle power. Saron's transformation had yielded the same battle power. This revelation startled Vegeta. He had not anticipated Saron to be so formidable, far surpassing his brother. Fortunately, Vegeta's own power had already reached impressive heights. Otherwise, Saron might have posed a significant challenge. Come forth, King Vegeta. I, Saron, will personally extinguish you, he bellowed, his laughter echoing as a powerful beam of energy surged toward King Vegeta. Unwilling to back down, King Vegeta retaliated with a shimmering wave of energy. Boom! With a resounding clash, their energy waves collided in midair, unleashing fierce storms of power. The sky appeared to tear apart, bolts of lightning cascading down, engulfing the land. The air crackled with heat, and lowly Saiyans found themselves swept away in the tempest. Disintegrating into nothingness. Boom! Boom! The two engaged in a fierce battle on the ground, neither side yielding. The onlookers scrambled to evade the chaos. Naturally, many Saiyans, recognizing their own limitations, transformed into great apes using the artificial full moon created by King Vegeta to shield themselves from the overwhelming energy. Vegeta gazed over the scene at that moment. The planet was simply magnificent. Countless great apes stood tall, their furry forms showcasing their majestic silhouettes, the gathering of the mighty. Bang! Bang! King Vegeta and Saiyan exchanged powerful blows. Quickly retreating, Mr. Saiyan, you seem rather lackluster, King Vegeta remarked with a chilling grin. The prolonged pressure from Frieza had dulled him, but this battle rejuvenated his spirit. The former king had finally returned, the pride of the Saiyans. The great apes cheered, celebrating their revered king's resurgence. Humph, King Vegeta, do not presume that your great ape transformation makes you invincible. Let me inform you, my transformation has no weaknesses, whereas your kind has many after becoming great apes. Saiyan declared with a disdainful smirk, then unleashed a beam of energy. Disaster! King Vegeta's eyes widened in horror. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed through the air as the artificial full moon suspended high above was obliterated by Saiyan's attack. Swish! King Vegeta and the multitude of transformed great apes began to shrink, swiftly reverting to their original forms. Upon returning to his humanoid state, King Vegeta's expression darkened. His battle power had diminished significantly following the recent clash. A mere squeeze from Saiyan could spell his doom. King Vegeta stood on high alert, eyeing Saiyan warily. However, Saiyan showed no immediate inclination to attack, instead regarding him with a mocking smile. King Vegeta, how are you feeling now? Care to conjure up another artificial full moon? Saiyan taunted, his demeanor radiating confidence that it seems that besides you two, no other Saiyan can create an artificial full moon, right? Humph, Vegeta, why not assist your father in making another one? Vegeta narrowed his eyes, a smile playing on his lips at Are you certain? I am quite benevolent. For the sake of your father-son bond, I could allow you to create another artificial full moon, lest you accuse me of bullying him. Saiyan grinned, his eyes sparkling with cunning intent. Vegeta saw through Saiyan's scheme. He sought to humiliate him through the creation of the artificial full moon. Should he produce it, Saiyan could easily destroy it, draining Vegeta's energy in the process. After all, crafting an artificial full moon required considerable energy expenditure. I hope you won't regret your decision. Vegeta smiled lightly, flicked his hand, and conjured an artificial full moon. In the next moment, he tossed the newly created full moon into the sky, and with a swift motion of his right hand, he squeezed air tightly. Chapter 41. The Weakness of the Artificial Full Moon Boom. The artificial full moon erupted in the sky with an astonishing brilliance, illuminating the scarlet land below like a true orb of the night. Upon witnessing Vegeta's creation, a multitude of Saiyans looked up towards the heavens. Soon, their forms began to swell once more, their bodies covered in thick, dark fur. King Vegeta gritted his teeth, seizing the opportunity as his body gradually expanded, transforming into the mighty great ape. Saiyan chuckled maliciously, watching as the myriad Saiyans were on the verge of successfully transforming, when a beam of light shot forth from his hand, hurtling towards Vegeta's artificial moon. At that moment, the Saiyans had not fully completed their transformation, especially King Vegeta, who could not react in time, helplessly watching as the beam struck the artificial moon. A bunch of fools. Saiyan laughed brightly, narrowing his eyes at the Saiyans. Rumble, accompanied by a thunderous roar from the sky. It felt as though the very heavens had been shattered. King Vegeta, I regret to inform you that you have lost. Prepare to meet your demise, Saiyan proclaimed, charging towards King Vegeta. Smack, in this critical moment. King Vegeta's massive tail swung fiercely, landing a heavy blow to Saiyan's face. Saiyan screamed, his body propelled backwards, his face contorted in pain. Regaining his composure swiftly, Saiyan stared in bewilderment at the now transformed King Vegeta. astonishment flickering in his eyes. This is absurd. Hadn't he just destroyed the artificial moon? Why? Why was King Vegeta still able to transform? Saiyan pondered, casting his gaze skyward, only to be shocked to find the artificial moon still hanging intact, radiating a remarkable light. What is this? Saiyan was utterly astonished. Even King Vegeta and the other Saiyans suddenly came to the same realization. Indeed, Saiyan's powerful strike should have obliterated the artificial moon. Why was it unscathed? Saiyan quickly composed himself, contemplating that perhaps he had not aimed properly, or maybe he had missed altogether. Yes, it must have been a miss. Saiyan grinned wickedly and unleashed another intense beam of light from his hand, aimed directly at the artificial moon. Boom! A colossal explosion reverberated through the realm, as if the very sky was shaking to the smile adorned Saiyan's face. Humph! The artificial moon is ultimately just for show. Saiyan disdainfully glanced at Vegeta. What did you say? Saiyan looked up again, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. He beheld the artificial moon still emitting its elegant glow, providing the Saiyans present with the energy necessary for transformation. How is this possible? Saiyan was losing his composure. He had clearly struck the artificial moon. Why was it still intact? What was happening? Saiyan was perplexed, scratching his head in frustration. While Saiyan was bewildered, King Vegeta and the Saiyans were equally taken aback. This artificial moon was far too resilient. Enduring such a powerful attack from Saiyan, it remained unharmed. For a moment, King Vegeta and Saiyan forgot their battle, both gazing in astonishment at the artificial moon in the sky. Impossible, impossible! Saiyan's formidable aura surged forth once more, beams of light shooting up towards the artificial moon. Boom! Boom! Enormous energy erupted in the sky, illuminating the land as if it were midday, after a cloud of smoke cleared. Saiyan lifted his gaze once more and was immediately left dumbfounded. The artificial moon still hung there unscathed, as if his previous assault had merely tickled it. This, Saiyan stammered in shock. Fool, do you truly wish to oppose the artificial moon? Vegeta smiled lightly. It was only natural. Vegeta would never neglect his vulnerabilities. During his training in the gravity chamber, he had devised every possible method to overcome the frailty of the artificial moon. Now, the artificial moon created by Vegeta could only be destroyed by an opponent 20 times more powerful than him. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult to obliterate it. Even if it were destroyed, it would consume a significant amount of one's energy. And should a being 20 times stronger than Vegeta truly appear, he would concede that transforming into a great ape would be futile. The only option would be to flee. Saiyan, go join your brother in the underworld. Vegeta chuckled coldly, conjuring a sphere of energy. Halt! Just as Vegeta was about to eliminate this bothersome foe, a commanding voice echoed from afar. Yet, despite its authority, the tone carried a hint of weakness. Vegeta focused his gaze, observing that on a nearby open space, Ginyu and guys were being pitifully escorted. The one who had spoken was none other than Ginyu. What are you saying? That is our prince. Kneel before him. One soldier, unable to bear it, kicked Ginyu sharply in the knee. Thud! Captain Ginyu collapsed to his knees before the crowd, facing Vegeta, his face flushed with embarrassment. And you fool! The soldier kicked Guys, forcing him to kneel as well. Ginyu and Guys glared at Vegeta with bloodshot eyes, filled with rage. Enough! Rise! Vegeta said with a gentle smile. Upon witnessing this, Saiyan stood frozen in disbelief. What was happening? The illustrious Captain Ginyu was being controlled by the Saiyans. Surely, he must be mistaken. Was that not Captain Ginyu? No, it was definitely Captain Ginyu. Saiyan felt utterly lost, and without further thought, he sped towards Jinyu's position. The two soldiers, though aggressive, trembled in fear at Saiyan's approach, no longer daring to be rough with Ginyu. At this moment, King Vegeta wore a look of utter astonishment. Was it really Ginyu? He wondered how Captain Ginyu ended up on planet Vegeta, and why he was being bullied by two subordinates. Captain Ginyu, I can't be mistaken, right? Saiyan asked in shock, unable to believe the reality before him. Chapter 42. Tormenting Ginyu. Saiyan, kill this little wretch for me. Ginyu seethed, veins bulging on his forehead as he gritted his teeth. Ginyu, what on earth happened? Saiyan was still bewildered. This little wretch deceived us. leaving me and Captain Ginyu starving. We haven't eaten in a month. Guys growled. What? Salong was even more puzzled that a month without food. How could that possibly be true? As members of the Ginyu Force, how could they have been reduced to such a state? This was utterly absurd. Yet Salong could not laugh. His body trembled violently as he stammered. Where's my brother, Sabo? He.S. dead, killed by this little wretch. Guys replied that Salong's eyes widened, his mouth agape, his body quaking uncontrollably. How is this possible? How can my brother, whose battle power far surpassed Vegeta's, be dead? Salong could not accept this truth. You must be mistaken. You must be mistaken. Salong, the Ginyu Force is left with only Captain Ginyu and me. Do you think that is impossible? Guys said with a bitter smile. What? Had Bart and the others been slain by Vegeta? Salong gazed at Vegeta in utter shock. Jess, with a grave expression, nodded slightly. Jess, why all this idle chatter? Ginyu barked sharply, then winked at Salong and lowered his voice. Salong, quickly bring us some food. Understanding the unspoken cue, Salong discreetly retrieved a small vial from his pocket and placed it into Ginyu's hands. The vial contained a special nutrient solution that could alleviate basic hunger when consumed. Previously, aboard the spaceship, Vegeta had not only devoured all the food, but had also drained the nutrient solution completely. Ginyu's heart soared with joy as he hastily opened the vial and downed the contents in one gulp. Sensing that the situation was becoming precarious, the two guards exchanged glances and stealthily made their escape. After consuming the nutrient solution, Ginyu's energy levels began to rise steadily. Ha! Ginyu is back! In the next moment, a powerful aura radiated from Ginyu, his immense energy crashing over the assembled Saiyans like a series of colossal waves, causing many to struggle to maintain their balance. Some of the weaker Saiyans were even overwhelmed, spitting blood from the sheer force. This display left King Vegeta's face thoroughly changed in color. Damn it. I nearly obliterated Salong just now, and now another Ginyu has emerged. Beep. At that moment, King Vegeta's scouter displayed Ginyu's combat power. 120,000. Even if he transformed into a great ape, he would still be no match for this individual. You little beast, prepare to meet your end. Ginyu's long-suppressed fury erupted like a tempest, charging towards Vegeta's location. Vegeta merely smirked. He might have feared Ginyu in the past, but ever since the dragon had granted his wish, he had completely dismissed Ginyu as a threat. Moreover, having overcome 300 times the gravity, Vegeta's current combat power was astonishing, and as Ginyu sped towards him, Vegeta calmly extended his hand. Not good, seeing Ginyu rushing towards his son. King Vegeta shouted and quickly pursued. King Vegeta, where do you think you're going? Your opponent is me. Just as King Vegeta was about to reach Vegeta, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Salong had blocked his path. Step aside, King Vegeta barked. Your son killed my brother. Due to Lord Frieza's orders, I cannot harm your son, so I shall take my vengeance upon you instead. Salong's eyes burned with hatred as he unleashed a fierce beam of light towards King Vegeta. Startled, King Vegeta dodged just in time. Meanwhile, Ginyu had arrived at Vegeta's side, a cold smirk on his face, seething with rage upon seeing Vegeta's infuriating demeanor. But if I don't cripple you today, I am not Ginyu. Ginyu shouted, swinging his fist toward Vegeta. It was no surprise that Ginyu was enraged. If Vegeta had truly grown significantly stronger, he might have accepted it. The critical issue was that Vegeta had been duped by the Earthlings, and now he was the one being outsmarted. This little rascal was certainly underhanded. Additionally, Ginyu realized that Vegeta's current combat power was only around 1,000, far too distant from his own. Therefore, Ginyu's assault was not particularly forceful. He was concerned about accidentally killing Vegeta, which would not bode well with Frieza. Bang! Just as Ginyu was contemplating whether to lessen his strength, he saw Vegeta raise his hand and strike him squarely in the face. Instantly, Ginyu felt dizzy, his face aflame with pain, an indescribable discomfort washing over him. Boom! Vegeta smiled lightly and unleashed a shockwave, sending Ginyu crashing and leaving him battered and bruised. The scene left the onlookers dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief as they watched the young prince unleash his might. Damn it! Ginyu felt as if his lungs would explode from frustration. You little beast, you deliberately concealed your combat power. Damn it, I was worried I might accidentally kill him. And yet this brat took the opportunity to counterattack that I can tolerate a lot. But this is too much. Ginyu's fury erupted, charging straight at Vegeta while amplifying his own energy. Slap! Vegeta, unfazed, extended his hand and, seeing Ginyu bring his face closer, delivered a sharp slap. Ginyu, you are no match for me. You'd best retreat. After the slap, Vegeta was still unsatisfied, launching a series of relentless attacks. Ginyu was left utterly bewildered. What the hell is happening? Why can't I evade? Get lost, or I'll take your life, Vegeta shouted, following up with a powerful kick. In the next moment, Ginyu soared through the air for a distance before crashing to the ground. Battered and bloodied, especially around his mouth, which was spilling crimson. Coughing and struggling to rise, Ginyu dislodged several of his teeth. Saiyan, engaged in a fierce battle with King Vegeta, happened to glance over and was struck dumb. What is going on? Why is Ginyu unable to defeat this Vegeta? Chapter 43. A powerful aura boom. Just as Saiyan was somewhat bewildered, King Vegeta dove down and landed heavily on his head. After crashing to the ground, Saiyan found himself merely 3 meters away from Ginyu, both of them exchanging bewildered glances, speechless. Vegeta smiled lightly, nonchalantly flying over. King Vegeta gazed at his son in astonishment, struggling to believe the reality before him. When did my son become this powerful? It was evident that throughout the ordeal, he had not even glanced at the artificial full moon, meaning he had not transformed into a great ape. To possess such formidable strength without transforming, what would happen if he did? Saiyan, is this all you are capable of? Vegeta said with a smile, kicking Saiyan down to the ground. Saiyan wished to resist, but found himself overwhelmed by Vegeta's kick. Feeling utterly powerless, this is impossible. Why can't I defeat him? His combat power is only 1,000. Saiyan's face was a mask of confusion. Both Saiyan and Ginyu were equally perplexed. Back on Earth, Ginyu had easily overpowered Vegeta. How could it be that this same individual now stood triumphantly over him? Suddenly, a flash of realization sparked in Ginyu's mind. Vegeta, did you intentionally leave Earth? Ginyu inquired. I'll tell you now. Those Earthlings may have deceived me, but I am a genius. I have transformed the energy they bestowed upon me into my own. Vegeta, of course, would not disclose the truth about Earth, and instead fabricated a reason. Now, I am no longer comparable to my former self. What did you just say? Ginyu was taken aback. Regardless, you are about to meet your demise. Use your scouter to witness my true power. Vegeta smiled lightly, and his aura surged dramatically. Boom! A tremendous energy swept through planet Vegeta, and Vegeta's combat power began to soar from 1,000.10, 000, 50, 000, 100, 000, 150, 000. Ultimately, Vegeta's combat power stabilized at 150, 000, a mere display meant to intimidate. There was no need to reveal his full strength that a combat power of 150, 000 was sufficient to leave Ginyu and Saiyan in a state of shock. Indeed, both were left speechless, unable to comprehend the magnitude of such overwhelming power. All the Saiyans stared in astonishment at Vegeta. 150,000 combat power. It has completely surpassed everyone's imagination. Even Beiwang watched the scene with trembling anticipation, falling into a silence that lasted several seconds, nearly moved to tears. His son, his own flesh and blood, had astonishingly reached such heights. How could Beiwang, as a father, not be overwhelmed with emotion? At this point, he felt reassured knowing that his son was here to handle matters. He chuckled at his own folly, having thought he could protect his son, only to realize that it was his son who ended up protecting him. In that vast plaza, the numerous Saiyans appeared as if they had been invigorated, their eyes ablaze as they gazed at Vegeta, their proud little prince. After a prolonged silence, Ginyu finally spoke with a cold expression. Indeed impressive to battle power of 150,000. I underestimated you. Vegeta, with that, he cracked a slight smile. Vegeta furrowed his brow, sensing that Ginyu was up to something devious. Sure enough, as Vegeta scrutinized Ginyu, he noticed a powerful light emanating from Ginyu's body, enveloping him entirely. Transfer. Your body shall be mine. Ah. Ginyu cackled, the radiant flames surging toward Vegeta's position. Vegeta immediately understood that this was Ginyu's grotesque ability to swap bodies. Fortunately, Vegeta's strength was extraordinary now, and he had sensed something amiss with Ginyu earlier. As the flames approached, he transformed into a stream of light, darting to the side of the statue of Beiwang. With a resounding crash, Ginyu's light struck the statue. No, this isn't how it should be. Ginyu shouted, but he could utter no more, his body frozen in place, posing as a statue. The original statue seemed to come to life, its eyes flickering, yet it remained immobile. Ginyu, this is your own doing. From now on, consider yourself the treasured guardian of the Saiyans, Vegeta said with a chuckle as he patted the statue that was once Ginyu. Ginyu's eyes were filled with terror, yet he could not utter a single word. There is no further use for this body, Vegeta declared, unleashing a beam of energy that obliterated Ginyu's original form into nothingness. This spectacle left everyone in a state of shock. The captain of the Ginyu Force had fallen. At that moment, Salong was utterly terrified, especially when Vegeta's gaze fell upon him, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Do not fret. Your turn shall come soon, Vegeta said with a gentle smile. Looking at Salong. No, Salong exclaimed, pale with fright, and in the next moment he transformed into a streak of light, fleeing into the distance. Vegeta snorted coldly and swiftly pursued him. However, just as Vegeta was about to deliver a fatal blow to Salong, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura rising in the distance. Furrowing his brow slightly, Vegeta turned his gaze toward the source. Approximately 10 kilometers away, a spaceship descended from the sky. The hatch opened, and a petite alien emerged. With purplish-red skin, 2 short, hard horns atop its head, and a long tail. Upon seeing this figure from afar, Vegeta was taken aback. Frieza, I did not expect him to arrive so soon. Could today mark the end of my planet and the Saiyans? Vegeta acknowledged that with his current strength, he was no match for Frieza unless he transformed into a Super Saiyan. However, to achieve that transformation, he needed to be driven by intense rage, which he currently lacked. What to do now? Chapter 44. Frieza's son sensing the formidable power emanating from the newcomer, Vegeta momentarily forgot to pursue Salong. Salong seemed to sense Vegeta's unusual demeanor and directed his gaze toward the source of Vegeta's attention. Upon seeing it, a look of elation spread across Salong's face, his lips trembling with excitement. Prince Galder, save me, please, Salong shouted as he hastily sped away. Vegeta paused for a moment. Galder, was he not Frieza? Upon closer inspection, it seemed he truly was not the very least. Frieza appeared taller and more mature than this individual, whose face bore a childlike innocence. This Galder. My goodness, he has already grown so much in just a month since his birth. The Frieza race is indeed peculiar. Nevertheless, with Frieza absent, Vegeta felt a sense of relief. Soon, Galder seemed to sense the abnormality in the vicinity and transformed into a streak of light, arriving before Vegeta in the blink of an eye. Prince Galder, Vegeta is rebelling. You must kill him quickly. Salong seemed to find his backbone and exclaimed hastily. Galder shot a sidelong glance at Salong, visibly displeased. Are you ordering me? He retorted, upon hearing Galder's words. Salong nearly wet himself, hurriedly bowing and saying, I wouldn't dare, my lord. Humph, I doubt you would dare, Galder replied coldly. Then his icy gaze shifted toward Vegeta. So, you are Vegeta. You are Galder, Frieza's son. Vegeta smiled at Galder. Indeed, you are Frieza's progeny. Having just been born a month ago, your battle power has already reached an impressive 200,000. And additionally, Vegeta noted that Galder's apparent battle power hovered around 200,000. He wondered if Galder could transform. If he could, it would pose a significant challenge. Vegeta, I've heard quite a few rumors about you lately, so I came to see for myself what you're capable of. Galder said with a grin. Vegeta merely smiled in response. Remaining silent, I am curious to see who is stronger. What do you say? Galder beamed. I heard you just turned a month old. I do not wish to bully a child. You should return home. Vegeta waved dismissively. Our race grows rapidly. Although I just turned a month old, I am comparable to a 5 or 6-year-old, and why father sent me to train diligently. So, I suggest you fight me seriously. Galder proclaimed earnestly. Initially, my father intended for all the Saiyans to come and celebrate my birthday, while letting me deal with you. But upon hearing that Ginyu was captured by you, I found your personality intriguing. So, I decided to come myself. Vegeta chuckled. Despite Galder's rapid growth in battle power, he was still naive. This was their first encounter, and he had already divulged so much about himself that it was understandable, considering Galder had only been alive for a month and lacked worldly experience. However, observing the child's determination, it seemed that a confrontation was inevitable. Just as Vegeta prepared to engage, a loud voice rang out. Prince Galder. Prince Galder, you must avenge Captain Ginyu. Vegeta glanced below, noticing that it was the only surviving member of the Ginyu Force, Jis, who spoke. That Jesus' eyes were bloodshot, glaring fiercely at Vegeta. However, when Vegeta met his gaze, Jis flinched and quickly averted his eyes. Frustration consumed Jis. With Galder present, Vegeta would not dare to act recklessly, so what was there to fear? Realizing this, Jis gritted his teeth and glared at Vegeta. Ginyu is dead? Galder merely cast a cursory glance at Jis before looking back at Vegeta and inquiring, "My apologies. I was a bit too rough, and he accidentally perished," Vegeta replied with a light chuckle. Then, with a flicker of energy in his hand, declared just like this, with a thunderous boom, a powerful light descended, striking Jesus' body directly. In an instant, JS was reduced to mere fragments by Vegeta's energy wave. What skill is there in bullying someone without any battle power? Galder scoffed. I merely sought to warm up. Vegeta offered a faint smile, then gestured towards the distance, since he wished to settle our score. Let us find a more secluded location, he remarked. With that, Vegeta paid no further heed to Galder and soared away into the horizon. Galder chuckled, glanced at his companion Saiyan, and beckoned him over. Saiyan, not daring to slacken, hurriedly approached. Stay close to me, Saiyan. You will prove useful shortly, Galder said with a sinister grin. Saiyan nodded gravely, sensing an ominous air, yet he dismissed his unease for the moment. Meanwhile, the likes of King Vegeta and his entourage stood in stunned disbelief. The young prince intends to engage Galder in combat. This news swiftly spread across the planet, drawing numerous Saiyans who, despite their curiosity, dared not approach too closely, well aware of Galder's formidable strength at this moment. Vegeta and Galder had arrived above a desolate wasteland, with Saiyan trailing closely behind Galder. Vegeta, my father has graciously spared your life. Should you not express your gratitude? Galder said cheerfully, refraining from launching an immediate assault. Am I to be your sharpening stone? Vegeta retorted with a cold smirk. Indeed, upon our birth, we must seek suitable opponents for honing our skills, while I have no rivals aside from my father. Neglecting to train would severely hinder my growth, Galder explained with a beaming smile. Since I first heard tales of you, I have longed for a confrontation, which is why I had my comrades bring you here. Vegeta pondered this, realizing he ought to be grateful to Galder. Had it not been for him, troubles on Earth would have only multiplied. I must say, you have not disappointed me, in just a year. Your battle power has risen to 150,000, Galder remarked with a slight smile. You must have heard about my own power from your kin, correct? Fear not, though your strength is merely 150,000. I will not unleash my full might, nor will I easily take your life. Then I thank you, my lord, Vegeta replied politely, though he soon expressed confusion. With such formidable allies at your side, why not utilize them as your sharpening stones? You mean the Ginyu Force? Galder chuckled, understanding Vegeta's implication that I find them rather tedious. They're all old-fashioned. Besides, would they dare engage me in battle in this vast universe? Aside from you, little prince, I doubt anyone else would challenge me. You truly understand me, Vegeta acknowledged thoughtfully. Now, allow me to warm up first, Galder declared, beckoning Saiyan once more. Confused, Saiyan flew over and asked, What are your instructions? Prince Galder, stand to my right, Galder commanded. Saiyan nodded and complied. Boom! In the next moment, Galder unleashed a brilliant orb of light from his right hand. No. Saiyan's face turned pale. This was a matter of life and death. Yet it was too late for him to evade. In despair, he bore the brunt of the radiant blast. Bang! Saiyan's body shattered into pieces, transforming into cosmic dust. Well, I am warmed up now. We may begin, Galder announced. Gesturing for Vegeta to make the first move, the onlookers, including King Vegeta, watched in sheer astonishment, unable to utter a single word. Additionally, to those observing, let it be known, this is a battle between myself and Vegeta, and no one is permitted to interfere. Should you do so, Galder's voice boomed towards King Vegeta and his entourage, and with a flick of his wrist, a crimson light flickered ominously. Suddenly, the earth trembled. Amidst the swirling smoke, a bottomless black hole appeared before King Vegeta and his companions, leaving them terrified and drenched in sweat. After a prolonged silence, one of the Saiyan warriors voiced the concern. "My lord, the young princess' power is 150,000, while Galder's is 200,000. This battle seems perilous." King Vegeta was well aware of this truth, yet he found himself at a loss for solutions. As time elapsed, the artificial full moon had vanished. Vegeta understood that such a creation could only last for a maximum of 10 minutes. Naturally, he did not intend to rely on transforming into a great ape against Galder. After all, if Galder sought to use him as a sharpening stone, Vegeta was equally keen on using Galder for the same purpose. It was a rare opportunity to encounter an opponent of comparable caliber, and Vegeta saw it as a divine gift. We must transfer some of our energy to him. In critical moments, it seems the young prince will have to transform into a great ape. King Vegeta gravely instructed his trusted aides, "But, my lord, Galder just stated that interference is forbidden." One protested. "Enough chatter. Hurry," King Vegeta barked. After a moment of hesitation, his aides transferred their energy to him. With this energy, King Vegeta could recreate the artificial full moon, believing that if the young prince transformed into a great ape, he would surely be able to defeat Galder. Boom! Vegeta charged at Galder without hesitation, landing a powerful punch squarely on his face. The blow was so fierce that Galder's eyes bulged, and his neck nearly twisted from the impact. Tat, tat, tat. Vegeta's fists rained down upon Galder's chest like a relentless machine gun. Galder's body trembled violently, quaking in mid-air. Boom! With a sudden burst, Vegeta unleashed a powerful shockwave, sending Galder hurtling away. The onlookers, including King Vegeta, gaped in disbelief at the spectacle. How could the young prince be so formidable? He has rendered Galder unable to retaliate. Someone exclaimed in admiration. The young prince is remarkable, truly the pride of our Saiyan race. Yet, some speculated that perhaps Galder was not fighting with his full strength. As murmurs filled the air, Galder's figure gradually became visible, bloodied and battered, his gaze towards Vegeta turning venomous. "Good job, Vegeta. You've truly struck a nerve. I am furious now. I shall no longer play. I will unleash my full power to obliterate you." Galder shouted in exasperation that in truth, Galder had only been in this world for a month, and his maturity was lacking. Initially, he had intended to toy with Vegeta for his own training, yet he found himself on the receiving end of a brutal beating, nearly collapsing under the assault. "Did your father not warn you about the consequences of underestimating your foes?" Vegeta said with a slight smile, then teasingly added, "Transform, won't you? I've heard your father can change form. Surely you can too?" Against a Saiyan with merely 150,000 power, I need not transform," Galder scoffed, and in the next instant he soared towards Vegeta, his long tail whipping like a serpent. Swift and agile, with quick reflexes, Vegeta seized Galder's tail and delivered a powerful kick. Bang! Galder plummeted to the earth, leaving a deep crater in his wake. Boom! Enraged, Galder summoned a whirlwind of dust and debris, creating a tempest that swirled around him. Swish! Galder clenched his teeth and soared into the air, his gaze fixed furiously upon Vegeta. "You have thoroughly provoked this young master. I shall personally annihilate you." At this moment, Galder had pushed his combat power to its utmost limit. Beep beep! On the scouters of King Vegeta and his entourage, Galder's combat power readings reappeared. Upon witnessing this figure, the faces of all the Saiyans turned ashen. A combat power of 300,000. This terrifying foe had not even exerted his full strength. If Galder possessed a combat power of 300,000, how much more formidable must Frieza be? The prince is in danger. The numerous Saiyans were astonished, drenched in cold sweat from Galder's overwhelming might. Chapter 46. The first transformation. King Vegeta gritted his teeth, preparing to create an artificial full moon. Once his son transformed into a great ape, his combat power would increase tenfold, making it quite manageable to confront Galder. However, King, do not rush. It seems the prince is not fazed and remains confident. At that moment, one of his confidants advised him. Upon closer inspection, the king noticed that his son's face was indeed filled with confidence. He was not at all rattled by Galder's immense power. Is this truly all your strength? Vegeta smiled lightly. You should transform. Your current combat power is not impressive. It pales in comparison to mine. Haha, Vegeta. What a joke. Galder howled with laughter, pointing to his scouter. Vegeta, since you haven't brought a scouter, I shall overlook your ignorance. Allow me to enlighten you. My combat power is 300,000. And you? Humph, my apologies, but yours is merely 150,000. Oh, is that so? Vegeta chuckled coldly. I know you are concealing your true combat power, but I surmise it does not exceed 250,000. Humph, you are no match for me. Galder sneered. If that is the case, let us commence. Vegeta beckoned to Galdoar. In your ignorance, you shall witness the terrifying prowess of this young master. Galder proclaimed, raising his right arm as a crimson beam of energy shot forth. Whoosh! The red beam grazed past Vegeta. Boom! The red energy struck the vast sandy ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. And clouds of dust soared into the air, scattering throughout the space. Such formidable combat power. If struck, King Vegeta and his companions exchanged glances, not daring to breathe. Is the young prince all right? Someone inquired. He dodged it. Galder stared in disbelief at Vegeta, unable to fathom the reality. Vegeta smiled gently, shaking his head. Too slow. This is impossible. Galder seethed, his fingertips igniting with flames, once more as 5 beams of red energy surged toward Vegeta, sealing off his escape routes. Yet Vegeta remained unfazed, extending his hand with a smile upon his face. Slap, 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 slap. The 5 fierce red beams were effortlessly swatted away by his hands. How can this be? Galder's eyes widened. Rendered speechless. What is impossible? Is this all you are capable of? Vegeta smiled lightly. You have completely enraged me. I shall make you pay, Galder roared, his aura surging once again. You already uttered that. It hardly seems impressive. Vegeta remarked, shaking his head in disdain. Galder's body suddenly swelled, transforming from a petite figure into a colossal being. This moment, he towered over Vegeta, making it inconceivable to anyone unaware that he was merely a month-old infant. At last, he is transformed. Vegeta smiled subtly. This was precisely what he desired, to prompt Galder to transform early. An untransformed Galder, even against Frieza, would not be a concern for Vegeta's current strength. As Galder transformed, an immense energy surged forth like crashing waves, spreading outward in layers. Beep, beep, bang! The scouters carried by King Vegeta and his companions could no longer withstand such powerful energy fluctuations and exploded. Upon witnessing Galder's formidable form, King Vegeta and the others were left speechless. This is nothing short of a little monster to possess such immense combat power at merely a month old. Haha. Vegeta, you have forced my hand. I have transformed as you wished. Galder chuckled sinisterly. My scouter can no longer measure my combat power, but allow me to inform you. My current combat power is at least 600,000. Haha, are you frightened yet? 600,000 is indeed no small feat. Vegeta nodded with a smile. Hearing Galder's proclamation, King Vegeta's complexion turned ghostly pale. 600,000. Even if I transformed into a great ape, I would not be able to defeat him. But why is little Vegeta so confident? What has transpired during his time on Earth to instill such confidence in him? By the way, before we engage in our true battle, let me share an even more terrifying fact. Galder grinned widely. Our race can transform 3 times, with each transformation significantly boosting our combat power. Humph. Now do you comprehend my terror? Vegeta gazed at him without expression, as if observing a fool. What now? Are you frightened? Too scared to speak. Galder reveled in his triumph. Vegeta smiled lightly. I have long been aware that Frieza can transform 3 times. However, do not worry. Due to my youth, I can only transform once for now. Once I train further, I too shall be able to transform 3 times. Galder added with a smirk. Vegeta regarded him with an impassive gaze, remaining silent. Though, you are not afraid? Gulder was taken aback by Vegeta's calm demeanor. What is there to fear? We Saiyans can also transform. Vegeta replied with a smile, that I know you Saiyans can become apes, but, haha, there are many weaknesses once you transform into a great ape. Gulder was well acquainted with the Saiyans. Otherwise, he would not dare venture alone to planet Vegeta. Oh, I really need to transform into a great ape to deal with you. Vegeta scoffed. Regrettably, my scouter can no longer detect my combat power. Very well, let me demonstrate my true strength. With that, Vegeta radiated an astonishing aura, powerful energy, swirling like a tornado, stirring up stormy winds across the barren landscape. The shockwaves threatened to tear the sky apart. In that moment, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Gulder stared wide-eyed, slightly bewildered by Vegeta's display. As you wished, my combat power is now at least 600,000 as well. Vegeta grinned at him. This is impossible. Gulder was utterly astonished. Chapter 47. A stalemate. Enough words have been exchanged. Let us begin. Vegeta's aura surged once more, targeting Gulder's position as a powerful energy blast erupted forth that Gulder's tail nearly stood on end. His eyes bulging as he swiftly leaped aside. Boom! With a tremendous roar, the ground quaked violently. Gulder narrowly evaded the attack, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Gulder glared at the spot that had been struck, gritting his teeth as he charged toward Vegeta. Kill! 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 In the next moment, a fierce battle erupted between the two amidst the desolate expanse. Where they tread, dust swirled, and energy permeated the air. The earth trembled, and the heavens darkened. All onlookers were left in awe. The young prince possessed such formidable combat prowess. This surreal scene made everyone feel as though they were trapped in a dream, since the young prince was a Saiyan, capable of becoming so powerful. What of us? All the Saiyans contemplated that perhaps, one day, they too could attain a strength akin to that of the young prince. Boom! Boom! The battle raged on, with the clash between Vegeta and Gulder extending from noon until night. A lively exchange marked by back-and-forth combat. King Vegeta and the others watched with strained necks, yet none dared to depart. Every Saiyan understood that this was a battle that could determine their very fate. If the young prince were to lose, their entire race could face peril. Wow, I didn't expect you to be this formidable. I barely matched you with my first transformation, Gulder gasped, staring at Vegeta. Should we continue? Vegeta asked coldly. Let's call it a day, Gulder replied, initially wanting to press on, but upon reflection, realized that the fight was evenly matched. It would be wiser to return and train diligently. Perhaps by the next encounter, he would possess the skill for a second transformation. Very well, I shall not see you off, Vegeta said with a slight smile, recognizing that Gulder would indeed return to train in this way. Vegeta could gain time from Gulder, sharpening his skills for their next meeting. The very least, Vegeta felt he was inching closer to the realm of Super Saiyan. Perhaps now, it was merely a matter of finding the right trigger for anger. Transforming into a Super Saiyan was a foregone conclusion. In 10 days at most, I shall return, Gulder declared, turning to soar towards his spaceship. Vegeta made no attempt to stop him, swaying slightly before spitting out a mouthful of blood and collapsing to the ground. Gulder, having just ascended a short distance, sensed the situation and glanced back. I've won! I've won! Gulder exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, exulting in triumph. King Vegeta was taken aback, shocked to see his son fall unconscious before Gulder had departed. What if Gulder took this chance to attack young Vegeta? King Vegeta shuddered at the thought, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists as he rushed towards Vegeta's side. Gulder indeed returned, disregarding King Vegeta's arrival while fixating his gaze on Vegeta. No wonder you wanted to cease fighting. It appears you are quite injured, Gulder laughed, reveling in his joy. You've seen through me, Vegeta replied, forcing himself to stand. Now is the perfect time for you to finish me off. Go ahead. Upon hearing this, King Vegeta quickly stepped in front of his son, warily watching Gulder. Father, it's futile. This is between Gulder and me. Step aside, Vegeta snapped, questioning why his father could not display a modicum of wisdom. Did he not realize that this was all an act? Should Gulder be provoked, King Vegeta might very well be obliterated in that moment. Would he save his father or not? If he intervened, his true strength would be revealed. If not, he would feel remorse. Galder glanced between Vegeta and King Vegeta, scratching his nose with a smile. Rest assured, I would never dream of killing you. It's a rare find to have such a worthy opponent. I'm delighted. Upon hearing Galder's words, King Vegeta finally breathed a sigh of relief, discreetly stepping aside. As for you, King Vegeta, you have quite the audacity. Galder's demeanor suddenly turned cold, like a double-edged sword aimed at King Vegeta. This is between me and your son. I made it clear before the battle began that no one must interfere. Tell me, how shall I punish you? King Vegeta was utterly paralyzed by Galder's overwhelming aura. Galder shot forth a beam of crimson light straight towards King Vegeta. The king's face paled. However, with the speed, he could not evade such a fierce attack. In that critical moment, Vegeta stepped forward, colliding into his father and pushing him aside. The red beam pierced through Vegeta's left chest, shooting off into the distance. Cough! Vegeta spat out another mouthful of blood. King Vegeta was horrified, rushing to support his son, his expression turning ashen as he glared at Galder. The formidable foe, such a pity. Galder sighed regretfully, shaking his head. I intended to eliminate you, but your son intervened. Very well, I shall spare you for today. Vegeta, I know this wound won't be fatal. I shall return in 10 days. With that, Galder turned away, departing for a spaceship. Boom! The spaceship ascended into the vast expanse of the cosmos. Only then did King Vegeta, in a state of panic, command the others, quickly, take the prince to the medical bay. No need. I can walk on my own, Vegeta asserted to his father, staggering towards the royal palace. King Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. The approaching Saiyans were equally astonished. The young prince, gravely injured, was still able to fly. Where was he headed? Just as everyone was enveloped in confusion, Vegeta entered the palace and returned to his quarters. Taking a deep breath, Vegeta's lips curled into an elegant smile. Chapter 48. A deliberate show of weakness. Vegeta had already calculated the situation, knowing that Galder's strike would not inflict significant harm upon him. Thus he took the hit for his father. This action was also a strategic maneuver to lull Frieza into complacency, should Frieza learn that his strength was now on par with his son. The old foe might take it upon himself to eliminate him. Though nearing the threshold of Super Saiyan, Vegeta sought to ensure a flawless transformation, and any delay would be most advantageous. Following the earlier battle, he had expelled blood and sustained severe injury. Meanwhile, Galder would jubilantly recount the tale, making it unlikely for Frieza to come, as he too wished for his son to grow stronger. Additionally, Vegeta intended to take this opportunity to ascertain whether his cells possessed regenerative capabilities. The 3-inch wound on his left chest was perfectly suited for experimentation. Suppressing the pain, Vegeta strode towards the gravity training chamber. Young prince, why aren't you heading to the medical bay? King Vegeta inquired. Catching up with concern, no need. I have my methods of recovery. I'm going to train and do not wish to be disturbed, Vegeta replied, opening the door to the gravity training room and stepping inside. Wham! The door closed behind him. King Vegeta opened his mouth but ultimately retracted his outstretched hand. Meanwhile, Galder had already arrived at Frieza's spaceship. Back already? Frieza inquired, observing his son from his floating throne. Father, that Vegeta is quite formidable. But ultimately, I emerged victorious, Galder exclaimed with excitement. You barely won with your first transformation, and you dare to boast? Frieza's expression darkened. Father, it wasn't a close win. Vegeta was simply saving face. I had already achieved victory. Galder retorted, disgruntled. I highly doubt that. Vegeta was feigning weakness to make you underestimate him. Frieza sneered at no. More accurately, he wishes for me to underestimate him. Humph, such cunning at such a young age. This individual must be eliminated swiftly. Deliberate show of weakness? Galder widened his eyes, seemingly unconvinced. However, upon hearing his father express the intent to annihilate Vegeta, he grew anxious. Father, please do not rush. I have assured you that I will return in 10 days. At that time, it would be far more fitting for your son to eliminate him personally, would it not? Galder urged, recognizing that finding an evenly matched adversary was a rare occurrence, and he felt he had gained considerable experience from this battle. You may not necessarily be his equal, Frieza remarked coolly, casting a glance at his son that I distinctly remember inflicting severe injury upon him. He could not have faked it. I refuse to believe that he is stronger than I am. Galder retorted defiantly. Very well, in 10 days. I shall accompany you. Frieza mused for a moment before waving his hand dismissively. You may leave now, and focus on your recovery as swiftly as possible, striving to ascend to the next transformation. However, I must forewarn you, regardless of your ability to triumph, I shall not permit this Vegeta to continue his growth. Understood, Galder nodded gravely. Upon entering the gravity training chamber, Vegeta endeavored to harness his energy to mend his wounds. As expected, he observed in the mirror that as his internal energy concentrated on his injuries, new bone began to emerge, while muscle and skin gradually regenerated at this rate. He estimated that he would fully heal within a day. It seemed that his regenerative speed was rather sluggish. After all, Majin Buu could regenerate instantaneously. Nonetheless, having any regeneration was preferable to none, and Vegeta felt a sense of contentment in his current state. A day later, Vegeta emerged from the gravity training chamber, and at the moment he revealed himself, a chorus of cheers erupted from the assembled Saiyans. In response, Vegeta merely smiled faintly, aware that even greater foes awaited him. And he could not afford to grow complacent. The king of Saiyans, upon learning that his son had restored himself in merely a day, was utterly astonished. While others may have been oblivious, he distinctly recalled that his son had not visited the medical facility. He had merely spent a day and night in the gravity training chamber and had healed himself. How could such a massive wound, which had penetrated his lung, have healed on its own? The king could hardly believe this reality. After a prolonged silence, he dialed Naba's number. Naba, have you returned? The king inquired. Your Majesty, we are en route and shall arrive at planet Vegeta in 2 hours. Naba replied. Very well. I shall await you in the palace. The king stated. 2 hours swiftly passed, and Naba and Raditz' spaceship finally arrived without incident. Upon sensing their energy signatures, Vegeta furrowed his brow and darted towards them. Appearing before the two in an instant, Naba and Raditz trembled as Vegeta materialized before them, hurriedly bowing in respect. Why have you returned? Did I not instruct you to ensure the safety of Dr. Brief and his family? Vegeta questioned with a stern expression. Your Highness, it was King Vegeta who commanded our return, Naba stammered. But rest assured, Your Highness, the Brief family is quite safe. Before we left, we infused energy into a robot we created for them. I am certain that unless a formidable foe appears, they will remain unharmed. Only then did Vegeta relax, acknowledging that as long as Bulma's family was unharmed, he would not hold it against the two. He waved his hand dismissively, turning his attention elsewhere. Pure training would not rapidly enhance his combat power. It could even lead to physical discomfort, a fact Vegeta was well aware of, having already surpassed 300 times the normal gravity. He resolved to rest in the remaining days, allowing his body to fully acclimatize. He believed that Frieza would soon arrive for their confrontation in 9 days. Vegeta even contemplated whether he could shift the battlefield to another planet to prevent planet Vegeta from suffering devastation. At this very moment, Naba and Raditz arrived at the palace to meet the king. Tell me, what transpired on Earth? The king inquired. Naba and Raditz, not daring to be remiss, recounted everything they had witnessed on Earth in detail. After patiently listening, the king shook his head, unable to discern a clear conclusion. However, one detail captured his attention. You mentioned that a great dragon appeared in the sky, and then darkness fell. The king asked again. Indeed, even Ginyu and the others were astonished. And when that dragon vanished, Your Highness suddenly ceased to hide, Naba explained. Aside from you, who else is aware of this event? The king's expression turned icy, seeing the king's demeanor. Naba and Raditz fell to their knees in fear. Speak, the king commanded sternly. There is no one else, Your Majesty. We will keep this matter to ourselves, Naba implored, bowing deeply, aware that the king sought to eliminate any loose ends. We Saiyans do not betray our own, Raditz added, kneeling before the king as well, that we shall remain tight-lipped. Please rest assured, Naba declared earnestly. Very well. I hope you will act accordingly. The king replied, his eyes glinting with intensity. Ultimately refraining from dispensing with the two that under normal circumstances, the king would have swiftly dealt with them. But given the current peril facing the Saiyan race, he did not wish to incite internal strife. Naba was somewhat manageable, yet Radit's father was no ordinary individual. It was said that Bardock, Radit's father, displayed remarkable prowess during his campaign on Planet Meat, with reports indicating that his fighting power had reached an astounding 30,000. The king deemed it unwise to offend a high-ranking warrior without cause. Moreover, given that Frieza had dispatched numerous subordinates to Earth, it was unrealistic to believe that no information had been relayed back. As the king's murderous intent subsided, Naba and Raditz exchanged glances, feeling considerably relieved. Just as they prepared to depart, the king coldly inquired, "Why did you not contact me earlier?" "Your Majesty, we too found it perplexing. There was a period when we were unable to communicate with the outside world, and we do not know why," Naba responded promptly. "Indeed, Your Majesty, while on Earth, it seemed we were cut off from communication. However, after Your Highness departed, the situation improved," Raditz added. "We heard of a being called the God, and I suspect he may be responsible," he continued. The king's expression grew frigid, and he said nothing more, gesturing for the two to leave. As Vegeta circled the planet, he suddenly sensed a powerful energy rising from afar. What an immense fighting power. It must be at least 50,000, Vegeta thought, momentarily startled. How could another individual with such strength emerge on the Saiyan planet? Driven by curiosity, Vegeta soared towards the source of the energy. However, upon catching sight of the figure, he was taken aback. Bardock. This person is indeed Bardock. To discover that Bardock possessed a fighting power of 50,000 left Vegeta astounded. It is worth noting that in the previous Dragon Ball universe, Bardock's fighting power barely exceeded 1,000, as he could not even defeat a mere Dodoria. Now, however, Bardock's strength had surpassed 50,000. Yet, as Vegeta contemplated the situation, he realized that Bardock was likely the first Super Saiyan in the Dragon Ball universe, and his own existence had altered the course of history. That it was entirely reasonable for Bardock's fighting power to have reached 50,000. "Your Highness," Bardock said with a slight bow upon seeing Vegeta. "Bardock, what brings you here?" Vegeta inquired. "I am here to train. I hold great admiration for Your Highness and aspire to attain strength akin to yours." Bardock replied with a faint smile. "Your fighting power now ranks just beneath mine among the Saiyans. Bardock, you are truly remarkable." Vegeta smirked wickedly. Bardock, however, displayed no sign of tension and calmly remarked, "I trust that Your Highness is aware that the potential of the Saiyans is boundless. I can sense the immense energy lying dormant within me, and one day I shall find a way to unleash it." "Oh!" Vegeta, upon hearing this, regarded Bardock with newfound respect. "Your Highness, if my conjecture is correct, Frieza will undoubtedly come personally to oversee his son during the next battle. While Your Highness's ruse may deceive others, it is unlikely to fool that cunning old fox, Frieza." Bardock sighed deeply, looking at Vegeta with a hint of resignation. "Have you disowned this?" Vegeta's expression shifted slightly. "Though Your Highness is a master of disguise, I believe I can see through it, and Frieza will certainly be able to as well." Bardock explained, "If Frieza discovers that Your Highness possesses strength surpassing that of his son, he would never allow you to remain alive. Moreover, he has long harbored ill will towards all Saiyans, seeking to annihilate our entire race." Vegeta remained silent, signaling Bardock to continue. However, upon hearing Bardock's words, Vegeta felt he had underestimated the situation. Realizing that Frieza was far more astute than he had anticipated, in truth, shortly after Your Highness departed from planet Vegeta and arrived on Earth, Frieza had already contemplated the extermination of all Saiyans. Bardock continued, looking down. However, at that critical moment, Frieza's child was born, which delayed his plans until the child arrived. "Wait a moment," Vegeta interrupted Bardock, curiosity piqued. "Does Frieza have a wife?" "No, their race is hermaphroditic," Bardock explained. "Hermaphroditic? How does that work in terms of reproduction?" Vegeta had always been curious about how Frieza ended up with a son. "Well, I'm not entirely sure about that," Bardock admitted. Vegeta pondered for a moment, surmising that perhaps Frieza had engaged in self-reproduction. Otherwise, how could a son have suddenly appeared? It seems Frieza laid an egg, which hatched after about a year. And then Geldo emerged, Bardock stated, sharing what he had heard from others, believing it to be accurate. Vegeta nodded, contemplating that if it indeed took a year to hatch, Frieza wouldn't have had time to attack the Saiyans. Very well. Focus on your training that I shan't disturb you any longer, Vegeta said dismissively. Turning to leave. Wait, Bardock called out, stopping Vegeta in his tracks. Vegeta turned to face him. Your Highness, I believe that if the battle in 9 days is inevitable, it would be most prudent for you to relocate the battlefield. Bardock suggested thoughtfully. Given Frieza's temperament, if he becomes thoroughly enraged, Planet Vegeta could face annihilation. Humph. Do you think we can escape now? Vegeta scoffed coldly, choosing to ignore Bardock and soaring away from the location. Bardock's expression was one of astonishment. Chapter 50, Journey to Namek. Indeed, Vegeta had contemplated relocating the battlefield, yet he understood that Frieza would never allow him to leave. Presently, it seemed that the entirety of Planet Vegeta was under Frieza's surveillance, and no one could escape. Escape? Wait, Vegeta suddenly had a revelation. He didn't necessarily have to rely on a spaceship to depart the planet. Now, possessing the physique of Majin Buu, he could survive in the vacuum of space, albeit with limited regenerative abilities that if he moved the battlefield to the cosmos, perhaps Planet Vegeta could be spared. Excitement bubbled within him at the thought of battling in space. How exhilarating that would be. Of course, the time for a final confrontation with Frieza had not yet arrived. He decided to embark on his journey in a few days. The decisive battle with Frieza and his son would take place among the stars. Time flew by, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Vegeta was now prepared for battle, appearing outwardly calm as if nothing had transpired. However, those who truly knew him understood that this Saiyan prince had grown even stronger than before. At that moment, all the Saiyans had gathered approximately 1,000 meters for Vegeta, eagerly awaiting the impending life-or-death struggle. Yet after a brief moment of waiting, Vegeta smiled faintly, took to the skies, and shot off into the vastness of space. King Vegeta and the others watching were puzzled. What was the young prince up to? Why was he ascending into the heavens? Indeed, Vegeta aimed to transition the battlefield to the cosmos, for Planet Vegeta could no longer withstand such a fierce confrontation. Your Majesty, the latest reports indicate that Frieza's spaceship has commenced its operations, one of the warriors reported. What did you say? Frieza's spaceship. King Vegeta paused momentarily. I suspect Frieza will likely come in person this time. Bardock remarked with a bitter smile. Frieza is coming. King Vegeta was taken aback. If Frieza were to set foot on Planet Vegeta, the fate of the planet was uncertain. After a prolonged silence, King Vegeta's expression darkened as he issued a command. All Saiyans, stand by for Level 1 defense preparations. Yes, the Saiyans shouted in unison. Faced with a formidable enemy, the Saiyans united in an instant. The atmosphere of Planet Vegeta was charged with fervor, their resonant voices causing the very earth to tremble. Meanwhile, in the boundless cosmos, Frieza held a transparent goblet containing half a glass of red wine, gazing with a grin at the space monitors. Lord Frieza, we have fully surveilled Planet Vegeta. Any spaceship attempting to leave the planet will be exterminated at the first opportunity. The Saiyans cannot survive in space, and none will escape, one of his subordinates reported. Very well, Frieza nodded in satisfaction. Humph, a bunch of wild monkeys. Today I shall eradicate you all. Father, let us hurry. Once I destroy Vegeta, we can have a grand fireworks display on the planet. Geldo exclaimed excitedly. If a bunch of single-celled wild monkeys think they can rebel against me. Frieza snorted dismissively, his eyes glinting with disdain. Father, I alone can annihilate their entire race. Geldo declared, brimming with eagerness to obliterate Planet Vegeta at that very moment. Frieza squinted with a smile, ignoring his son, and turned to his subordinate. Last time, I tasked you with investigating Vegeta's activities on Earth. What progress has been made? Lord Frieza, we have obtained preliminary verification, the subordinate replied. There's an Namekian on Earth who claims to be a deity. It is said that they possess a miraculous ability to create Dragon Balls. If one collects all 7 Dragon Balls, any wish can be granted. However, we are still investigating, and this is merely hearsay without scientific evidence. What did you say? Frieza's triangular eyes widened, and he crushed his goblet in an instant. The subordinate trembled in fear and hastily repeated his previous statement. Any wish can be granted? Frieza murmured pensively. Lord Frieza, it seems that Vegeta managed to gather all 7 Dragon Balls while on Earth. The subordinate cautiously added. Captain Ginyu reported this matter previously, although he did not recognize the Dragon Balls, only mentioning 7 shimmering golden orbs. After analysis, we believe these 7 orbs are indeed the legendary Dragon Balls. Immediately set course for Earth, Frieza commanded, and as soon as he finished speaking, he inquired, by the way, how long will it take to reach Earth? Father, Geldo interjected anxiously, still eager for a showdown with Vegeta. Silence, Frieza snapped. Frieza bellowed, addressing his subordinates. Continue speaking. Lord Frieza, it will take approximately 150 days to navigate to Earth, his subordinate replied. You mentioned that the one who claims to be a deity is a Namekian? Frieza inquired once more. The subordinate nodded gravely, operating the computer with great focus before pointing at a black hole on the screen. Lord Frieza, the Namekian planet is located in the Eastern Universe. Although it is further away, if we traverse this black hole, we can arrive in about 10 days. Excellent. Set course for the Namekian planet immediately. Frieza commanded. Dad, what about my battle with Vegeta? Galder finally could not restrain himself and interjected. Fool, is there anything more delightful than fulfilling one's wishes? Frieza shot his son a fierce glare. But, Father, Galder still desires to fight. That my son. Once we have the Dragon Balls, grant us the wish for immortality. Do you not think your battle with Vegeta will be far more entertaining? Frieza remarked with a knowing smile. Galder's eyes gleamed with excitement as he nodded gravely. The spaceship traced an arc through the cosmos, altering its course directly towards the distant black hole. What? Frieza's spaceship is heading for the black hole. King Vegeta immediately received news of Frieza's latest movements, then pondered with a furrowed brow. What could he want in the Eastern Universe? The subordinate shook his head, clearly perplexed by the matter. What is in the Eastern Universe? King Vegeta mused. After about 10 minutes of silence, a spark of realization lit up King Vegeta's eyes as he hastily asked. Investigate immediately. Is the Namekian planet located in the Eastern Universe? Chapter 51. The explosion of the spaceship. After some time, the investigation results confirmed King Vegeta's suspicions. Bring the prince back at once. King Vegeta ordered, his expression darkening as he addressed his subordinate. By the time Vegeta returned to the palace, Frieza had already departed 3 hours earlier, which explained why he had waited so long in the sky without discovering Galder's presence. Upon hearing what King Vegeta knew, Vegeta was left astounded. The Namekian planet? Frieza has gone there. Vegeta was certain that since Frieza had ventured to that planet, he must have uncovered the secret of the Dragon Balls. Thus, his journey to the Namekian planet was likely aimed at obtaining the wish for immortality. Immortality? Vegeta chuckled. I doubt the dragon can grant such a power. Moreover, Frieza certainly remained ignorant of the existence of Majin Buu. Even if he were to achieve immortality, Vegeta could simply transform into a Super Saiyan and incapacitate him. How delightful that would be! A wicked smile crept across Vegeta's lips. Since Frieza had gone to the Namekian planet, the Saiyan homeworld was likely safe. It would be prudent to seize this opportunity to journey to the Namekian planet and see if he could gather the Dragon Balls before Frieza did, thus completely transforming his body. Little Vegeta, what are your thoughts? King Vegeta inquired. I'm rather bored, so I shall also visit the Namekian planet, Vegeta replied nonchalantly, adding, however, you all should refrain from following. Frieza is not so easily dealt with. With that, Vegeta paid no further heed to King Vegeta and the others, soaring towards the space launch base. Approximately 10 minutes later, Vegeta's spaceship ascended into the vast cosmos. Destination: the Namekian planet. After Vegeta's departure, King Vegeta summoned several trusted subordinates, including Bardock, to the palace to disclose his plans. That I have heard that gathering all 7 Dragon Balls is necessary to fulfill a wish. This time we go to the Namekian planet. We must avoid contact with Frieza's forces and seek out one of the Dragon Balls, hiding it at once, King Vegeta stated solemnly. That way, even if Frieza possesses 6 Dragon Balls, he will be unable to fulfill his wish. Bardock and the others nodded in agreement that if Frieza achieves immortality, our Saiyan race will be doomed. King Vegeta reiterated. Bardock and the others understood the gravity of the situation and voiced their agreement. The spaceship ascended into the sky, carrying King Vegeta and his companions towards the distant black hole. Boom! Just as King Vegeta and his group had barely departed, they observed a blinding flash of light erupting from a distant location ahead. A shiver ran through them. What is happening? King Vegeta, that appears to be the prince's spaceship, a subordinate exclaimed in terror. King Vegeta widened his eyes and shouted, "Quickly, let's investigate." "Wait," Bardock interjected, holding a differing opinion. "We must return to Vegeta planet at once. Frieza has laid a trap outside our planet, and our spaceship cannot escape." "Bardock, listen well. My son is currently in the cosmos." King Vegeta bellowed furiously, commanding, "We must pursue." "I regret to inform you, King Vegeta." Bardock's expression darkened as he placed a hand on King Vegeta's back. King Vegeta's eyes turned crimson as he collapsed to the ground. "Turn back immediately. Do not act recklessly," Bardock commanded. Although King Vegeta's trusted subordinates wished to intervene, they also did not want to throw their lives away. For Saiyans could not survive in the cosmos. Should the spaceship explode, only death awaited them. Thus, the spaceship traced an arc through the cosmos, successfully returning to Vegeta planet. About 10 minutes later, King Vegeta abruptly regained consciousness. Casting a hateful glare at Bardock as he bellowed, "Someone seize Bardock!" The others exchanged glances, hesitating. "King Vegeta, I leave your judgment to you," Bardock responded fearlessly. "King Vegeta, Bardock acted with our best interests in mind. Consider this. If we had pursued, we would have met the same fate as the prince. Our primary focus now must be on revenge. For the prince, indeed, King Vegeta, let Bardock redeem himself," the other Saiyans urged, recognizing that Bardock's actions, in that moment, had been justified. King Vegeta glared hatefully at Bardock, his eyes bloodshot. His son's spaceship had exploded. Could it be that the mightiest warrior among the Saiyans met his end in the cosmos? This death was one King Vegeta could not accept. If his son had perished valiantly in battle, King Vegeta could have accepted it, but merely watching his son vanish into the cosmos was a reality he could not face. As for Bardock, King Vegeta did not hold too much blame against him. He realized that if he had pursued, he would have faced the same fate as his son. Grinding his teeth, King Vegeta surveyed the Saiyans present and spoke solemnly. "Since Frieza has gone to the Namekian planet, those monitoring us should not possess great combat power. This." King Vegeta shot a cold glare at Bardock and commanded, "Bardock, I order you to take your men and destroy the external monitoring systems. It is time for us Saiyans to rise." "Understood." Bardock nodded gravely. "For the prince's revenge," the others echoed solemnly. In an instant, the Saiyans of Vegeta planet were filled with fervor, their voices rising in a chorus of vengeance for the prince. However, at that moment, Prince Vegeta had not perished in the explosion of the spaceship. He had acquired the ability to survive in the vacuum of space. "I almost forgot that Frieza had laid an ambush near my planet. That despicable fiend," Vegeta fumed, realizing that without a spaceship, his current speed of flight would render a journey to the Namekian planet an arduous task. Scanning his surroundings, Vegeta quickly spotted a distant spaceship. It seemed likely that the vessel that had fired upon his spaceship moments ago belonged to this very crew. This moment, the spaceship floated in space, positioned precisely at the cosmic launch center of Vegeta planet. Whoosh! Vegeta's cold smile curved his lips as, in the next moment, he traced an arc through the cosmos, hurtling toward the direction of the spacecraft. The aliens diligently working aboard the vessel suddenly sensed an ominous energy approaching and quickly activated their detection systems. Upon realizing that Vegeta was swiftly nearing, the crew's eyes widened in disbelief. "Evacuate at once. Initiate maximum speed," someone shouted urgently. Chapter 52. No time to transform. Boom. No sooner had the words been uttered than a tremendous explosion reverberated through the spacecraft. As Vegeta successfully infiltrated the vessel, calling Lord Frieza, someone hastily attempted to make contact. "What is it?" Frieza responded, having received the signal from their location. "Lord Frieza, Vegeta's spacecraft has been destroyed, but he is capable of surviving in space." The individual replied without delay, "Oh, is that so?" Frieza's expression turned to one of astonishment. Wasn't it said that Saiyans could not survive in the void of space? How could Vegeta defy this? Very well. I understand. With that, Frieza abruptly severed the communication. Daddy, what is happening? Inquired Galder, who stood nearby. The fact that Vegeta could survive in the cosmos was sufficient evidence that the Dragon Balls could indeed grant wishes. Frieza mused, chuckling heartily before his demeanor darkened. However, this Vegeta is far too arrogant. It seems he requires a lesson. Daddy, allow me to handle him. This time, I shall personally end his life, Galder eagerly volunteered. Vegeta has emerged from his spacecraft. Likely having learned of my quest for the Dragon Balls, Frieza analyzed. Given Vegeta's temperament, he has probably already realized his wish for immortality. If that is the case, you would not stand a chance against him. Daddy, immortality is not all that impressive, Galder retorted with a smirk. If Vegeta's combat prowess does not surpass ours, we could simply disable his limbs, rendering him immobile, that he would be as good as a living corpse. Wouldn't that be amusing? Truly, you are my son, Galder. That plan is rather clever, Frieza acknowledged with a nod of approval. Daddy, he will undoubtedly pursue us. Galder's smile grew wider. After our last encounter, I have learned quite a bit and have even mastered the second level of transformation. This time, I will ensure he knows who the true ruler of the universe is. Since you are so determined to confront Vegeta, I see no harm in it, Frieza conceded after a moment's thought. After all, for his son to grow swiftly, having a suitable opponent to hone his skills would be ideal. After a brief pause, he added, once we arrive on Namek, you shall engage Vegeta while I gather the Dragon Balls, striving to fulfill my wish as soon as possible. Understood, Father, Galder replied, excitement evident in his voice. I have an unsettling premonition, Frieza murmured under his breath. What is it? Galder asked, glancing at his father. The science rate of growth is alarmingly rapid. Especially this Vegeta, Frieza replied solemnly. This time, you must not show any mercy. Do not worry, Father. I will personally take care of him, Galder assured, nodding vigorously. Vegeta swiftly commandeered the spacecraft that had attacked him, casting all aboard into the depths of space. As for those aliens capable of surviving in the void, he dispatched them without hesitation. In the next moment, Vegeta piloted the vessel toward the black hole. Simultaneously, on planet Vegeta, news of the spacecraft's movements reached the inhabitants. Yet, confusion reigned, particularly among Bardock and his comrades, who were preparing to assault the ship. Why has the ship fled? Moreover, judging by the state of the vessel and the multitude of alien corpses floating outside, this is utterly perplexing, Bardock pondered. Forget about that spacecraft for now. Let us focus on clearing the ships near the planet. He ordered his subordinates that, in an instant, numerous Saiyans united outside their planet, launching a fierce assault against Frieza's forces. Frieza's camp soon received accurate reports of the Saiyan rebellion. These wild monkeys shall enjoy their moment of arrogance. Once I attain immortality, I will settle the score with each of you, Frieza declared angrily. Daddy, shall I go teach them a lesson? Galder's impatience returned. Do not concern yourself with them for now. They're merely a bunch of wild monkeys. Aside from Vegeta, the rest are not formidable enough to pose a threat. Frieza replied, shaking his head and dismissing his son's request. Swish, at that moment. The spacecraft finally entered the black hole. 10 days later, Frieza's vessel touched down upon the soil of Namek. Daddy, I shall intercept Vegeta right away. This time, I will leave him battered and bruised, Galder proclaimed before soaring into the vastness of space. Everyone, listen up. Immediately search for the Dragon Balls, Frieza commanded his subordinates. 8 hours later, Vegeta's spacecraft appeared at the edge of Namek. Suddenly, Vegeta sensed a powerful aura surging forth. Approaching the edge of the spacecraft, he cast a glance outside, offering no superfluous words, only a cold chuckle as he exited the vessel. Vegeta, we meet again, Galder greeted with a grin. I warned you, you are no match for me. Hurry and summon your father, Vegeta retorted with a disdainful scoff. No match for you. What a joke. I have now attained the 3rd level of transformation. Galder exclaimed, reveling in his newfound strength. I heard you intentionally lost me last time. Did you not? Perhaps, Vegeta replied nonchalantly. A slight smile gracing his lips. It seemed Bardock's conjecture had not been mistaken. He had indeed failed to deceive Frieza. That old fox Frieza was truly astute. Very well, this time you shall witness how formidable I truly am, Galder proclaimed, his body beginning to tremble violently as he initiated his transformation. In an instant, Galder's form began to enlarge, his mouth protruding outward and his forehead stretching unnaturally, while sharp spikes began to sprout from his body. Bang! Vegeta charged forward, delivering a punch. Ah! The sound of Galder's anguished cries echoed as he found himself battered and bloodied. "You fool, I do not have time to wait for your transformation," Vegeta sneered coldly, launching a devastating energy blast at Galder. Chapter 53. "That is enough, wait," Galder shouted in frustration. "You can't do this. Let me transform first." However, Vegeta had no intention of granting him that courtesy. The energy blast, imbued with tremendous force, struck Galder's body directly. In the next moment, Galder was left howling in agony. When the smoke cleared, he was visibly injured, covered in bruises. "Vegeta, you have enraged me," Galder seethed, his body trembling with fury. Yet due to his injuries, the anger only exacerbated his pain, causing him to grimace and cry out. "You have uttered those words many times. Yet here I stand, alive and well," Vegeta said, scratching his nose, a smile still on his face as he regarded Galder. "This time, I will not let you escape." Galder's eyes were bloodshot, his body shaking uncontrollably. Boom! Suddenly, Galder erupted with intense radiance, beams of light bursting forth into the vast cosmos, shining as brightly as the sun. Vegeta paused momentarily, realizing that this young adversary's combat power had indeed increased significantly, at least many times stronger than it had been a mere 10 days ago. It seemed that Frieza's clan was not to be underestimated. "What will you do now? Vegeta, are you aware of my current battle power?" Galder chuckled coldly, having finally succeeded in his transformation. A formidable aura emanated from him, dissipating throughout the universe. "Oh, right. Since you lack a scouter, I shall disclose my battle power to you. 2 million. A staggering 2 million. Ha ha! Vegeta smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent. "Is it merely 2 million? You seem rather frightened. Have you wet yourself?" Galder basked in his pride, but it appeared that relieving oneself in the vastness of space was no simple feat. "Do you have any idea of my battle power?" Vegeta scoffed. "I know. Even if you have improved, you can at most reach 1 million. If that." Galder sneered. "Is that so?" The corners of Vegeta's mouth twisted into a wicked grin as he swiftly advanced towards Galder. "The speed is too slow. The disparity in battle power cannot be bridged." Galder disdainfully regarded Vegeta, unleashing a beam of energy that shot directly at him. However, just as Galder believed the beam would strike Vegeta, he witnessed Vegeta's figure flicker and then vanish. "Where is he?" Galder glanced around frantically. "Fool, I am above you," Vegeta declared from a lofty position, extending his hand. "How could you possess such speed?" Galder broke into a cold sweat, his eyes betraying his panic. Flash cannon. With a fierce shout, a beam of white energy, the width of a bowl, shot down from Vegeta's hand. "No!" Galder screamed, but it was too late to evade. Terror filled his eyes. Boom! The deafening sound reverberated throughout the cosmos, shaking even the distant Namek. Frieza and his cohorts, who were below, gathering Dragon Balls, sensed the immense disturbance and looked up towards the sky. In the next moment, Frieza narrowed his triangular eyes. "This is bad." Upon seeing the readout on his scouter, Frieza's heart raced as he hastened through space. Meanwhile, Galder, having been overwhelmed by the flash cannon, was rendered unrecognizable. A significant portion of his head was obliterated, and both arms were severed at the shoulders. Galder stuttered, gazing up at the monster towering over him, engulfed in profound fear. "I warned you. You are no match for me," Vegeta sneered. "Now, go to the underworld and meet the King of Hell." "No, please." Galder's terror was palpable. You know who I am. I am Frieza's son. You cannot kill me." "Fool, it is precisely because you are Frieza's son that I must eliminate you." Vegeta chuckled darkly, and in the next instant, he appeared behind Galder, delivering a crushing blow to his back. Cough! Galder spewed blood. "Saiyans are not to be trifled with." Vegeta struck again. Galder screamed. "Daddy, save me, please." Perhaps sensing his son's distress, Frieza transformed rapidly during his flight. His petite form undergoing a swift metamorphosis. Fourth transformation. After completing his fourth transformation, Frieza's speed increased several-fold, and in less than a breath, he caught sight of his son's dire predicament. Vegeta had already sensed Frieza's approach. But upon Frieza's arrival, he was taken aback. So fast. Frieza's speed was terrifying. Vegeta contemplated that with his current strength, he would undoubtedly be no match for Frieza. If Frieza exerted his full power, he could easily obliterate him. It seemed that only by transforming into a Super Saiyan could he contend with this foe. "Let him go," Frieza bellowed from a distance. "Frieza, you have finally arrived," Vegeta replied coldly, gripping Galder's neck tightly. Frieza's eyes burned with rage as he faced Vegeta and his son. "Daddy, save me." Galder looked at his father with despair. Vegeta felt a twinge of sympathy. Indeed, the Frieza clan was remarkable. Even in such a state, this one still clung to life. Had it been a Saiyan, they would likely be on the brink of death. "Let go. I command you to release him," Frieza shouted sternly. Vegeta grinned, conjuring a sphere of white energy and launching it at Galder. In an instant, Galder shot away like a cannonball towards the sun. "Daddy!" Galder cried out. "Vegeta!" Frieza's eyes reddened as he hurriedly pursued Galder. "Frieza, taste my power!" Vegeta grinned, spreading his arms wide. Solar flare, a blinding light erupted, radiating outward from Vegeta, making it impossible to behold. Frieza's vision turned white, and he suddenly found himself engulfed in a blinding void. "Frieza, take this!" Vegeta delivered a powerful kick, sending Frieza flying while simultaneously destroying his scouter with a precise flick of his finger. In the next moment, Vegeta adjusted his course, swiftly heading towards Namek. Enough games. I've already gained what I came for. Chapter 54. The village of Namek. Vegeta was immensely pleased, laughing maniacally as he arrived at the location where Frieza's spaceship had landed. "Ah, it's Vegeta!" Several aliens stationed near the spaceship stared wide-eyed in terror. "You shall all perish." Vegeta's hands shimmered with energy as he instantly annihilated numerous of Frieza's subordinates and destroyed their scouters. Afterward, Vegeta turned and vanished from the scene. As for the solar flare, it was a technique he had comprehended during his recent travels. He had initially thought it to be a complex martial art, but after experimenting with it against the sun, he managed to grasp it. When Frieza's vision returned to normal, he realized the sun was already near the sun. Though Frieza was arrogant, he was not foolish enough to attempt a rescue from such peril. "Daddy, save me!" Galder's anguished cries echoed once more. Despite sound being unable to travel through the vacuum of space, Frieza could sense his son's call. His eyes widened, and his hatred surged. Grinding his teeth, Frieza's aura erupted with ferocity. "Vegeta, I will personally annihilate you." Gritting his teeth, Frieza disregarded his son and soared towards Namek. Upon witnessing his subordinates strewn across the ground, he felt his lungs might explode from rage. How infuriating! How outrageous! "This wild monkey shall pay dearly for this affront," Frieza seethed, his fury escalating. After speaking, he scanned the area, trying to locate Vegeta. However, Frieza's scouter had already been destroyed by Vegeta, leaving him unable to sense any energy. Consequently, Frieza searched for a scouter, only to find that all of his subordinates' devices had been obliterated. This meant Frieza was utterly clueless about anyone's whereabouts. Without a scouter, he was unable to pursue anyone. "You insolent fool! I will make you pay dearly," Frieza seethed, striving to maintain his composure. Suddenly, he remembered that he could still communicate with the outside world from the spaceship's control room, if he could instruct his remaining subordinates, those tasked with locating the Dragon Balls, to return and provide him with a scouter that would solve his predicament. With this thought, Frieza raced towards the spaceship's control room. Yet, after switching through several channels, he discovered that he was still unable to establish contact with the outside world. The signals were disrupted. What is happening? Frieza felt an unsettling sensation wash over him, and then clarity struck. He comprehended that this band of Saiyan savages dared to obliterate his base. He, Frieza, would make their demise a spectacular affair. Without further ado, Frieza established communication with a distant base, and after a brief wait, the connection was finally made. Following the issuance of his commands, Frieza patiently awaited within his spacecraft. However, After an extensive period, he grew concerned at the lack of any subordinate delivering the reconnaissance device, prompting him to reconnect with the base. What is happening? Where are they? Frieza inquired coldly. Lord Frieza, have they not come to find you? One subordinate responded, visibly taken aback. What do you think? Frieza retorted, his eyes narrowing in irritation. I will contact them immediately. Please hold on. The subordinate, now frightened, hurriedly operated the device, only for his expression to shift dramatically as he explained to Frieza, I'm afraid the connection has been severed. Frieza's brows furrowed in frustration. A severed connection indicated that Vegeta had launched an attack on that location. Infuriating, utterly infuriating, Frieza exclaimed. Notify everyone to return to me at once. With that, Frieza angrily terminated the call, his forehead veins bulging, wishing he could crush the entirety of Namek with a single blow. Nonetheless, the thought of acquiring the Dragon Balls, which could grant him immortality, brought him a semblance of calm. Aging and death. Even the cosmic overlord Frieza could not escape. If true immortality were within his grasp, he would do anything to obtain it. Though he found Vegeta detestable, he prioritized the prospect of eternal life. Once he had that, he could take his time exacting revenge on Vegeta and his fellow Saiyans, as for the death of his son. While it pained him, he could always regenerate, or rather, reincarnate. With immortality, he would no longer need to fear the toll of childbirth on his youth. Frieza quickly regained his composure. He needed to obtain the reconnaissance device swiftly. At the very least, to locate the first Dragon Ball. Vegeta had successfully eliminated one group of extraterrestrials searching for the Dragon Balls, but unfortunately, the Namekians in that area had been exterminated. However, fortune smiled upon him, as this village happened to possess a Dragon Ball. Upon sighting the colossal Dragon Ball, Vegeta was momentarily speechless. After some contemplation, he decided it would be inconvenient to carry it with him and sought a place to conceal it temporarily. After all, Frieza lacked a Dragon Ball radar. They were relying solely on the Namekians from the village to locate the Dragon Balls. Having completed this task, Vegeta showed no signs of lingering, sensing several other powerful presences nearby, and promptly made his way towards them. 10 minutes later, Vegeta hovered in mid-air. Below him, a group of roughly a dozen heavily armed extraterrestrials were escorting several elderly Namekians and children, coercing them to surrender the Dragon Ball. How did you come to know about the Dragon Balls? One elder inquired, his expression stern. Enough chatter. Hand over the Dragon Ball immediately, or I will personally see to your demise. One of the extraterrestrial captains barked. Vegeta assessed the situation. The highest combat power among the Namekians was around 500. While the captain boasted a power level exceeding 5,000, it was likely that the combined strength of all the Namekians in the village would not match this captain's prowess. What is your wish? Speak, and I may consider revealing the location of the Dragon Ball, the elder coldly stated. Old man, I have no time for your ramblings, the captain retorted, striking the elder and causing him to stumble as he threatened. Hurry up, or you and these children are as good as dead. The elder clutched the children protectively, his face paling. Just then, Vegeta descended from above, a smile gracing his face as he squinted at the captain. Vegeta, the captain exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out. How could this individual be here? Chapter 55. Frieza's pursuit. The details of Vegeta's battle with Goku had reached many of Frieza's subordinates, and they were well aware that this Vegeta was far beyond their ability to confront. You may perish, Vegeta sneered coldly, and with that, a brilliant beam shot forth, striking the captain's body directly. The captain barely had time to react before he fell, lifeless. The remaining team members, aghast, scattered in panic. Vegeta showed no mercy. Like a phantom, he swept through the scene, eliminating everyone in a matter of moments. The next instant, Vegeta landed on the ground. Thank you, my friend, one elder approached, expressing his gratitude politely and no need for pleasantries. Two things. First, give me the Dragon Ball. Second, take me to your elder, Vegeta stated directly. Why you also seek the Dragon Ball? And how do you know of the elder? The elder asked, astonished. Enough with the questions. I have urgent business with the elder. Do not dawdle. Hand over the Dragon Ball now, Vegeta insisted coldly, or your entire clan may face peril. The elder's eyes widened, and after a prolonged silence, he finally replied, Follow me. I will take you to the Elder, but we do not possess the Dragon Ball. Vegeta, skeptical, took out his Dragon Ball radar and confirmed the absence of one, deciding not to press the matter further. The next moment, the Elder soared into the air, guiding Vegeta towards the Elder's location with haste. The reason for seeking the Elder was that Vegeta hoped to establish contact with the highest authority in the area, aiming to secure their support in fulfilling his wish. After all, to realize a wish on Namek, one must use the Namekian language. Without the assistance of the Namekians, it was impossible. Yet, after flying for approximately half an hour, Vegeta suddenly sensed a formidable presence approaching from afar. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Frieza. This was not good. He had not anticipated Frieza's speed. Vegeta's expression shifted as he urgently inquired, "How far is it to the Elder?" Although Vegeta yearned to destroy all of Frieza's subordinate reconnaissance devices, regrettably, they were too dispersed across the vast expanse of the planet, making it nearly impossible to eliminate every single one. "At our current speed, it will take about an hour," the Elder replied, "that we do not have time." "He is approaching rapidly," Vegeta stated gravely. "Is there any way to conceal your energy?" The Elder shook his head in confusion, clearly not understanding Vegeta's question. Nonetheless, he sensed the impending arrival of a powerful being, and after a brief silence, he said, "My friend, I will confront the individual you mentioned. If you can, seek out the Elder on your own. He should be aware of what is happening here. Oh, the Elder is atop that high platform. It is easily distinguishable." "Regrettably, I cannot save you now," Vegeta replied. "Young man, I understand." The Elder chuckled, fear not evident on his face, and then added, "However, young man, I can see that you harbor a tremendous energy within you. Once unleashed, it may well rival that individual." Vegeta smirked slightly. Did that even need saying? If he could truly harness that immense power, dealing with Frieza would be a trivial matter. "Very well, go," Vegeta said. After the Elder finished speaking, he turned and flew towards Frieza. Vegeta refrained from further conversation, concealing his energy to a level undetectable by reconnaissance devices, and began to leap towards the Elder's position. 2 minutes later, Frieza appeared above the spot where Vegeta had just been, intercepted by the Elder. "Where is Vegeta? Where has he hidden?" Frieza halted, scanning the area with his device for Vegeta's whereabouts. Eventually fixing his gaze on the Elder, "He has already left," the Elder said nonchalantly. "You have joined forces?" Frieza's expression darkened as he questioned coldly, "Is it not your desire to use the Dragon Balls to fulfill a wish?" The Elder retorted without answering. "Indeed, you are aware of the Dragon Balls? Very well. As long as you reveal the whereabouts of the 7 Dragon Balls and keep the matter of hiding Vegeta to yourself, I shall refrain from pursuing this further." Frieza squinted his eyes, staring intently at the Namekian across from him. "There are a total of 7 Dragon Balls, scattered across every corner of Namek, later discovered and carefully stored by our esteemed Elders." The Elder spoke nonchalantly. "The Dragon Balls are akin to totems for us Namekians. Through them, we measure wisdom, courage, and valor among ourselves. I have no interest in such trivialities. I demand to know the precise location of each Dragon Ball at this very moment." Frieza interrupted the Elder's words, a smile curling upon his lips. "I am aware that you were just with Vegeta. Your lengthy discourse is merely an attempt to allow that little monkey to escape. Rest assured, I shall deal with that monkey in due time. All I require from you is the location of the Dragon Balls. I shall not divulge that information," the Elder replied coolly, a sardonic smile gracing his features. "You are courting death." Frieza's expression darkened immediately, and as he spoke, his tail, resembling that of a constrictor, coiled tightly around the Elder's neck. The Elder, however, faced death with composure, showing no trace of fear. "Speak," Frieza demanded furiously. Tightening his grip, cough, the Elder spat blood. "Will you speak or not?" Frieza bellowed in anger. The Elder maintained his silence. "Very well. If you refuse to reveal the location of the Dragon Balls, tell me where Vegeta is, and I may spare your life." Frieza shifted to a different inquiry. The Elder merely chuckled disdainfully and replied with a calm demeanor, "I will not tell you." "Humph. I know that Vegeta is hiding below. If you remain silent, I have ways to draw him out," Frieza declared, extending a hand toward the ground, intending to flatten the mountains below. "I advise you to cease this action," the Elder warned coldly. If the Dragon Balls happen to be beneath, and you destroy them, you would regret it, wouldn't you? You just mentioned that the Dragon Balls are in your elder's village, Frieza retorted, pausing his impending attack for a moment. Indeed, they are in our village. However, the Dragon Balls have been taken away by Vegeta. The elder replied with a knowing smile that Frieza's face turned ashen, realizing that this old fool had come specifically to oppose him. Nevertheless, due to Vegeta's possession of the Dragon Balls, Frieza hesitated to wreak havoc, fearing he might also destroy the precious orbs. Smack! Frieza, now truly enraged, seized the elder's arm and wrenched it off with a brutal tug, resulting in a gruesome sight. The elder cried out in agony, "I shall give you another chance. Where is Vegeta? Will you speak or remain silent?" Frieza inquired once more. "Humph, if you have the ability, then kill me." The elder trembled in pain yet stood unyielding in the face of death. Smack! Frieza yanked the elder's other arm away mercilessly. Ah, the elder's heart-wrenching scream echoed across the sky. "Will you speak or not?" Frieza asked coldly. "Humph, I shall not tell you," the elder declared defiantly, and at that moment, he began to swell dramatically. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the elder's body shattered into pieces. Ultimately, he chose to self-destruct. That Frieza's countenance darkened further as he scanned the area below. Yet he could not perceive Vegeta's presence. "Little monkey, heed my words, and hide well." Frieza shouted toward the vast expanse of earth. "Let us see how long you can elude me. I shall find you eventually." Having uttered these words, Frieza cast a resentful glance downward before adjusting his scouter and speeding off in another direction. Since he could not find Vegeta at present, Frieza decided it prudent to gather the Dragon Balls first. As he journeyed, Frieza pondered, "It seems that only by gathering all 7 Dragon Balls can one's wishes be granted. Since Vegeta, that little monkey, has already made a wish on Earth, why is he still seeking the Dragon Balls? Could it be that his wish on Earth was not fulfilled? That seems unlikely. If it had not been, how could he survive in the universe?" Suddenly, Frieza considered a possibility, erupting into laughter. Could it be that Vegeta wished for the ability to survive in the cosmos? "Foolish, imbecilic," Frieza cackled, as if he had found a release for his frustrations. After a moment of silence, he began to strategize. Given that the Dragon Balls only yield results when all 7 are gathered, I could simply locate one of them first, wait for Vegeta to come and seize it, and then kill him, seizing his Dragon Balls in the process. Yes, that shall be my plan. With this thought, Frieza sped toward his subordinates. Sensing that Frieza had departed, Vegeta soared into the sky, accelerating his flight. Frieza, upon detecting Vegeta's presence through his scouter, furrowed his brow and gritted his teeth. Very well. Let this little monkey frolic for a while. Once Vegeta realized Frieza was not in pursuit, a smile graced his lips as he increased his speed once more. Approximately 10 minutes later, Vegeta spotted a towering structure reaching the clouds, certain that it was the residence of the Grand Elder. As he approached the edifice, a powerful aura surged upward, and he surmised that this energy likely belonged to Nail, the Grand Elder's guardian. True to his intuition, Vegeta soon witnessed a Namekian of rather decent appearance emerge. "Who are you? You are not welcome here." Nail glared at Vegeta sternly. "I have come to see the Grand Elder. Whether you welcome me or not, I'm already here," Vegeta retorted, disregarding Nail's warning and striding purposefully toward the Grand Elder's chamber. After all, Vegeta sensed another slightly stronger presence within that room, undoubtedly belonging to the Grand Elder himself. "Stop!" Nail shouted fiercely. "If you take one more step forward, I shall not treat you kindly." Vegeta merely smiled lightly. Completely unfazed by Nail's threats, Vegeta, a being of Nail's caliber, posed no challenge whatsoever. Indeed, Nail was hardly more than the level of a Ginyu Force member, easily vanquished with a mere finger. Had Vegeta not needed the aid of the Namekians, he would have dispatched this insolent creature long ago. Seeing himself utterly ignored, Nail's face twisted with rage, and in the next moment, he lunged towards Vegeta. Swish! However, the moment he believed he had captured Vegeta, he was astonished to find that the Saiyan had vanished from sight. "Where is he? Where is he?" Nail frantically searched, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Nail, no need to look. He is here with me. A commanding and benevolent voice resonated from within the room. Nail's heart sank as he rushed into the chamber, and upon witnessing that there was no conflict between Vegeta and the Grand Elder, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Vegeta had simply sidestepped Nail's attack with a slight shift of his body, effortlessly evading him. Next, Vegeta approached the Grand Elder's quarters. Upon entering, he observed the Grand Elder silently regarding him. The Elder was quite robust, yet bore the marks of age. "Alien, tell me, what brings you here?" the Grand Elder inquired, gazing at Vegeta. "Let us dispense with pleasantries," Vegeta stated succinctly. Introducing himself, he then explained, "A formidable individual has arrived on Namek, and we are no match for him. Thus, I require your assistance with two matters. First, I seek your Dragon Balls, and second, I need your support in fulfilling my wish. Tell me, how did you come to know about the Dragon Balls?" The Grand Elder countered, "Quite simply, Earth also possesses Dragon Balls." Vegeta replied with a smile. "Earth has Dragon Balls? What is the story behind that?" The Grand Elder appeared momentarily taken aback. "Enough about why there are Dragon Balls on Earth. If we do not act swiftly, the people of this planet may face dire repercussions," Vegeta urged. Vegeta urged him on. The Grand Elder fell into a contemplative silence, his eyes gently closing. After approximately a minute, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down the Grand Elder's face, and his body started to tremble uncontrollably. My children, they're being slaughtered by aliens. The Grand Elder's complexion turned ashen, his entire frame quaking as he nearly collapsed. Naru hurriedly stepped forward to support the Grand Elder, inquiring with a hint of concern, "Grand Elder, what exactly has transpired?" The Grand Elder waved his hand, signaling Naru to remain silent for the moment, and then turned to Vegeta, asking, "Alien, tell me, what is your wish?" "I've already realized one wish on Earth, to possess a unique physique. However, at that time, due to the pressing circumstances, the wish was only partially fulfilled. I now require its completion to confront one named Frieza," Vegeta elucidated. Chapter 57. Let us try this move. Previously, Vegeta's body had been pierced by Galder's energy, necessitating a full day for him to recuperate. Vegeta felt this duration was excessively long. He glanced at Majin Buu, who could restore himself in the blink of an eye. Having arrived on Namek, he was determined to fulfill his wish this time. Regardless of the circumstances, upon hearing Vegeta's words, the Grand Elder once again lapsed into silence, closing his eyes in deep thought for a full 5 minutes before finally opening his muddled gaze to regard Vegeta, stating, "I can grant your request, but can you ensure the safety of my people?" "Of course," Vegeta replied with a smile. "Eliminating Frieza will naturally secure the safety of the Namekians. It is a win-win situation. Naru, from this moment forth, assist Vegeta in realizing his wish," the Grand Elder commanded. "Grand Elder, and what of you?" Naru asked, a note of concern in his voice. "Oh, not worry. I shall be fine," the Grand Elder reassured him with a smile, patting Naru on the shoulder. "Very well. Let us hasten our departure and locate the Dragon Balls without delay," Vegeta declared, producing the Dragon Ball radar to ascertain their positions. "Vegeta, what is that in your hand?" the Grand Elder asked, momentarily taken aback. "The Dragon Ball radar," Vegeta replied candidly, feeling that this Grand Elder was far more agreeable than the deities of Earth. "Since you possess the Dragon Ball radar," the Grand Elder pondered, "you may search for the Dragon Balls independently. I will notify all Namekians to cooperate fully with you. That would be most fortuitous," Vegeta grinned, relieved at the prospect of not having to carry Naru, who, despite being among the strongest on Namek, paled in comparison to him. Moreover, Naru could not conceal his battle power. Should Frieza detect him, the situation would become considerably more complicated. "Very well, take your time to inform them. I shall proceed to the nearest location to retrieve the Dragon Ball," Vegeta concluded before exiting the Grand Elder's chamber, soaring towards the nearest Dragon Ball. After Vegeta's departure, Naru glanced at the Grand Elder, ultimately unable to suppress his concern. "Grand Elder, the malevolence surrounding this individual is quite pronounced. I find him rather untrustworthy." "Indeed, I have noticed it as well," the Grand Elder acknowledged with a nod, then countered. "However, within him lies a significant reservoir of righteous energy, and I suspect that aside from him, no one else stands a chance against Frieza. Furthermore, he saved Elder Gamu and the others before arriving here." Should we assist him in fulfilling his wish then? Neru inquired further. Let us observe the situation. The Grand Elder sighed deeply. I estimate that Vegeta may not be able to gather the Dragon Balls before Frieza. The future remains uncertain. Then, should I go and assist him? Neru hesitated, and no need. The Grand Elder waved his hand dismissively, his expression grave as he regarded Neru. If Vegeta proves unreliable, I fear we may only have one recourse against Frieza. Grand Elder, what course of action do you propose? Neru asked, bewildered. I shall provide you with wisdom and energy. I believe that may safeguard my children. The Grand Elder spoke earnestly. Grand Elder, are you suggesting assimilation? Neru trembled slightly. Meanwhile, Vegeta had successfully arrived at the location of the nearest Dragon Ball. You must be Vegeta, an elder said, approaching him with a Dragon Ball in hand. The Grand Elder has informed me that this is the Dragon Ball you seek. Upon landing, Vegeta was taken by surprise, pleased that the Grand Elder had been so efficient. Without hesitation, he seized the Dragon Ball and launched himself towards the next one. Time ticked by. After 3 hours, Vegeta had successfully gathered 3 Dragon Balls. He stealthily approached the location of the first Dragon Ball, retrieving it and gazing upon the 4 Dragon Balls on the ground, a smile of triumph spreading across his face. Given the considerable size of the Namekian Dragon Balls, Vegeta found it impractical to carry all 4 with him. So he buried them in a concealed spot and then consulted the Dragon Ball radar for the locations of the remaining 3. The 2 previously gathered Dragon Balls were moving towards the location of the last one, indicating that during his collection efforts, Frieza had also acquired 2. Upon observing the radar, Vegeta felt a surge of frustration. How could he possibly snatch the Dragon Balls from Frieza? It was indeed a complex predicament. Nevertheless, Vegeta resolved to make an attempt. With determination, he concealed his battle power and stealthily approached the location of the last Dragon Ball. Fortunately, it was relatively close, and even while suppressing his energy, he could reach it in less than half an hour. At the same time, Frieza had arrived at the village housing the last Dragon Ball. After a series of threats and the dispatching of a few children from the village, Frieza successfully captured the Dragon Ball using his energy, which now hovered in the air, spinning ominously. Eliminate everyone and search for the next Dragon Ball. Frieza commanded. That very moment, Vegeta arrived at the village and, upon seeing the 3 Dragon Balls swirling before Frieza, felt a surge of impatience. Frieza! Vegeta called out, stepping forward. Vegeta! Frieza's expression shifted, his eyes flashing with hatred. Frieza! I advise you against indiscriminate slaughter. Are you not aware that the Dragon Balls were created by the Namekians? If you eliminate them, the Dragon Balls may very well vanish, Vegeta said with a smile. Oh, is that so? Frieza rubbed his nose, chuckling lightly. If anyone else had said that, I might consider sparing them. But you little monkey, do you think I would believe you? With that, Frieza waved his hand, unleashing a barrage of energy beams that instantaneously annihilated all the Namekians present. Vegeta could do nothing but accept the grim reality of their deaths. He had done all he could, and there was no way he could save them all from Frieza's clutches in one fell swoop. Little monkey, you are quite audacious to appear before me again, Frieza remarked, his mood seemingly lifted after dispatching several Namekians. But this time, you shall not escape. The suffering my son endured will be repaid to you tenfold. Is that so? Why don't you give it a try? Vegeta replied with a sinister smile, his body radiating energy as a beam of power surged toward Frieza. Chapter 58. Seizing the Dragon Ball's hoof. Mere parlor tricks, Frieza dismissed Vegeta's attack, extending his arm to intercept the incoming energy beam. However, at that moment, the energy beam suddenly fragmented, sending multiple rays of light cascading outward toward Frieza's minions. Boom, 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 accompanied by a series of deafening explosions. Frieza's minions were instantly reduced to mere fragments, utterly lifeless. Frieza, seething with rage, was incensed that Vegeta had brazenly annihilated his subordinates right before his eyes, a blatant slap in the face. In a fit of fury, Frieza shot towards Vegeta with great speed. Solar Flare. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta smirked and unleashed his own Solar Flare. Oh no! Frieza's eyes widened in dread. In the next moment, a blinding light erupted forth, rendering Frieza momentarily sightless. Now, as my chance, Vegeta chuckled softly, darting forward to snatch the 3 Dragon Balls, before hurling them in a specific direction. Haha, without his Dragon Ball radar, this fool may never locate them, having accomplished his task. Vegeta swiftly flew to a distant spot to conceal himself. When Frieza opened his eyes and saw that Vegeta had vanished, he trembled with rage. After a tense silence, realization dawned upon him. The Dragon Balls had already disappeared. This incited Frieza's fury even further, his expression darkening, his brows knitted tightly, fists creaking with tension. Frieza quickly deduced that Vegeta must have gathered the other 4 Dragon Balls and had come specifically to seize his remaining 3. No matter what, this wild monkey shall never realize his wish, Frieza proclaimed, soaring into the sky and bellowing to the vast earth. Vegeta, I give you 10 seconds to surrender the Dragon Balls, or you shall vanish alongside this planet. As he spoke, a sphere of crimson energy coalesced in his palm. Emanating an aura of malevolence, the tremendous energy swirled around Frieza, whipping up tempestuous winds. The sky itself seemed to darken ominously, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Vegeta, witnessing this spectacle from a short distance, felt a chill race down his spine. 10. Frieza began his countdown, the red flame swelling ominously with each count. Vegeta was drenched in sweat. If this beast obliterated the planet, what good would any wish be? In the end, it would all be for naught. He had not anticipated Frieza's reckless resolve. Moreover, given his current strength, he was no match for Frieza. It appeared that fleeing was his only option. 9. Frieza's expression grew increasingly sinister, the crimson flame expanding dramatically. Vegeta gritted his teeth, realizing he was on the brink of disaster. 8. Frieza's voice was laced with ice, the red flame continuing to grow. Wait, Vegeta realized he had no other options. He knew Frieza would follow through on his threat. Angered, Frieza would undoubtedly annihilate the planet. IT would be wiser to hand over the 3 Dragon Balls to buy himself some time and contemplate other strategies. Resolute, Vegeta stepped forward. Little monkey, you've finally shown yourself. I presume you do not wish for the planet to be annihilated? Frieza observed Vegeta with eyes full of malice, yet his face betrayed a sense of triumph. Likewise, Vegeta replied with a smile, gesturing toward the location of the 3 Dragon Balls. They're over there. Feel free to retrieve them yourself. Oh, Frieza squinted, glancing toward the shimmering Dragon Balls. However, his eyes darkened once more. Vegeta, I know you have gathered the other 4 Dragon Balls as well. Tell me, where are they? If I had gathered them, would I divulge the location of the 3 Dragon Balls I acquired from you? Vegeta retorted coldly. Are you afraid I will destroy the planet? Frieza grinned sinisterly, scrutinizing Vegeta's surroundings. I have no desire to engage in idle chatter. If you believe I possess the Dragon Balls, feel free to pursue me. With that, Vegeta smiled lightly, turning to leave without a care for Frieza's increasingly dark expression. Do you think you can escape? Frieza narrowed his eyes, observing Vegeta's retreating figure. I admit I am not your match at present, but if I wish to leave, you shall not hinder me, Vegeta declared without looking back. That's so. I shall see how you intend to flee beneath my very nose. Frieza's eyes blazed with unrestrained fury. This brat was insufferable. With that, Frieza transformed into a streak of light, diving towards Vegeta. Solar Flare. Without hesitation, Vegeta unleashed the Solar Flare once more. Damn! Frieza, incensed, widened his eyes in disbelief. He had not anticipated Vegeta would resort to the Solar Flare again. Quickly shutting his eyes, Frieza moved his fingers in a flurry, as if weaving a grand net aimed at capturing Vegeta. But after executing the Solar Flare, Vegeta merely smiled and vanished into the distance, having completely eluded Frieza's energy net without suffering a single scratch. When Frieza opened his eyes again, the absence of Vegeta's presence drove him into a rage. He yearned to obliterate the planet in his frustration and roast the detestable Vegeta alive. However, rationality ultimately quelled his anger. Frieza quickly suppressed his wrath and sped towards the direction where Vegeta had discarded the Dragon Balls. Upon discovering the 3 Dragon Balls lying intact on the ground, Frieza finally calmed the storm of anger within him and contacted the other 2 small squads. Lord Frieza, we have found no Dragon Balls here. Lord Frieza, we have no Dragon Balls here either. The two dispatched squads relayed their findings. Stay where you are. I will come at once. Frieza surmised that Vegeta was likely behind the mischief, and after some contemplation, decided to investigate personally. In the next moment, Frieza gathered the Dragon Balls and sped toward one of the small squad's locations. Meanwhile, Vegeta had returned to the Grand Elder's dwelling, feeling somewhat vexed, and recounted the events that had transpired. Great Elder, is there any way to summon the dragon and immediately realize the first wish of relocating Frieza to another planet, given that I've gathered the Dragon Balls? That may be somewhat challenging. The Grand Elder replied with a shake of his head. Frieza's power far exceeds that of the dragon. For the dragon to relocate him, it would likely require his consent. What? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. Is the dragon truly that weak? However, we can attempt it. The Grand Elder continued that if the dragon were to forcibly relocate Frieza, that is indeed possible, though I cannot specify where he would be sent, as long as it buys us some time. If he can be moved for about an hour, I will have a way to deal with him, Vegeta declared confidently. An hour should pose no issue. After a brief silence, the Grand Elder nodded. Very well, I will have Elder Mulin assist you in summoning the dragon and realizing your wish. What do you think? Agreed, let us proceed. Vegeta nodded, intending to leave and devise a strategy to reclaim the Dragon Balls. Wait a moment, the Grand Elder called out to Vegeta. You have any plans to retrieve the Dragon Balls that Frieza possesses? At this question, Vegeta felt a surge of irritation. For now, he could only attempt the solar flare once more. Though he was uncertain whether Frieza would fall for it again, I do have a plan, but it requires your full cooperation. The Grand Elder chuckled softly and shared his plan. Vegeta listened intently, his eyes momentarily glimmering with intrigue. This strategy was indeed clever. It would allow him to fulfill his wish with minimal effort. Vegeta cast a deep gaze at the Grand Elder, who was rightly regarded as a cunning strategist. The old fox was undeniably astute. Well, Vegeta, you should prepare yourself. While the dragon can alter your physique from this position, a closer proximity would yield better results, the Grand Elder continued. Therefore, once the dragon appears, you must ensure it sees you immediately. Otherwise, if any issues arise, it may become irretrievable. Understood, Vegeta nodded solemnly, expressing his gratitude before departing from the Grand Elder's chamber. After Vegeta's departure, Nail regarded the Grand Elder with a puzzled expression and respectfully inquired. Grand Elder, why don't we simply make a wish to have the dragon relocate all of Vegeta and Frieza to another planet? For the final wish, we could ask the dragon to conceal our planet, making it undetectable to them. Wouldn't that be preferable? Nail, you must be aware of the recent cataclysms that have befallen Namek, the Grand Elder replied. The forces of nature are boundless. Even Purunga cannot reverse this situation. If we were to implore Purunga for assistance again, the Grand Elder paused, letting out a gentle sigh. Purunga ultimately has many wishes that cannot be fulfilled. This time, let the wish be granted to Vegeta. May our Namekian home escape from peril. Nail seemed to comprehend, nodding gravely. Soon, Vegeta followed the Grand Elder's guidance and located the village where Elder Muley resided. You are Vegeta? Muley inquired, his expression turning serious. I am aware of the situation. Now, take me to the location where the Dragon Balls are stored. I will handle the rest. You only need to remain concealed. Vegeta nodded, refraining from unnecessary chatter, and swiftly headed towards the place where the 4 Dragon Balls were kept. Upon reaching the vicinity above the Dragon Balls, Vegeta pointed to the buried location, saying, "It is right there. It is easily recognizable upon closer inspection." Muley acknowledged his understanding and, after confirming Frieza's whereabouts, soared towards that direction. Approximately an hour later, Muley finally spotted Frieza, whose face was darkened with fury. Frieza was incensed. 2 teams dispatched to locate the Dragon Balls had failed miserably, and he was increasingly convinced that Vegeta had absconded with the remaining 4 Dragon Balls. In a fit of rage, Frieza ruthlessly eliminated all the inhabitants of the 2 villages, yet he was still unable to ascertain the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, just as he was preparing to use a scouter to track Vegeta's presence. He noticed a Namekian descending from the sky. Another Namekian? Are you here to utter foolish threats about killing me as well? Frieza squinted at Muley. energy coalescing in his hand, ready to annihilate him should his words prove unsatisfactory. "Muley, I have come to assist you in fulfilling your wish," Muley stated calmly. "Oh, how do you intend to do that?" Frieza replied with a slight smirk, skepticism evident in his gaze. "That I know the whereabouts of the remaining 4 Dragon Balls. I can help you gather all 7. Muley explained. "Is that true?" "Surely. Not all Namekians are so benevolent," Frieza retorted coldly. Sensing something amiss, Frieza felt an ominous air of conspiracy surrounding him. "If I grant your wish, you will leave Namek and never return?" Muley asked sternly. "As long as you agree to my terms, I can help you fulfill your wish. That is acceptable. Once my wish is granted, I will indeed depart." Frieza smiled, contemplating that the Namekians had likely been frightened into submission and were now attempting to curry favor with him. "Humph. Once my wish is fulfilled, I shall obliterate this planet," Frieza said, visibly pleased with Muley's demeanor. "Let us proceed immediately. Do not attempt to deceive me, or else I will ensure your suffering is multiplied manifold." "I understand," Muley replied, nodding lightly. "However, I must clarify one thing beforehand." "Speak," Frieza said, smiling benignly. "To realize the wish, it must be articulated in the Namekian language. Do you comprehend?" Muley emphasized. "What did you say?" Frieza exclaimed in surprise, originally intending to eliminate Muley as soon as he gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. Now he was grateful this information had been disclosed beforehand. "Very well, let him revel in his moment. Once my wish is fulfilled, I can always dispose of them later." With this thought, Frieza waved his hand cheerfully. "Then please lead the way. Rest assured, once my wish is granted, I shall no longer trouble your planet. On the contrary, if anyone dares to harass you, you may inform me, and I will serve as your protector." Such words, spoken with feigned sincerity, might fool the uninitiated. However, Muley possessed a unique ability to sense Frieza's deceit, yet he chose not to expose it, and led Frieza towards the location of the Dragon Balls. "All of you remain here. Without my command, do not act recklessly," Frieza instructed before following Muley. Upon arriving above the Dragon Balls, Muley indicated the area where Vegeta had hidden them, explaining, "It is right there. Dig them out and gather all the Dragon Balls together." Frieza silently surveyed the location, then raised his hand, causing the 4 Dragon Balls to erupt from the earth. Narrowing his eyes, he inquired, "Tell me, why are these 4 Dragon Balls located here?" "We discovered them through a special method. We do not know why they are here. I suspect others, aside from you, might be searching for the Dragon Balls as well," Muley replied, maintaining his composure. Frieza scrutinized him intently before disregarding his words, focusing instead on the 7 Dragon Balls now assembled. "Dragon Balls, grant me immortality," he declared. However, the Dragon Balls remained unresponsive. Frieza's eyes narrowed sharply as he turned to Muley, demanding, "What is happening? Why is there no reaction?" "As I stated, the wish must be spoken in our Namekian language," Muley replied coolly. "Humph, I understand now," Frieza responded, a beam of energy suddenly emanating from his fingertip. With a sharp crack, the energy pierced Muley's abdomen, shooting into the distant forest. The resulting explosion resounded like thunder, shaking the very earth. Muley collapsed, blood gushing from his mouth, perplexed as to why Frieza would strike him after he had kindly provided the location of the remaining Dragon Balls without any apparent flaw. "Get up. I know you won't die," Frieza remarked with a faint smile, effortlessly lifting Muley to his feet. "What do you mean by this?" Muley questioned, his expression darkening. "Oh, not worry. You will not perish," Frieza replied, his grin excessively radiant as he held Muley's hand, appearing benevolent to any onlooker. Muley, however, felt a searing pain in his abdomen, causing him to break out in cold sweat. Trembling slightly, he was bewildered by Frieza's actions. "Hurry and fulfill my wish. Do not attempt any tricks. Those will be of no use to me." Frieza chuckled amiably, "or else you will suffer 100-fold more than before." Realization dawned on Muley. Frieza was indeed threatening him. With a cold smile, he assured Frieza, "Rest assured, I will not go back on my word." "That is for the best," Frieza replied, pleased with Muley's attitude. "As long as you help me achieve my wish, I will ensure my subordinates treat you well and secure your safety." "Thank you very much." Muley nodded expressionlessly and said, "Please step aside." The Dragon Balls do not grant wishes directly. It is the Eternal Dragon summoned by the Dragon Balls that fulfills wishes. Eternal Dragon? What is that? Frieza asked, somewhat astonished. Come forth, Eternal Dragon. Mulin proclaimed loudly in the Namekian language without further explanation. Suddenly, the 7 Dragon Balls shimmered with radiant light, their golden glow rapidly coalescing. Boom! A towering golden pillar shot up into the sky. In an instant, the heavens dimmed. Before long, the magnificent figure of the Eternal Dragon, Purunga, appeared before Mulin and Vegeta. The one who has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, I can grant you any 3 wishes. Speak your desires to this moment. Frieza was utterly stunned, and upon hearing the Eternal Dragon's voice, he excitedly exclaimed, Eternal Dragon, grant me immortality. The Eternal Dragon did not even glance at him, ignoring his plea. Suddenly remembering Mulin's words, Frieza seized his collar and urged, Hurry, make the Eternal Dragon fulfill my wish. Mulin nodded and addressed the Eternal Dragon in Namekian. Eternal Dragon, can we converse in Namekian for our subsequent wishes? Yes, the Eternal Dragon affirmed with a nod. Very well, for my first wish, please forcibly relocate this Frieza to another planet. The farther away, the better, preferably to a place where he can never find us. Mulin began to articulate his wish. This, I'm afraid, that is not possible. The Eternal Dragon explained somewhat apologetically. Why? Mulin inquired in confusion. He's currently holding on to you, and if I forcibly relocate him, you'll be taken along, which would count as 2 wishes, the Eternal Dragon clarified. 2 wishes are still 2 wishes. Make it quick. Time is of the essence. The farther, the better. Mulin found the situation absurd, having completely forgotten about Vegeta's predicament. Under such circumstances, it seemed only logical. After all, if Frieza could be relocated to another planet where he could not find Namek, it would be the best outcome. The rest could be handled by others, as there was still 1 wish remaining. All right, I will try, the Eternal Dragon replied, his eyes shimmering with light. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. And the next moment, both Frieza and Mulin vanished in a flash. Meanwhile, Vegeta was still waiting for his wish to be granted. When he noticed that the 2 had disappeared together, he speculated briefly and immediately understood that Mulin had inadvertently taken him along. What the hell? Chapter 61. The Disappearance of the Eternal Dragon. Chapter 61. The Disappearance of the Eternal Dragon. Vegeta wasted no time considering the situation, launching himself into the air and heading towards a nearby village. Upon arriving at the village, Vegeta instructed one of the Elder Namekians to quickly contact the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder explained that since Mulin and Frieza were in close proximity, the Eternal Dragon had just relocated both Frieza and Mulin, consuming 2 wishes in the process. Do not worry. We still have 1 wish remaining, and I will accompany you to fulfill it, the Namekian clarified. Upon hearing this, Vegeta confirmed his suspicions. However, having used up 2 wishes at once, especially with Mulin being inadvertently included, was indeed quite frustrating. Fortunately, there was still 1 wish left, so time should not be an issue. Without further ado, Vegeta seized the Elder Namekian and flew towards the Eternal Dragon's location. Meanwhile, Frieza merely felt a flash before his eyes. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized the scene had changed entirely. What is this place? Frieza looked around, and upon spotting Mulin, he suddenly came to a realization. Bellowing, what is going on? Nothing much. That I had the Eternal Dragon relocate us to another planet, Mulin replied with a cold smirk. You can kill me. I have no desire to survive. What did you say? Frieza, not in a hurry to act, began to fly around the planet, glancing left and right, perplexed. Strange, why does this planet feel so familiar? Mulin seemed to have noticed this as well, his expression shifting dramatically. At this moment, Vegeta and the Namekian were still on their way to the Eternal Dragon when he suddenly sensed a powerful energy rising from afar, causing him to halt in shock. He then seized the Elder Namekian and demanded, What is going on? Why is Frieza still on that planet? This is impossible, the Namekian exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, that energy must belong to Frieza, and it is even closer to the Eternal Dragon than we are. Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration. I will immediately contact the Grand Elder to investigate the situation, the Namekian said, his face paling as he made a mental connection with the Grand Elder. A minute later, the Namekian relayed the Grand Elder's explanation. The Eternal Dragon's power is significantly weaker than Frieza's. With the Eternal Dragon's strength, he could only forcibly relocate Frieza to such a distance. He cannot send him further. The Grand Elder also mentioned that he did not anticipate Frieza being this formidable. As for your wish, fulfilling it will require additional time. I am afraid. What do you mean? Are you saying my wish has fallen through? Vegeta shouted furiously. I apologize. That is what the Grand Elder conveyed. The Namekian nodded sheepishly. Vegeta clenched his teeth, sensing Frieza's energy and the Grand Elder's location. Gritting his teeth, he shot off towards the Grand Elder's position. Weren't you supposed to have the Eternal Dragon relocate us to another planet? Why are we still on Namek? Frieza grinned maliciously at Mulin, his expression darkening further as he spoke. Upon realizing the situation, Mulin immediately contacted the Grand Elder. Upon learning the truth, he felt utterly despondent. This is your own doing. Frieza's beady eyes narrowed, and he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. In the next moment, amidst the anguished cries, Mulin was left with numerous blood holes, a sight that was harrowing to behold. Frieza, one day my fellow Namekians will exact vengeance. Blood trickled from the corner of Mulin's mouth as he scoffed. And in an instant he chose to self-destruct. You Namekians, you are all doomed for daring to toy with me. Frieza, I will ensure your annihilation. Frieza, consumed by rage, soared upwards into the sky. Soon, a massive orb of energy began to coalesce in Frieza's hands as he intended to obliterate the planet. However, just as he was about to unleash the energy, his eyes suddenly lit up. At the Eternal Dragon. Frieza squinted at the distant, glowing figure, absorbing the energy orb back into his body. He transformed into a streak of light, dashing towards the Eternal Dragon's location. Eternal Dragon, grant me immortality, Frieza shouted. The Eternal Dragon Purunga glanced at him, but did not respond. Eternal Dragon, if you grant my wish, I will serve you eternally, ensuring you will never be harmed, Frieza quickly added. The Eternal Dragon disdainfully turned his head away. Eternal Dragon, will you grant my wish or not? If you fail to recognize your own worth, I will ensure your demise. Frieza, seeing that gentle persuasion was futile, decided to resort to threats. Just as Frieza prepared to strike, the figure of the Eternal Dragon suddenly became blurry. In the next moment, the 7 Dragon Balls descended from the sky, transforming into 7 stone orbs. The dark sky was once again illuminated. Warm sunlight bathed the earth, and a gentle breeze blew. Frieza, witnessing this peculiar scene, found himself momentarily stunned. What is happening? Why has the Eternal Dragon suddenly vanished? Frieza's expression darkened further as he hastily activated his scouter. Gritting his teeth, that energy signature, it must belong to Vegeta. He is approaching another powerful energy. What on earth is going on? In the next moment, a cold flame ignited in Frieza's eyes, transforming into a blinding light that surged towards Vegeta's position. As Vegeta advanced, he quickly sensed the anomaly in the sky and hastened his pace. However, just as he approached the platform, he was abruptly struck by a powerful aura rising from the opposite side. Whose energy is this? Upon feeling the overwhelming strength of the presence, Vegeta's expression shifted slightly. This aura was incredibly formidable, reaching a level comparable to that of Goku. Who could it be? How could such a powerful individual exist on Namek? Vegeta was taken aback. Chapter 62. The new Elder, as Vegeta was grappling with his astonishment. He beheld a robust Namekian slowly emerging from the high platform. This individual was entirely unfamiliar to Vegeta. His appearance bore some resemblance to the adult form of Piccolo, yet upon closer inspection, he was distinctly different. The figure appeared somewhat aged, particularly his eyes, which seemed to reflect the weight of countless experiences, deep and radiant. Nevertheless, his exterior belied his age, presenting an appearance that was surprisingly youthful, incongruent with the wisdom in his gaze. Not Guru, Vegeta exclaimed. I truly apologize, Vegeta. I did not foresee this outcome. The Namekian approached leisurely, regarding Vegeta with a somber expression that Frieza's might has ultimately surpassed my expectations. Who are you? Vegeta demanded. I am the Grand Elder of Namek. What? Do you not recognize me? The Elder's expression remained impassive, as though he could pierce through Vegeta's thoughts. The Grand Elder of Namek? How can you possess such a formidable aura? Vegeta was taken aback, convinced he must have misheard. This person could not possibly be the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder did not resemble this figure at all, though he bore a slight resemblance to Nail, albeit appearing more mature. It's nothing. I have assimilated with Nail, the Grand Elder stated calmly. Regrettably, at a critical moment, the Dragon Balls turned to stone, and from henceforth they shall cease to exist. What did you say? Vegeta's countenance darkened, and oh wonder, the sky had suddenly brightened. This was the reason. Vegeta had not anticipated that the Grand Elder could merge with Nail. Moreover, after assimilation, his combat power had remarkably surged to such an extraordinary level. However, Vegeta was not in the mood to listen to tales of assimilation. He was intent on fulfilling his desires and achieving his transformation. Unfortunately, his wishes seemed to have come to naught. Damn it. After finally arriving on Namek, it had come to this. Yet upon reflection, it appeared there were no other options left. Do you believe that after assimilating with Nail, you can defeat Frieza? What a joke. Vegeta inhaled deeply. Let me make this clear. Even if we joined forces, we might not stand a chance against Frieza. The Grand Elder regarded Vegeta silently for a moment, then spoke with calm assurance. This matter has been a miscalculation on my part from the very beginning. However, rest assured, I can unlock your latent energy. Perhaps you may become even stronger than before. At this proclamation, Vegeta's eyes sparkled with intrigue. In the next instant, the Grand Elder led Vegeta to a village. Upon seeing the Grand Elder's appearance, the Namekians in the village were filled with astonishment. Grand Elder, what has happened? They inquired. I have already informed you of the previous events, the Grand Elder replied with a grave expression. I am aware that none among us can contend with Frieza. Thus, I have merged with Nail. However, that alone is insufficient. The villagers stared at the Grand Elder in disbelief, coming to understand the situation. This planet no longer requires the Grand Elder, he remarked with a smile. Children, I apologize, but I need your strength. My children can no longer be bullied by Frieza. Grand Elder, we stand with you, rather than being slaughtered by the villain one by one. We would rather channel our energy to you, they proclaimed, encircling the Grand Elder. In the next moment, the dozen or so Namekians present placed their hands upon the Grand Elder's chest. Boom! Accompanied by a blinding flash of light. When they looked again, the Namekians surrounding the Grand Elder had completely vanished. Vegeta focused intently and beheld that the Grand Elder's stature had grown even larger, his combat power radiating outward astonishingly. Nearing Vegeta's own level, Vegeta was taken aback. This was quite unexpected. The Grand Elder had absorbed all of his children, yet his combat power had risen to such heights. Remarkable indeed. Vegeta realized he could not underestimate the Grand Elder. If this process of assimilation continued, it seemed the Grand Elder alone could eliminate Frieza without his intervention. Children, I will not allow the murderer to roam free, the Grand Elder declared before speeding off towards another village. Hey, Grand Elder, when will you unlock the hidden energy within me? Vegeta called out, pursuing him, visibly displeased. First, let me observe what has transpired within you, the Grand Elder replied, placing his hand upon Vegeta's head. Vegeta frowned. He was not fond of this gesture and swatted the Elder's arm away. His secrets were not for this outsider to know. Well, I just noticed that while your aura is malevolent, your latent energy is righteous. The Grand Elder chuckled, then placed his hand on Vegeta's chest. I shall now immediately excavate your latent energy. Boom! Vegeta felt his aura surging, and as he broke through a critical threshold, a brilliant light erupted, causing his hair to stand on end. The powerful energy even sent the clouds drifting across the sky, scattering in all directions. What an astonishing aura! The Grand Elder gazed at Vegeta in astonishment, utterly unprepared for Vegeta's strength to escalate to such a level. However, unbeknownst to the Grand Elder, despite this surge, Vegeta was still concealing his true combat power. What he displayed was merely the tip of the iceberg. It is worth noting that with the Grand Elder's enhancement, Vegeta felt he was on the brink of achieving Super Saiyan status. Vegeta pondered. Having grown so powerful, his aura now surpassed Frieza's. Could he still not contend with that fiend? Presently, even in his normal state, his combat power was formidable. What would happen if he transformed into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta could scarcely fathom the implications. Meanwhile, Frieza, who was on the move, suddenly detected a powerful energy flow from a distance through his scouter. Fearful that this overwhelming energy might destroy the device, he refrained from scanning further. Yet, the energy was too potent. Although Frieza could not sense the full extent of its presence, he perceived a faint aura. He had begun to sense an extraordinary energy similar to Vegeta's. Vegeta, and who is that powerful energy responding beside him? Frieza was left dumbfounded, accelerating his speed. Chapter 63. The Grand Elder versus Frieza indeed. You have not disappointed me. The Grand Elder acknowledged Vegeta's formidable aura with a nod of satisfaction before asking, do you believe that even now, with our combined strength, we cannot contend with Frieza? Uncertain, Vegeta replied with a shake of his head. You should still be able to increase your own combat power, correct? Yes, I can still assimilate with my children, the Grand Elder affirmed. However, unless absolutely necessary, I do not wish to resort to that. If we can eliminate Frieza together, why sacrifice my children? Vegeta contemplated the situation, realizing that nearly all the Namekians on this planet were the children of the Grand Elder. If they were all assimilated, he would be left utterly alone, a thought that surely filled him with despair. With this in mind, he proposed, let us first seek out Frieza and test the waters. What do you think? The Grand Elder extended an invitation. No need. He has already arrived, Vegeta replied with a slight smile. What? The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback and swiftly turned around, only to find a formidable adversary staring back at him from a short distance. The mere glance from this opponent sent a shiver down the Grand Elder's spine, leaving him to ponder just how powerful this individual must be at that moment. Frieza floated in the air with a grin, gazing at the Grand Elder and then at Vegeta. Vegeta, your audacity grows. You no longer flee upon seeing me. Vegeta coldly chuckled but remained silent. Tell me, what is the matter with the dragon? Frieza demanded sharply. Frieza, we shall not divulge that information. You are welcome to ponder it at your leisure, Vegeta replied, wearing an expression that suggested he relished in the provocation. Little monkey, this time you are surely doomed. Frieza retorted coldly, launching himself toward Vegeta at great speed. Just as Frieza was about to reach him, he felt his arm seized unexpectedly. The one who had captured him was none other than the Namekian. Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief. The strength of this individual was remarkable. How audacious! Frieza barked. The Grand Elder smiled faintly, releasing Frieza's arm, his gaze now radiating a chilling intensity. Frieza stepped back, his expression darkening. Vegeta, I did not expect you to have such good rapport. Uniting with the Namekian. You must be the masterminds behind the dragon's affairs, am I right? So, this is Frieza. More juvenile than I had anticipated, the Grand Elder mused with a light laugh. Shall I go first? Or will you? Vegeta inquired with a grin. Allow me, the Grand Elder whispered, if I find myself outmatched, do not concern yourself with me. Flee immediately, for I have my own means of escape. Vegeta, not one to be overly courteous, nodded in agreement and then asked, by the way, can you survive in space? Yes, but why do you ask? The Grand Elder countered. This individual, in his fury, may very well destroy this planet, Vegeta elucidated. What do you mean? The Grand Elder's eyes widened, worry etched across his features. Indeed, while the Grand Elder could survive in space, what of his children? Though they too could endure, the cataclysmic force of a planet's explosion would be beyond their capacity to withstand. Inevitably, they would be engulfed in the maelstrom of destruction. Well then, how goes your battle strategy, you two? Frieza interjected coldly. Let me make this clear. None of you shall leave here today. Consider this your grave. Vegeta merely smiled, offering no response. Before I torment you, Namekian, there is something I wish to inquire, Frieza said, shifting his attention to the Grand Elder. Narrowing his eyes, I summoned the dragon moments ago. Yet at a critical juncture, it vanished and the Dragon Balls turned to stone. What is the meaning of this? I fear you shall be disappointed. The Dragon Balls will not reappear, for I have destroyed them, the Grand Elder retorted icily. Now, I'm only here to fight. With that declaration, he radiated a powerful aura, his presence amplifying dramatically, his demeanor decidedly frigid. In an instant, the Grand Elder propelled himself toward Frieza, delivering a decisive kick squarely to Frieza's face. With a resounding crash, Frieza was sent crashing into a nearby mountain, which crumbled under the impact. 3 seconds later, he emerged unscathed, his expression frosty as he regarded the Grand Elder. Impressive that, I must admit, I underestimated the Namekians. Frieza rubbed his nose and turned to Vegeta, saying, Vegeta, you may consider joining forces. Otherwise, alone, you stand no chance against me. And no need, Vegeta replied with a soft smile, quickly assessing the situation, presently based solely on their apparent combat strengths. He calculated that he was nearly equal to Frieza. Should he truly ally with the Grand Elder, they might very well defeat Frieza. However, Vegeta remained uncertain if Frieza had unleashed his full power. Should he be concealing his true capabilities, it could spell trouble. Until he gauged the enemy's strength, Vegeta resolved to bide his time. After all, in the annals of Dragon Ball history, it seemed that only by transforming into a Super Saiyan could one contend with Frieza. Namekian, that kick you delivered, along with the matter of the Dragon Balls, I shall overlook this time, Frieza said with a chilling smile. That little monkey killed my son. I shall personally see to his demise. If you are willing to serve me, we can erase our enmity. What say you? And one of my children whom you have slaughtered, do you believe we can simply forget that? The Grand Elder glared at Frieza, each word dripping with venom. They should consider themselves fortunate to have perished in my hands. Frieza replied with a slight smirk. Oh, hell with you. The Grand Elder exploded in rage, charging at Frieza. As the Grand Elder approached with great speed, Frieza remained unfazed, chuckling lightly. Just as the Grand Elder drew near, Frieza's form vanished in an instant. Where are you? The Grand Elder exclaimed, scanning his surroundings in disbelief. Right behind you, Frieza taunted, delivering a powerful kick that sent the Grand Elder crashing into the ground. Chapter 65, Planet Destruction Bomb. After Vegeta's shout echoed into silence, a full 6 seconds passed before Frieza finally opened his eyes. Vegeta, with a disdainful smile, immediately unleashed the solar flare technique that he had only shouted previously to see Frieza close his eyes, pausing his attack to await this very moment. Suddenly, a blinding light surged forth, piercing into Frieza's eyes. His vision turned white. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta launched a barrage of energy blasts, sending Frieza into a frenzy of cries. Once Frieza's vision returned to normal, he glanced around, only to find the Grand Elder had vanished. Looking up, he saw Vegeta towering over him. Frieza's fury surged within him, and as his eyes narrowed, twin beams of energy shot toward Vegeta. Vegeta coolly smiled, swatting the two red beams aside with ease. Well now, little monkey, I never expected you to possess such skill, capable of pushing me, Frieza, to this extent. Apart from my father and brother, only you have managed this. Frieza's smile was dark, an undercurrent of rage boiling like a volcano. Frieza, your end is nigh. Vegeta laughed coldly. You speak boldly. Little monkey. Frieza surveyed his surroundings, still unable to locate the Grand Elder, his expression grim. However, he continued, what was your intent in expending such effort to remove that Namekian? Do you truly believe I would divulge the Grand Elder's secrets? Vegeta chuckled softly, determined to keep the truth hidden. That I know you harbor ulterior motives. But do you think you can prevent his escape? Frieza laughed maniacally, soaring into the sky. In a matter of moments, he coalesced a red energy sphere at his fingertip. As it materialized, it expanded rapidly to a diameter of several hundred meters. As Vegeta's expression shifted. Could he be attempting to annihilate this planet? Ha! The Planet Destruction Bomb. Frieza erupted into a resounding laugh, the crimson flames emanating from his fingertips growing ever more intense. In an instant, the skies darkened with thunder. Howling winds roared, and the earth itself seemed to pale in comparison. Vegeta, struck with terror, sensed the overwhelming power radiating from this fiend. In a moment of desperation, he could no longer afford the luxury of careful contemplation. He unleashed his formidable energy without restraint. The shockwave, a brilliant light, flickered in Vegeta's hand as the explosive energy surged forth, hurtling directly towards the planet-destroying blast. Futile effort. Little monkey, that can't you survive in the cosmos? Then let us shift our battlefield to the void of space. It shall be far more entertaining. Frieza sneered, his gaze fixed malevolently upon Vegeta. With a sudden flourish of his hand, he commanded the planet-destroying blast to reach its critical threshold. Boom! Vegeta's shockwave collided with the planet-destroying blast, yielding no effect whatsoever. I could see that moment. The colossal red annihilation orb plummeted from above like a cataclysmic meteor. Vegeta was aghast. If he did not evade now, he would surely be consumed by this monstrous entity that in a frantic bid for survival. He transformed into a streak of light and sped away into the distance. Little monkey, I hope you don't perish in the explosion. I still have scores to settle. Frieza chuckled darkly, opting not to pursue Vegeta, wary that a swift elimination might leave his thirst for vengeance unquenched. The planet-destroying blast descended inexorably, soon making contact with the surface of the planet. A deafening roar echoed, and the entire world trembled violently. The ground split apart, and magma erupted forth. After a brief moment of silence, a blinding radiance surged upward. The planet had been utterly transformed, with dust swirling and lightning flashing. A vast tide of energy erupted in this realm, cascading into the boundless cosmos. Crack! The planet vanished, shards of rock erupting into the cosmic expanse. Ha ha! What a spectacle! What a spectacle! Frieza cackled with delight, as if reveling in the breathtaking display of celestial fireworks. Once his laughter subsided, Frieza's eyes began to scour the universe for Vegeta's whereabouts. Little monkey, come forth. I know you survived. An assault of this magnitude cannot be your end. Frieza bellowed into the vastness of space. Under Frieza's unique energy influence, his voice transmitted through the powerful medium, reverberating throughout the cosmic expanse. Yet, after his proclamation, Vegeta remained utterly unresponsive. Could it be that this little monkey truly met his demise in the explosion? Frieza murmured, scanning the void in search of Vegeta's presence. Of course, Vegeta had not perished. Such a massive explosion could not harm him. I could see that moment. He stood upon a drifting boulder in space, gazing at Frieza from afar, contemplating his next move. From their recent confrontation, Vegeta realized the considerable gap in power between him and Frieza. At the very least, he had no means to counter the planet-destroying blast unleashed by Frieza. He could only watch helplessly as Frieza obliterated the planet. Should he continue to fight, Vegeta remained silent for a long while, ultimately resolving to press on. After all, his body was capable of regeneration. If he did not persist in battling Frieza, it would be a disservice to the wish he had made to Shenron. However, before the impending conflict, Vegeta took a moment to sense the Elder Namekian's location. The Elder must not fall. If he dies, the matter of the Dragon Balls will become complicated. While Earth also possessed Dragon Balls, its guardians were notoriously stubborn and difficult to persuade. If the Elder could revive the Dragon Balls, Vegeta would not need to beg the old deity for assistance. After a thorough search, Vegeta finally sensed the Elder's presence. The Elder is still alive. Vegeta felt a wave of relief, though he quickly recalled that the Elder's strength far surpassed that of Garlic Jr. Such an explosion would not harm him. Unfortunately, due to the planet's destruction, the Elder could no longer assimilate with his offspring, meaning his power had reached its limit. It seemed there was no hope left for the Elder. Vegeta, little monkey, I know you yet live. Come out at once, or your planet shall meet the same fate as Namek, Frieza shouted menacingly. Chapter 66. The true power of Frieza. Vegeta's heart sank. He understood that Frieza was capable of following through on his threats. Through his explorations of planet Vegeta over the past few days, he had gradually grown fond of his world and the passionate Saiyans. If it were due to his actions that the planet faced annihilation, Vegeta could not bear the thought. Frieza, I am here. Vegeta ceased his hesitations and soared into Frieza's presence. Humph, I knew you would show up, Frieza greeted with a triumphant grin, rubbing his nose. Little monkey, you are indeed far more formidable than I anticipated. Without my presence, you would surely be the third most powerful in the universe. The third most powerful? Vegeta paused, taken aback. Indeed, I neglected to mention that I have an older brother whose combat prowess far exceeds my own. Additionally, my father's strength is also considerable. Our clan is the mightiest warrior race in the cosmos. You Saiyans are not, but mere footnotes in our legacy. Frieza declared with a disdainful smirk. That Frieza's brother? His father? Goodness, Vegeta's mind reeled. He remembered these figures well, especially Frieza's brother Cooler, whose power eclipsed Frieza's own and possessed a fifth transformation. As for Frieza's father, King Cold, Vegeta considered him rather inconsequential, having met his end at the hands of Trunks in Dragon Ball's history. However, this was all part of a past that had diverged from his own timeline entirely. Given Vegeta's current strength, dealing with Frieza alone was already a daunting task, let alone facing two other formidable foes. You finally feel feared. I have warned you before. Our race is not to be trifled with, Frieza boasted, brimming with arrogance. Frieza, enjoy your laughter while it lasts, Vegeta retorted coldly. Perhaps you're unaware, but I'm currently undergoing a transformation into a Super Saiyan. You seek to eliminate us out of fear of the Super Saiyan, do you not? Upon hearing the term Super Saiyan, Frieza's pupils dilated in shock, his expression one of disbelief directed at Vegeta. Then, with a subtle smile and a rub of his nose, he replied, Little monkey, the Super Saiyan is merely a legend. Do you truly believe you can become one? You will learn soon enough, Vegeta scoffed. Just as their conversation reached this juncture, the elder Namekian approached, his expression grim and his aura radiating cold fury. It was evident that witnessing the destruction of his planet and the demise of his children would ignite fury in anyone. Oh, Namekian, I underestimated you. I did not anticipate your survival, nor your ability to endure in the vast cosmos, Frieza remarked with a sly smile as he regarded the elder. Frieza, you shall not go unpunished. You shall not go unpunished. The elder trembled with rage as he propelled himself toward Frieza, his massive fist aimed squarely at Frieza's face. Bang! The elder's punch landed, staggering Frieza, nearly sending him reeling. Yet Frieza remained unfazed, lifting his head with a more sinister glare in his triangular eyes. That I know both you and Vegeta have concealed your true powers, but let me assure you, I have done the same, Frieza said, narrowing his eyes. With a swift motion of his long tail, he struck a floating rock, contemplating. I have calculated that with merely 50% of my strength, I can reduce you both to cosmic dust. As soon as the words were spoken, both Vegeta and the Grand Elder were taken aback. Think that merely unleashing half of his power could reduce both himself and the Grand Elder to cosmic dust. Vegeta was utterly astonished. Had he truly grown so formidable that he must transform into a Super Saiyan to contend with this foe? Initially, Vegeta had believed that the disparity between himself and Frieza was not insurmountable. Yet he now realized that Frieza had yet to reveal even half of his strength. Enough of this game. I have grown weary of this war, Frieza scoffed, adding, but little monkey, I won't allow you to die swiftly. The matter of you killing my son cannot go unpunished. With that, Frieza's aura began to escalate dramatically, his entire being seemingly on the verge of combustion, but a potent energy radiated throughout the vast cosmos. And as it passed, drifting celestial stones were reduced to mere powder. Upon sensing Frieza's overwhelming presence, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. This creature was no mere boast. His energy was astonishingly formidable. Even the Grand Elder wore a look of utter disbelief. Such immense power. For a moment, both were rendered speechless, rooted in place. Dare to provoke me, Frieza? I shall ensure your demise is rhythmically torturous, Frieza cackled coldly, and as his words fell, he swept his tail toward Vegeta with ferocity. Smack! The force of that tail strike was merciless, leaving a long gash across Vegeta's face. A mere wild monkey dares to challenge my authority? Frieza chuckled, following up with a powerful punch. Bang! Vegeta was sent hurtling backward for thousands of meters, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Such a brutal blow plunged Vegeta's heart into despair. How overwhelmingly powerful! Frieza was nothing short of a monster. The gulf between them was unfathomable. Wait, rage? I must harness my anger. Only through anger can I transform into a Super Saiyan. Yet, no matter how he searched, Vegeta could not find a source of anger. Even reminiscing about his previous life yielded no cause for fury. What to do? That Namekian, do you not wish to ally with the little monkey? Come forth, Let me see what you two can achieve together. Frieza derided the Grand Elder disdainfully. The Grand Elder trembled. Silence enveloping him for several seconds before he gritted his teeth and propelled himself toward Vegeta. Vegeta, I see but one way to defeat Frieza, the Grand Elder stated, his expression turning grave. What? Vegeta asked, momentarily taken aback. I know that even together we may not stand a chance against him. At this point, the only option is for me to transfer all my energy to you. Perhaps then we may have a fighting chance. The Grand Elder's countenance was grim. After speaking, he shook his head, adding, however, if this creature truly has only unleashed half of his strength, then my energy may prove futile. Vegeta glanced at the Grand Elder, but remained silent. Rest assured, I shall only provide you my energy. I am not noble enough to sacrifice my life for you, the Grand Elder said with a self-deprecating smile, and with that, his aura surged dramatically. Chapter 67. Super Energy Cannon. The Grand Elder placed his hand on Vegeta's chest, and, with a deep exhale, streams of energy flowed from his arm into Vegeta's body. Witnessing this, Frieza's eyes flared with envy. Sensing the shift in power, he hurriedly flew toward them. Solar Flare. Vegeta unleashed the technique without hesitation. Little monkey, if I don't torment you to death, then I am not Frieza. Frieza had tasted the bitterness of the solar flare several times. He shut his eyes, his teeth grinding audibly. Feeling the energy within him surge, Vegeta, elated, urged, hurry, Grand Elder, how much longer? Almost there, the Grand Elder replied, his demeanor serious. Frieza's eyes began to regain their focus, locking onto the position of Vegeta and the Grand Elder. And a red beam of light shot forth from his finger. Die! Frieza bellowed, aiming the beam directly at the Grand Elder. Smack! To Frieza's astonishment, Vegeta extended his hand and swatted the red beam away. How is this possible? Frieza gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief as he beheld the scene. That moment, Vegeta felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him, realizing it was the Grand Elder's power manifesting. With a sly smile, Vegeta instantaneously appeared beside Frieza, a wicked grin curling at the corner of his mouth, and in the next instant, he struck Frieza in the chest. Cough! Frieza spat forth a stream of black blood. His expression contorted in agony. Thud, thud, thud! Vegeta's fists rained down like a machine gun, targeting Frieza's vulnerable spots with relentless ferocity. Frieza gritted his teeth, his body trembling uncontrollably, unable to withstand the excruciating pain any longer. Frieza roared, violently swinging his tail to block the incoming blows, then swiftly retreating. Energy Cannon. Vegeta gathered a sphere of white light in his hands, resembling a dragon as it surged toward Frieza. The energy cannon grew larger, radiating an astonishing brilliance, its immense power oscillating throughout the cosmos, akin to a tornado, drawing in nearby meteors which were immediately reduced to rubble. What is this? Frieza exclaimed, but by the time he realized the danger, it was too late to evade. In a moment of desperation, Frieza raised his right arm, attempting to shield himself from the impending onslaught. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar that echoed through the universe. Frieza was engulfed by the overwhelming energy cannon. The colossal force continued to spread outward, turning everything in its path to dust. In that moment, Vegeta unleashed all his energy. If Frieza were to survive this, he would be utterly a loss for what to do. Splendid, Vegeta! We have finally succeeded. The Grand Elder soared over, brimming with excitement. Vegeta smiled faintly, sensing that the powerful energy had yet to dissipate entirely, making it difficult to ascertain whether Frieza had indeed been vanquished. Kid, my energy was not wasted. Rest assured, I have my ways to resurrect you. Why children are still waiting for the dragon to restore them. The Grand Elder declared joyfully, as if everything had come to a close. Let us not celebrate too soon. If Frieza could be easily slain, he would not be Frieza, Vegeta replied with a bittersweet smile. Pondering that the Grand Elder might be celebrating prematurely, he truly could not ascertain whether he had succeeded in killing Frieza. Was it possible that he could resolve this without becoming a Super Saiyan? If so, did that imply he had already attained the level of Super Saiyan, merely without transforming? Perhaps such a possibility was rather slim in the expanse of space. The smoke gradually cleared, and as it vanished entirely, Vegeta quickly surveyed the area. In the vast cosmos, there was no trace of Frieza's form. Had he truly perished? No. Vegeta withdrew his gaze, hastily reaching out to sense Frieza's energy at such a critical juncture. He nearly forgot about his sensing abilities, relying solely on his eyes. Upon focusing, he immediately detected Frieza's energy, which was hovering ominously above him. Vegeta's eyes widened in surprise as he looked up, coldly regarding Frieza. This old monster! At this moment, Frieza was enveloped in a haze of steam. As though he had been thoroughly roasted, he silently fixed his gaze upon Vegeta, and the two locked eyes in a tense standoff. The Grand Elder's face had taken on a bitter hue, as Frieza's overwhelming power had utterly shattered his understanding of strength. It seemed that to defeat this monstrous being, one would need to assimilate the bodies of at least 100 children. Vegeta, gritting his teeth in fury, realized that despite expending all the energy he could muster, alongside that of the Grand Elder, he had still failed to vanquish Frieza. This creature was unfathomably powerful. When would the hidden energy within him finally erupt? Vegeta felt as though he was at the end of his rope. Especially after unleashing a colossal energy blast, he had drained a significant portion of his strength, leaving him with little left after a prolonged battle. Little monkey, that move you pulled earlier was quite impressive. You certainly caused me some pain, Frieza remarked, glancing at the smoke rising from his body, his teeth nearly grinding to dust in frustration. His cold eyes bore down on Vegeta, and without further ado, he lunged towards him with incredible speed. Bang! Frieza landed a powerful kick squarely on Vegeta's face. That you've made me feel quite hurt, Frieza bellowed, delivering another punch to Vegeta's visage. The Grand Elder, watching from the sidelines, shook his head in terror, his eyes filled with resignation. It was evident. In this universe, there appeared to be no one capable of challenging Frieza. Having given all his energy to Vegeta, he still found it impossible to conquer this terrifying foe, prompting a bitter smile to escape his lips. Rest assured, I will not allow you to die easily. I intend to make you regret your very existence. Frieza taunted, mercilessly pummeling the energy-depleted Vegeta before casually tossing him aside. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next instant, 10 beams of red light erupted from Frieza's fingertips, hurtling towards Vegeta's position. Upon witnessing the rapidly approaching beams, Vegeta was filled with dread and desperately attempted to evade them. However, as he drew upon what little energy remained, he tragically discovered that his body could no longer move swiftly. The prior energy expenditure had been far too great, rendering him utterly defenseless. Crack, crack, crack. The 10 beams of red light effortlessly pierced through Vegeta's form, sending him spiraling into the abyss of the cosmos. The immense agony and the terror of his adversary began to cloud Vegeta's consciousness. Humph, how does it feel? Frieza chuckled brightly. No longer paying heed to the nearly incapacitated Vegeta, he shifted his gaze coldly toward the Grand Elder. And you, if you are willing to divulge how to revive with the Dragon Balls, I might consider sparing your life. Rest assured, I, Frieza, am a being of my word. Do you think I would trust you? The Grand Elder retorted with a cold laugh. Why patience is finite. I offer you one final chance. If you do not speak, I shall end your life. Frieza scoffed. Do you not assume that only you possess the knowledge of the Dragon Balls? Teach my knowledge. There are Dragon Balls on Earth as well. I simply find it too bothersome to make the journey. What did you say? There are Dragon Balls on Earth. The Grand Elder's expression shifted to one of astonishment after a moment of contemplation. He suddenly realized, I understand now. The Namekian on Earth must be the son of Karin. Oh, he truly has made it to Earth. How intriguing. Enough idle chatter. I am not interested in his history. Quickly summon the Dragon Balls to revive him, and I may yet spare your life. Frieza interrupted, growing impatient with the Grand Elder's musings. Nonsense. You have slaughtered so many of my children. Do you really think I would assist you in reviving the Dragon Balls to grant you immortality? The Grand Elder scoffed. Crack. Frieza, incensed, unleashed a beam of red energy that pierced straight through the Grand Elder's heart. The Grand Elder trembled violently, a deep blue blood erupting from his mouth, his eyes wide with shock as he lay silently in the embrace of the cosmos. Seemingly devoid of life, Vegeta watched in horror as Frieza dispatched the Grand Elder. yet he felt utterly powerless to intervene. Humph, the strongest warrior of Namek is no match for my mere flick. Frieza smirked, dismissing the Grand Elder without a second thought and redirecting his focus to Vegeta. Little monkey, fear not. I promised I wouldn't kill you easily. Humph, I intend to make your demise quite spectacular. Vegeta managed a bitter smile. He had scarcely any energy left. The prospect of healing his wounds was a distant hope, let alone the strength to perish in my hands should be a cause for celebration. Frieza cackled, his sinister laughter ringing in Vegeta's ears like nails on a chalkboard. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden voice echoed from a distance. Frieza, what could possibly bring you such joy? The voice was jarring, causing Vegeta to furrow his brow as he scanned the source. Upon realization, Vegeta felt as though he had stepped into an ice cavern. A massive spaceship had appeared, and hovering outside were two alien figures strikingly similar to Frieza. Good grief, is this some kind of joke? Vegeta nearly wept. One Frieza was already too much to bear, and now his brother and father had arrived. How could he possibly contend with this? Brother, father, what brings you here? Frieza queried, astonished as he glanced toward them. The newcomers were Frieza's brother Cooler and his father King Cold. Cooler, like Frieza, had achieved the fourth transformation, while King Cold had only reached the second. Vegeta sensed the overwhelming power emanating from the two, rendering him speechless. Escape was no longer an option. This is quite the predicament, Cooler mused. I heard that my nephew was unfortunate enough to be slain by a Saiyan, as his uncle. It is only fitting that I come to exact revenge myself. Isn't it, Frieza? Is this the Saiyan who killed my grandson? King Cold approached, his gaze icy as he scrutinized Vegeta. Father, brother, he is merely a wild Saiyan. Why must you involve yourselves? Frieza protested, a hint of irritation in his voice. Look at me. I alone can make him suffer without resistance. This little monkey is practically begging for death. Kill him easily would be to grant him a mercy he does not deserve. King Cold replied coldly, I have yet to even lay eyes on my grandson, and this wretch has taken his life. This grievance must be avenged properly. Father, do you have a plan? Frieza inquired. Since he is a Saiyan, why not eliminate every last Saiyan before his very eyes and then tear him apart? Wouldn't that be amusing? King Cold suggested with a wicked grin. Father, you are truly brilliant. Let us proceed with this plan. Frieza exclaimed, finding the idea splendid. Come, father, brother, we shall journey to Planet Vegeta. To Planet Vegeta? King Cold smirked slightly. Your brother and I did not come empty-handed. Bring them out, Cooler commanded loudly towards the spaceship. Moments later, a contingent of heavily armed aliens emerged from the spacecraft, escorting King Vegeta, Bardock, and many other Saiyans into the vastness of space. The Saiyans, unable to survive in the vacuum of the cosmos, wore oxygen masks over their heads. King Vegeta's expression faltered. He could hardly believe that Frieza's brother and father had brought him into the fold. Stunned for a moment, he then spotted his son and exclaimed with sudden joy. Little B, you're alive? Once, King Vegeta believed that his son had perished in the catastrophic explosion of the spacecraft. However, upon witnessing his son alive, the joy of a father surged within him. Yet after uttering these words, a shadow of despair clouded King Vegeta's heart. He could see that his son bore the marks of a harrowing defeat, likely at the hands of Frieza. Vegeta remained silent, his expression dark as he gazed at Frieza. Suddenly, King Vegeta summoned all his strength and proclaimed, Little Vegeta, you are the prince of the Saiyans. You cannot fall here. You must fight for our people. We are a warrior race. Have you forgotten? Still, Vegeta remained mute. Offering a bitter smile, King Vegeta studied his son intently, pausing momentarily before continuing. Little Vegeta, rise. Remember, we Saiyans are invincible. Applause erupted from the side as Curta expressed his admiration, then chuckled. All right, let us start with Prince Vegeta. Remove his oxygen mask. As the words left his lips, an alien seized the oxygen mask from King Vegeta and forcefully yanked it away. Chapter 69. Super Saiyan Vegeta's eyes ignited with flames of fury. The Saiyans could not survive in the vacuum of space. Removing King Vegeta's oxygen mask meant he would suffocate. King Vegeta! King Vegeta! A chorus of Saiyans turned pale, their anger directed at Frieza and his minions as they called out for their king. Suddenly, King Vegeta seemed to fade into silence, offering a reassuring smile to Vegeta, as if to say he was not too worried. In that smile was a profound affection that Vegeta's vision blurred, though he had never regarded King Vegeta as a father. This king of the Saiyans had always protected him, wishing for his growth at every turn. Since departing from planet Vegeta, Vegeta occasionally pondered that since he was King Vegeta's son, he might as well embrace that identity. "Little Vegeta, stand up. Saiyans do not weep," King Vegeta commanded, though his voice grew fainter due to the lack of oxygen. "Little monkey, you truly are an anomaly. Look at your father, unable to survive in this universe. And yet you seem to thrive. Do you not feel any discomfort?" Frieza mocked with a smug smile. Vegeta's expression darkened as he swiftly moved towards King Vegeta, determined to reclaim the oxygen mask. He could not bear to watch his father perish. However, just as Vegeta made his move, a figure darted past him, blocking his path. It was Frieza. "Where do you think you're going, little monkey?" Frieza chuckled, rubbing his nose. "The order of death has been established. First your father, then all the Saiyans, one by one before your very eyes. Haha, this is the price you pay for killing my son. Step aside." Vegeta hissed. "What if I refuse?" Frieza laughed heartily. "I command you to move." Vegeta charged forward, delivering a fierce punch to Frieza's arrogant face. Frieza merely rotated his neck, the smile still plastered on his face, and shook his head, saying, too weak. If you have any real strength, show it. With your current level, you're only fit to scratch my back." Bang! Just as Frieza finished his taunt, he sensed a surge of energy rushing towards him. But it was too late to react. With a resounding impact, the energy struck Frieza squarely on the face, akin to a stinging slap that echoed throughout the cosmos. "Ha! This is my final burst of energy. I'm satisfied to have achieved this much." King Vegeta laughed, his voice tinged with resignation. Though he could not survive in the universe without oxygen, he was still a warrior. Even without it, he could sustain himself for a brief moment. However, after expending that energy, his aura diminished significantly. "You seek death," Frieza seethed, unleashing a red beam of energy from his finger. Puffed. The crimson beam pierced through King Vegeta's heart. In the next moment, his expression became utterly lost. Blood seeping from his mouth, his face paling dramatically. Vegeta stood frozen in shock. His heart had been pierced. "Frieza, you are too impatient. We had not yet finished tormenting him, and you've killed him," Curta lamented from his side. "Indeed, Frieza, to let King Vegeta die so easily is quite a pity," Gula added, shaking his head in disappointment. "Humph, he is of no use now. Why keep him around?" Frieza scoffed coldly. Vegeta's eyes turned blood red as he rushed towards King Vegeta. "Stop! I want you to watch your father die." Frieza blocked his path. Vegeta trembled with fury, his aura escalating, his eyes shining with golden light. "Little Vegeta, fight for the Saiyans. Unleash all your energy," King Vegeta encouraged. His gaze filled with pride. In the next moment, King Vegeta's body convulsed. With his heart pierced and oxygen deprivation, his life could not continue. Yet the smile on his face remained steadfast and confident, as if he were a timeless king standing on planet Vegeta, guiding his people. King Vegeta, a legendary ruler. King Vegeta, King Vegeta. The multitude of Saiyans chanted fervently. Vegeta's eyes glistened with tears as golden light flickered around him. "Humph, useless trash, still talking so much nonsense, even as you die." Frieza glanced back at King Vegeta with a smirk, rubbing his nose. Sizzling arcs of golden electricity erupted in the cosmos, illuminating the surroundings. Boom! Thick bolts of lightning spread out, radiating golden flames across the universe. What is this phenomenon? How can there be lightning in space? Curta stared, bewildered by the bizarre sight. Frieza and Gula also gazed in astonishment at the electrifying display. For a moment, the universe fell into a deathly silence, with only the golden flames continuing to flicker. Boom! More bolts of lightning cascaded down, striking around Vegeta. Looking at Vegeta, his hair, which had previously stood on end, now appeared incredibly supple. Crack! His black hair suddenly transformed into a dazzling golden sheen. That moment, His pupils shifted color, the dark irises replaced by brilliant gold in the blink of an eye. Unforgivable! Unforgivable! Vegeta trembled, tears welling as he let out a soul-piercing scream, golden light immediately radiating into the cosmos. Boom! The golden light eventually settled. In the next moment, a radiant aura enveloped Vegeta, illuminating the entire universe. Super Saiyan, the death of King Vegeta, finally awakened the dormant power within Vegeta, transforming him into a Super Saiyan. As everyone present beheld Vegeta's transformation, they were left in stunned silence. What is this? Aren't Saiyans only capable of transforming into monkeys? What does this change signify? Frieza murmured, perplexed. Just as Frieza pondered, he suddenly noticed a flash of gold emanating from Vegeta, in the blink of an eye. Vegeta appeared beside him, grinning menacingly. Bang! A heavy fist struck Frieza's abdomen with great force, causing his muscles to sink deeply. With a splatter, a jet of purplish-black blood erupted from him, and his face contorted in agony. Vegeta shouted vehemently, seizing Frieza's right arm and with a tremendous effort, snapped it cleanly in two. Chapter 70. The fifth transformation. For a moment, all present were rendered speechless. Vegeta appeared to have lost all rationality, transforming into a ravenous wolf tearing into its prey. Frieza groaned in pain, blood gushing from his severed arm. With eyes filled with hatred, Vegeta delivered another punch, sending Frieza crashing heavily against a boulder. After this ordeal, Vegeta snorted coldly and swiftly darted towards King Vegeta. "Your Highness, King Vegeta is still alive," Bardock exclaimed, who was attending to the king. Upon seeing Vegeta approach, he hurriedly responded. Vegeta's eyes lit up as he glanced at the alien that had torn off his father's oxygen mask. The alien was now utterly paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably, realizing that this individual was a formidable foe capable of breaking Frieza's arm. With a swift motion, Vegeta tore off the alien's oxygen mask and placed it upon King Vegeta's face. In the next moment, golden light radiated from Vegeta's hands as waves of energy surged into the king's body. Bardock and the others were astounded to witness the visible healing of the king's injuries. In the blink of an eye, the wounds had begun to mend, restoring color to his face. Bardock was taken aback. Could the prince truly heal others? When had he acquired such abilities? At that moment, Vegeta sensed that after transforming into a Super Saiyan, his physique had undergone a monumental change, and the miraculous healing abilities reminiscent of Majin Buu flooded his mind, seeing that his father was no longer in mortal danger. Vegeta's expression softened slightly. In the next instant, he waved his hand at Gula and Curta's subordinates. In an instant, those minions were reduced to mere rubble. As long as my father lives, you must take him and the elder away from here immediately. Vegeta commanded, simultaneously grabbing the elder without providing any healing, as he realized the elder was still alive and would not perish imminently. After all, healing consumed energy, and there was a medical bay on their spaceship where the elder could be treated. If it were only Frieza, it would suffice, but the issue was that Frieza had two even stronger allies. Although Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan, he could not be certain he could defeat Gula and Curta. Thus, he needed to conserve his strength, retaining enough power to eliminate Gula and Curta. "But your Highness, what about you?" Bardock inquired in shock. "Hurry, stop dawdling," Vegeta barked. I understand. Bardock nodded vigorously and addressed the gathered Saiyans. "Let us move." The Saiyans glared at Vegeta, filled with fervor, as they solemnly ascended towards the spaceship. Tried to escape? None of you Saiyans will get away." Frieza, having regained his composure, charged towards Vegeta. Vegeta merely smiled disdainfully, seizing Frieza's arm. "How can you possess such immense energy?" Frieza stared at Vegeta in disbelief. "Your right arm is already broken. Now it's time for the left," Vegeta scoffed. Upon hearing this, Frieza's pupils dilated in fear, cold sweat trickling down his face. With a sharp crack, Frieza's left arm was brutally shattered by Vegeta. Frieza's arms hung uselessly at his sides, his body trembling in agony. "Frieza, I am enraged." Vegeta propelled himself upward, delivering a kick that sent Frieza soaring into the air. then followed with a punch that struck him squarely in the back. After just 2 moves, Frieza was utterly defenseless. For a moment, Gula and Curta were dumbfounded, unable to fathom how the situation had turned so drastically against them. They even overlooked Bardock and the others' escape. "Frieza, were you not so capable?" Vegeta taunted, pressing his right hand against Frieza's legs and smirking coldly. Boom! Golden light flickered from Vegeta's hand, unleashing a powerful energy that struck Frieza's legs. In an instant, Frieza's legs were severed at the knees, his expression one of utter confusion. Gula and Curta's eyes widened in shock, as if they were dreaming. Humph! Vegeta waved his hand dismissively, sending Frieza flying into the distance, then turned his gaze with a grin towards Gula and Curta. The two were taken aback, sensing the looming threat. "Father, quickly enter the final transformation state," Gula shouted, as he began to undergo a violent transformation. Powerful energy radiated through the vast cosmos, and armor-like spikes sprouted from Gula, rendering him even more menacing. Curta was not idle either, his body undergoing rapid changes. Vegeta observed this scene coldly, showing no inclination to attack. He fought for the Saiyans, determined to unleash his full potential to demonstrate to Frieza's father and brother that the Saiyans were indeed the universe's mightiest warriors. Soon, both had successfully transformed into their 5th states. The 5th transformation, Gula and Curta had both achieved the 5th transformation. Vegeta smirked, surprised that Frieza's father could also reach this state. That it would certainly pose a challenge. And from their auras, it was evident that they possessed energy nearly on par with the limits of a Super Saiyan. If it were only one of them transformed into the 5th state, Vegeta would be confident, but facing both together would not be an easy task. However, as a Super Saiyan, Vegeta felt an overwhelming battle spirit surging within his veins, urging him to fight. Wait. Just as Vegeta prepared to confront Gula and Curta, he heard Frieza's weakened voice echoing towards him. "Father, brother, this matter cannot be left unresolved. I will personally kill him." Frieza slowly approached, his eyes filled with malice as they locked onto Vegeta. "Frieza, I suggest you reconsider. You are not his match," Gula advised, shaking his head with a smirk. "Vegeta, you little monkey, you are indeed impressive. I underestimated you," Frieza said, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his expression grim. "You are also remarkable. Despite your limbs being incapacitated, you can still manage a smile," Vegeta retorted with a cold snort. Frieza's smile was grotesque. "I want to ask you, what is the nature of this transformation? Do you not know?" Vegeta replied coldly. "Standing before you is the very Super Saiyan you fear the most." Chapter 71. The Enraged Frieza, Super Saiyan. Upon hearing this title, the expressions of Frieza and his family momentarily froze. "Is this the Super Saiyan?" They exchanged glances, and in the next moment, all three burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at? Is death so amusing?" Vegeta glared coldly at Frieza and his kin. "Frieza, retreat now." "You are not his opponent," Gula urged, chuckling. "I initially thought Super Saiyans were incredibly powerful, but it seems they are merely equivalent to our clan's 5th transformation." Vegeta smiled slightly, weary of exchanging further banter. "Frieza, step back. This battle is between my father and me." Gula uttered another remark. Perhaps my brother remains unaware, but Frieza, I've already mastered the 5th transformation." As Frieza proclaimed this, his body suddenly swelled, and the legs that had been destroyed by Vegeta visibly expanded at an astonishing rate. In an instant, Frieza's form bore a striking resemblance to Gula's, and the injuries inflicted by Vegeta were fully restored. A formidable energy surged, creating tempestuous storms that swept through the cosmos. "Little monkey, I fear you may be disappointed. I still have a trick up my sleeve." Frieza flexed his muscles, coldly gazing at Vegeta. Vegeta was taken aback. Frieza could also transform into the 5th stage. This certainly posed a headache. What a predicament. However, Vegeta did not cower. Having finally transformed into a Super Saiyan, he would not be intimidated by Frieza and his ilk. "Super Saiyan? Do you believe being a Super Saiyan is truly impressive?" Frieza's chilling laughter echoed as he unleashed a fierce beam of light from his hand. Whoosh! The beam sliced through the void at breakneck speed. Yet just as Frieza presumed the beam would strike Vegeta, he witnessed Vegeta's form becoming indistinct. Whoosh! The beam shot into the vast abyss of space, colliding with a small satellite. Boom! The satellite shattered into countless fragments, transforming into cosmic dust amidst a thunderous roar. He dodged it. Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief, at a distance of less than 20 meters from Vegeta. His own signature move had been evaded. Frieza rubbed his eyes, seemingly unable to fathom this reality. Vegeta chuckled lightly. This is impossible. This is impossible. Frieza seethed with rage, unleashing a barrage of beams towards Vegeta. Vegeta effortlessly evaded them, a smile adorning his face. Frieza's cold grin returned. Humph, if you get hit, it will be the end for you. Vegeta remained silent for 2 seconds, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Is that so? Let's see you try again. What an arrogant fellow. Frieza trembled with fury, declaring, You said it, so let's see if you can avoid it. Whoosh! Another beam shot forth, hurtling towards Vegeta. This time, Vegeta did not evade. Instead, he extended his hand and caught it with a swift motion. Crack! The red beam shattered into a flurry of golden sparks. How is this possible? Frieza stammered in disbelief. Vegeta let out a cold snicker, and in the next moment, he vanished, reappearing before Frieza, seizing his arm and yanking it with great force. Ah! Frieza screamed in agony. Crack! Frieza's arm was once again wrenched off by Vegeta's might. I wonder if you can regenerate this time. Vegeta chuckled, his body radiating golden light as he channeled energy into a powerful punch. Frieza's face turned pale with alarm as he hastily raised his remaining arm to defend. Crack! The last arm was struck off at the elbow by Vegeta's fist, blood gushing forth in a gruesome display. Ah! Frieza cried out in pain, launching himself into the air, his eyes flashing as 2 beams of red light shot towards Vegeta. Vegeta waved his hand, deflecting the 2 beams, his gaze now cold and indifferent. This is impossible. This is impossible. I am the strongest in the universe. How could I possibly be defeated by a wild Saiyan monkey? Frieza trembled with rage, immense energy surging forth once more. In the next moment, a beam as thick as a bowl erupted from his mouth, a colossal wave of energy accompanied by a violent storm racing toward Vegeta. Vegeta remained expressionless, waiting until the overwhelming energy was nearly upon him before unleashing a burst of golden light from his hand. Boom! The 2 forces collided in midair, erupting into a dazzling display of flames. Seconds later, the golden energy surged rapidly towards Frieza's position that it was deflected back. Frieza's face contorted in shock. Get out of the way! Gula charged forward, delivering a kick that sent Frieza flying. Boom! The golden flames released by Vegeta grazed Gula as they soared into the depths of space. Moments later, a deafening explosion erupted in the distance. A brilliant flash of gold illuminating the stars, the fate of an unfortunate planet unknown. Frieza was consumed by rage, his gaze toward Vegeta now tinged with fear. This was terrifying. The energy of this wild monkey had far surpassed his own. Frieza, retreat. Cooled commanded sternly, You have expended too much energy. Even with the 5th transformation, you are no match for him. Leave the rest to me and your brother. With that, Cool descended into the fray. Gula, too, was not idle, his eyes gleaming with determination as he and Cool flanked Vegeta. Frieza seethed with rage, his teeth grinding, yet he was too injured and depleted to join the fight. However, a cunning smile crept onto his face as a thought crossed his mind. Vegeta, play nicely with my father and brother, but I shan't stick around to watch your battle. Though I may not be able to defeat you now, I can still deal with those fleeing Saiyans. Frieza laughed heartily, then sped off in pursuit of the spaceship where King Vegeta resided. This is bad. Vegeta realized that with Frieza's current speed, it was merely a matter of time before he caught up to the spaceship. Now, a Super Saiyan, if he could not protect his father and the others, it would be utterly unacceptable. Vegeta prepared to chase after Frieza, but just then, Gula and Cool blocked his path resolutely. Vegeta, your opponents are us. What do you think you're rushing off to? Gula chuckled, arms outstretched. Chapter 72. Space Pursuit. Chapter 72. Space Pursuit, get out of my way! Vegeta barked angrily. This wild monkey is indeed arrogant. Do you think defeating Frieza makes you my match? Gula's expression darkened ominously, a cold smile playing on his lips. Let me inform you that even in my normal state, my combat power is triple that of Frieza's. Vegeta ceased his chatter, launching himself forward with a powerful punch. Crack! To his astonishment, Gula met the blow head-on. Without flinching, Gula's expression remained eerily calm, as though he had sustained no injury whatsoever. This fellow was indeed many times stronger than Frieza. Vegeta's expression shifted slightly, the Saiyan blood within him boiling with fervor. The cold smile graced his lips as he unleashed another punch. Bang! This time, Gula's expression changed slightly. He could feel the immense pressure behind Vegeta's strike. Gula staggered backward several steps before regaining his balance. Get lost, Vegeta shouted, delivering a flying kick to Gula's chest. Ugh! Gula coughed up blood, his face pale as a ghost. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta darted away in pursuit of Frieza. However, barely a meter into his flight, he suddenly felt a firm grip on his calf. Turning around, he saw Cooled with a sinister grin. In the next moment, Cooled shouted, hurling Vegeta away with great force. Boom! Vegeta crashed hard against a massive rock, raising a cloud of dust. Boom! Vegeta was engulfed in a radiant golden aura, causing the nearby rocks to shatter into fragments, drifting through the cosmos. Turning his head to glance in Frieza's direction, Vegeta silently cursed his misfortune, for Frieza had all but vanished from sight. At the rate Frieza was moving now, it was only a matter of time before he caught up with King Vegeta and the others aboard their spaceship. Vegeta dared not delay. With his golden light flickering, he swiftly pursued Frieza. However, just as Vegeta had taken off, he encountered Guldo and Cooled, who approached him menacingly. Halt! We have already stated that you are to contend with us. Guldo sneered darkly, lunging forward and delivering a heavy punch to Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta, however, seized Guldo's fist and twisted it fiercely. Guldo cried out, clearly in considerable pain. That moment, Cooled charged in, landing a punch squarely on Vegeta's face. Leaving a crimson imprint, Vegeta's eyes turned icy, and he retaliated with a swift slap. The sharp sound of the strike echoed, leaving 5 dark red handprints on Cooled's face. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta resumed his pursuit of Frieza. Father, let us attack together. We must not allow him to catch up with Frieza, Guldo shouted. In the next instant, both of them unleashed formidable energy from their hands, resembling a colossal dragon as it surged towards Vegeta. Vegeta's expression darkened. He discerned that the two energies converging would be exceedingly difficult to withstand with his current strength. In a moment of desperation, he sidestepped hastily. The massive energy arc soared through the air, disappearing into the depths of the universe. Vegeta wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing the sheer power of the attack. Had he been struck, the consequences would have been dire. Just as Vegeta hesitated, Guldo and Cooled charged at him once more. These pesky flies, Vegeta's fury ignited anew, and he regarded the two approaching figures with a smirk. What wild monkeys do you intend to concede? Guldo chuckled. Super Saiyan? Hardly impressive. Of course not, Vegeta replied with a slight smile. I simply wish for you to witness one of my special techniques that Go ahead and boast, Guldo scoffed. What remarkable technique could you possibly possess? Your fighting prowess has surely reached its zenith. Behold, Frieza has been on the receiving end of this move several times, each occasion driving him to madness. Vegeta chuckled. Yes, that's so. We look forward to witnessing this terrifying technique, Guldo remarked with a condescending smile. Cooled also wore a grin, having realized that with their combined strength, this Super Saiyan might not be their match. Solar Flare, Vegeta shouted, unleashing his technique. The blinding light quickly penetrated Guldo and Cooled's pupils, rendering their eyes white. My eyes. Enjoy the warmth of the sun, you fools, Vegeta said with a gentle smile, grateful that Namek had 3 sons, providing him ample opportunity to employ the solar flare in this cosmic battle. Ignoring Guldo and Cooled, Vegeta transformed into a streak of golden light, darting toward Frieza. Frieza's speed was remarkable, and the Saiyan spaceship was also racing forward. That moment, King Vegeta slowly regained consciousness, springing to his feet. Examining his unscathed hands and the enhanced energy coursing through his body, am I still alive? What on earth is happening? King Vegeta found it hard to believe. He recalled being pierced through the heart by Frieza's crimson flame and presumed he was dead. "Your Highness, it was Prince Vegeta who saved you," Bardock explained nearby. "What? Little B saved me? How did he manage that?" King Vegeta was taken aback, then realized he was aboard the spaceship. He promptly inquired, "Where's Little B?" "Where is he?" "The prince is currently engaged in a decisive battle with Frieza and his minions," Bardock replied with a bittersweet smile. "What did you say?" "Although Little B has grown powerful, he could never stand against Frieza." "If Frieza is this formidable, how could he possibly match Guldo?" and cooled. King Vegeta's eyes widened as he commanded his subordinates. "What are you all dawdling for? Return at once. Your Majesty, please calm down." Bardock urged that "I believe the prince will emerge victorious." "What? What did you say?" King Vegeta thought he had misheard, fixing an incredulous gaze upon Bardock, his mind still lingering on the image of Vegeta being ruthlessly tormented by Frieza. "Your Majesty, I have seen it. The Super Saiyan. The Super Saiyan that Frieza fears," Bardock proclaimed, his expression brimming with excitement. "Super Saiyan?" King Vegeta was even more bewildered, gripping Bardock's collar and demanding, "Bardock, can you not finish a single sentence?" Chapter 73. Annihilation of Frieza. King Vegeta had been tormented by Frieza, and in his fury, the prince transformed into the Super Saiyan that Frieza dreaded. "It is as such," Bardock quickly elucidated. "It appears that we Saiyans transform into Super Saiyans when consumed by jealousy and rage." Upon hearing this, King Vegeta trembled violently. "Super Saiyan? Little B has actually become a Super Saiyan." King Vegeta had long been aware of the legend surrounding the Super Saiyan, which was precisely why Frieza sought to eradicate all Saiyans. Never did he anticipate that his son would achieve this transformation. The news sent a wave of exhilaration through King Vegeta, who rubbed his hands together and commanded, "Halt! I cannot miss such an exhilarating spectacle." "Your Majesty, it is perilous over there," many of his subordinates cautioned. "What danger could there be? Although Little B is transformed into a Super Saiyan, he is still quite young." King Vegeta's expression gradually steadied. Realizing that Frieza and his sons were cunning and likely posed a threat to Little B, "I have made up my mind. We shall stop." The Saiyans exchanged glances, all looking to Bardock. Bardock, who had demonstrated exceptional prowess while leading the Saiyans against Frieza's base, had become the most formidable warrior among them, prompting the Saiyans to unconsciously gravitate toward him. Saiyans are a warrior race, always revering the strong. Now that Bardock's strength far surpassed King Vegeta's, such a shift in loyalty was entirely natural. However, had it not been for the emergence of the prodigious Prince Vegeta, the Saiyans might have already sought to crown Bardock as their new king. "Stop!" Bardock contemplated before directing the others, just as Bardock's command settled over the air. A subordinate hurriedly flew in, breathless. "Your Majesty, Bardock, it is bad news. Frieza is rapidly approaching." "What?" At these words, the faces of everyone present turned pale. Frieza was closing in. What did that signify? Could it be that Little B had already fallen to Frieza? A moment of uncertainty enveloped King Vegeta and the others as they exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. Just then, another subordinate rushed in, exclaiming, "Your Highness! Your Highness!" King Vegeta swiftly kicked the breathless messenger to the ground, seizing his collar and demanding, "What has happened to the prince? Speak." "The prince is also in pursuit," the subordinate gasped. King Vegeta discarded the useless messenger and hastily approached the window. Gazing out, he saw Frieza barreling toward the spaceship, with a golden figure trailing closely behind. His son Vegeta. "Ha! Vegeta, while your speed may surpass mine, I shall ultimately reach the spaceship first." Frieza was aware of Vegeta's pursuit, yet wore a sinister smile. "Ha ha ha. I shall allow you to watch as your compatriots perish." Upon uttering these words, a formidable energy sphere began to coalesce at the sight of Frieza's severed arm. With a sinister grin, he hurled the energy sphere towards the spacecraft. Upon witnessing the approaching orb of energy, King Vegeta and his companions widened their eyes in alarm. They understood that should Frieza's energy sphere strike, the Saiyans aboard the spacecraft would likely meet an untimely demise. "This is bad," Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes narrowing in urgency as he swiftly pivoted, unleashing a brilliant beam of golden light from his hand. With tremendous force, He propelled himself towards the energy sphere, akin to a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta soared over Frieza's head, racing towards the spacecraft. Frieza's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets at the astonishing velocity. With a decisive flick of his hand, Vegeta sent the incoming energy sphere flying, as if it were a volleyball. "Super Flash Cannon," Vegeta bellowed, and as his voice resonated, an immense golden light gathered along his outstretched arms. Then, Vegeta brought his arms together. Boom! A torrent of colossal energy erupted forth, traversing the cosmos straight towards Frieza. Frieza's eyes widened in terror. "Die, Frieza!" Vegeta shouted. "This is impossible. It cannot be." Frieza found himself unable to evade, and upon contact with the powerful golden flame, he felt as though his entire being was disintegrating. Boom! In the next instant, Frieza's essence was obliterated, reduced to cosmic dust by Vegeta's golden light. The Saiyans aboard the spacecraft were rendered speechless, staring in disbelief. Finally, one of them stammered, "Was that Frieza?" Yes, indeed, it was Frieza. He was slain by Prince Vegeta. Frieza was dead. The realization left everyone momentarily stunned. The scene they had just witnessed far too exhilarating to process. I could see that moment. Guldo and Karin, who had arrived from afar, witnessed the annihilation of Frieza, their expressions frozen in shock, rendered speechless. Frieza is dead. How could this be? Guldo trembled, grief and fury coursing through him at the loss of his son. That fool Frieza. Why did he underestimate him? Guldo seethed, clenching his teeth in frustration. After vanquishing Frieza, Vegeta turned to face Guldo and Karin with a smile. As Vegeta's gaze fell upon them, both Guldo and Karin felt a tremor of fear. "Father, his energy has diminished significantly. Now is the perfect opportunity to eliminate him," Guldo shouted, charging towards Vegeta in an instant. Bang! Guldo's fist connected with Vegeta's face. Coughing up blood, Vegeta braced himself to retaliate. However, at that moment, Karin also launched himself into the fray, and together their combined assault made it increasingly difficult for Vegeta to defend himself. Indeed, after expending considerable energy in destroying Frieza, Vegeta found himself struggling against the formidable might of Guldo and Karin. The battle raged on, but Vegeta's energy depletion accelerated. Gradually, he began to show signs of fatigue, his punches losing their previous strength. Boom! Guldo landed a heavy blow, sending Vegeta hurtling away. Gasping for breath, Vegeta was taken aback by the formidable teamwork of Guldo and Karin. Meanwhile, the spacecraft had come to a halt at a distance, and as the Saiyans observed Vegeta's inability to fend off their attacks, their expressions turned grave. Beep! Beep! The alarm in the medical bay blared, and the Grand Elder of the Namekians emerged. However, the Saiyans were too preoccupied to pay him any heed, their gazes fixed on the depths of space. "What is happening? What has transpired?" the Grand Elder inquired. Bewildered. One Saiyan glanced at him, his expression stoic. "Oh, you are awake? Am I still alive? What on earth has happened?" The Grand Elder surveyed his surroundings, relieved to find himself unharmed, and pressed for answers that "It was our prince who saved you." "What else could have happened?" the Saiyan replied nonchalantly, lacking the energy to elaborate further, for the situation outside was dire for Vegeta. "You mean Vegeta?" The Grand Elder was increasingly perplexed. "How could Vegeta possibly save me? That was Frieza. How could he have rescued me from Frieza? He was no match for him. Forget Frieza. That guy is dead," the Saiyan retorted, exasperated. What did you say?" The Grand Elder's face paled, his eyes wide with disbelief. "I said, Frieza is dead." The Saiyan shot the Grand Elder a glare, unimpressed by his astonishment. "Dead? How did he die?" The Grand Elder, still dazed from his earlier unconsciousness, remained unaware that Guldo and Karin had also arrived. "He was eliminated by our little prince," the Saiyan proclaimed with pride, as though he himself had dealt the fatal blow. Yet, as soon as he spoke, the gravity of the ongoing battle outside dimmed his spirit. "Vegeta vanquished Frieza? How could this be?" The Grand Elder recalled that Vegeta was never a match for Frieza, having previously been toyed with. "All right, go take a look for yourself. There are still two adversaries to contend with." The Saiyan's mood soured as he shook his head in resignation. The prince is likely finding it exceedingly difficult to defeat them. The Grand Elder hastened to the window, scanning the scene outside. "Why is that boy emanating golden light?" he exclaimed, rendered speechless, particularly upon sensing Vegeta's potent energy. However, the Grand Elder quickly realized that Vegeta's condition was precarious. It seemed he had little energy left. Guldo and Karin, meanwhile, were exuding energy levels far surpassing Vegeta's. Indeed, Vegeta was embroiled in a fierce struggle. Although he had transformed into a Super Saiyan, in terms of raw combat power, Guldo and Karin's fifth transformations were nearly on par with that of a Super Saiyan. Furthermore, having expended considerable energy in defeating Frieza and battling for several hours, Vegeta's remaining energy was barely sufficient to maintain his current form. This situation is untenable. You cannot remain spectators any longer. Think of what we must do. The Grand Elder urged the assembled Saiyans. What can we do? Our combat power does not even measure up to a finger of theirs. We are powerless, a Saiyan lamented, shaking his head in frustration. His words rang true, for the strongest among them was Bardock, whose power level barely exceeded 50,000. In comparison to a Super Saiyan, he was simply outclassed. Indeed, even if Vegeta had been at full strength, he could easily dispatch any one of them with a mere flick of his finger. Not to mention the two formidable foes, Guldo and Karin, who were even stronger than Vegeta at that moment. "Well then, Vegeta, is this what you call a Super Saiyan?" Guldo sneered, reveling in his triumph. He had once believed Super Saiyans to be fearsome warriors, yet now it seemed they were merely ordinary. Vegeta forced a weary smile, gazing at his formidable adversaries, his mind racing with concern. Just as Vegeta began to feel the weight of exhaustion, he noticed Karin's sinister grin as he swung his tail towards him. Vegeta gasped and quickly dodged. Slap! The tail brushed against Vegeta's arm, accompanied by a resounding crash, leaving a deep crimson mark. Vegeta, gritting his teeth in agony, felt utterly helpless. "Enough, wild monkey! We have grown weary of this battle. Prepare to meet your demise," Curta declared, a massive orb of crimson flames coalescing in his hands. Gula chuckled, soon conjuring a flickering flame of his own. "Vegeta, under the might of my fathers and my powers, you would do well to evade. Otherwise, in your current state, you are destined to be obliterated. Ha ha ha." Gula's laughter was grating to the ears, and in the next instant, the energy spheres unleashed by him and Curta surged toward Vegeta. "You best check behind you before you attempt to dodge, Vegeta. This time, you're as good as dead," Gula added ominously. As Vegeta prepared to evade, he suddenly turned to find that the Saiyan spacecraft had just docked behind him. If he were to retreat, the Saiyans would surely be annihilated. Conversely, should he stand his ground and feel the overwhelming power of the approaching energy spheres, he believed he would be reduced to ash. Clenching his jaw, Vegeta chose not to flee. Instead, a magnificent golden light erupted from his being. Ultimate impact cannon. In the next moment, a vast surge of energy coalesced in his hands, thrusting forward toward the approaching energy spheres. It was not out of any noble desire to protect his kin that Vegeta acted thus. He had simply run out of choices. Should all the Saiyans be eradicated, he doubted he would survive long alone. After all, his energy reserves were nearly depleted, barely sufficient to sustain his transformation into a Super Saiyan. With a thunderous roar, the three colossal energies clashed in the void of space, unleashing a blinding spectacle of light. The three spherical energy forms jostled against one another, and the overwhelming energy waves surged forth, nearly shattering the Saiyan spacecraft behind Vegeta. "Humph! Vegeta, cease your stubborn resistance. Your energy is waning. Surrender while you still can," Gula remarked with a sneer, observing Vegeta's energy output with disdain. Curta wore a similar expression, his own energy surging forth. Soon, the two energy spheres unleashed by Gula and Curta began to push Vegeta's energy back. Vegeta's visage darkened as he gritted his teeth, channeling his remaining energy anew. "Futile, Vegeta the wild monkey. You are utterly spent. Prepare for death." Gula laughed heartily, as he spoke. The energy spheres released by Gula and Curta advanced closer to Vegeta, their proximity growing alarming. "Everyone listen to me." The Grand Elder, sensing the dire situation, bellowed at all the Saiyans. Contribute all your energy to me, quickly. This is the only way we can fight back." Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, all the Saiyans present momentarily froze. Then, led by Bardock, they quickly reacted. "You want us to provide energy to that Namekian?" Bardock scoffed coldly. "What are your intentions? Not to mention the purpose of this energy. Do you truly believe you can absorb it all? One misstep, and you would surely explode. That need not concern you. Hurry. Time is of the essence," the Grand Elder replied with a dismissive glance at Bardock. The others looked at Bardock, awaiting his decision. "What are you all dawdling for? Hurry, unless you wish to see your prince perish," the Grand Elder commanded, his overwhelming aura instilling great pressure upon the gathered Saiyans. Bardock and the others paled, trembling involuntarily. They had anticipated the Namekian's formidable presence. No wonder the young prince insisted on saving him. "Let us give him our energy," Bardock finally resolved, and as he spoke, he began to channel his energy into the Grand Elder. Seeing Bardock take the lead, the other Saiyans followed suit, willingly transferring their energy to the Grand Elder. Upon receiving this influx of power, the Grand Elder wasted no time in soaring away from the spacecraft, heading straight for Vegeta. "Bardock, we still have King Vegeta's energy to offer to this Namekian," one Saiyan reminded, "and oh need, the king is absent." "And besides, he is but one individual," Bardock replied, glancing at King Vegeta in the distance, who was observing the battle with an oxygen mask, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events. "Vegeta, little monkey, today is your last. Stop your futile resistance. It is in vain." Gula beamed, his energy erupting continuously. Curta maintained his grin, both convinced that Vegeta's demise was inevitable. Indeed, as Gula's words resonated, the three clashing energy forms advanced swiftly towards Vegeta's position. At this rate, within 10 seconds, Vegeta would be engulfed by the energy spheres. Just then, the Grand Elder appeared. "That Namekian has returned to life," Gula murmured, glancing at the Namekian. However, he quickly deduced that the Saiyans must have revived him in the healing chamber. It was reasonable for him to regain consciousness. "Ignore him. He is merely a useless waste," Curta remarked dismissively. Although the Grand Elder was formidable, he was merely on par with Gulder and did not compare to Frieza, let alone a powerhouse like Gula. Curta's statement was not without merit. In response to this disdainful commentary, the Grand Elder merely smiled lightly, unfazed. Subsequently, he transferred his energy into Vegeta. With a booming sound, Vegeta's energy erupted as if ignited, his aura amplifying several-fold, the golden flames more vibrant than before. "Thank you, Grand Elder. Your energy arrives at a most opportune moment." Vegeta smiled faintly. In the next instant, the three amalgamated energy forms surged towards Gula and Curta. Gula and Curta widened their eyes, their expressions filled with disbelief. "How is this possible?" Gula gasped, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Gula, increase your energy." Curta felt the pressure mounting and hastily elevated his own power. Gula, not daring to lag, pushed his energy to the utmost limit. The colossal energy forms oscillated in the void, sometimes advancing towards Gula and Curta, and at other times towards Vegeta, the outcome hanging in the balance. "Is this all the energy you can muster, Grand Elder?" Vegeta inquired anxiously. "This represents the entirety of my energy, along with that of all the Saiyans. Vegeta, if you cannot withstand their assault, I am powerless to assist you further." The Grand Elder replied with a rueful smile. Vegeta clenched his jaw, channeling his energy once more. However, despite the multitude of Saiyans, their energy reserves were limited. Thus, the energy transferred to Vegeta would only sustain his Super Saiyan form for a fleeting moment. Before long, Vegeta exhausted the energy bestowed upon him by the Grand Elder, his golden light dimming once again, while the massive energy forms resumed their advance towards him. Vegeta, what other options do you have?" Gula laughed heartily, though inwardly shaken, having narrowly escaped peril moments ago. Vegeta furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth against the assault from both adversaries. "Vegeta, the little monkey, you would do well to concede. Even if that Namekian were to grant you energy once more, the outcome would likely remain unchanged." Gula laughed joyfully, as if he believed that Vegeta would soon be vanquished by the two of them. Vegeta managed a faint smile. Gula was not mistaken. Even if the Grand Elder were to bestow upon him the original energies once more, it would hardly avail him against the combined might of the duo. Vegeta calculated that, even at the pinnacle of his Super Saiyan form, contending with Gula and Curt's ultimate transformation would prove to be a formidable challenge. After all, their fifth transformation was nearing the realm of Super Saiyan itself. Enough of this dawdling. Let us attack these two together. The Grand Elder commanded the gathered Saiyans, his voice resonating with urgency. That Namekian, spare me your jest. We have provided you with all our energy, yet now we cannot even unleash a basic energy sphere. Our combat power has plummeted to below 10. How are we to launch an assault? Bardock lamented, shaking his head with a wry smile. The Grand Elder sighed heavily. Are we to simply watch as Vegeta falls to these two? Will the entire universe once again suffer at their hands? He remained silent for several moments, glancing at Vegeta before inquiring, how much longer can you endure? If you can hold out for approximately 3 minutes, I might be able to summon the Eternal Dragon and restore your strength completely. 3 minutes? Vegeta chuckled. This moment. Even 30 seconds seemed an insurmountable challenge that in that case. I am at a loss. It appears that the only option left is to find a suitable Saiyan to train and retreat to a place where they cannot find us, the Grand Elder said with a gentle smile, revealing his intent, though he soon wore a bitter expression. I apologize for my inaction, but I must take my leave. Chapter 77. Rebirth. Upon witnessing Gula and Curta consumed by a massive energy entity, the spectators erupted in a chorus of shouts. They are finally dead. Gula and Curta have been vanquished by His Highness the Prince. Such an exhilarating moment filled the Saiyans with pride. However, their jubilation was short-lived as they soon beheld the dismembered form of Vegeta, reduced to a grotesque state. Your Highness, tears welled in the eyes of the onlookers. Particularly King Vegeta, whose gaze turned red and swollen upon witnessing his son's disintegration, rendering him speechless. The crowd fell into a profound silence, gazing somberly at the shattered remnants of Vegeta, the pieces of flesh floating aimlessly in the cosmos. A sight too painful to bear. The young King Vegeta trembled, his lips quivering. After what felt like an eternity, Bardock approached, offering solace. King Vegeta, let us return. The king said nothing, offering a cold smile as he boarded the spaceship without a backward glance. In the end, his son had left behind not even a whole body, only fragments, a conclusion that weighed heavily on King Vegeta's heart. Yet, as the ruler of the Saiyans, he refrained from displaying his emotions. In the vastness of space, the atmosphere was palpably heavy. Once everyone had boarded the spaceship, the Grand Elder remained still. Are you not coming aboard? Bardock inquired. The Grand Elder smiled faintly and flew over, asking, do you have any spare spaceships? I find it difficult to coexist with Saiyans. Come with us to planet Vegeta. We have plenty of spaceships. You may go wherever you wish. We also prefer not to live among those unlike us. Bardock replied. The Grand Elder nodded lightly, refraining from further conversation as he boarded the spaceship. With a rumble, the spaceship launched, heading straight for planet Vegeta. King Vegeta remained silent for a long while before suddenly brightening. This Namekian friend, the Dragon Balls can resurrect my son, correct? The Dragon Balls can summon the Eternal Dragon, who can indeed bring Vegeta back to life, the Grand Elder affirmed with a smile. However, I regret to inform you that I currently lack the ability to create Dragon Balls. I too am deeply saddened by Vegeta's demise. That truly so. King Vegeta gazed at the Grand Elder with skepticism. Do you think I would deceive you? The Grand Elder replied, a knowing smile gracing his lips. King Vegeta fell silent. When the spaceship arrived at planet Vegeta, the Grand Elder showed no inclination to linger, bidding farewell to the king and his companions before swiftly departing. That same day, King Vegeta summoned Nappa and Raditz to the palace. His expression grave as he commanded, immediately ascertained the location of Earth. You two will accompany me to Earth. They wasted no time in making the necessary arrangements. However, a quarter of an hour later, Nappa and Raditz returned with disappointment etched on their faces. Your Majesty, we have troubling news. Earth? What of Earth? King Vegeta sensed an ominous turn of events. Earth has inexplicably vanished, Nappa and Raditz reported. What do you mean? How could this happen? King Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. as if struck by a heavy blow. Your Majesty, I suspect that the deities on Earth summoned the eternal dragon, hiding the planet from us to prevent our discovery. Raditz whispered. Such a thing is possible. King Vegeta's expression darkened. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded, "Find it. No matter the cost, we must determine Earth's whereabouts. Nappa, Raditz, you are familiar with Earth's terrain. Scour the galaxy, planet by planet. I refuse to believe that the eternal dragon can conceal Earth indefinitely. Your Majesty, the galaxy is vast." Raditz chuckled weakly, attempting to explain. "That simplifies matters. The galaxy is immense, as long as we locate it. Finding Earth should not prove too difficult. You two go now. I entrust this task to you, and I hope for a satisfactory response." King Vegeta issued the command with a stern demeanor, as he prepared to seek the Dragon Balls to resurrect his son Vegeta. In the boundless universe, the fragments of Vegeta's shattered body began converging towards a central point. After an indeterminate passage of time, the scattered pieces of Vegeta's form finally came together. Subsequently, miniature versions of Vegeta began to sprout from the fragments. Embracing one another with warmth, as time passed, these small Vegetas gradually fused, their bones and muscles growing anew. Finally, Vegeta slowly opened his eyes, surveying the vast expanse of the universe that I never anticipated that the eternal dragon would not deceive me. I truly have been reborn. Feeling the surge of energy within him, Vegeta was elated to discover that he had ascended to the second tier of Super Saiyan, not to be confused with the second stage. His power magnified several times over. Vegeta was confident that with his current strength, even if Gula and Curta were to return, he could effortlessly dispatch them, perhaps owing to the Saiyan blood that doubled his fighting prowess upon the brink of death. Vegeta laughed heartily, marveling at the unexpected benefits of his rebirth. With Gula and Curta dead, and Frieza also defeated, it was time to return to Planet Vegeta and assess the situation that a smile tugged at the corners of Vegeta's mouth. However, just as he prepared to depart, he noticed that his small hands and arms seemed to have grown considerably more robust. Glancing down, he was taken aback. What in the world? How has my body transformed like this? Vegeta's face was a mix of astonishment and confusion. Could it be that, as the Eternal Dragon suggested, the process of rebirth had spanned over a decade? It was not beyond reason for Vegeta to contemplate such a notion, for his form now bore no resemblance to that of a 5- or 6-year-old. He was clearly an adult. Forget it. I shall return to the planet and ascertain how much time has passed, he resolved. Vegeta chuckled softly, choosing to disregard his own physical state. Simultaneously, he reflected that an adult's body was preferable, sparing him the awkwardness of being a mere child, unfit for pursuing a woman. Now that the Frieza force had been vanquished, it was time to seek out a companion and nurture a budding romance. Perhaps a trip to Earth to retrieve Bulma. That young lady? Vegeta smiled again, and in the next moment, his entire being shimmered with golden light. Super Saiyan, boom! The golden aura enveloping Vegeta surged in intensity, marking his transformation into the second level of Super Saiyan. Subsequently, he transformed into a beam of golden light, strikingly conspicuous amidst the vast expanse of the universe. Chapter 78. Strange happenings. Having undergone this advancement, Vegeta gradually comprehended that the Super Saiyan transformation was divided into 3 levels. Although the superficial differences between the transformations were subtle, the increase in combat power at each level was monumental. For instance, at this moment, Vegeta's combat prowess had escalated tenfold compared to his battle against Gula and the others. Even without transforming into a great ape, he could effortlessly overpower these 2 foes. Vegeta couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. It was unfortunate that Gula and Curta had perished prematurely. Had they lived, he could have relished the opportunity to make them weep. After flying for about 3 to 5 days, Vegeta finally beheld the Saiyan planet. He landed in a desolate area, concealing his energy signature. Just as he intended to find some clothing to avoid the embarrassment of being exposed, he heard a distant cry for help from a girl. Initially, he intended to ignore it, but the next moment, he noticed a girl on a motorcycle racing towards him. Above her, 2 individuals were playfully chasing each other. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. When had Saiyans begun to experiment with motorcycles? However, he soon recognized that the girl seemed familiar. Oddly enough, Why was she on Vegeta's planet? Furrowing his brow, he pondered before flying over. Upon spotting Vegeta, the girl let out a startled scream, causing her to lose balance and tumble off the motorcycle. Vegeta, quick on his feet, caught her in his arms. "You rogue, let me go," she exclaimed, as if she were a lamb trapped in a tiger's jaws. Vegeta was slightly taken aback, then realized he was without clothing, and blushed, hastily releasing her. Nevertheless, that brief embrace stirred a ripple of emotions within him. With another startled cry, the girl fell to the ground, landing heavily. Concurrently, the two Saiyans from the sky descended, scrutinizing Vegeta from head to toe. "You two, fetch me a set of clothes immediately," Vegeta commanded imperiously. "Who are you?" the duo asked, astonished, as they regarded Vegeta, who bore an uncanny resemblance to King Vegeta, albeit much younger. "I am Vegeta," he replied coldly, waving his hand in impatience. "Enough with the delays. Bring me clothes." New ones. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, the expressions of the two Saiyans shifted dramatically. After a prolonged silence, they exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. They then aimed their scouters at Vegeta, beginning to measure his combat power, a combat power of only 200. "This is the extent of someone masquerading as our prince?" Vegeta shook his head, remaining silent. "Listen here, kid. Regardless of where you emerge from, if you're impersonating our esteemed prince, you won't leave here alive," one of them declared with a grin. "Stop chatting and just beat him up, then we'll take him to King Vegeta and see if he dares to impersonate our noble prince again." The other agreed, nodding in unison. As they approached Vegeta, he felt a surge of annoyance and glanced at the scouters they wore. Elevating his combat power to over 100,000, he watched as their faces fell in disbelief upon seeing the readings. "This is impossible. The scouter must be malfunctioning. Yes, there's no way his power could reach 100,000. Vegeta found their reaction both amusing and infuriating. With a slight release of energy, he sent the two tumbling in disarray. "He can blow us away with just his energy? This isn't a malfunction." The two were terrified, cold sweat dripping down their faces as they stared at Vegeta in fear. "I have no time to waste on you." "You best fulfill my request promptly," Vegeta huffed. "All right, we'll go," they replied, nodding vigorously before hastily retreating. Now, Vegeta turned his attention to the girl before him. Naturally, he had no inclination to expose himself and quickly used his tail to cover his modesty. The girl was strikingly beautiful, with deep purple hair and a stunning figure, like tea that moment. She was scrutinizing Vegeta in return, but when her gaze inadvertently fell upon his lower half, her face flushed crimson, and she lowered her head, speechless. "What is your name?" Vegeta inquired. "I am Ranchi." "Thank you for saving me," she replied softly. "Ranchi? Indeed, it is Ranchi," Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Wasn't she the girl who could transform with a mere sneeze? Moreover, wasn't she supposed to be on Earth? How'd she ended up on Vegeta's planet? Fortunately, this area had a gravity only twice that of Earth. Had she ventured into the palace, with its tenfold gravity, she might have met her demise. Vegeta, bewildered, quickly asked, "Do you recognize this place?" "No," Ranchi replied nervously. "I have no idea how I got here. I was just sitting in a CF, drinking coffee, and this place is peculiar. It feels different from where I live. People can even fly, and my body feels so heavy, as if a mountain is pressing down on me." "When did you arrive?" Vegeta furrowed his brow and inquired further. "About 10 minutes ago. I was puzzled when I saw two people in the sky trying to catch me. I screamed. And then you appeared," Ranchi explained, sitting on the ground with a wry smile. Vegeta felt perplexed. It seemed that she had been drinking coffee and then, without warning, found herself on Vegeta's planet. This was utterly absurd. Something must have transpired in between. Just as he was about to inquire further about Ranchi's circumstances, she suddenly sneezed. In the next instant, her deep purple hair transformed into a brilliant golden hue, and her gaze sharpened. "Where is this place? This isn't a prison. Why does my body feel so heavy?" Ranchi surveyed her surroundings and quickly spotted the naked Vegeta. "This is Planet Vegeta," he clarified. "Who are you? You rogue, how dare you expose yourself in front of me?" Ranchi fumed, seemingly conjuring a machine gun from thin air and unleashing a barrage of bullets at Vegeta. He stood unfazed, feeling as if he were merely being tickled. After an entire clip was emptied, Ranchi stared wide-eyed, nearly fainting. "What are you?" she gasped, hastily retreating to her motorcycle, intending to flee. Vegeta chuckled lightly, ignoring her. "A monster! I must be dreaming!" Ranchi exclaimed, revving the motorcycle and speeding away. Vegeta, with a slight shift of his body, positioned himself directly in her path, blocking her escape. "You exhibitionist! I will kill you!" she shouted. Ranchi lifted her gaze. She inadvertently beheld a sight she ought not to have seen, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment while simultaneously gritting her teeth in anger. Chapter 79, 20 years. Stop it! Vegeta glared at Ranchi, his voice sharp and commanding. Startled, Ranchi regarded Vegeta with a wary expression, as if fearing his wrath. Despite the striking appearance of the girl before him, she did not fit Vegeta's preferences. Rather, he was puzzled as to how Ranchi had suddenly appeared on planet Vegeta while she was seemingly doing well on Earth. Just as Vegeta grappled with his confusion, he sensed an energy approaching, and upon looking up, he recognized one of the individuals who had recently helped him find clothing. This Saiyan promptly handed Vegeta the prepared Saiyan armor. Vegeta, without hesitation, donned the gear and instructed the Saiyan, "All right, you can leave now." However, upon hearing these words, the Saiyan showed no intention of departing, instead regarding Vegeta with a mocking smile. I could see that moment. Vegeta suddenly sensed a formidable energy drawing near. Assessing the strength of this presence, he deduced that the individual's combat power had reached an impressive height of at least 200,000. Remarkable, Vegeta thought, momentarily taken aback, when had such a powerful figure emerged among the Saiyans. Initially, Vegeta suspected that this individual might not be a Saiyan, but the energy he sensed bore distinct Saiyan characteristics. Could it possibly be Bardock? His rate of training must be astonishing, Vegeta pondered quietly. Of course, a combat power of 200,000 posed no threat to Vegeta. As a Super Saiyan, he held little regard for such figures, be it 200,000, 2 million, or even 20 million. Yet, upon the approach of this immense energy, Vegeta found himself momentarily stunned, scrutinizing the newcomer from head to toe. Simultaneously, the newcomer examined Vegeta intently, their body trembling slightly, their eyes filled with astonishment. "Who are you? Why are you impersonating my son?" The visitor was none other than King Vegeta. "You are my father." At that moment, Vegeta finally confirmed that this individual was indeed his father, King Vegeta, though the elder bore a more aged countenance. Vegeta realized that it must have been an extensive period since he had last seen him. "What did you say? Speak again, and I shall slay you." King Vegeta's voice turned stern, clearly doubting that Vegeta was his son. "Little Vegeta, if I were lying, you would see the truth for yourself," Vegeta replied, and in an instant, his aura surged dramatically, golden light radiating from him as he revealed his Super Saiyan form before King Vegeta. "Why, you are truly little Vegeta." King Vegeta's eyes brightened slightly as he turned away, his vision blurring. Little Vegeta is still alive. Seeing his son before him filled King Vegeta with overwhelming excitement. "I could never perish so easily," Vegeta said with a gentle smile. "Indeed, you have not disappointed me. I knew my son would be impossible to kill," King Vegeta exclaimed, rubbing his hands together with enthusiasm. In that moment, he appeared less like a king and more like an ordinary father. Vegeta chuckled and instructed those behind King Vegeta, "You may all withdraw." King Vegeta had been called over by one of the two Saiyans earlier, and upon realizing he was in the presence of Prince Vegeta, the Saiyan regretted not having treated him with more respect. Realizing he could have secured a position in the palace had he known, the two Saiyans lamented their foolishness after everyone had departed. Vegeta glanced at Ranchi without making an effort to avoid her gaze and asked, "Father, your combat power has increased significantly. Have you transformed into a Super Saiyan?" King Vegeta shook his head, lamenting, "It has been over 20 years, and this is all the power I have managed to attain." "What did you say?" Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. Over 20 years. He had thought he would recover in no more than 10 years. Yet time had slipped away for over 2 decades. While he had felt as if only a brief moment had passed during his rebirth, had it not been for his growing body, he might have truly believed only a fleeting instant had elapsed. To be precise, it should be around 24 years. King Vegeta sighed, continuing, ever since you were struck by the death ray from Guldo and Karin, I have done everything within my power to resurrect you, even sending people to Earth, but it seems something went awry there. By the way, after all this talk, how did you manage to come back to life? At present, King Vegeta had no doubt that the person before him was indeed his son. After all, only his son could transform into a Super Saiyan, a fact that was irrefutable. This tale is rather lengthy. We should discuss it later, as I have many matters to inquire about as well, Vegeta replied, casting another glance at Ranchi. He added, also, I have a room constructed nearby for this girl to reside in. Oh. King Vegeta regarded Ranchi with a penetrating gaze, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. What are you staring at? Old man, don't think that draping yourself in a red cloak makes you noble. Believe me. I could eliminate you in an instant. Ranchi brandished her gun, her expression one of vigilance towards King Vegeta. Ha! King Vegeta was thoroughly amused. Through his scouter, he noted that the girl's combat power was barely 20. He then regarded Vegeta with a contemplative expression and pulled his son aside, whispering, Little Vegeta, this girl doesn't appear to be one of us Saiyans. Did you bring her with you? What I meant to tell you is precisely that. She is likely from Earth, Vegeta replied, without elaborating further. He continued, as you've observed, her combat power is so low that if she were to enter the core regions of our planet, where gravity is 10 times that of Earth, it would surely be fatal for her. This location is more suitable for her. King Vegeta looked astonished at Ranchi and Earthling. After searching for the location of Earth for over 20 years, he never expected to encounter an Earthling on his planet. What on earth was happening? King Vegeta was nearly driven to madness, immediately instructing his subordinates through the scouter to take care of Ranchi, ensuring that she would not wander off. Following that, King Vegeta led his son, Vegeta, back to the palace. As for the matter of Earth, it had become insignificant to King Vegeta at this point. During their journey, Vegeta suddenly thought of the Grand Elder and inquired about his whereabouts, for he had not sensed the Grand Elder's energy on planet Vegeta. I'm not sure. Ever since Guldo and the others perished, the Grand Elder left. He never enjoyed living among us Saiyans. And no one knows where he went, King Vegeta replied, shaking his head. Chapter 80, Coveting the Throne. Vegeta smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further, yet his previously favorable impression of the Grand Elder had nearly dissipated. Initially, the Grand Elder had claimed he would summon the Eternal Dragon for resurrection, yet now it seemed that the Namekian was not as genuine as he appeared, instead playing games of deceit. The next time I see him, I shall certainly teach the Grand Elder a lesson, Vegeta resolved, feeling justified in his anger. After all, when he had been rendered powerless by Guldo and Karin, the Grand Elder should have at least summoned the Eternal Dragon to save him. By the way, have you found Earth? Vegeta asked. King Vegeta shook his head, chuckling ruefully. Earth has completely concealed itself. Despite our extensive searches for its location over the past 20 years, we have been unable to find any trace. Not even of the galaxy where Earth resides. Vegeta speculated that Earth's concealment was likely due to the intervention of that deity, who might have summoned the Eternal Dragon to hide the planet. By the way, little Vegeta, you just mentioned that girl is from Earth. How is that possible? Wang inquired with a hint of skepticism. She is indeed an Earthling. I have encountered her before. Vegeta, of course, would not disclose that he had traversed dimensions, but instead concocted a plausible explanation. According to her own account, she was merely dining in a shop when, in the blink of an eye, she found herself on our planet, Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Wang furrowed his brow tightly. Sensing an oddity in the situation as for how she arrived here, that could be addressed later, Vegeta also felt a sinister premonition. What has transpired? Why is an Earthling suddenly manifested on planet Vegeta? In any case, the unfolding events left Vegeta, who possessed a fair understanding of Dragon Ball history, feeling somewhat bewildered. Regardless, he decided to take things as they came. He would not dwell on these matters for the time being. Vegeta smiled confidently, for he had already attained the form of a Super Saiyan and even reached the second tier of that transformation. Even if androids 17 and 18 were to appear, they might not pose a challenge for him. The history of Dragon Ball indicates that once Vegeta surpassed the Super Saiyan threshold, he could easily contend with androids, and even with the second ascension of Cell. At present, Vegeta's power was undeniably formidable. Nonetheless, he harbored no intention of ceasing his training as a warrior race. The Saiyans understood that their lives were meant to be spent in battle, for that was how they could truly prove their worth. Beiwang did not divulge his return with Vegeta to others. Moreover, he instructed the two Saiyans who had chanced upon Vegeta to keep this matter under wraps, as he was not yet ready for anyone to know that his son was still alive. "Father, what do you mean by this?" Vegeta asked, perplexed. "Humph. During your absence, it seems there are those who covet my throne," Beiwang replied with a cold smile, his expression slightly darkening. "Dodo. Could it be Bardock?" Vegeta suddenly realized, naming the suspect. After all, Bardock's battle power had been an impressive 50,000 in his day, and over 20 years had passed. His power should have increased significantly, likely surpassing his father's 200,000. However, Bardock was a loyal individual. He would not rebel. Beiwang shook his head, dismissing Vegeta's conjecture. "Not Bardock? Then who could it be? Is there someone among the Saiyans who surpasses my father?" Vegeta asked, bewildered. "Little Vegeta, you may not know, but back when Paragus' son was born, it piqued my interest," Beiwang explained. "His battle power was an astonishing 10,000 at birth, and I feared it might threaten our claim to the throne. So I personally ordered their extermination at a battle power of 10,000 at birth. Could it be Broly?" Vegeta felt a weight settle in his heart. After his rebirth, he had been so focused on dealing with Frieza that he had forgotten about Broly. This individual was, after all, the legendary Super Saiyan. Given his current age, his power should be considerable, perhaps even far exceeding Vegeta's own. However, Paragus and his son did not perish. I later forgot about this due to the Frieza incident. Beiwang continued. "Recently, Paragus came to pay his respects and brought Broly along. Although he feigned politeness, I discerned his true intentions. When I scanned Broly's battle power, I was taken aback. Can you guess what it is?" "Over 1,000,000, perhaps," Vegeta chuckled. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Beiwang's eyes widened in astonishment. "Haha, little Vegeta, no matter how formidable Broly may be, he could not possibly reach that level. After all, he is not you. He lacks my son's genius." Beiwang erupted into laughter, then explained, "I've already measured his battle power. It stands at 50,000, yet even that surpasses my own." Vegeta merely smiled, believing that Broly's true strength had likely been suppressed, and his battle power could not simply be 50,000. At that moment, a subordinate entered, announcing Paragus' arrival. "Let him in," Beiwang commanded. "Father, I shall remain hidden for now and observe this Broly," Vegeta suggested. "Moreover, do not be deceived by his apparent battle power. He is quite formidable. If time permits, I shall teach you how to sense energy." Beiwang hesitated momentarily before nodding gravely. Vegeta concealed his energy entirely and took refuge behind a massive pillar. Shortly thereafter, Paragus arrived at the royal palace with his son Broly. "We pay our respects to Beiwang." The duo bowed slightly. "Paragus, what brings you to see me today?" Beiwang inquired from his throne, casting a commanding gaze upon the two. "Beiwang, how long have you occupied this throne?" Paragus asked with a smile that if I estimate correctly, it has been over 40 years, has it not? There is a saying, fortunes ebb and flow, thrones change hands. Should you not consider relinquishing your seat to me? Allow me to try it out for a spell? "Oh, is it your ultimate objective?" Beiwang chuckled, his gaze turning icy. "Indeed, we should settle the score for how you once dealt with my father and me." Paragus' expression darkened ominously. Chapter 81. Another Super Saiyan. Chapter 81. Another Super Saiyan. Vegeta peeked out from behind the pillar, silently observing the father-son duo. Paragus was sturdy and robust, though not particularly tall. In contrast, Broly bore a striking resemblance to the history of Dragon Ball that Vegeta was familiar with. Handsome, with a head of crimson curls, adorned with a necklace-like accessory around his neck, Vegeta surmised that, like in the original history of Dragon Ball, Broly's true power had likely been suppressed by his father. As for Broly's actual battle power, Vegeta could not ascertain at the moment. "Beiwang, if you willingly relinquish the throne, I can spare your life," Paragus said, his face grim as he regarded Beiwang, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "However, let me reiterate my condolences for your son's demise. Had Prince Vegeta still been alive, I might have felt a twinge of apprehension. Alas, he is no more. Ha ha ha." Beiwang chuckled softly. opting not to dwell on that topic, instead curiously inquiring, Paragus, the last time you visited, why did you not openly rebel? Why wait until now? Ah, there's a saying, a lone hand cannot clap. Paragus replied with a smirk, his tone icy. That I am aware that you have a powerful warrior by your side, one named Bardock. If I recall correctly, it is said that his strength far exceeds your own, which is why I've spent the past few days seeking him out. Beiwang chuckled coldly, remaining silent. He still places trust in Bardock. Unfortunately, that old fool has steadfastly refused to side with me, Paragus sneered. However, he has been rendered incapacitated. This. Paragus suddenly clapped his hands, as the sound echoed. Over 100 Saiyans entered the palace, tossing the barely conscious Bardock onto the floor. Bardock! Beiwang's rage ignited upon witnessing Bardock in such a state. Beiwang, be cautious. This Broly is formidable. Bardock managed to shift slightly, offering a pained smile to Beiwang. Beiwang nodded slightly, his sharp gaze sweeping over the 100 Saiyans present, demanding coldly, do you all wish to rebel as well? Beiwang, we Saiyans have always revered strength. Since Broly is the most powerful among us, it is only fitting that we pledge our allegiance to him as our king. One of the Saiyans boldly replied with a smirk. Beiwang's expression darkened entirely. Beiwang, your time has passed. Relinquish your throne, Paragus declared, grinning broadly. Just as Paragus finished speaking, Bardock suddenly rose to his feet. I ask at you. Bardock, how can you still move? Paragus was taken aback. He remembered that Bardock had been reduced to a state of utter helplessness by his own son. Paragus, did you ever imagine, with your disposition, you aspire to be the king of our Saiyans? You would do better to take a good hard look at yourself. Bardock smirked slightly. Bardock, you're getting bold. I've already given you a chance, which you squandered. Therefore, you may as well meet your demise, Paragus retorted furiously. Humph, who will die is still an uncertainty. Bardock laughed heartily, then surveyed the palace around him, his expression turning serious. Paragus, I trust you do not wish to see the palace in ruins? Let us step outside and settle this. With that, Bardock transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the plaza outside the palace. Humph, you are truly unaware of your own mortality, Paragus scoffed, shaking his head in disdain. He cast a puzzled glance at Bardock before addressing the gathered crowd. Since Bardock desires a valiant death, let us grant him that wish. And you, King B, your top warrior Bardock is on the verge of bidding farewell to life. Do you not wish to witness it? Enough with the chatter, King B huffed, shooting out into the air. Before long, King B found himself beside Bardock, regarding him with a hint of confusion. Bardock, are you all right? We're not. King B, I have my own methods to deal with Broly. Bardock replied with a cryptic smile that do not push yourself too hard. King B sensed something unusual about Bardock today, as he seemed more confident than ever. I will not overexert myself, Bardock said with a gentle smile that moment. The Broly father-son duo also arrived at the plaza outside the palace, while Vegeta remained silently observing from the window of the palace. Vegeta was equally astonished by Bardock's demeanor. Could it be that he truly possessed a means to contend with Broly? Initially, Vegeta had been contemplating a swift strike to eliminate Broly and his son. But now he found himself intrigued by Bardock's apparent confidence and curious to see what strategy he had in mind. Bardock, you are being foolish, though you are currently the foremost warrior among the Saiyans. Do not forget that before you stands my son Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan. No matter how formidable you are, you cannot hope to match him, Paragus sneered, his disdain for Bardock's arrogance palpable. Is that so? Bardock replied with a subtle smile. The legendary Super Saiyan, a genius who appears once every 1,000 years among the Saiyans. However, through our own training, we too can defeat him. After uttering these words, Bardock's expression shifted slightly, and in the next moment, an immense aura surged forth from him. Boom! A vast energy erupted, akin to towering waves sweeping across the plaza. Suddenly, Bardock's eyes changed color, gleaming like gold. His hair stood upright, transforming into a golden hue. Simultaneously, a golden flame enveloped his entire being, making him particularly striking on this Vegeta planet. Super Saiyan. The transformation left the gathered crowd in disbelief, rubbing their eyes as if to confirm the reality before them. Another Super Saiyan, Bardock had actually transformed into a Super Saiyan. Even King Bee wore an expression of shock. He had never anticipated that Bardock would reach such a realm. For a moment, King Bee felt a pang of melancholy. He was the first king among the Saiyans, yet here was someone, aside from his son, who had achieved the status of Super Saiyan before him. Paragus, are you disappointed? I imagine you did not foresee that I too am a Super Saiyan. Bardock's entire being shimmered with golden light as he wore a mocking grin. Paragus's expression shifted dramatically, followed by a cold smile directed at Bardock. I never imagined you would reach the level of Vegeta from back in the day. However, let me inform you that Broly has not yet unleashed his full power. After speaking, Paragus produced a device and pressed a button. Suddenly, Broly's expression grew ominous, flames radiating from his body. In the next moment, Broly's purple-red hair transformed into a bluish-green, and waves of potent energy surged forth, his muscles bulging impressively. This transformation startled Bardock, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. Since my son Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan, how could he not transform? Paragus said, his smile wide. Let me be frank. Even if Prince Vegeta were to be reborn, he would still not be a match for Broly. Whether or not he is a match will be determined in battle. Bardock snorted, then shot toward Broly's position, swinging his fist with intensity. Crack! Broly's gaze turned icy as he seized Bardock's fist. Boom! The clash of their energies sent waves rippling through the assembled Saiyans, even causing the distant palace to tremble. Observing from the palace, Vegeta let out a sigh of relief. Judging from Broly's current state, he was merely at the first level of Super Saiyan, or rather, slightly above that level. However, Broly had yet to reach the second level of Super Saiyan, and with his current strength, defeating Broly should not pose too much difficulty. Vegeta smiled faintly, aware that Broly had not exerted his full strength. Even if he did, he likely would not be a match for Vegeta. It seemed that Broly's combat prowess at this stage was rather limited. Boom! Just as Vegeta was contemplating Broly's strength, Bardock and Broly had already engaged in fierce combat. As Vegeta had surmised, Broly had a slight edge over Bardock. Yet Bardock was no pushover. Having just transformed into a Super Saiyan, his aura slightly surpassed Broly's. Vegeta found himself in a dilemma. Should he let Broly live, he would undoubtedly become a formidable rival in the future. Yet, if he were to kill Broly, Vegeta would feel a sense of loss, for with Broly's rapid growth, he would serve as the perfect sharpening stone for Vegeta. Initially, Vegeta had planned to use Goku as his sparring partner, but now he was uncertain about Goku's current situation on Earth. Besides, even with rigorous training, Goku would likely not ascend to the level of Super Saiyan. With this thought, Vegeta resolved to continue observing the battle silently. After roughly half an hour of intense fighting, Bardock's energy began to wane, while Broly remained composed, as if his energy had barely been depleted. Boom! At that moment, Broly seized Bardock's leg and slammed him down onto the ground with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, Broly then delivered a powerful kick to Bardock's chest. Spurt! Blood erupted from Bardock's mouth, his complexion turning ashen. Bang! Broly swung his fist down once more, causing Bardock's face to contort in pain as the golden light surrounding him gradually dimmed. Thud! 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 A series of heavy punches rained down upon Bardock, leaving him unable to retaliate. 10 minutes later, Bardock's golden aura suddenly dissipated, reverting him to his former state. Had Bardock been defeated by Broly? Was this what the legendary Super Saiyan was truly capable of? How could Broly be so powerful? The multitude of Saiyans present, witnessing this scene, began to murmur amongst themselves, engaged in fervent discussion. They recalled the moment when Vegeta first transformed into a Super Saiyan, a time when all the Saiyans in attendance vividly remembered how he annihilated Frieza. For a considerable period thereafter, the Super Saiyan transformation became the ultimate aspiration for many Saiyans. However, none could have anticipated that Bardock, upon achieving the Super Saiyan form, would ultimately fall to the monstrous Broly. Although Broly was indeed a Saiyan, and the legendary Super Saiyan at that, the earlier triumph of Vegeta over Frieza overshadowed Broly's significance. Furthermore, Broly was a being who emerged only once every millennium, and most Saiyans understood that without his extraordinary luck, anyone could become a Super Saiyan like Prince Vegeta through diligent training. now, seeing the legendary Super Saiyan triumph over the Super Saiyan. The faces of the gathered Saiyans grew somber. Indeed, the legendary Super Saiyan was extraordinary. Bardock's recently displayed power was already on par with that of the former prince. It seemed that even if the prince were to be resurrected, he would not stand a chance against Broly. Disappointment permeated the hearts of the Saiyans, many feeling dejected. The adage comparison makes one feel inferior rang true. How could such an aberration exist among Saiyans? At that moment, Paragus stepped forward, commanding Broly to spare Bardock's life. Broly's eyes gleamed with intensity as he coldly smiled, subsequently casting Bardock far away. Is there anyone else? Who dares to defy? Step forward. Paragus called out jovially. Surveying his fellow compatriots, his words, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, heads bowed in deference, unwilling to meet Paragus's gaze. It matters not. Anyone who dares to challenge can step forward and face my son. Rest assured, his fellow Saiyans, I might grant you clemency, Paragus boasted, brimming with pride. Though his words were sweetly spoken, no one was foolish enough to accept the challenge. After all, if Bardock, even in his Super Saiyan form, could not withstand Broly's might, who would willingly seek their own demise? I see you all recognize your limitations. This is perfectly normal that my son Broly is a once-in-a-thousand-years phenomenon. It is indeed realistic that you are not his equals. Paragus continued, casting a knowing glance at King Vegeta. He inquired with a smirk. So, King Vegeta, should you not consider relinquishing your throne? You ought to feel proud to cede it to me as the king of the Saiyans. For I shall lead our people to greater heights and dominate the cosmos. King Vegeta offered a faint smile, but remained silent. You need not abdicate the throne, provided you could defeat my son Broly. Then, you may continue to reign as king. Paragus laughed heartily, reveling in his triumph. Now, I ask one final time, who dares to defy? If none step forward, I shall be your king from this day forth. Chapter 83. Battle with Broly. Boom. Just as Paragus finished speaking, an energy sphere hurtled toward him, striking his side with a resounding crash. In the next instant, Paragus was sent sprawling, bloodied and battered, his legs destroyed. Gasping for breath, the crowd was left in shock. What on earth was happening? Who had the audacity to attack Broly's father? It was then that they beheld a figure, strikingly similar to King Vegeta, gracefully hovering in mid-air, a smile gracing his face as he scrutinized Broly. Who is this? He resembles King Vegeta almost identically. Could it be? Our prince? Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd as they turned their astonished gazes toward Vegeta. After all, it had been over 20 years since they last laid eyes on him, and his appearance had undoubtedly changed. Were it not for his striking resemblance to his father, few would have recognized him. Impossible! Wasn't Prince Vegeta slain by Cooler's death sphere? How could he possibly have returned? Some held differing opinions, asserting that the prince had indeed perished. Meanwhile, Broly eyed Vegeta warily, silence enveloping him for a moment before he coldly demanded, "Who are you? Broly, do you not kneel before your prince?" Vegeta's voice rang out imperiously. "You are Prince Vegeta?" Broly furrowed his brow, skepticism lacing his tone. "What do you think?" Vegeta replied nonchalantly. "You really are Vegeta?" Broly stammered in disbelief, while his father stood aghast, teeth clenched, eyes wide in incredulity. "This is impossible. You were killed by Cooler. How could you have survived? I tire of your prattle. You two treasonous wretches, today, I am in a generous mood and may spare your lives. For I have long been deprived of battle, and my hands are itching for a fight," Vegeta declared sternly. Vegeta, spare us your bravado." Paragus bellowed with laughter, though he was grievously injured. He knew that once he entered the healing chamber, he would be fine. The pressing concern was to eliminate Vegeta. "Let me be frank, your time has passed?" "Oh, is that so? How intriguing," Vegeta mused, a smile playing on his lips. "Prince, you must be cautious. Broly is formidable." Bardock warned quietly as he approached Vegeta. Acknowledging Bardock's support with a nod, Vegeta felt a surge of reassurance. "Broly, kill him. Eliminate this Vegeta," Paragus commanded loudly. Broly grinned menacingly, and in the next moment, an aura of energy enveloped him as immense power surged forth. With a crackling sound, Broly's blue-green hair spiked upward as he rocketed toward Vegeta with astonishing speed. Without hesitation, Vegeta radiated golden light, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Futile. A Super Saiyan can never defeat my son. Paragus roared in laughter, convinced of their impending victory, with Bardock as the prime example. Yet, as his words echoed, the crowd glanced at the injured Bardock, then back at Vegeta, suddenly realizing that the golden light surrounding Vegeta appeared even more intense than that of Bardock. Still, uncertainty lingered. Could Vegeta truly match Broly? Vegeta, I will end your life. Humph, are you not the mightiest among us Saiyans? Today, I shall determine who is the true Saiyan champion, Broly proclaimed as he unleashed a powerful punch toward Vegeta. The colossal fist, brimming with boundless energy, hurtled toward Vegeta's chest. Just as Broly's fist was about to connect, Vegeta extended his palm and effortlessly swatted it aside. With a resounding crack, the crowd gasped in disbelief as Broly's punch was dismissed with ease. Broly's eyes widened in shock. Boom! Vegeta launched a kick into Broly's abdomen, causing Broly's face to contort in pain. Before he could fully comprehend the attack, he was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a distant mountain. The entire mountain crumbled, resonating with a thunderous roar, while Broly's body erupted in a blaze of energy. Enraged, Broly's visage twisted further, his muscles bulging with power. Broly, you may not be my equal, Vegeta declared, soaring into the air to deliver a barrage of punches upon Broly. In the ensuing chaos, the crowd could hear Broly's anguished cries and his futile attempts to resist. Each sound resonated deeply, leaving everyone stunned. It was terrifying. Truly, the Saiyan Prince was the mightiest of them all. Paragus stood agape, utterly speechless, overwhelmed by the spectacle before him. This is nothing short of a monster. This is impossible. I will never be defeated by you. Broly erupted in a furious blaze, and after creating some distance for Vegeta, his entire being radiated with an intense luminescence. Crack! In the next instant, the seals adorning Broly's head and neck shattered explosively, and his aura surged to an overwhelmingly powerful height. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, cold sweat trickling down his brow. The energy that Broly now exhibited surpassed even the second transformation of Super Saiyan. Indeed, this foe was not to be underestimated. Vegeta, you can die, Broly declared, his body shimmering with flames. And in an instant, a formidable shockwave erupted from his hand, hurtling towards Vegeta's position. Upon sensing the immense power of the incoming shockwave, Vegeta's expression changed dramatically. This was dire. Broly was far more powerful than he had anticipated. In this critical moment, Vegeta could not afford to hesitate and swiftly unleashed his Big Bang attack to counter the oncoming shockwave. Boom! The two colossal energy forces collided in midair, unleashing a torrent of energy that swept across the entirety of planet Vegeta. Even far away, 1,000 miles distant, Ranchi felt the ground tremble beneath him. What is happening? Is there going to be an earthquake? Ranchi, clutching his machine gun, stared in bewilderment at the ever-changing spectacle in the sky. As the two energy masses met in the air, Broly smirked darkly, and soon, the massive energy was advancing swiftly towards Vegeta. Chapter 84. You can die. Oh no, his energy is too overwhelming. Even little Vegeta's energy has been repelled. King Vegeta gasped, horrified at the unfolding scene. Bardock managed a bitter smile. He had very little energy left himself, let alone transforming into a Super Saiyan. Even ordinary flight felt exceedingly difficult. It seemed he would have to resort to the tactic used when little Vegeta transformed into a great ape. King Vegeta muttered softly, preparing to create an artificial full moon. Wait, King Vegeta, Bardock interjected hastily. Do not forget, Broly is also a Saiyan. He has a tail. Upon hearing this, King Vegeta trembled violently, realizing he had momentarily overlooked the crucial fact that Broly was indeed a Saiyan. What to do? What to do? As King Vegeta pondered strategies for confronting the enemy, he noticed that the massive energy was drawing closer to Vegeta's location. Vegeta was now in a state of sheer panic. Every hair on his body standing on end. No way, this isn't fair. I just came back to life. Am I really going to be obliterated again if I have to wait another 20 years? Vegeta could hardly bear to contemplate the repercussions of such a fate. 20 years. Such a duration was utterly exasperating. However, at this critical juncture, Vegeta found himself utterly unable to evade the colossal energy. "Ha! Vegeta, you are doomed," Paragus cackled with glee, as if witnessing a momentous historical event. All the Saiyans stood in numb silence, reminiscent of the scene where the young prince battled against Cooler in the blink of an eye. Vegeta was consumed by the overwhelming energy, his body disintegrated. The onlookers were left utterly stunned, with Vegeta truly killed by Broly. This outcome was indeed unexpected. Could it be that the legendary Super Saiyan was truly invincible? All gazes turned to Broly with a mix of fear and awe, as if examining a monster. King Vegeta was shaking with rage, his complexion turning pale, especially as he watched his son perish in the devastating assault. "You actually killed little Vegeta?" King Vegeta's body quivered uncontrollably, his eyes darting in disbelief. Crack! King Vegeta's hair shimmered with golden light, and in an instant, radiant energy burst forth, his powerful aura surging like ocean waves. Super Saiyan, King Vegeta, the king of the Saiyans, transformed into a Super Saiyan in a fit of rage after witnessing his son's demise. "That I will kill you!" King Vegeta unleashed his formidable might, charging towards Broly with an intense strike. Boom! The tremendous sound reverberated, causing the entire planet to tremble. After the noise subsided, Broly stood unscathed, a smile gracing his face. This monster, King Vegeta, was filled with both astonishment and fury, trembling uncontrollably. Whoosh! Broly charged forward, colliding with King Vegeta and sending him flying in that one blow. King Vegeta felt as though his entire body had shattered, his heart filled with shock. His son had fought against such a powerful adversary. This Broly was indeed worthy of the legendary Super Saiyan title. It seemed that even if he transformed into a Super Saiyan, avenging his son would be impossible. In that moment, King Vegeta was at a loss for tears, his teeth grinding audibly. "Useless, King Vegeta. Your son was no match for Broly, let alone you," Paragus sneered, as if to say, "Your son's energy is far greater than yours. Perhaps if the three of you work together, you might stand a chance against my son." "Ha-do. Is that so?" Just as Paragus was laughing uproariously, a familiar voice echoed from behind. Paragus was momentarily startled, quickly turning to glance back, when he beheld Vegeta appearing unscathed behind him. His eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets in disbelief. How is this possible? Paragus had witnessed Vegeta being obliterated by his son Shockwave. How could he be standing mere moments later? Did he evade it? Impossible. He couldn't have been that blind. All the Saiyans present exchanged bewildered glances at Vegeta, rubbing their eyes vigorously. What in the world was happening? They had also seen Vegeta reduced to nothingness. Then, how did he suddenly appear like a ghost? "Paragus, you seem rather disappointed," Vegeta said, a broad smile on his face as he approached. The Saiyans were even more astonished upon noticing Vegeta's appearance. They distinctly remembered him being covered in wounds, yet now those injuries had vanished. Moreover, it appeared that Vegeta was wearing a newly donned outfit. What on earth? King Vegeta rubbed his eyes incessantly, feeling as if he were hallucinating. "All right, let us commence the second round of battle," Vegeta said lightly, waving at Broly with a smile. Broly regarded Vegeta with a puzzled expression, a cold smile creeping onto his face, his countenance darkening. "How did you come back to life?" Broly inquired, not rushing to attack Vegeta, but rather questioning him coldly. "That is for you to ponder," Vegeta replied with a smile, unwilling to divulge the secret of his resurrection. Vegeta, even if you evaded it just now, what difference does it make? The outcome remains the same. Your death is merely a matter of time." Paragus, having regained his composure after the initial shock, believed that Vegeta had merely dodged the attack. Vegeta shot him a glance, coldly commanding, "If you don't want to die, you'd best keep quiet." You are doomed, Vegeta." Paragus was not intimidated by Vegeta's words. Instead, he glared fiercely at him. Whoosh! Just as Vegeta was about to strike down this bothersome individual, a beam of light suddenly shot forth, piercing through Paragus's heart. Puffed. Paragus coughed out blood, staring in shock at the one who had attacked him. "You're too noisy. You can die now." It was none other than Broly who spoke. his demeanor marked by an icy indifference, and his eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity, and a formidable energy surged forth like a relentless tide, leaving devastation in its wake. After personally extinguishing his father's life, Broly's gaze grew even colder. Chapter 85. The complete Majin physique to the multitude of Saiyans present. The demise of Paragus elicited no surprise. Saiyans, being inherently cold-blooded beings, often find it commonplace to slay their own kin. Broly now fixed a menacing glare upon Vegeta, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. Vegeta, I am astounded by your survival amidst that overwhelming energy, but it matters not. You are destined to perish. With that declaration, Broly charged towards Vegeta, intent on using his formidable physique to send him flying. However, Vegeta remained unfazed, radiating a golden aura. In the next instant, a shocking scene unfolded. With merely a finger, yes, just his index finger, Vegeta halted Broly's assault. The onlookers were left in bewilderment. Hadn't the prince just been utterly overpowered by Broly? How could he now possess such overwhelming strength in the blink of an eye? Speculations ran rife among the crowd, some suggesting that the prince must have allowed Broly to dominate him, for how else could such a disparity exist? The astonishment was palpable. Even Broly widened his eyes in disbelief at this revelation. I will kill you! I will kill you! Broly's eyes gleamed with a fierce light as crimson energy enveloped him, seemingly thrusting him into a state of fury. Simultaneously, his aura escalated, and his combat power surged profoundly. Vegeta furrowed his brow, acknowledging the terrifying reservoir of energy within Broly. Yet he felt a thrill. This very state of Broly presented an ideal opportunity for him to hone his skills. Just moments ago, Vegeta had joyously realized that he had fully acquired the physique of Majin Buu. While his outward appearance had not altered, his physical capabilities had undergone a monumental transformation. Additionally, he had gained the formidable regenerative abilities of Majin Buu, allowing him to swiftly recover after being struck by Broly's colossal energy wave. To his astonishment, this regeneration had transpired in an instant, contrary to his initial belief that it would take decades. Next, Vegeta sought out a nearby garment. He couldn't very well engage in battle unclothed. Once attired, he re-emerged onto the battlefield. He pondered the mysterious nature of his sudden transformation into Majin Buu's extraordinary physique. According to Shinran, it seemed his transformation had not been entirely complete, requiring a lengthy recovery period. Vegeta speculated that perhaps his transformation into a Super Saiyan had expedited the refinement of his physique. Yet, this remained mere conjecture, and he was uncertain of its accuracy. Regardless, the changes in his physique felt like a divine gift bestowed upon him. Regrettably, Frieza had met his end, had he still been alive. Vegeta could have relished in tormenting him with his newfound abilities. Moreover, Vegeta was exhilarated to discover that after being reduced to rubble and subsequently reborn, the blood of the Saiyans surged within him. Amplifying his energy exponentially, he had effortlessly ascended from Super Saiyan 2nd grade to 3rd grade. Transforming into Super Saiyan 3rd grade bore little resemblance to its predecessor, save for the intensified golden radiance enveloping him in a significantly heightened aura. Boom! Broly unleashed another powerful assault upon Vegeta. Thanks to the surge in his energy, Vegeta deftly evaded the strike, a smile gracing his lips as he taunted Broly. Broly, if you possess the skill, do replicate the technique that bested me moments ago. You shall regret this. Broly's eyes blazed with crimson light as he enveloped himself in a fierce aura, rapidly gathering a tremendous energy wave. Vegeta, wearing a confident smile, swiftly assessed the situation. He concluded that Broly's burning energy would not harm him. He could regenerate from it fully. Now, Vegeta only needed to be wary of Broly's raw energy attacks, as everything else seemed manageable. King Vegeta, have you noticed? The prince appears to be somewhat different, Bardock whispered as he approached King Vegeta. Oh, in what manner? King Vegeta inquired, momentarily taken aback. Have you observed the depth of the golden aura surrounding the prince? It is far more pronounced than before, while our own auras appear significantly fainter in comparison. Bardock pondered aloud. Bardock, what are you trying to imply? Spare me your rambling, King Vegeta retorted, his frustration evident. Newly transformed into a Super Saiyan, He yearned for a chance to battle Broly, yet he understood he was not a match for him. Fortunately, his son Vegeta was exceptionally capable.